Chapter 301. Killing them all is absolutely right. You? When Wei He saw Lu Li, he was stunned on the spot, and then showed an extremely shocked look on his face. The next moment, Wei He showed an angry look and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? You disguise yourself as me?" Lu Li stood up with cold eyes. "Who are you? How dare you pretend to be me and sneak into the Taima sect?" While speaking, he gave a secret order. The Feathering Ascension Sutra goes out. Ding. A crisp prompt immediately sounded. Your Ascension Sutra overheard Wei He's thoughts and discovered that he suspected that you were an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. He was afraid that you would reveal his identity and was trying to find a way to kill you to silence you. You're fake. At this time, Wei He rolled his eyes wildly, turned his head suddenly, and said with cupped hands, "Two true monarchs. This person is definitely a fake. Let's search his soul and refine it. Everything is decided by the two true kings." Lu Li was very calm. He didn't say a word nonsense, and just gave a little fist to True Lord Ing Chong and Mrs. Musk. Interesting. Mrs. Musk held her chin in her hands, and stared at the two Wei He in front of her with interest. The Lord Ing Chong on the side snorted softly. It is so easy to distinguish the true from the false. All you need to do is find a soul-catching spiritual treasure, and you will know after just asking. Okay. Please ask Jinju and Ing Chong to immediately interrogate the soul and distinguish the truth from the lies. Wei He said coldly. Me too. Lu Li said 4 words coldly. Both of them looked calm and unfazed at all. Interesting. Really interesting. Mrs. Musk smiled happily, turned around and asked, Jinju and Ing Chong, what do you think? Are you going to focus your attention now to identify the authenticity of the two of them? Of course. Humph! You dare to trick me? You simply don't know how to live or die. A fierce light flashed across Jinju and Ing Chong's sinister face. The next moment, he flipped his thin palm, and a jet-black bronze mirror, the size of a palm, emerged, spinning and emitting a strange black light. Go! Without a word of nonsense, Chong Jinjuan spurted out a mouthful of pure magic power. A buzzing sound. The black bronze mirror trembled and flew up, swelling in the wind, becoming the size of a millstone, flying into the air, and while circling, it emitted circles of strange black light, covering Lu Li and Wei He. Suddenly, a cold force penetrated the sea of consciousness and merged into his soul, causing him to lose control of his consciousness. The whole person seemed to be out of body. The body no longer belongs to you. Feeling such a strange and familiar situation, Lu Li remained calm. Ding. At this moment, there was a clear sound. The system prompt sound is like the sound of nature, dispelling this state of soul separation. Who are you? Lord Ing Chong asked. Wei He. Wei He. Lu Li and Wei He replied in unison. Huh? When Jinju and Ing Chong and Mrs. Musk heard the answer, they both looked surprised. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. What kind of weird situation is this? Could it be that one of them could hide from the soul-capturing mirror? Let me ask. Mrs. Musk pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, Wei He, where is your mother buried now? There is no burial place. The ashes are scattered directly. Wei He replied, be buried between heaven and earth, and scatter the ashes into the sea. Lu Li replied, Mrs. Musk was shocked. Obviously, both are correct answers. This boy is so damn filial. Lord Ing Chong scolded him with a sullen expression, and then asked, after your engagement was annulled, how many times did that Ling come to visit you? 6 times. 6 times. Lu Li and Wei He said in unison again. What the H.L. is going on? Hearing the same answer again, Lord Ing Chong couldn't help but curse. Interesting. Mrs. Musk beside her became excited and began to ask Lu and Li various questions quickly. There is something about themselves, such as how old they were, what they did, and what their size is. It's just the waist size. It's nothing strange. Of course, there is also something about Taima Sect. Fortunately, before Lu Li left, the Evening Ghost Emperor gave him a record of the major and minor events that had occurred in the Taima Sect in the past 100 years. There are details as to which old devil has accepted which female disciple. Lu Li's answer was watertight, without revealing any flaws. Of course, there were a few very subtle questions that obviously had nothing to do with him, so naturally he couldn't answer them, coupled with the eavesdropping assistance of the Ascension Sutra. In this way, the two people's answers were basically the same. Mrs. Musk's frown deepened. The look of surprise on his face became more and more intense. What exactly is going on? Damn it! Forget it. Just search for souls and refine souls. After a cup of tea, Jinju and Ing Chong beside him finally couldn't bear it anymore and was ready to take action directly. Slow. Mrs. Musk stopped and said, This way he is a genius of the demon sect. Now is the time when the demon sect is employing people. So don't act recklessly. 3 years ago, the Taimo sect was killed by Liu Li with a sword that killed thousands of golden elixirs, and was severely injured by Ling Jianshuang and Fan Yinli, resulting in numerous casualties. Although many people have been promoted to golden elixir in the past 3 years, there are still too few who have achieved golden elixir perfection. Now that the Taimo sect unified the 9 major demon sects, its own sect had the least perfect golden elixir. It just so happens that something big seems to have happened recently, and the bosses are in a hurry to hire people. Now what? True Lord Yicheng was a little impatient. At this time, Mrs. Musk smiled charmingly. One of these two way, he must be true, and the other false. Ask them questions, and the answers are actually the same. However, they have never slept on the same bed or played with the same woman. So, find a way he... Come here. What a plan. Lord Yicheng immediately asked. Wei He, who is your romantic partner? Hua Lingling. Wonderful sound witch. Madam Haisha, Lu Li, and Wei He spit out names one by one. Mrs. Haisha has both? Mrs. Musk was surprised and sneered. This woman pretends to be aloof and arrogant on the surface, and has built a chastity arch for herself. Who would have thought that she is so good at playing in private? I'm going to find Mrs. Haisha right now. True Lord Yicheng turned into a streak of blood and flew into the sky. Mrs. Musk continued to ask questions. Soon, True Lord Yicheng descended from the sky. Along with him came a tall woman wearing a snow-white gown and a white gauze. She had a cold temperament and looked like a fairy. Mrs. Haisha, there are two Wei He here, and they all said they had fought with you. A female goblin. Ask them how many rounds you fought that night, and what moves did you use. Mrs. Musk smiled with a hint of mockery. Snort. The woman in white, covered with a white gauze, snorted lightly, walked up to Lu Li and Wei He without any nonsense, and asked directly, Wei He, that night, was the moon outside the window round or curved? Did you come in? What was the first thing he said to me? Hearing this, Mrs. Musk and True Lord Yicheng were shocked. It's time to reveal the truth. But, that's it. Wei He and Lu Li replied almost at the same time. There was no moon that night. The first thing I said when I entered the house was that the moonlight tonight was so beautiful. There was no moon. After entering the house, I said, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Just like you. Mrs. Musk and True Lord Yicheng immediately looked at the woman in white. The woman in white uttered 2 words. Both are correct. There was a hint of confusion in his voice. Case solved. At this time, Mrs. Musk sighed softly. It seems that someone has been lurking in Wei He and has been recording everything about him. In this way, we can explain why the two answered exactly the same. Old Ghost Yicheng, put away you, it's a soul-capturing mirror. There's no point in asking anymore. So, one of them is an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. True Lord Yicheng put away the soul-capturing mirror and glanced fiercely at Liu Enli. Suddenly, Lu Li and Wei He woke up. Wei He took the lead and asked, the two true kings can tell that this person is a fake. Why don't you kill him on the spot? Good. Mrs. Musk smiled charmingly, opened her sandalwood mouth, and suddenly spurted out a sharp arrow of blood, piercing Lu Li's eyebrows. But at the same time, Lord Yicheng on the side raised his big palm, flicked his 5 fingers, and the blood shone, condensing into the head of a one-horned demon god, opening his bloody mouth, and fiercely swallowed Wei He. Since you can't tell the difference, kill both of them. Crap. Die. Chapter 302 Demon Temple. The perfect power of the two nascent souls takes action at the same time. Killing move in front of you. Lu Li and Wei He were both shocked. The next moment, the two reacted differently. Help! Wei He's face changed drastically. He exclaimed, and then he slipped out of the pavilion like a ghost. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the lake. Lu Li, on the other hand, stood calmly on the spot, with a cold expression on his face as he stared at Madame Musk's bloody arrow shooting towards him. Boom! The bloody sharp arrow pierced Lu Li's eyebrows, like a popsicle hitting a hard rock, shattering into dots of red light on the spot. On the other side, the one-horned demon god's head of True Lord Yicheng flashed in the air and chased behind Wei He. The blood condensed in his big mouth, spitting like a vortex, and he sucked it in suddenly. The huge and terrifying suction force directly sucked Wei He back, who wanted to fly away. But at this moment, Wei He's body shone with a ball of golden light burning with talismans. He broke free from the vortex of the demon's blood mouth and turned into a thumb-sized golden light that shot far away. Is this the Heaven Escape Talisman of Xiantian Temple? Sure enough. You are an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. Are you trying to escape in front of me? Xinju and Yingchong shouted sharply and pinched the magic formula. Boom. The world shook violently. A huge power of the formation enveloped it, instantly confining the golden light in place. Boy! I almost let you hide the truth and succeed in Hun Yuan Taimao Sect. I almost got implicated by you. This time, if I don't torture you 13,000 times, I can't express the hatred in my heart. True Lord Yingchong looked fierce and sinister, and grabbed him from the air. Wei He was captured and photographed directly. You, an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance, are quite bold. How dare you pretend to be a member of our Taimao Sect? However, it seems that you were not smart enough and did not kill the real master. Mrs. Musk shook her head and sighed. I am the real Wei He. Wei He gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Li. He is the undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. He definitely read my diary and was sent to impersonate me. It's a joke. I can pretend to be yours, but how can I still pretend to be this pure formless demon? You two true kings. It's better to just take him back and torture him, and then search for his soul and refine it. Lu Li said with an expressionless face as demonic energy surged around his body. Although I don't know what is going on with Wei He. He has obviously returned to the Immortal Alliance. But he suddenly appears here. Either he has a mission or he has defected. The first one is absolutely impossible. So the only option is to defect. The only consequence for defecting is death. I have made meritorious service for Taimao Sect. I have shed blood for Taimao Sect. I want to see the sect leader. I want to see the sect leader. I want to reveal my identity. Wei He roared. However, the strange thing is that no one outside heard anything from such a loud movement. Want to see the sect leader? Maybe in the next life. Lord Yingchong snorted coldly and slapped Wei He's Tianling Dai with his big palm. Blood spurted out from his palm and seeped into his brain. Start searching for souls and refining souls. Wei He's facial features began to become distorted and painful. Why didn't you hide just now? At this time, Mrs. Musk asked with a smile. Because I am the real Wei He. Only the fake ones will be afraid and avoid me, Lu Li said confidently. In fact, it was because Mrs. Musk, who he did not have, felt the anger of the 7 emotions, the evil of the 7 emotions, and even the slightest trace of lust. As a result, the demonic sorcery she inspired may only have one form and cannot kill anyone at all. Naturally, there is no need to hide. At this moment, Wei He let out a shrill and painful roar, and his whole body began to struggle and twitch. His eyes were bulging like goldfish, and his face was bloodshot. Obviously, he was being soul-searched and refining, and was suffering extreme pain. Lu Li's heart sank. Once this guy is really soul-searched and his identity is exposed, he will be in a lot of trouble. So Lu Li said silently. In the void, a one-horned, thousand-eyed law-eating demon emerged, and silently, it penetrated into Wei He's head. Boom! Black magic fire suddenly appeared on Wei He's body. This is the fire of inner demons. In just a blink of an eye, Wei He's whole body turned into ashes, leaving only a round golden elixir and his closed storage ring, which fell to the ground. Huh? This kid actually aroused his inner demons and went crazy at this time. Damn it! True Lord Yingchong retracted his big palm and cursed. He is indeed getting an advantage. How dare you pretend to be me? Lu Li also echoed with a cold face. Then I can go. At this time, the woman in white wearing a white gauze asked coldly. Let's go. Mrs. Haisha, please don't leak this matter. True Lord Yingchong cupped his hands and said. Good. The woman in white readily agreed, opened her hand to take a picture, and took away all the clothes, storage rings, and golden elixirs on the ground. Then turned around, jumped into the air, and flew away. In this regard, neither Xinju and Yingchong nor Madame Musk stopped him. Apparently those items were given to Madame Haisha as hush money. After all, this matter was caused by the two of them not doing their job well. If the superiors were to investigate, although there would be no big punishment, small punishments would certainly not be escaped. Let's go! Wei I will take you to reissue the Sect token. However, before you can reissue the token, you have to go to the Demon Temple with me, Lord Ingchong said in a deep voice. I'm sorry to trouble you, Xinjuan. Luli cupped his fist slightly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This first hurdle was finally passed. Boy, the spirit stone I just lost to you will be given to you personally in a few days. Mrs. Musk cast a flirtatious look. There seemed to be something else in his eyes. Okay, I'll recharge my batteries these days and wait for Madam. Luli understood instantly. As soon as these words came out, Mrs. Musk immediately made her smile charmingly and charmingly. Gone. Lord Ingchong rolled his eyes at Luli and flew out of the pavilion. Luli cupped his hands and followed Jinju and Ingchong. Soon, the two came to a teleportation array. A huge bloody light shot into the sky. After the world turned upside down, Luli appeared in a huge demon palace. When he looked up, he saw a demon portal standing in the endless distance, standing tall against the sky and the ground, with blood shining into the sky. In the portal, a hall of gods and demons is looming. That's the forbidden area of Taimo Sect. The Taimo Sect has arrived. Luli immediately woke up the 120,000-year-old and asked Jin K to hide and not show his face. Immediately, he followed Lord Ingchong and flew out of the demon palace, flying towards the demon god's portal in the distance. There is the demon temple of Taimo Sect. It is a place dedicated to the 72 demon gods. True Lord Ingchong took him to the demon temple, just to let the demon god of the demon temple take a look and see if there was anything wrong with Luli. This is the second level of getting into the Taimo Sect. Ordinary undercover agents of the Immortal Alliance, under the shock of the terrifying demon god of Taimo Sect, will reveal everything. Even if there is something strange on their body, the demon god shadow will see through it. There are countless undercover agents of the Immortal Alliance who died in the demon temple. However, the land carp was not afraid at all. This second level was too easy for him. Kunping's Dharma, Buddha's Dharma, and Immortal's Dharma in the sea of consciousness all disappeared, and they would not be seen through by the devil at all. The only thing he was afraid of was the demon envoy in the shadow of the Hall of Gods and Demons. If the devil suddenly arrives, he may be exposed. Chapter 303 Fiancé. Boom. Boom. True Lord Ingchong and Luli suddenly arrived in front of the demon temple. This is an extremely tall demon temple. In front of them stood two jade statues of white-boned demon gods. They were ferocious, wrapped in blood, and seemed to come alive at any time to devour people. Looking up, there was a hazy blood on the door of the demon palace, making it difficult to see the scene inside. There was no one around, but Luli knew that there must be powerful guards from the Taimo Sect around the demon temple. The moment he got closer, he felt a connection between them and swept over to see him through. This was only possible because he had practiced the God-transforming scripture of stars and strengthened his spiritual consciousness several times. Let's go in and take a walk. Ingchong Senjundo. Good. Luli heard the sound and nodded. Without any nonsense, he flew up and hit the bloody light on the door of the demon palace. The next moment, blood swirled. People are sucked into it. A flower in front of my eyes. Luli found himself standing in an endless sea of blood. The blood beneath his feet surged like waves. A rich, watery red light surrounded him. Everything you see is red. In the air, the strong smell of blood assaulted the nostrils and rushed straight into the mind, making people dizzy and confused. Crash. At this moment, the blood sea ahead surged violently, and a white-boned demon god rose up from the blood sea. He stretched out his big bone hand and grabbed the land carp suddenly, as if it was about to crush it in the next moment. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva sees that all 5 aggregates are empty. Luli recited the Heart Sutra silently, and did not resist. This is the way to survive the fear and shock of the demon in the demon temple. Once there are emotional fluctuations, the demon will immediately invade the sea of consciousness, see all memories clearly, and nothing can be hidden. Boom. The bone demon god shattered into pieces on the spot. Immediately afterwards, another demon god emerged from the void. It was a strange demon god with only one bloody vertical eye, staring at Luli. Then, blood-colored tentacles spread out from the devil's eyes, entangled Luli's feet, wrapped up, and wrapped Luli's entire body. A kind of soul-suffocating pain immediately came to my mind. Luli still didn't resist. Boom. There was another loud noise, and the blood-eyed demon god shattered into pieces. Then, the sea of blood surged, and a demon god with a horned head crawled out from it. It was as tall as 100 feet, opened its fangs and sharp teeth, and bit down hard. That terrifying momentum can even bite a sun into pieces. Luli still didn't resist. Soon, most of the 72 demon gods appeared. After waiting a little longer, he can successfully pass the second level, become the real Wei-He, and blend into the Taimao sect. Luli counted silently in his heart. 68.69.70.71. Boom. The sea of blood rolled. A strange demon with colorful magic eyes, like a demon messenger, appeared. Its eyes moved, and Luli immediately imagined himself being reborn. Luli recited Buddhist scriptures silently. His heart was clear, and he was not shocked when the sky fell. Ding. At this time, a crisp system prompt sounded. Your 24 demonic swords have seen the phantoms of the 72 demon gods, and I have gained a lot of enlightenment. The progress of the 25 swords has been reduced by 30 years. You have learned the 5th sword of the heavenly demon sword, the Heart-Eye demon sword. Heart-Eye demon sword. Once this sword is drawn, it summons the All-Aperture's Heart-Eye demon sword, which can see through all flaws and kill the enemy with one blow. He actually learned another move of the heavenly demon sword? Luli felt happy. Boom. The 5-colored demon-eye demon god in front of him suddenly shattered, and the illusion of the sea of blood in front of him faded away. A flower in front of my eyes. Luli has appeared in front of the gate of the demon temple again. Next to him is Lord Inchong. Let's go! I will take you to get a replacement token. True Lord Inchong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Luli come out unharmed. This time it's the real deal. Thank you, Xinjuan. Luli cupped his hands and thanked him. Although I was a little happy in my heart, it didn't show on my face. The 5th sword is extremely useful. It can discern opportunities, see the enemy's weaknesses, and kill the enemy with one sword. It is another killing move. The only problem is how to attract the demon with all the mind and eyes, and then subdue it for your own use. So, while thinking about it, Luli followed True Lord Inchong to fly to another mountain peak and got a replacement Sect token in a demon palace. Finally got it. Holding the black jade token directly and looking at the demon mark on it, a hint of joy flashed in Luli's eyes. Come on, kid. I'll take you to your cave. Your cave was passed down to you by your master, the old devil Changchun. However, after what happened just now, I have to go and take a look at your cave. Are there any undercover agents from the Immortal Alliance? Lord Inchong said coldly. Good. Of course Luli would not refuse. Immediately, the two of them flew into the sky and swept across the sky. After a cup of tea, the two stopped high in the sky. Ahead, there is an extremely steep mountain peak, with flying waterfalls, strange pines and rocks, which looks quite a sight. Luli waved the demon sect token. Buzz. A circle of blood-colored magic light flashed across the mountain peak, and the ban was lifted, revealing a jade palace standing on the top of the mountain. Quite majestic. Luli and Inchong Xinjuan landed. Swish, swish, swish. A group of beautiful women in green shirts immediately flew out of the palace, lined up in 2 rows, bowed slightly, and saluted delicately. Welcome master back home. Snort! Lord Inchong snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and threw out a jet-black bronze mirror. Let me come and see if there are any undercover agents from the Immortal Alliance. A buzzing sound. The bronze mirror flew up, swelled in the wind, and shot out a large black light, covering all 10 beautiful women. In an instant, the eyes of these women became empty. Which of you is an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance? Lord Inchong began to interrogate. Although these women were all selected from the outer disciples of the demon sect and were only at the foundation building stage, for the sake of safety, he still tried his best to activate the soul-capturing spirit treasures and question them one by one. Luli looked at it coldly and did not interrupt. It's time for another cup of tea. True Lord Inchong finally finished his questioning and found no Immortal Alliance undercover agent. It seems that the contact person of the fake Wei, he is not among these 10 people. True Lord Inchong took back the black bronze mirror and said coldly. He never imagined that Wei, he was the real Wei-He. The Wei-He in front of me is a fake. The person pretending to be is the famous Luli, the great enemy that the Taimao sect quickly eliminated. This is natural. The contact person of Wei, he must be the Yuaning True Lord in the demon sect, or the great power of transformation. However, that person should soon find out that I, the real master, is back, and arrest him. Wei-He's not online anymore, Luli said casually. Humph. The demon sect has unified the demon sect. And the demon envoy's power is boundless. No matter how many undercover agents the Immortal Alliance sends, they can't make any waves. True Lord Ing Chong snorted coldly and glanced at the 10 female disciples of the demon sect. Wait, do you want to keep these 10 people? If not, I will take them away. It just so happens that I have just a few people in my cave. A disobedient disciple fed the devil. We are now in need of help. As soon as these words came out, the female disciples of the demon sect, who had just woken up beside them, all turned pale and pale. Luli walked up to them and looked at them one by one. Well, I can tell at a glance that she doesn't get enough sleep. Let's wait and let me sleep with her for a few nights. Hey, her chest is so swollen from being beaten. Let me help her treat it. And this one, she looks like an undercover agent of the Immortal Alliance. Let me interrogate her tonight. Please take the rest away. Shinjuan. Dot. Lord Ing Chong was silent for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. No wonder you can even handle Madame Haisha. Amazing. Just as he was talking, a green light flew from a distance. Lord Ing Chong gave a weird laugh. Wait, your fiancé Ling Yu is here. I'm afraid I can't keep this maid, so I will take them all away. After that, he swept away the 10 maids and flew away. Chapter 304 Wei He's Diary. Fiancé? Lu Li was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw the blue light flashing several times and falling in front of him. She is a young woman wearing a green veil, with a small face and eyebrows like the moon. There was a bit of coldness in his expression. This is the early stage of nascent soul cultivation. She landed, glanced at Lu Li coldly, and then with a few taps of her toes, she flew into the Jade Palace behind Lu Li. It feels as if she is the owner here. Why? You haven't come in yet. Do you want me to invite you? A slightly cold sound came from the palace. Lu Li raised his brows, with the information about his fiancée, senior sister Ling Yu, flashing in his mind. He turned around and entered the palace in a flash. The layout of the palace hall is very elegant and simple, with only a few tables, chairs and vases. The woman in green gauze sat in the snow-white jade chair at the head of the table, her brows slightly cold, like a condescending hostess. Ling Yu, what are you doing here? Lu Li said with a cold expression. According to what he knew, Wei He had completely parted ways with this Ling Yu, and even had resentment towards each other. This is what I should ask you. You suddenly ran back to the Taimao sect even though you knew clearly that my wedding day with the true monarch Jiaxia was about to come. What do you mean? The green-shaded woman asked without any politeness. There was a bit of coldness in his eyes. Lu Li sneered and said mockingly, Who do you really think you are? I came back to Taimao sect for you, and you came to my cave, took my place, pointed at me, and asked questions? You have such a face. Duh. Why don't you use it to make pancakes? You? Upon hearing this, the woman with green gauze looked as cold as frost. Wei He, I'm warning you. There is absolutely no room for any problems in my wedding. If you dare to make trouble, don't miss me and ignore the old relationship. This is the threat of Chiguoguo. Lu Li's heart moved, and he immediately remembered that Wei He once practiced with this spiritual language for a period of time. This Ling Yu came to the door to talk about this. Obviously because he was afraid that he would make trouble with some bad image stones. That's why he made threats. Old love? What old relationship do I have with you? You have no figure. Act like a ghost all day long. And your craftsmanship is not as good as those ordinary women in flower houses. Do you still think I like you? Dream on. Lu Li said disdainfully. Snapped. As soon as these words came out, the woman with green gauze slammed the table and stood up. Her almond-shaped eyes widened. The entire white jade table also exploded into powder on the spot. Ha ha. She was anxious. Lu Li smiled. I'm sorry, senior sister Ling Yu. I bought the table you broke at a high price from 10,000 Demon City. It's worth 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Please pay for it before leaving. My temple here is small, and I can't afford to support it. You are a female devil who breaks into other people's caves at will and destroys other people's property. Good. The green gauze woman gritted her silver teeth and uttered one word harshly. The next moment, she threw 10 high-grade spiritual stones and flew away in a flash. Ha. I finally got angry. Lu Li summoned the jade card and directly stimulated it. Boom. The entire Mountain Peaks band was activated, and the demonic energy soared into the sky, condensing a large formation of band, sealing off the 10 heavens and 9 places. Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Next, It's time to see if Wei He left anything behind. Luli looked slightly stern and began to walk around the palace. The palace is not big, with 3 entrances and 3 exits. There is an alchemy room, a beast room, a study room, a secret training room, and a martial arts arena. It can be said that even though it is a small sparrow, it has all the internal organs. Outside the palace, there are also several medicinal gardens. It's just that the spiritual energy is not as rich as Xuanmu Island. At least 10 times worse. Luli searched carefully and found something in the study. A strange novel. However, Luli took a closer look and immediately saw the mystery. This is actually a diary. On October 10th, I was feeling depressed while staying at Xiantian Temple. It was too slow to progress in practicing the immortal way. I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the first level in a year. October 30th. The weather was gloomy. I came out of seclusion and found nothing. I suddenly had a sexual interest. I searched all the immortal gates, but couldn't find any flower buildings. I was depressed. I missed the Dewey Taoist couples from the Taimao sect. November 3rd. The weather is fine. I have fallen in love with a senior sister in the past few days and wanted to pursue her. But she was rejected. December 1st. Practice the Xiantian contemplation technique again. But there is no progress. December 3rd. I miss everything about the Taimao sect so much. And the 10 beautiful junior sisters in the cave who agreed to every request. December 4th. Deeply blame myself. Wei He, you are a disciple of the immortal sect. How can you miss the depraved life of the demon sect? December 5th. Looking for an excuse to leave the immortal sect and return to the Taimao sect. Everything goes well. December 16th to December 18th. The weather is sunny, and I am in a good mood. The junior sisters are awesome. Well, Luli sighed softly. This way he has been in the demon sect for a long time. And his mind has been corrupted. It can be said that he deserves his own fault for his current fate. But after all, he didn't really betray the Immortal Alliance. And he was considered half a man. That's all. I'll give you a few boxes of ingot candles and hundreds of paper beauties later. I hope you can use them with peace of mind. Luli shook his head, and flames spurted out from his palms. Boom! This diary was burned directly to ashes and turned into nothingness. Immediately afterwards, Luli searched carefully again, but found nothing. There are no spiritual stones, magic weapons, spiritual elixirs, exercises, Buddhist scriptures, or anything like that. Next, how should we open up the situation? Luli returned to the palace hall, sat on a chair, and fell into deep thought. The leader of the Tao League, Rang, directly sneaked into the Taimao sect, acted according to the situation, and followed the Taimao sect's large team to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house to excavate the Spirit Emperor's remains. Take the Taoist artifact inside by the way. But now, he is just a Jinan elder of Taimao sect, and there are still doubts about him. If he comes to recommend himself, he will definitely be suspected. You have to think of something. It's a pity that those 10 beautiful maids were taken away by Lord Yingchong. Even if you want to ask for the inside information of Taimao sect, you can't. Luli frowned slightly. This is the home base of the Taimao sect. When you are an undercover agent here, you have to be careful. If you are exposed, you will die without knowing how. What's more, the demon envoy from the demon realm is still staring at the demon god's portal. This is the greatest danger. Luli thought about it and found that this situation was really difficult to break. Forget it. I still have doubts about my identity. Just be patient for now, so as not to expose any flaws, and save myself. Luli made up his mind, went directly to the secret training room, and began to practice the Star Transformation Sutra. At the same time, he began to capture the demon of Wanjiao Xinyan. The Wanjiao Heart Eye demon is one of the extraterrestrial demons. It is also extremely rare, like the One-Horned Eclipse Thousand-Eyed Demon. It looks like a red heart with 10,000 holes and black evil eyes inside. When targeted by this demon, it only takes 3 breaths for a person's heart to be devoured, become riddled with holes, and lead to immediate death. It is very strange and terrifying. Luli was not in a hurry, and secretly activated the 24 swords of the demon, surging the power of the 7 emotions to lure the extraterrestrial demon in the void. Soon, the first demon came and appeared in the sea of consciousness. It's the 6-winged golden cicada demon. Vajratathagata led a group of brothers, swarmed up, and subdued the 6-winged golden cicada demon in just a few moments. Among them, The most ferocious one turned out to be the wind, fire, immortal thunder escape technique. One person rushed to the front and struck out with thunderbolts, beating the newly arrived six-winged golden cicada until it howled and quickly surrendered. Not bad. Not bad. They are all a group of good children. If they keep subduing the demons for 24 hours, the number of these six-winged golden cicada demons will soon exceed 100,000. By then, the 3,000 bright moon sword array will not be enough. It's time to change to a sharper sword formation. Luli showed a satisfied smile. Moreover, the whole process gave him the excitement and joy of fishing for a fish to take the bait. Quite fun. Continue. Luli licked his lips, calmed down, and continued to seduce the demon from outside the territory. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, the token on his waist moved slightly. Luli opened his eyes suddenly. A light voice came from outside the palace. Junior Brother Wei, I'm here to see you. This voice is somewhat familiar. Luli was stunned for a moment before he reacted. This is the voice of Lady Musk. Women are really troublesome. They actually hinder my cultivation. My Wanjiaosinian demon has not been caught yet. Luli frowned. To see or not to see? See you? After all, this Mrs. Musk is the nascent sole lord of the Taimao sect. So she should know a lot of information. Maybe we can get some useful information from her later. Luli pondered for a moment, made up his mind, got up and flew out of the secret training room. Moreover, what if the other party comes to see him for a while? This is a perfect opportunity to get some news. For the sake of the Immortal Alliance, Luli is willing to sacrifice himself. Chapter 305 Mrs. Musk's Advice. Buzz. Accompanied by a loud roar, the mountain band was removed. Luli flew up into the sky, with a smile on his cold face. Welcome, Madam Musk. I was still thinking of visiting Madam. I didn't expect Madam to come to the door first. Really? I was waiting at home for 5 days. But I didn't see you. Junior Brother Wei. I thought you were afraid of me. Junior Brother Wei, Mrs. Musk said with a charming smile. This beautiful woman was wearing a thin black gauze shirt today, and her ice-white skin was looming. Her eyes are as bright as water between her slight smiles. And it's easy for people to have a charming feeling if she likes me. Luli was wary. His expression remained stern, but he showed a hint of a smile, cupped his hands and said, How come? Mrs. Musk, please. Okay. Let's get together. Mrs. Musk flew forward and pulled the land cart to fly into the palace. Mrs. Musk, please take a seat. Luli inadvertently withdrew his hand and said, I'm really sorry. All the maids in this cave have been taken away by Lord Ingchong. I'll pour tea for Mrs. Musk. After that, he started playing with the cups and teapots. Mrs. Musk was not polite. She sat on the main seat and held her chin in her hand, smiling as she watched Luli working at her business. Mrs. Musk, please. After a while, Luli made a cup of tea and handed it to Mrs. Musk. Thank you, Junior Brother. Mrs. Musk lightly combed her black hair, took the jade cup with a charming smile, opened her sandalwood mouth, blew gently, and asked with a smile, Junior Brother Wei, have you been practicing in the cave recently? Yes. I have been looking for yawning opportunities outside to no avail, so I can only come back and try my luck. Now that the sect has unified the 9 major demon sects, and is protected by demon envoys, there may be some opportunities. Luli sat at the upper left corner, with a cold face and nodded. That's true. Mrs. Musk took a sip of hot tea and chuckled. Although the sect unites the 9 demon sects, after all, it is the disciples of the sect who can rest assured. You might as well go and walk around. Oh, madam, please give me some advice. When Luli heard this, he immediately became interested and asked, Gee, this advice can't be in vain. Come on, let's play a game of chess with me first. Mrs. Musk pulled out the chessboard box like a magic trick. No problem. Luli readily agreed. Then, he stood up and pulled the stool, sat directly opposite Mrs. Musk, set up the chessboard, each holding a finger, ready to play chess. If you win, I will show you a way. But if you lose... Mrs. Musk played with a white chess piece with her jade fingers. Her eye is seductive. It feels like a female praying mantis. This made Luli couldn't help but think of the beautiful woman from the Yiming sect and the Black Widow with whom he once became the 40 thieves overseas. Unfortunately, the Yiming Ghost Emperor penetrated the treasure house of the 9 demon sects, and the Yiming sect was automatically exterminated. The disciples scattered and fled. Others directly defected to the Taimao sect, such as Li Jing's master, True Lord Huangquan, True Lord Fehu, Great Demon King Jintian, etc.
Mrs. Musk, you haven't given me the spiritual stone you said you would give me in cash last time,
Luli said with a cold expression.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Mrs. Musk took out a low-grade science spiritual stone, pushed it with her jade hand, and retreated to Luli.
A low-grade spiritual stone?
Luli frowned slightly.
If I like it, a piece of low-grade spiritual stone will be enough to spend time with me. If I don't like it, even tens of millions of immortal stones will not do.
Mrs. Musk smiled slightly.
Is this so? Okay. Thank you, madam, for being considerate.
Luli nodded and put away the low-grade spiritual stone. Then, he picked up a black stone and dropped it in the middle of the chessboard. That is the Tian Yuan position. If your starting hand falls in this position, unless you understand the legendary
union of heaven and earth,
you will definitely lose. This clearly shows that he wants to lose.
Gee, Junior Brother Wei, you are so interesting.
Seeing this, Mrs. Musk smiled charmingly, picked up a white chess piece with her lush green fingers, and placed it in the corner at the 3 positions. It seemed like she really wanted to play chess. Luli stopped messing around and started to take the corner after missing a hand. 2 hours later. It's dark. Luli shook his head, grabbed 2 black chess pieces from the chess box, and placed them on the chessboard.
I lost. Mrs. Musk is superb at chess. I admire her.
This is indeed true. Mrs. Musk in front of her is indeed good at this, and has reached the level of a master. When Luli missed the move first, he chased and fought hard and tried his best to save the situation, so he could only lose in the end.
If you don't play Tian Yuan first, you might win. You are young, have advanced cultivation, and are so sophisticated in chess. You are indeed a good opponent. You are much better than the Ying Chong Jinjuan, who has a bad chess and a bad temper.
Mrs. Musk said with a smile.
Mrs. Musk, thank you. Although my cultivation is not bad, it is still far behind that Luli. That guy has perfected the golden elixir in just a few years, and his magic power is comparable to the nascent soul. He is really a monster?
Luli said coldly.
Yes, that Luli is indeed a monster. The way you broke through the nascent soul was also due to Luli,
Mrs. Musk said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, Luli was stunned on the spot.
What does it mean?
Mrs. Musk said with a smile.
In 3 days, it will be the happy day when your senior sister, former fiancé, Ling Yu and true monarch Jiao Yu will become a Taoist couple. Do you still remember? Is this happening? I don't remember.
Luli had a cold face and shook his head.
Why do you pretend not to care? That Ling Yu once broke off your engagement, and you must have a grudge in your heart. However, I advise you to go and have a look in 3 days. It is not to cause trouble, but to get to know someone. Get to know someone. If you meet that person, you will have a new supporter in Taima Sect.
Mrs. Musk turned the jade cup and said slowly. The snow-white skin on her body was actually whiter than the cup in her hand. It seemed to be glowing and eye-catching.
Who?
Luli, however, was not tempted at all and asked directly. Wei He was originally the apprentice of the Changchun Old Demon. After the Changchun Old Demon died, Wei He rarely communicated with others in order to keep his identity secret. As a result, Wei He became a marginalized person without a backer in the Taima Sect. If there is a new backer, then there might be a chance to go to the Spirit Emperor's treasury.
You guess?
However, Mrs. Musk smiled mysteriously and uttered 2 words.
Ma'am, please stop playing riddles. I am very anxious to break through the nascent soul, and I am asking for your guidance. Once the matter is accomplished, I will let you do whatever you want.
Luli said solemnly and coldly. This is of course a lie. As soon as he becomes nascent soul, he will run back to Huangquan's sect. If Mrs. Musk wants to slander him, she will probably have to wait until the year of the monkey.
Are you really letting me do whatever you want?
But Mrs. Musk believed it and asked with a charming smile.
This is true. Wei He dared to swear to the founder of the Taima Sect that if I say anything false, I will be struck by 5 thunders from the sky, and I will suffer thousands of tortures and die.
Luli raised 3 fingers very seriously and swore on the spot. There was no trace of panic in my heart, because the oath Wei He swore had nothing to do with him. Luli,
since you are so sincere, I will tell you. That person is Luo Rujin.
At this time, Mrs. Musk finally gave the answer. Luo Rujin? Luli was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion.
Who is this person? Heijin Jinjuan.
Mrs. Musk said 4 more words.
Oh, So it's her.
Luli suddenly realized. True Lord Haitian. Luo Rujin. Yangsu's mother.
Luo Rujin's son Yangsu was once the apprentice of Master Taima, and even a candidate for the future leader of Taima Sect. However, he died at the hands of Luli. In the past 3 years, Luo Rujin has lost his beloved son and worked hard to cultivate the Taima Sect's incompetence. With the magic power of heaven, your cultivation level has greatly increased, and with the addition of the demonic elements in the demon realm, your cultivation level is already #1 in Nascent Soul. If you can climb up to her high branch and worship her, you will have a new supporter.
Mrs. Musk spoke eloquently.
Luli
fell into deep thought. Yangsu died in his hands. If Luo Rujin discovered his true identity, wouldn't it explode on the spot? Although it's unlikely. What if? This is dangerous.
How about I worship Mrs. Musk as my master? In my eyes, Mrs. Musk is also a first-rate Nascent Soul true monarch.
Luli cupped his hands and bowed.
You sure?
Mrs. Musk smiled when she heard this.
All my apprentices and husbands are dead. Without exception.
It turned out to be a lone star of evil spirits.
Then it's better to skip it.
Luli refused on the spot.
By the way, I almost forgot to mention just now. If you can't find a backer, you will be killed by Jinju and Ji very soon. You should know how ruthless your senior sister Lingyu is. Right. She blew the pillow wind. You will definitely not survive a month, because you must have something detrimental to her.
Mrs. Musk gloated a little. Luli.
Damn it.
Women are such trouble. Chapter 306. I am Yangsu. What to do? Otherwise, just go and kill that Lingyu. Luli had a murderous intention in his heart. But then I thought about it. Doing this would only get myself into more trouble. Do you really want Yangsu's mother to be your backer?
How's it going? Haven't you thought about it yet?
At this time, Mrs. Musk, who was sitting at the opposite table, asked with a smile.
That true monarch borer is domineering and ferocious. Even if your old friend Lingyu, senior sister, doesn't blow the pillow, sooner or later he will find an opportunity to kill you. Unless you immediately leave Taima Sect. I am a genius after all. Will the sect leader just let true monarch borer fly harm others?
Luli said coldly.
Ha ha. This is the Taimo Sect, the largest demon sect in the world. Killing a true lord of the nascent soul to a true Jin Dan is like killing an ant. Moreover, when the demon world comes in the future, the entire world will belong to the Taimo Sect. Is there a shortage of geniuses? You have become so naive these years outside. Could it be that you have gone to the Immortal Alliance?
Mrs. Musk chuckled. A little thump. Luli's heart skipped a beat. And then he nodded.
Mrs. Musk is really clever. Yes, I have visited the Immortal League in the past few years, and my life is indeed quite comfortable. TSK. Don't say such nonsense. If the spirit language hears it, he will lead someone to arrest you.
Mrs. Musk reminded with a smile.
Thank you, madam, for reminding me. I just came back, and I am still a little uncomfortable. I will pay attention to it in the future.
Luli nodded. A trace of doubt arose in my heart. Why is this woman in front of her so keen on marrying Luo Rujin? This person is the true lord of the demon sect. He is very scheming, and will never be a good person for no reason. If he were a good person, this Mrs. Musk would not be alive today. She definitely has something up her sleeve. Although Luli knew that his appearance was quite handsome, he would never make a girl from the demon sect who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years fall in love instantly.
How about it? Haven't you decided yet? If you really want to get to know that true Lord Haitian, I can help you make the connection.
At this time, Mrs. Musk blinked her beautiful eyes.
To tell you the truth, Madam is so old-fashioned and warm-hearted. What is her agenda?
Luli asked directly. Hearing this, Mrs. Musk was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said,
Of course I have a plan. I want you to do a small favor and get some demonic energy from the Black Shinjinjuan. Let me break through the nascent soul.
Is this true? Luli was a little dubious.
Mrs. Musk, you are also at nascent soul consummation, and you should have known the true monarch Haitian for many years. Asking her for help shouldn't be a problem. Right. Why do you need my help? She and I had some old grudges.
Mrs. Musk sighed.
Oh, what old grudge? We once robbed a man together, and I won the robbery. I see.
Luli suddenly realized. This kind of hatred for love is comparable to a blood feud among the demon sect. No wonder Mrs. Musk didn't dare to speak to Yangsu's mother. After all, it is the demonic element. An extremely precious thing.
Then again, Why does Madam Musk think that if I can help Madam, I will definitely be able to get to know the true Lord Blackshin? I am just an ordinary gene and perfection.
Luli played with a chess piece and asked again. This was what puzzled him the most. The way he played had no capital, and was not in the eyes of Luo Rujin. That Luo Rujin is now the #1 person in the Yuaning of the Taimao sect. And he has a great background. Let alone the golden pill. Even the Yuaning cannot attract her attention. However, Mrs. Musk in front of her seemed very confident.
Are you ordinary?
At this moment, Mrs. Musk's eyes were filled with brilliance. And she looked at Luli with a look that looked at rare treasures.
No. 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 You are very special. Special?
Luli looked surprised.
That's right. What's special about you is that you look a lot like Luo Rujin's son, Yang Su.
Mrs. Musk said something surprising. Luli was stunned on the spot. Does he look like Yang Su? I really didn't expect this. Wrong. Luli recalled that when he first met Yang Su, the guy was arrogant, aloof and contemptuous of everything. How was this similar to his humble and easygoing temperament? At this time, Mrs. Musk spread her jade hands, and a shadow stone appeared in her snow-white palm. Buzz. There was a trembling sound, and the azure light of the shadow shined brightly, projecting a figure floating in the air. It's Yang Su, wearing golden treasure clothes. He is tall and cold, with a face full of arrogance. Immediately afterwards, Mrs. Musk took out a golden dress with a smile and threw it over.
Here, let's try it.
Good. Luli grabbed the golden shirt, stood up, shook it lightly, and put it on his body casually. He raised his eyebrows, showing a somewhat arrogant look. When I glanced at Yang Su in midair, I saw that he was actually quite similar. Then, quietly run the underworld reincarnation technique to simulate Yang Su's aura. 9 points. Very similar. Luli instantly turned into Yang Su.
It really looks like it.
Mrs. Musk stared at Luli with bright eyes.
If that Luo Rujin sees you, she will definitely think that her son has been reborn. Is it true that nothing will happen if you do this?
Luli frowned, casually pulled off the treasure robe and put it aside.
Don't worry. Nothing will happen. That Luo Rujin lost her beloved son and has almost become her inner demon. If she hadn't been depressed about this, she would have broken through to become a god long ago with the help of the Supreme Demon World Demon Energy Cultivation.
There was a hint of envy in Mrs. Musk's eyes. Luli still felt something was wrong. There are many talented people in the demon sect with exquisite orifices. There are definitely many disciples of the demon sect who want to pretend to be Yang Su and befriend Luo Rujin. However, no one succeeded. This is very telling. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the mountain.
Wei, I'm here to play chess with you.
It's that true Lord Yingchong.
This old guy came at the wrong time. Junior brother Wei. Let's ignore him and continue playing chess. It's getting dark anyway, so I'll stay here tonight.
Upon hearing Lord Yingchong's voice, Mrs. Musk immediately smiled seductively. When Luli heard this, his heart moved.
Wei, I have brought you 10 fresh junior sisters.
The voice of Lord Yingchong came in again. Hearing this, Luli's expression straightened.
Jingju and Yingchong sent someone all the way here. It would be too rude to not let him in.
After that, with a pinch of magic, he removed the restrictions of the formation and flew out to greet him. As expected, under the stars and moon in the sky, Lord Yingchong led 10 beautiful women, floating in the air.
In response to the great arrival of true Lord Chong, we are waiting for you at a distance.
Luli's expression remained cold, and he cupped his hands.
Okay, let's have a good fight tonight.
Lord Yingchong held the low box in his hand, his eyes full of fighting spirit.
Please, my true lord.
Luli nodded and welcomed Lord Yingchong and the 10 beautiful maids back to the Jade Palace. As soon as she entered the door, Mrs. Musk rolled her eyes.
Old Yingchong, how could you go to someone else's cave to play chess at night? I just happened to think of a way to break his magical hand. I am so excited that I don't care about day or night. Just so you are here, Mrs. Musk. Watch me use my fists and kicks to kill you two under the horse.
Lord Yingchong looked excited and confident. It seems that he really likes playing chess.
Huh? Are you like a bad guy who wants to overturn the chessboard if you lose? You should go back and study for another 300 to 500 years. And don't hinder me and junior brother Wei.
Mrs. Musk said angrily.
Hack you! Mrs. Musk, you must have fallen in love with this boy. Right. then you are just an old cucumber with green paint and an old pussy eating chicks.
True Lord Ing Chung replied unceremoniously.
You fart.
When Mrs. Musk heard this, her beautiful eyes widened, and she slammed the table and stood up. Bang! The white jade table exploded into powder again. Chessboards and chessboards were scattered all over the floor. Luli.
Dot!
He began to wonder if Wei Yi's cave had bad feng shui, so people kept knocking tables off. However, we still have to smooth things over to prevent these two people from demolishing the cave. Luli sighed secretly and said coldly,
Two true lords. It's not a good time to get angry at this late hour. Why don't you sit down and play a game of chess? No more. This old ghost is annoying just looking at him.
Mrs. Musk glared at True Lord Ing Chung angrily and walked away.
Huh? I'm just telling the truth. Why is this old woman angry? Women are really troublesome. Come on. Junior brother Wei. Leave her alone and let's play chess.
Lord Ing Chung casually summoned a table, placed the chessboard in the chess box, and began to prepare for the game. Luli subconsciously wanted to refuse. He still has to practice. At this moment, a beautiful woman in gold clothes next to her stepped forward, bowed respectfully and said,
Senior brother, do you want me to help you squeeze your shoulders and legs?
This sound. Luli's heart skipped a beat. Why does this voice sound so much like the leader of the Taoist Alliance? Chapter 307 I Keep My Word.
It's me.
The moment Luli turned his head in surprise, two words rang in his mind. The sound is ethereal and extremely pleasant. As expected, he was the leader of the Taoist Alliance.
Let me see if you're dead.
Immediately afterwards, the voice of the leader of the Tao Alliance sounded again, with a hint of gloating. This woman is always so annoying. Upon hearing this, Luli looked slightly cold and said,
Okay, then come and squeeze my legs.
After saying that, he sat opposite Jinju and Ing Chung and nodded.
Jinjuan, you are a guest. You should make your move first. Good.
Lord Ing Chung nodded and started to play the chess piece without saying a word. Luli was ready to take advantage of the situation. At the same time, he glanced at the golden gauze woman standing there.
Why don't you come and beat my legs? Yes.
The woman with golden gauze responded weakly, walked over, squatted down, and began to carefully beat Luli's legs. At the same time, the voice of the leader of the Tao Alliance sounded in his mind.
Boy, if you dare to mess around again, be careful, I will cast a forbidden spell on you so that you will never be able to be tough again.
As soon as these words came out, Luli could only make a small note first, then ask the woman possessed by the leader of the Taoist League to step aside and not interfere with his chess game. Soon, he was defeated. Ing Chung Jinjuan frowned immediately.
Boy, what's going on with you? What about your wild and unconstrained moves before? Are you looking down on me and don't want to play chess with me?
There was a bit of evil in the words. His temper is really bad.
Of course not. I'm just worried.
Luli had a cold face, showing that he was worried. Of course, there is another reason. He wanted Master Ing Chung to leave quickly.
What's on your mind?
Lord Ing Chung was stunned when he heard this.
Could it be the matter of your senior sister Ling Yu? Yes. Senior sister Ling Yu came to warn me personally. I know this woman's character very well. If she blows the pillow to the true monarch, then my fate will be dire. I'm afraid I will have to leave the Taimao sect for refuge again.
Luli nodded coldly. After hearing his words, True Lord Ing Chung hesitated for a moment.
True Lord Borer Chung. This old guy is used to being domineering and arrogant. Moreover, he has recently accepted many people from other demon sects. The momentum is very big. If this old guy takes action, you're alone. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive in the demon sect. I don't want to offend this old guy. Please, Jinjuan, I really don't have the heart to play chess tonight. I will visit you again someday to ask for advice.
Luli handed the guest off as a matter of course.
That's not okay.
True Lord Ing Chung stood up in disappointment, flicked his sleeves, put away the chessboard pieces, and said,
Boy, if you want to survive, you should find a powerful god-forming backer as soon as possible. Thank you, Jinjuan, for your advice. I will consider it. Please,
Luli said, stood up, and sent the person away. When he returned to the palace, a group of beautiful women looked at Luli with somewhat fearful expressions. Obviously, these female disciples of the demon sect heard the conversation between the two of them, and knew that the Luli in front of them had offended the true monarch Jiexia. So they were naturally frightened.
You did a good job squeezing my legs just now. You can serve me tonight.
Luli pointed at the golden gauze woman possessed by the leader of the Taoist Alliance.
Yes.
The woman in gold gauze bowed and saluted. The other female disciples of the demon sect breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The next moment, under the leadership of Luli, the woman with golden gauze followed Luli to the secret training room behind the palace. There was a boom. The door to the secret room is closed.
Leader, why are you here?
Luli asked immediately.
As the leader of the Tao Alliance, I have taken on countless incarnations. What's so strange about appearing in the Taimao sect? How about it? What do you think of my incarnation?
The woman with golden gauze laughed.
She's awesome and beautiful.
Luli looked up and down and gave a thumbs up.
I always feel like your words are not nice.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance frowned. As she spoke, she lifted up her skirt, kicked her little feet, revealing her ice and jade feet. She leaned over and laid down on the spiritual stone jade bed beside her.
Since the leader of the Alliance has an incarnation in the Taimao sect, why do you need me to come here as an undercover agent?
Luli was angry.
Because you are more suitable.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance held his head with both hands and looked at Luli with a smile.
How about it? When you return to the demon sect, do you feel like a fish in water and a tiger in the forest? No. Moreover, the identity of Wei He that you gave me, Alliance leader, almost exposed me. Huh? Did you, Alliance leader, already know that Wei He defected back to the demon sect?
Luli suddenly woke up. In this way, it was the Dao League leader who used his hand to eliminate Wei He, the undercover agent.
Of course. Wei He's mind has been polluted by the demon sect, and he is no longer suitable to be an undercover agent. We can only destroy him. However, he is in the demon sect, so I can't take action. So I have to use your hands to eliminate this traitor. In addition, if you can't even pass this level, there is no need to join the Taimao sect as an undercover agent.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance held his head with one hand and played with his hair on his temples with the other. Smiling lazily,
Hee.
Luli also smiled and replied with 2 words.
Stop, Hee. I'm here to tell you that the day for the Spirit Emperor's treasure trove to be opened is almost here, and the Taimao sect will soon decide on a candidate and set off to the northern abyss.
The leader of the Dao Alliance told a piece of news. So fast? Luli was stunned. He has only been in Taimao sect for a few days, and the Spirit Emperor's treasure house is about to be opened. This is a bit tricky.
Have you thought of a solution?
The leader of the Tao Alliance raised his jade feet and asked while kicking.
There is a way.
An idea flashed through Luli's mind, and he frowned slightly.
Oh, tell me. I'll give you some advice. It's very simple. Be the godson of true Lord Heijin, Luo Rujin. Heijin true monarch Luo Rujin? Yangsu's biological mother? Yes.
Luli nodded.
That Luo Rujin is at the top of the Taimao sect. And if she becomes her godson, he will definitely be chosen to go to the far north abyss. Then again, I think I have met this Luo Rujin once, and his qualifications are not very good. Why did you get the demonic element? Because her lover is the master of Taimao sect.
The leader of the Dao Alliance smiled and revealed a secret.
I see.
Luli suddenly realized something. But suddenly, he thought of something again, and frowned and asked,
Huh? No. I've also met the master of the Taimao sect, and Yangsu doesn't look like him at all. Who said that Yangsu is the son of the leader of the Taimao sect? Yangsu's biological father was named Yang Yin. He died in the 2nd year after Yangsu was born. Then Yangsu was trained by the future leader of the Taimao sect and worshipped directly. Enter Master Taimao.
The leader of the Dao Alliance replied casually. TSK. Luli now completely understood. It turns out that the leader of the Taimao sect has the same taste as him, and likes the new widowed scholar.
Are you sure you want to be Luo Rujin's godson? If you do this, you will definitely be targeted by the master of the Taimao sect, and the possibility of being exposed will greatly increase.
At this time, the leader of the Dao Alliance smiled half-heartedly.
Or do you simply want to continue to take revenge on Yangsu? It's not true.
Luli shook his head.
I'm just fulfilling my promise back then. Back then, I made a bet with Yangsu. If he lost the bet, he would give his mother to me and let me take care of his mother. I have always valued trust and righteousness. I keep my word. So for the sake of Yangsu Hengxiu Jiuchuan, I decided to fulfill this promise. I believe you. If Yangsu really knows, I'm afraid he will be so angry that he cheats.
The leader of the Dao Alliance immediately rolled his eyes.
Then leader, do you have a better way?
Luli asked rhetorically.
No.
The leader of the Tao Alliance simply shook his head.
That's okay.
Luli spread his hands.
Besides, I killed Yang Su and gave true Lord Haitian a son. Now that I am her godson, I have given her a son. In this way, the grudge between me and her will be over. Write it off. If she persists and wants to kill me, then don't blame me for killing her and sending her to be reunited with her son Yang Su and her husband's family. Okay, just watch it yourself and be careful. After all, I can't keep an eye on you all the time.
After the leader of the Tao Alliance finished speaking, he lay down and fell asleep. Obviously, she is not a real clone and has no independent consciousness. Seeing this, Luli frowned. If this bitch slept in his bed, where would he go to practice? That's all. Toss her aside first. With a flick of his hand, Luli moved the sleeping clone of the Taoist Alliance leader aside, sat cross-legged on it, and began to continue to seduce the demon and practice the Heart-Eye Demon Sword. Just like that, time flew by in a blink of an eye. 3 days later, in the early morning, the sky was slightly bright. Luli opened his eyes on time, with a sharp light in his eyes. Still haven't caught the Wan Xiaoxinyan demon. However, today is the happy day when Ling Yu and the true monarch Gigi become Taoist couples. And it is also his only chance to make acquaintance with Yang Su's mother. If it doesn't work, you have to think of other options. Luli thought, flew out of the secret training room, and appeared outside the mountain formation in a flash. Boom! At this moment, a pressure as heavy as a mountain came down fiercely. In the sky, an old man covered in blood robes stood 100 feet away. This person turned out to be an old acquaintance. Brother Li Jing's master, the true blood transformer. Chapter 308, I want to be the leader of Taimao Sect. When Luli was still in the chi refining stage, he found a low-grade spirit ghost, but was snatched away by a guy named Li. This man named Li is Li Jing's younger brother. His master is the short old man in blood robes in front of him, the real man transforming blood. At the banquet to congratulate the demon master on his promotion to the nascent soul, the incarnation master also followed Huangquan Jinjuan, Feihu Jinjuan, and Jintian Great Demon King to cause trouble. Therefore, Luli always remembered him. I never expected that I would meet this person here. Moreover, the mana has not improved much and is still at the level of 10 flower streams. Although he recognized Hua Shuizhenren, Luli still pretended not to know and asked in a deep voice,
Who are you, and why are you blocking my way? I am a real person who transforms blood. Today, you are not allowed to leave this place even half a step.
Master Huashua said coldly. For some reason, when he saw the man in black in front of him, he inexplicably thought of a person he hated so much that he hated him to the core. Land Carp. When he thought of Luli, he felt a little more angry. It was this Luli who caused the Yinming sect to be disbanded. They, the original elders of the Yinming sect, could only take refuge in other people's sects and live humbly. Moreover, this guy Luli also killed his apprentice. I'm afraid it will take the rest of my life to end this blood feud. Thinking of this, Master Huashua couldn't help but feel a bit more ruthless in his words.
You are not allowed to leave this place even half a step? What a joke. You are just a Jin and Taoist. Why do you order me?
Luli's eyes turned cold.
Just with this token.
Master Huashua took out a black jade token with a lifelike blood-colored army moth carved on it.
What is this? A bad token and you want to order me?
Luli glanced at it with disdain.
Bold. This is the token of the true monarch of the dragonfly. No. It should be the token of the demon lord of the dragonfly. The demon lord of the dragonfly has been promoted to god transformation in the past few days. Today, it is he and the true lord of Lingyu who have become a Taoist couple. It's a great day. If you dare to leave this place, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Master Huashua said sharply. Demon Lord Borer? This guy actually broke through to become a god? Luli really didn't guess it. However, what he didn't expect was that the Demon King actually sent people to directly imprison and blockade him, so that he could not go anywhere. Simply overbearing. Luli looked slightly cold. Now, there were 3 paths before him. 1. Just obey and don't go anywhere. 2nd. Ignore Master Huashua and leave Taimao Sect directly. 3rd. Take action. Beat up the real person Huashua, and then go to make a big wedding. The first one is undoubtedly the safest. Just hold back and compromise for the time being and nothing will happen. The second one may still cause the real person Huashua to take action. The third one is to make things bigger and the situation becomes unpredictable. Lu Li's thoughts were racing in his mind. He weighed things up and down, and quickly made up his mind. He's here to be an undercover agent. What is the most important quality for an undercover agent? It's go! So, of course he chose. At this moment, the superior voice of Master Huashue came down.
Why don't you go back to your cave? Don't you think you can resist?
The sound was so huge that it spread far away like rolling thunder. Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of light flew over, revealing themselves to be the gened and elders of the Taima sect who came to join in the fun. At this time, Master Huashue floated in the air, glanced at the demon cultivators in all directions, and said arrogantly,
Wei He, don't toast and eat as a penalty. If you dare to disobey Demon Lord Jieji and leave here without authorization, then I'm going to blame you for being seriously injured.
As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the Taima sect golden pills all around.
Shinju and Shinchi is so domineering. You're really ignorant. It's time to change your name to Demon Lord Bodhisattva. Hee. Demon Lord Bodhisattva is trying to use this Wei He to establish his power. Wei He is going to be in trouble. I'll break up with him later. Mrs. Musk, do you think this kid will back down?
On the distant mountain peak, Lord Ingchong asked with a frown as he held a chessboard in his hand.
Won't.
Mrs. Musk shook her head firmly.
Huh? Why?
The face of Jinju and Ingchong became even more confused.
This kid has no backing and no strength. Does he still have the courage to fight against the old ghost? If he dares, he will die in the nook of this Taima sect within 3 days. In the corner. Why does he dare to fight with the old man? A woman's intuition. I feel that this way he will not back down,
Mrs. Musk said with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Lord Ingchong rolled his eyes. At this moment, Lu Li moved. He stepped up into the sky, his black clothes swaying with the strong wind. He looked down at Master Huashue with cold eyes and uttered a sentence with great disdain.
A loser who has defected to the court, who relies on his own power, and wants to dictate to me? You?
When Master Huashue heard this, his old face turned red immediately, and his eyes showed murderous rage.
Boy, do you dare to say it again? Do you think I'm your father? Would I pamper a useless thing like you? Get out of here. This is the Taima sect. It's not your turn to show off here. A traitor from the Yinming Ghost sect and a stray dog.
Lu Li scolded coldly.
Good. Well said. Get out.
This sentence immediately aroused the applause of several Taima sect golden pills. When Master Huashue heard these cheers, his eyes widened and he became even angrier. He gritted his back molars and said,
Boy, how dare you humiliate me like this? Okay, I will teach you a lesson today. There's so much nonsense. Let's do it. However, seeing how old you are and your magic power is weak, you'd better go back and take a few kilograms of sea dog pills to strengthen the kidneys and replenish yang before you come back. Don't worry about sudden death and blaming me for it. By the way, your father dies. Well, your mother is dead, and your apprentice seems to have been killed by Lu Li. If you die suddenly, won't there be no one to collect your body?
Lu Li scolded mercilessly with a cold face.
Court death.
When Master Huashue heard this, he felt as if his scales had been touched. His eyes turned blood red instantly, and his big sleeves flicked violently. A ray of red gold light, like a meteor flying over a rainbow, swept across the sky and hit Lu Li's face. Strong energy. This is the ultimate magic weapon of Huashue Shinren. Chuanshan Fork. One fork is enough to penetrate mountains and seas. Facing this sharp attack, Lu Li's eyes flashed coldly, and the dark demonic energy spurted out from his body. While rolling violently, it condensed into a 100-foot-long dragon, entrenching itself around him. When the red gold flying fork shot over and stabbed hard into the dark demonic energy, causing a heaven-shattering explosion.
Huh? Change!
Witnessing this scene, Master Huashue's expression changed and he made a secret. Suddenly, the red gold flying fork flashed on the spot, and thousands of golden thunder lights burst out, crashing down with thunderbolts. This is clearly a powerful thunder magic weapon. Under the lightning bombardment, the demonic dragon was directly bombed to pieces.
Little tricks.
Lu Li spit out 4 words coldly. The words fell. Boom. There was a loud roar, and the dark demonic energy suddenly shrank in. In the blink of an eye, a white-boned demon god appeared above Lu Li's head, more than 100 feet tall, with a mouth as big as a mountain. The next moment, the white-boned demon god suddenly opened his huge mouth and swallowed. Sukyo-yo. Most of all the golden lightning was swallowed up by the bone demon god. The pure yang lightning was unable to break through the bone demon god at all. This is exactly one of the powerful spells in the phaseless demonic art. The white bone demon god devouring heaven technique.
How could it be? Such powerful magic power?
Master Huashua's face changed drastically, and a look of shock appeared in his pupils. This mana has reached the level of 80 flower streams, enough to reach the bottom of the golden elixir list.
So strong! This kid hides his strength.
Almost at the same time, Lord Yingqiong and Madame Musk in the distance also widened their eyes and marveled. At this moment, Lu Li made a secret move. Boom! The demonic energy righted again, rolling like a dragon, condensing into a huge demonic god that was as red as fire, ferocious, and his whole body seemed to be condensed by magma. The strong smell of sulfur immediately filled the world. This is the Balrog, one of the 72 demon gods. Roar! The flame demon god roared up to the sky, opened his mouth wide, and sprayed out streams of red divine light, as thick as stone pillars, carrying the terrifying flames that burned the sky, overwhelming the sky and hitting the real person Huashua. This is another spell of the phaseless demonic skill. The flame demon burning heaven divine light. The power of the magic has reached the level of 100 flowers. This is enough to rank 10th on the golden elixir list.
Not good!
When Master Huashua saw it, his voice trembled with fear. He threw dozens of talismans with both hands and exploded in the air. Suddenly, thunder, lightning, flames, and torrents of ice poured out. Then, he turned around and turned into a bloody light and left. This guy knew he couldn't stop him, so he ran away. He doesn't even want his own magic weapon. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, there were explosions in the sky, roaring in all directions, and magma and flames flying around.
Want to run?
Lu Li seemed to have expected it, and he descended from the sky, just like the arrival of the great emperor, suddenly appearing in front of the real person Huashua. He raised his big hand, and boundless demonic energy rolled out, condensed into an infinite demonic palm, and he grabbed it hard. This giant palm covers the sky and the sun, like a vast sky net, leaving people with nowhere to escape.
Ah!
Huashuazhenren couldn't escape at all, and was directly caught in the hands of the phaseless demon. The domineering and violent phaseless demonic energy was crazily poured into his body. In an instant, it was like a balloon inflating, directly stretching the person into a big meatball. He will explode and die at any time.
Wei He! You dare to kill me? Zhenjuan will not let you go.
Between life and death, the real person Huashua said with a fierce expression.
Oh!
Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped forward, dominated the sun and the moon, looked down at Master Huashua from above, and asked in a cold voice.
I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again? Wei He! You dare to kill me? Lord Zhuzi. No. Demon Lord Zhuzi will not let you go. If you kill me, you will slap him in the face. He will soon come to trouble you. If you don't want to die, just let me go. Otherwise, you will die.
Master Huashua's face turned pale, and he tried to remain calm. However, there was still a trace of fear and despair in his eyes. At this moment, two figures descended from the sky and appeared next to Lu Li. It's Lord Yingqiong and Mrs. Musk.
Wei He! It's better to let him go. There's no point in offending Demon Lord Bodhisattva to death.
True Lord Yingqiong advised.
So the true king is here.
Lu Li turned around when he heard the sound and smiled coldly.
It just so happened that I figured something out. What's the matter?
Mrs. Musk asked curiously.
Whether it is Demon Lord Bodhisattva or True Lord Heijin, the biggest backer of Taimo's sect is not them, but the leader of Taimo's sect. So,
Lu Li said coldly, turned to stare at the real person Huashua, and spat out the second half of the sentence.
That I want to be the next leader of the Taimo sect.
The words fell. Boom. Huashuazhenren's body swelled up and exploded suddenly. Red and white things were flying in all directions. Master Huashua dies. Chapter 309, I don't agree with this marriage. Huashuazhenren exploded on the spot. At that moment, the hearts of everyone present seemed to explode. Suffocated. Then, Lu Li's words reached his ears, and his heart tightened again. He wants to be the next leader of the Taimo sect?
Wei He! You?
True Lord Yingqiong waved his hand to burn out the flying blood foam, and stared at Lu Li in disbelief.
What did you just say? Do you want to be the next leader of the Taimo sect?
Mrs. Musk's beautiful eyes widened, and she was inexplicably shocked. Certainly. Luli nodded coldly. As he said that, he waved his hand and took the golden elixir, the storage ring, and the token of Demon Lord Bodhisattva in his hand.
Aren't you kidding? You have offended Demon Lord Jiaocheng. You can't even survive tomorrow. You still want to be the next leader of Taimo Sect?
Lord Yingcheng said with a foxy look on his face. The surrounding Taimo Sect Jindan monks also looked shocked and suspicious. This guy's tone is a bit loud. However, this guy is really brave to dare to kill Zhenjuan in broad daylight. Simply not afraid of death.
How brave! How dare you kill someone in the Taimo Sect in broad daylight? What crime should you be punished for?
At this moment, an old woman in gray robes with gray hair crashed down, and the pressure of the transformed god enveloped the entire place. Coming. The backup plan of Demon Lord Boji is here. When Lord Yingcheng and Mrs. Musk looked at the old woman in gray robe, their expressions darkened. This old woman in gray robe is the master uncle of Demon Lord Bodhisattva. She must be spying in secret. As soon as she sees Wei He hurting someone, she comes to arrest him. Wei He is afraid that he will be arrested and tortured to death.
What's the crime?
Luli glanced at the old woman in gray robe who suddenly appeared, his expression still cold.
You old guy is the one who is guilty. It was the Master Huaxue who broke the sect rules first and hurt people. You old guy is blind. Of course you can't see it. You just ran out now? Why? Were you going to have a baby just now?
As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around him. Everyone stared at Luli in disbelief with their eyes widened. It's like seeing a madman. Lord Yingcheng and Mrs. Musk looked like they were seeing ghosts.
Awesome. This kid really opened my eyes with a knife on his butt. How dare you be so tough on an avatar?
True Lord Yingcheng was filled with admiration. Then, he and Mrs. Musk retreated, acting as if they didn't recognize Luli.
Boy, you are looking for death.
The old woman in gray robe had never been so humiliated before. With a cold look in her eyes, she was about to kill Luli on the spot. Boom. At this moment, an astonishing aura immediately burst out from Luli's body. Climbing up, the mana of 120 flowers, the mana of 150 flowers, 200 flower streams, 250 flower streams. In the end, the mana stopped at 300 flowers. Everyone was instantly stunned when they felt Luli's mana, which was as deep as the sea and as majestic as the ocean. Then, the whole audience exclaimed,
How is it possible? This kid actually possesses such amazing magical power? This level of mana is enough to rank second on the golden elixir list. It's impossible. How on earth does this guy practice? It's a mistake. It's a mistake.
True Lord Yingcheng was inexplicably shocked. He stared at Luli and murmured,
This is really the eunuch's long cock. Incredible. This guy.
Mrs. Musk's beautiful eyes were also extremely shocked, and her heart was beating fast. She suddenly knew why Luli dared to boast that he would become the next leader of the Taimo Sect in Haikao. With this level of strength, he is undoubtedly the number one in golden elixir among the Taimo Sect.
How can this be?
Similarly, the old woman in gray robe was also full of shock. What makes them even more unimaginable is that this is only 1/10 of Luli's strength. Boom. At this moment, Luli suddenly withdrew all his magic power, with a cold look on his face, and said in a cold voice,
Now, I want to go and congratulate the wedding of Demon Lord Boji and my senior sister Lingyu. Please give way to Demon Lord transformation.
You? When the old woman in gray robe heard this, her eyes widened. However, before she could have an attack, an extremely powerful divine thought seemed to come down from somewhere. The next moment, the gray-robed old woman's face changed several times. She gritted her teeth and glared at Luli fiercely. She actually flew aside and got out of the way. Obviously, it was the hidden old monsters from the Taimo Sect who spoke. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone, Luli's demonic energy erupted, rolling like a dragon, wrapping him up and flying into the sky, flashing several times and sweeping across the sky.
Let's go! Go watch the fun!
Yingcheng Zhenjuan's eyes were filled with excitement, and he quickly followed.
Now there's something good to see.
Mrs. Musk said something with a smile, teleported, and chased after Luli.
Watch the fun!
Almost at the same time, the golden elixir demon cultivators roared out from all around. Apparently it's not too big a deal to watch the fun. The old woman in gray robe also wanted to follow. But a cold thought came down.
Junior Sister Zheng, you are unfair and almost hurt a demon sect genius. You should go back and reflect on it. Yes,
The old woman in gray robe turned pale, and immediately held her hands. At Lingyu Peak, firecrackers were blasting. Gongs and drums are noisy. Lanterns are decorated. Today is a happy day for Demon Lord Boji and Lord Lingyu to form a Taoist couple. It can also be regarded as a great happy event for Taimao Sect. The scene was huge. A jade staircase paved with high-grade spiritual stones leads from the foot of the mountain directly to the top of the mountain. It is extremely luxurious. At this time, the sun was 3 poles high. The guests have almost arrived. The wedding at the top of the mountain has almost reached the stage of exchanging 3 life rings and forming an eternal bond for 3 lives. Once the 3 life precepts are exchanged and a cup of wine is drunk in front of all the guests, it will be regarded as a true Taoist couple.
It's a pity that we can't see the great joy of Master and Lord Lingyu becoming a Taoist couple. We don't even have a chance to have a meal.
A tall and thin man wearing a green robe stood in the welcoming pavilion, looking at the top of the mountain with a look of regret on his face.
Don't worry. Master will not treat us badly.
The white-faced middle-aged man on the side said calmly.
That's true. Hey, someone is here again.
The green-robed man nodded, suddenly sensing something. He raised his head sharply. At this time, a mass of demonic energy appeared on the horizon, like boundless waves rolling in, covering the sky and the sun, and the momentum was very scary. In a few blinks, the demonic energy swept up and landed suddenly. A figure immediately appeared in front of the 2 of them. It's him. Seeing the face of the visitor, the faces of the man in green robe and the man with white face suddenly turned cold. This person is clearly an old friend of Jinju and Lingyu. Wei He? What happened? Didn't Master send someone to imprison this person? Why did he get out? The 2 of them looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. However, there is not much to worry about. The 2 of them are nascent souls, enough to stop Jin Dan's Wei He. But the next moment, swish, 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 rays of magic light roared from the sky and landed at the foot of the mountain. Everyone's face was full of excitement. The 2 were keenly aware that something was wrong.
Wei He, come here to congratulate me. A gift, a fresh golden elixir.
At this time, Lu Li flashed and appeared in front of the 2 of them. With a cold face, he threw a round golden elixir and landed on the long platform covered with red cloth.
Wei He, my master does not welcome you.
The man in green robe picked up the golden elixir and handed it back with an indifferent expression. Although I don't know what Lu Li wants to do, he must not be allowed to go up and destroy the gift.
Oh, not welcome.
Lu Li looked cold and narrowed his eyes slightly.
I just want to go up and congratulate you. But you are not welcome. Are you trying to force me to go crazy? How dare you? Do you want to die?
The white-faced middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he threatened sternly.
What's wrong with that?
Lu Li was not afraid at all.
I have some things in my hand. If you don't let me go up to congratulate you, don't blame me for throwing them all over the floor.
You? When the 2 of them heard this, their expressions darkened, and they looked at each other with a fierce light in their eyes. The 2 of them were about to take action. At this moment, a red light fell from the sky on the top of the mountain, and a beautiful woman wearing a long red robe appeared in the pavilion.
Meet senior sister.
When the 2 of them saw it, they immediately bowed their hands.
Dad asked me to take him up.
The beautiful woman stared at Lu Li coldly, her eyes as cold and sharp as a poisonous snake. It turns out that this woman is the daughter of the true monarch Bodhisattva.
Just right.
Lu Li nodded and followed the red-robed woman to the top of the mountain. Lord Chong, Madame Musk and others immediately dropped a congratulatory gift and followed closely behind them. Soon, the group of people went straight to the top of the mountain and came to a huge palace with red lanterns hanging and a very festive decoration. This huge palace is made of unknown jade and looks quite majestic, magnificent and gorgeous. As soon as you walk in, there is something else inside the palace. It is as big as 10 football fields. The house was full of guests. A series of surprised and suspicious glances swept over and fell on Lu Li. In the center of the main hall, there is a woman wearing a phoenix robe and a crown of clouds and gorgeous ornaments. She is like a dazzling pearl, dazzling and eye-catching. It was that senior sister Lingyu. Seeing Lu Li's appearance, a gloomy and cold look immediately flashed in her eyes. Next to her stood a man in a golden robe, with a tall figure and a majestic appearance. He gave people the impression that he was like a general holding thousands of troops and horses, giving people a great sense of intimidation. As soon as Lu Li appeared, he felt his intimidating gaze sweep over him, making people feel fearful.
You sit here.
Under the guidance of the woman in red robe, Luli came to a white jade round table in the southeast corner, and a message came coldly.
If you dare to cause trouble here, you will die if you try.
The threat of Chigwogwo. Luli sat down with an expression as cold as iron. He didn't immediately start to get angry. This made everyone present feel relieved, but also made the following Jinju and Ing Chong, Mrs. Musk and others inexplicably disappointed. Immediately afterwards, the wedding continued. Luli, on the other hand, was drinking his own wine. His eyes scanned the whole place, and he suddenly spotted some familiar people. True Lord Huangquan, True Lord Feihu, and the great demon King Jintian. It's a table in the northwest corner. There was also Nangong Xie and his wife, sitting at the table near the front. There was a beautiful woman in black robes sitting at the same table with Nangong Xie, who was Yang Su's mother, the true Lord Haitian, Luo Rujin. At this moment, the daughter of the true monarch Bodhisattva stood on the high platform in front and shouted,
Serve the wine.
Suddenly, the maid came up with a white jade tray and jade cups and wine cups. It is obvious that we have reached the stage where we are about to join forces and win the cup. Call. The Lingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, smiled at Demon Lord Boar, stretched out his jade hand, and was about to pick up the glass of wine. At this time, Luli dropped the finished jade cup to the ground. Bang! There was a sudden sound like a silver bottle falling to the ground. Debris flew everywhere. The whole place was silent, and countless eyes swept over. Under the spotlight, Luli stood up slowly, looked directly at the fairy-like spirit, and said coldly,
I don't agree with this marriage.
Chapter 310 She is my true love. Luli's voice was not loud. However, all the demon cultivators present heard it clearly. All kinds of surprised, sharp, gloating, and good-looking eyes immediately came over. There was a trace of anger on Demon Lord Boji's expression. That senior sister Lingyu had a look of frust on her face.
Boy, do you dare to cause trouble?
At this time, the woman belonging to the Demon Lord Bodhisattva glanced over with a cold gaze, looking unkind. While he was talking, several nascent soul lords gathered around him, filled with evil spirits. It looked like he was planning to invite Luli away.
I'm not here to cause trouble.
Under the gaze of everyone, Luli looked cold and said calmly,
Back then, senior sister Lingyu came to my door to break off the engagement, and she broke up with me. However, after I recovered my cultivation and formed the phaseless magic elixir, she secretly came to my door again.
This is real. The Lingyu in front of him was very good at adapting to the situation. When he saw that Wei he had turned into a useless person, he immediately broke off the engagement. When Wei he transformed into a genius, he immediately came back to make a private life. It can be said that he is following the trend. This is the nature of people in the devil's way. However, if you say it at this grand wedding banquet, it will always make people think that Lingyu is a woman who wanders around. Lingyu's face was extremely ugly. The mood is also extremely complicated. There was traces of panic, fear, and panic in his eyes. She originally thought that under the strong pressure of the Demon Lord, Wei he in front of her would stay in the cave obediently and not dare to come and cause trouble. Unexpectedly, the real Wei he was dead, and a fake Wei he came directly to cause trouble. However, after all, Lingyu was a woman who had cultivated to become the nascent soul true monarch. She was able to climb up to the demon monarch. She obviously had some plans. As soon as she had an idea, she said coldly,
Wei he, my lifelong private relationship with you is just what you think. I didn't destroy your fantasy because of our past friendship. Today, I will sever all ties with you.
In just one sentence, the responsibility was completely shied away in an instant. She also established herself as a good woman. There is also no reason to refute. This lifelong private decision was private, with no witnesses and no physical evidence. If the entanglement continues, it can only mean that the phaseless devil in front of me has unrequited love and wishful thinking.
Boy, Lord Lingyu has severed all ties with you. Are you still not leaving? Do you really think that Lord Lingyu will like you? If you don't leave, I might be rude to you. Humph. True Lord Lingyu is as beautiful as an immortal, with a beautiful orchid quality. I don't know how many people in the entire demon sect admire him. Only my master, Demon Lord Boar, is worthy of him. Who do you think you are?
Suddenly, a series of sarcastic and mocking voices came. The people who spoke were all disciples or close friends of the Demon Lord. While they were talking, those nascent soul lords came around fiercely, watching with eager eyes. If Luli dared to chirp again, they would immediately throw the person to the foot of the mountain.
Break all ties with me?
Luli couldn't help but sneer.
In the beginning, who pitifully begged me to get back together, saying that someone forced you to break off the engagement, and then made a private lifelong commitment with me.
Hearing these words, Ling Yu's eyes became indifferent.
I don't want to get entangled with you. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, I will ask someone to beat you out.
As he said that, he put his body on the body of the Demon King, with a look of pity on his face. Demon Lord Boji was also a little impatient and raised his big hand and waved. Several nascent soul lords surrounding him immediately surrounded him, their eyes showing fierceness, and they hugged Lu Li and wanted to take him away directly. Witnessing this scene, Lord Ingchong, Madame Musk and others who were ready to watch the show were disappointed. I thought there was something fun to watch. I didn't expect Wei He to be of this level. But it's no wonder that he is alone. How could he not be able to compete with the powerful god-transforming Demon King?
Wait!
At this moment, Lu Li looked indifferent and suddenly said,
It is only natural to pay back debts. Senior Sister Ling Yu, this is the end of our grudge. However, Senior Sister Ling Yu, you should pay back the hundreds of billions you owe me.
Bar? Hundreds of billions? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Then, the expressions of some demons immediately became a little playful.
Wei He, don't talk nonsense. When will I owe you hundreds of billions?
Ling Yu vaguely guessed something. His eyes were cold and his voice was as cold as frost. There was a faint hint of murderous intent in his words.
Okay. Then I will remind Senior Sister.
Lu Li had no expression on his face and said slowly.
In the hall, on the stove, on the huge rocks in the wild, on the 1,000-year-old tree branches, on the boat, above the sea of clouds, on the windowsill, under the water. I gave it to you. Hundreds of billions. You should pay it back.
As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Then, boom, there was an uproar. There were also a lot of snickers.
Jia. This kid is really as cold and sinister as the rumors say. It turns out these are hundreds of billions. And they really should be repaid? No. There's a picture. Madam, can we try it later? Interesting.
Mrs. Musk laughed so hard that her branches quivered.
This kid is really wiping the screen window's ass. And let me miss it.
Lord Ingchong on the side was also full of amazement.
Hey, why does this guy sound so much like that guy when he talks?
At another table, the great demon King Xintian was secretly surprised, although he also wanted to laugh. But now that he was under the sect of the Demon Lord, he could only hold back his smile and notice something at the same time. Just when everyone burst into laughter,
court death.
Suddenly, an angry shout sounded. A nascent soul lord standing next to Lu Li was furious. He raised his big hand and slapped Lu Li on the head. He was going to kill Lu Li on the spot.
Enough.
At the critical moment, an astonishing cold air erupted from the body of the true monarch Bodhisattva and swept through the entire hall. Click, click, click. On the ground, on the table, and on the glasses of wine. A thin layer of black ice condensed. The devil is terrifying. Suddenly, the whole place fell into dead silence. No one dared to laugh anymore. The face of Senior Sister Ling Yu was extremely ugly. From today on, she would probably become the laughing stock of the entire Taimao sect. She couldn't help but feel a trace of resentment and murderous intention in her heart. And her otherworldly appearance also added a bit of ferocity. If she had known that something like this would happen, she would have just poisoned Wei He in front of her. However, at this point, she could no longer control the development.
Enough.
The big man, with a majestic look on his face, showed a bit of domineering demeanor. And he waved his hand. Immediately, several nascent soul lords surrounding Lu Li glared at Lu Li fiercely, and dispersed obediently.
Faceless Demon Lord. What do you want?
Demon Lord Bodhisattva stood with his hands behind his hands, and asked in a deep voice.
It's very simple.
Lu Li looked coldly and said,
When I come today, I will either take away people or take away a rich amount of spiritual stones. Money and people must be taken away together.
In this sentence, every word is extremely important, showing great determination.
You can't take this person away. Tell me, how many spiritual stones do you want? 300 high-grade spiritual stones?
The Demon Lord Bodhisattva generously stated a number. This shocked everyone present. What a grand gesture. Is this really the Demon Lord? How could he be so afraid of the formless Demon Lord in front of him?
300 high-grade spiritual stones?
However, Lu Li sneered.
Demon Lord Borer, do you know who Senior Sisterling you is to me? She is my childhood sweetheart. My unforgettable love. So, I have to pay more.
Everyone.
Dot. How much do you want?
Demon Lord Boji asked in a deep voice.
1,000.
Luli said coldly.
At least 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Only then can I be worthy of the priceless sincerity I paid.
Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked. Good guy. You actually want 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones? This is no longer a lion opening its mouth, but a whale opening its mouth. Even more cruel than the mother-in-law asking for a bride price. Some nascent soul demonic cultivator shot over with murderous eyes. If it hadn't been for the control of the true monarch Bodhisattva, they would have taken action to beat this greedy guy like Luli to a pulp on the spot and feed it to the dogs.
8,000 high-grade spiritual stones? Okay, I'll give it to you.
At this moment, Demon Lord Boji said something unexpected. Hearing these words from the Demon Lord, the whole audience was surprised again. What is this development? Just as he was thinking about it, Demon Lord Boji took off a blood jade storage ring from his big hand, and when his magic power was activated, the light flashed continuously. It seems to be moving the treasure inside. After a moment, Demon Lord Bodhisattva lowered his eyes and waved his hand. Call out. The blood jade storage ring flew out and shot through the air toward Luli's face. Luli grabbed it with his big hand and grabbed it directly.
1,000 high-grade spiritual stones have been given to you.
The Demon Lord Borer stood with his hands behind his back, murderous intent leaking from his side, as if an emperor was angry and laid down millions of corpses.
However, it depends on you whether you can carry this storage ring down the mountain.
When everyone heard this, they turned their heads sharply. Outside the main hall, 3 figures were already standing on the white jade mountain steps paved with high-grade spiritual stones. One on the top of the mountain, one on the mountainside, one at the foot of the mountain. The abyss is as deep as the sea and unfathomable, and the murderous intent is like a demon rising into the sky. Chapter 311. Make another bet with the great demon King Jintian. These 3 people are all perfect in their golden elixir, but they are all extraordinary golden elixir perfections. The middle-aged man standing outside the main hall was wearing a big black robe. He was 9 feet tall, with a strong back and a strong waist. His face was as red as blood, and his leopard eyes were glaring, ferocious, like a Rakshasa ghost coming at night. His mana aura only has about 40 flowers. However, if you look closely, you will see that this big man's veins are like numbness and his muscles are high. Under the black robe, there seems to be a python entrenched, and his blood is as hot as fire, rushing toward his face. This is obviously a body-refining monk. Look at the mountainside again. He is a young man, wearing a bunch of green clothes, fluttering in the wind, gently waving a feather fan. He is as handsome as a doctor or military advisor. However, his mana aura was as majestic as a wave, rushing towards his face, and it was so powerful that it could reach as many as 100 flowers, enough to rank in the top 10 on the golden elixir list. At the moment when everyone was shocked, the young man in green took out a blood-colored elixir the size of a dragon's eye and drank it. Boom! 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 Astonishing magic power, like a volcano erupting, rushed out of his body and turned into a bloody smoke, as straight as a pillar, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, his mana has reached the combined level of 300 flower streams. Everyone was shocked. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on the rickety figure at the foot of the mountain. This is an old man in white clothes who is less than 5 feet tall. His body is as bowed as a shrimp. His breath is weak, and he is like a candle in the wind. He is barely supporting his body with the bone crutch in his hand. Seeing this person, some nascent soul lord's pupil shrank. This platinum old man has already reached his end and has half his foot in the coffin. However, he has contracted all his blood, mana, and soul energy into the golden elixir. Once it all breaks out, he will deal extremely terrifying attack damage. Even if true Lord Nascent Soul is not aware of it for a moment, he will be directly killed. These 3 people were guarding the top of the mountain, the mountainside, and the foot of the mountain. Each one was more powerful than the other, and each one was more terrifying than the other. They were unfathomable. I'm afraid Wei He in front of me can't get through. As expected of Demon Lord Bodhisattva, he is really very scheming, and he actually went with the flow and arranged for 3 masters to snipe Wei He. Cruel enough. Now there are only 2 paths before Wei He. 1. Put down the storage ring on your hand. Admit defeat and leave. 2. go through 3 levels. Then, he died under the killing moves of the 3 masters. Third, successfully break through and leave happily. Of course, this last one is impossible. Because
it's senior brother Lu Shenlu. I heard that he has perfected his heavenly dragon demonic body. With one punch, he can split mountains and rocks, shatter the void, and have the power of a dragon. Could that young man in blue be the adopted son of Demon Lord Ming Long? Hong Yi? How did he cultivate such powerful magic power? Is that the old devil Wang Len at the foot of the mountain? Is he not dead yet? Old Demon Wang has lived for 1500 years. Right. How terrifying will his magic power be? TSK. I'm afraid this formless demon king can only lie down and leave.
All the guests immediately started talking and were shocked.
It's over.
Mrs. Musk frowned. When she saw these 3 people, she knew that Lu Li had lost. Lord Yicheng on the side also shook his head repeatedly. He knew that Lu Sheng, Hong Yi, and Wang Lin were all ruthless men under the command of true monarch Jiaozi. With these 3 killing gods blocking the way, not to mention Wei He, even Lu Li, the number 1 person in Jindan. Yes, I have to lose all my skin. This time it was completely out of the question.
Wei He, if you want to leave, you can. Defeat the 3 of them. However, swords have no eyes. If you die in their hands, I will reluctantly collect your body for you. Of course, if you put down the storage ring now, I will. It's a happy occasion, and if I don't want to see blood,
I'll spare your life.
At this moment, Demon Lord Bodhisattva gave a deep shout, instantly silencing the entire audience. Lu Li frowned when he heard this. There seemed to be a bit of sadness on his face.
Snort.
Suddenly, a cold snort sounded.
Young man, you don't know how high the sky is. If you were wise, just leave the storage ring and retreat.
Lu Li followed the sound and found that the person who spoke turned out to be Zhenjuan Huangquan. This guy, when he made a noise at this time, was obviously trying to lick the stinky feet of the Demon Lord. Seeing this, Lu Li showed a trace of disdain. At this time, the purple-faced old man who was sitting at the same table with True Lord Huangquan, True Lord Feihu, also spoke up and snorted.
You, a little golden elixir, dare to ruin the good deeds of Demon Lord Borer? You simply don't know how to live or die. Fortunately, Demon Monarch, you are magnanimous and don't remember the faults of villains. But you are not a bad person. If it were anyone else, they would have let you get under the crotch of those 3 people before they would spare your life. Boy, don't drink as a penalty if you don't drink the toast. This is not a place for you to misbehave.
A nascent soul lord immediately spoke up and reprimanded.
That's right.
As soon as he finished speaking, the great demon king made a thunderous sound and sneered.
There is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Do you really think you are that monster Lu Li, who can sweep the world's golden elixirs and be invincible?
These people are all Yuan Zhenjuan. Golden elixir, in their eyes, is really similar to ants. They are all existences that can be crushed to death casually. Don't take it to heart at all. Unless he was a monster like Lu Li, who had a hard time dealing with 1 person in a million years. At this moment, Luo Rujin, who was sitting in front and watching the show with a cold face and kept silent, let out a surprised sound. In her senses, this man in black named Wei, he always had a figure as tall as a gun and a cold gaze, giving people a sense of arrogance and invincible confidence. This feeling is inexplicably familiar. Very familiar. Very familiar. Her silent and frozen heart couldn't help but tremble.
Wei He, you'd better stop. There are masters out there.
At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. It turned out to be that senior sister Ling Yu. She sighed softly.
Although you are very talented, you are still too weak. If you leave forcibly, you will die. Please forget about me. After all, you and I are not from the same world.
Huh? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This woman is actually so kind, repaying evil with kindness, and comes to persuade the formless demon lord to stop? No. This is a provocative method. This woman is so vicious.
Forget you?
Unexpectedly, Lu Li looked cold and smiled disdainfully.
Sorry. There has never been a place for you in my mind. You are just like those girls in the flower house. They are just trash that I throw away after I use them.
Boom! As soon as these words came out, Ling Yu's eyes widened and his face was filled with anger. The guests in the main hall were also in an uproar. This is not only a slap in the face of Zhenjuan Ling Yu, but also a slap in the face of Demon Lord Chongqi. This is obviously talking about Demon Lord Bodhisattva picking up junk. Demon Lord Boji's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying glare shot out from his eyes. However, the words had already been spoken, and he would not break his words easily in front of so many people. He just said coldly, "Boy, I saw that you were preparing to leave by force. Then, get out." Good. Luli turned out to be straightforward and rushed out of the hall in a flash, bathing in the sunlight. "The war is about to begin. Boy, if you dare to come and ruin my master's good deeds, you are dead. I will crush your bones inch by inch." Outside the main hall, the tall man in black robe named Lu Sheng lowered his figure slightly, revealing his fierce look. Boom! The next moment, his clothes exploded, and his whole muscles twisted and squirmed. His figure seemed to be blowing air, twisting and squirming sharply. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 2-foot-tall muscular giant. The whole body is covered in blood. The skin is covered with a layer of snake-like white scales. The mouth is as wide as a copper plate, with serrated teeth arranged in dense rows, like a man-eating demon. Boom, boom, boom. As the heart beats, the surrounding space vibrates, creating circles of ripples. Everyone can feel the terrifying destructive power in his body. The next moment, he raised his upper right hand and clenched it into a fist. A red light flashed, and a dark gold glove emerged, engraved with strange magic patterns, as if it had the cold power to destroy the sun and the moon. "Is it a magic weapon? Star-shattering gloves?" someone exclaimed. The magic weapon is a magic weapon forged by the Taimao sect based on the guidance of the demon envoy. It is powerful and frightening, 7 or 8 times more powerful than the best magic weapon. What's even more horrifying is that these magic weapons seem to be able to be manufactured in batches. The star-shattering glove on Lu Sheng's fist in front of him was one of them. With one punch, 10 times the power explodes. Now, this Lu Sheng itself is the power of a dragon, stimulating the demonic body of the heavenly dragon to increase his power 3 times, and then using the magic weapon star-breaking glove to increase it 10 times. That is 30 times. With one punch, with the power of 30 dragons, Jean Dan will definitely die. Humph. This kid is looking for death. He really thinks he is that pervert Lu Li. The great demon King Zhentian couldn't help but snort it coldly. "Senior, I think you are very arrogant. Otherwise I will make a bet with you. If I beat this big guy..." Lu Li suddenly turned around when he heard the sound. "If you beat this big guy, I will eat this table, including all the cups and plates. On the spot!" The great demon King Zhentian slapped the table with great disdain. After saying that, I couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? Why do these words sound so familiar? The sense of deja vu is so strong. Chapter 312 Kill with one move. Just when the great demon King Zhentian was surprised. "Boy! Die!" There was a loud roar, like thunder exploding. The monster-like white-scaled muscular man took one step forward, rushing straight through the mountains and rivers. The bones all over his body crackled. Behind him, a 3-headed blue dragon demonic figure flashed past and merged into his body. On the glove, blood shines, and the magic pattern is activated. In the eyes of the powerful, one can easily see an invisible force of heaven and earth coming from all directions, condensing into the glove, and turning into a ghastly force that can shatter stars and shatter the sun. Reach the power of 40 dragons. Roar! Accompanied by a huge and frightening dragon roar. A dark dragon roared out from the gauntlet. It was more than 10 feet long, with sharp scales and claws, and shining with strange magic patterns. It swung its body and tail, and jumped in front of Lu Li in an instant. Then, the ferocious dragon head, as big as a house, opened its huge mouth and bit it down hard. In the huge mouth, the cold white demonic energy spurted out from the mouth and swept out in all directions. Click! The space was actually filled with bone-crushing thrust. A series of extremely clear cracks, visible to the naked eye, spread like layers of spider webs, sealing and solidifying Lu Li from all directions. Dragon Slayer Fist. One punch can destroy a dragon. This Lu Sheng inspired the demon body, activated the magic weapon, merged the power of heaven and earth, and launched a strange magic fist that combined martial arts and magic to form a dragon-shaped fist with boundless strength and ferociousness. Killing the dragon. This punch is so powerful that it reaches the power of 40 dragons. Even if Yuanying is trapped, he will definitely die. Even if Lu Li, the #1 golden elixir, comes,
He will still die. He is confident that the formless demon lord in front of him will explode on the spot with one punch from him. No bones left. Snort. If you dare to cause trouble on Master's happy day, how can you vent your hatred without beating this kid into a pulp? However, unexpectedly, Luli looked at the dark dragon-shaped fist that was attacking and didn't move at all. His expression was cold, his hands behind his back, as if there was no time to react. And it seems like disdain? At this moment, with a breath, a vortex of breeze rolled up around Luli's body, and a dark demonic energy surged out from under his skin. The next moment, demonic energy surged into the sky like waves, slamming into the dragon-shaped fist.
Humph! I don't know how to live or die. How dare you rely on pure magic power to resist my Dragon Slayer fist? Watch me knock you out with one punch.
The big man snorted coldly, and was about to continue to activate the dragon-shaped chi, directly destroying Luli's body protecting demonic chi, and kill the person to pieces on the spot. Crash. There was only an explosion of turbulent water in the river. The demonic energy around Luli swirled violently, forming a vortex as big as a pond. With a huff, the demonic energy rushed out and condensed into a huge black whale of 100 feet. It jumped into the sky like a flying fish leaping over the sea, opened its sky-swallowing mouth, and headed towards that a dragon-shaped chi gene bit down hard. Gulu. Just like a giant fish eating earthworms, this black magic whale swallowed up the dark gold dragon-shaped chi gene in one bite. Then, there was a loud bang. This huge black whale exploded with a bang and turned into billowing demonic energy, scattering in all directions. That's all. The punch of shattering star and shattering sun was simply broken, perished together. But at the moment of the explosion, the vortex of the pool of demonic energy turned again, and a 100-foot demonic whale flew out again, swung its body and tail, and was as careless as lightning, carrying the majestic momentum of overwhelming mountains and seas, swallowing up the heaven and earth, and suddenly rushed to the sky, in front of the white-scaled man, who had a shocked face and had not yet reacted. The black demon whale was reflected in the pupils of the white-scaled man, and his face turned pale. A hint of despair emerged. He tried to avoid it, but it was too late. The next moment, the Biong demonic whale opened its mouth. Swallow it. Just swallow it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Only the roar like a volcanic eruption was heard, coming from the belly of the Biong demonic whale. Next moment, the Biong demonic whale swung its body and tail, swam back in front of Luli, opened its mouth, and spit out a dark gold glove engraved with strange magic patterns. The glove fell to the ground, bounced a few times, and made a clanging sound. It was transmitted into the hall with great crispness. Luli slowly raised his right hand behind his back, spread his fingers, and with a slight flick, he grabbed the dark gold glove in his hand. He turned back to look at the people in the hall, scanned the whole place, and said coldly,
Sorry, it was a bit harsh, but I won. Master Nascent Soul over there. You can start eating the tables, chairs, cups and plates.
The great demon king of shock.
Dot.
Everyone.
Dot.
The huge hall was so silent that you could hear a needle drop. Next moment, the commotion suddenly broke out.
How can it be? I am not wrong. Right. Lu Sheng was killed instantly with one move. This move. How come it looks so much like Lu Li's Kuimping magic skill? It really looks like it. This guy can't be Lu Li. Right. Quick. Quick. Catch him. Catch you. This is clearly his formless magic power. It can't be formless. It can transform into all things. And it can simulate thousands of kinds of magic power. It is indeed a formless magic skill. However, he was able to imitate the Kuimping magic skill of Lu Li so closely, and the power is almost the same. It is simply incredible. Could it be that this way he secretly learned Lu Li's Kuimping magic skills, turned into a stunning beauty, and committed himself to Lu Li? It's true. I am the red candle that was blown out when Lu Li and Wei were in the cave.
The whole audience was shocked. No one expected that Lu Li would kill Lu Sheng in the blink of an eye. This must be because Lu Sheng was careless and underestimated the enemy. However, the terrifying magic power shown by Lu Li in this battle, and the mystery and weirdness of the phaseless magic technique were simply unbelievable. Even if Lu Sheng possesses a magic weapon, no matter how strong his body is, if his magic power is not enough, he will still die. It's just that it's a bit miserable to die so ugly, with even the bones and soul being wiped out. This way he is really strong. A series of looks of shock, surprise, fear, and disbelief were directed at Luli.
Interesting. Interesting.
Mrs. Musk's eyes flashed with brilliance.
This kid is like a heifer sitting in a steamer. And he's steaming like a cow.
Lord Ing Chung said with a shocked expression. Look ahead again. Demon Lord Boji had a cold expression on his face. His daughter and several nascent soul disciples all looked ugly and gloomy. That Ling Yu's beautiful eyes widened even more. In shock, he was livid. She never expected that Lu Sheng would not kill Lu Li, but would be directly killed instead. Looking at the other side, Luo Rujin and Nandong Xie and his wife were staring at Lu Li with a strange light in their eyes. I don't know what the plan was.
Senior, why haven't you started eating from the table? Do you want to go back on your word? Or maybe you just can't bear to eat and want to add some side dishes?
At this moment, Lu Li spoke coldly. When the great demon King Zhentian heard this, his face darkened on the spot. Of course, he didn't want to eat from the table in front of so many people. However, with so many people present, if he goes back on his words, he will really not be able to survive in the Taimao sect in the future. So he turned his eyes and slammed the table.
It's just some tables and chairs. I can eat as long as I want. So there is nothing to be afraid of. However, I want to raise the bet with you again. If you can challenge 3, and ran after leaving, I not only ate all the tables, chairs, and cups, but also all the tables and chairs in the room, including the dozens of pillars, and all the flowers and plants in the hall.
As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. Is this guy so cruel? Placing such a big bet? Or maybe he is here to cheat on food and drink?
Good.
Lu Li agreed on the spot. Hearing this, the whole audience was shocked again. Is this phaseless demon king really planning to challenge 3 people?
Wait!
Suddenly, a voice sounded. It's the red-robed woman, the daughter of Demon Lord Boji. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, the red-robed woman stared at Lu Li and said coldly,
You want to continue the challenge? Yes. But first, you must return the Shattering Star Gloves. Why?
Lu Li asked coldly.
This is the Sect's thing. If you hold it later, you won't be able to bear any damage.
The woman in red robe said coldly. When everyone heard this, they shook their heads secretly. That's not the reason at all. The real reason is probably that the Demon Lord Cockfly is afraid of the dual cultivation of the formless Demon Lord, and has also cultivated some weird demon body. With the help of the magic weapon Star-Breaking Glove, he kills everyone. This is a magic weapon that requires no training at all. It only requires the user to sacrifice flesh, blood, soul, and mana before it can be used. That's why Demon Lord Bodhisattva asked his daughter to ask for the broken star gloves back.
Sorry, I won't give it,
Lu Li replied coldly.
Huh? Why?
The red-robed woman's eyes turned cold.
If you can't explain the reason, don't blame me for taking it back. It's simple. It won't do any damage.
Lu Li finished speaking coldly. With a flick of his sleeves, he actually put away the broken star gloves, turned around, and looked at the young man in green on the mountainside. Looking again, I saw the rickety old man at the foot of the mountain. In an instant, the eyes of the young man in green and the rickety old man burst out with fear. His expression was solemn, as if facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 313 Reappearance of the Demonic Buddha. The young man in green was extremely fearful when he saw how powerful Lu Li was. The feather fan is closed in the hand. Use both hands to create a mysterious seal. Call out. The Tianling guy spurted out a stream of blood light, rose into the sky, and condensed into a bloody portal in midair. The portal is 100 feet high, shining with a coquettish blood light, and bloody runes are condensed and imprinted on it. A ferocious, domineering, ferocious, bloody, murderous, gloomy and twisted atmosphere of terror immediately filled the world. Death is coming. The next moment, the bloody magic lines flowed and formed a huge vortex. This is the legendary portal to summon the 72 demon gods. Boom. There was a flash of blood. A big bone-white palm poked out from the demon god's portal and pulled it to the left. Then, another white bone expanded and stretched out, pulling to the right. Immediately afterwards, a white bone demon god protruded from it with a huge white bone demon body, burning with faint green, demonic flames. He stepped onto the white jade mountain steps and descended into the world. An astonishing coercion immediately spread. It's the pressure of the early nascent soul. This is not over yet. The bloody light of the demon god's portal shone into the sky, and a headless, Axe-wielding demon god covered in red gold jumped out and appeared in front of everyone. It is also the aura of the middle nascent soul stage. After that, there was a giant Balrog that was hundreds of feet tall, and its body looked like fiery red lava rock. It roared and crashed out of the demon god's portal. Balls of flames fell down, like meteorites from the sky. Rolling heat waves, accompanied by strong sulfur poison, hit the face. Finally, the blood-colored demon light condensed and turned into a huge blood-colored demon god with vertical eyes, strange and sinister, staring at Lu Li on the top of the mountain. The bone demon god is resurrected from the dead and is extremely powerful. The headless demon god is indestructible and splits the sky and the earth. The demon of H.L. burns the 8 wastelands and poisons all living things. The evil-eyed demon god illuminates everything and kills people silently. This young man in green, Hong Yi, used the powerful magic power expanded by the magic pill to directly summon 4 nascent soul-level demon gods to come to the world. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but exclaimed and admired.
The 4 demon gods are going to have a big battle this time. The 2 of them are equally powerful. I don't know who is better. Is anyone opening the market? I'll do it. Who dares to place a bet? I bet 10 high-grade spiritual stones on Hong Yi to win. Then I'll bet on 10 ladies. I'll bet on Hong Yi to win.
Instantly, the whole scene became lively. At this time, boom, there was a loud noise. The vortex of demonic energy around Lu Li suddenly dispersed, and the rolling demonic energy, like a mountain torrent, rushed towards the young man in green on the mountainside. It's overwhelming. Moreover, in this huge wave of demonic energy, there is a faint black demonic wail condensed into shape. Ho 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 ho! Only 4 thunderous roars were heard. The bone demon god jumped out, raised his big hand of bones and grasped it. Green demonic flame surged from his body, condensing into a 40-meter-long demonic flame broadsword. Then, he raised his sword high and struck hard at the demonic energy. At the same time, the headless axe-wielding demon god also raised the giant axe of magic light, opened up the sky and the earth with one move, and slashed with thousands of feet of sword energy. Tear! Tear! The demonic energy that washed down along the top of the mountain was instantly split into 2 halves. Before the demonic wail even condensed into shape, it was directly chopped into pieces and collapsed. The next moment, the huge Balrog stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, it swept across like lightning, rushed to the top of the mountain, and sprayed a red pillar of molten fire towards Lu Li. The poisonous flames burned down the entire wasteland. Almost at the same time, the evil god in the demon god's portal blinked and shot out an invisible and colorless magic light, as thin as a hair, which came first and hit Lu Li in front of him. Once it is shot, it will cause all kinds of illusions. Inner demons will explode, and the soul will be burned and extinguished in an instant. Died on the spot. Faintly, it seems that hordes of extraterrestrial demons are about to appear in the void. Snort! At the critical moment, Lu Li snorted disdainfully, raised his big hand, and grabbed it with his fingers. He actually grabbed this invisible magic light out of thin air. Is this seeking death? Everyone was surprised. At this moment, a ray of golden light shone on Lu Li's 5 fingers. In the golden light, there was a black swastika on each finger, spinning and emerging. Then, grab it hard. There was a click. This evil light that caused inner demons and all kinds of illusions was actually scratched to pieces by Lu Li out of thin air, scattering blood-colored light and radiating in all directions, attracting countless extraterrestrial demons in the void to devour him first. Then, these 5 black swastikas were shining with the dazzling sacred Buddha light. They merged together, and during the rotation, they suddenly erupted into a pillar of pure gold Buddha light, which rose into the sky and hit the molten lava sprayed by the H.L. demon. On the pillar of poisonous fire. Boom! The poisonous fire pillar of the lava exploded directly, exploding into huge pieces of molten lava, shooting in all directions and hitting the surrounding flowers, trees, and rocks. In an instant, these flowers, plants and trees seemed to have been showered with strong sulfuric acid and turned directly into a ball of black carbon. As soon as the wind blows, dispersed into a drop of black ash. How come? The young man in green, Hong Yi, shrank his pupils. This is the evil-eyed demon god, one of the 72 demon gods. Under its gaze, the inner demons will definitely explode and the soul will be burned. Even the nascent soul lord had to stay away. However, the guy in front of me actually scratched this magic light into pieces. And the magma fire pillar of the Hell Balrog was also broken?
What a guy! You actually used the formless magic power to transform into the Buddhist golden light that subdues demons?
The knowledgeable person exclaimed. Hearing this voice, the young man in green's face changed. Without saying a word, he bit the tip of his tongue and used his fingers as a pen to draw strange magic symbols in the air. Buzz! In an instant, a bloody magic talisman condensed and turned into 4 bloody lights, which shot out and hit the 4 summoned demon gods. Ho 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 ho! The 4 demon gods seemed to be inspired by something. Their bodies glowed with blood. Their power surged. And while roaring, they once again attacked Luli. The green demonic flame sword energy, the giant axe's divine light, the evil god's demonic eyes, and the lava fire dragon were overwhelming and crashed down. The momentum is so terrifying that even the nascent soul emperor has to flee.
I am the Buddha with mercy.
At this moment, for unexpected words came out of Lu Li's mouth. Next moment, demonic energy burst out from Lu Li's body and rose into the sky. A black demon Buddha, with a body of white bones and the head of a flaming demon, tilted up like an evil ghost Shura crawling out of H.L. with 108 huge demonic hands. Appearing in the sun, behind his head, a magic sun shines with golden Buddha light and slowly rotates. The devil looks ferocious, but gives people a divine and kind atmosphere. There is a mysterious artistic conception in which a demon puts down his butcher knife and becomes a Buddha immediately. Next moment, Luli waved his hand gently. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. 108 demons hit the sky with their formless demonic palms. In the palm of the hand, there is a black golden swastika character. The Buddha's light shines brightly. Demons and Buddhas blended together perfectly at this moment.
This guy actually uses magic power to activate Buddhist mantras? This guy is a dual practitioner of demons and Buddhas. This guy has definitely practiced the supreme Buddhist power.
The young man in green was shocked and roaring in his heart. Buddhist power. Innate ability to restrain demons, especially the ability to condense the Buddhist mantra, is definitely the supreme Buddhist power. Under the same level of magic power, the magic power will undoubtedly fail. Boom. At this moment, the phaseless demonic palms in the sky came down and hit the 4 demon gods. In an instant, the white bone demon god was hit by the demonic palm that filled the sky, and the green demonic flames all over his body were scattered. The white bone demon god's body crackled and shattered into extremely fine powder. The headless axe-wielding demon god was indestructible, but under the continuous bombardment of the devil's palm, his whole body was dented, like an iron barrel that had been hammered hard. Crackling. After a few efforts, he was blasted on the mountain steps and exploded on the spot, causing the sky to be filled with blood. The H.L. flame demon was beaten to pieces and exploded into lava and rubble that filled the sky, shooting everywhere. Finally, it let out an unwilling wailing and collapsed into countless sparks.
Not good!
The expression on the young man's face changed drastically, and he quickly activated a magic talisman, which turned into a ball of black energy and dissipated in an instant. I don't know where to escape. Only the evil-eyed demon god was left in the demon god's portal, and was photographed on the spot. The demon portal completely exploded. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the audience was shocked and horrified. This, has the phaseless demon lord won again? Before everyone could react, at the foot of the mountain, a figure in green clothes appeared, slapped the rickety old man on the back, and poured out extremely powerful magic power. Then, the rickety old man's whole body shrank suddenly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a weird, skinny, mummified old man. Only the eyes were shining with blood, extremely bright and dazzling. Next moment, he opened his mouth suddenly. A bloody magic light spurted out from the mouth, extremely fast, as if teleporting, and appeared between Lu Li's eyebrows. This bloody light was a 3-inch long bloody magic knife, crystal clear and as thin as cicada wings. It is exactly the same as the Sect's Taoist weapon, the demon-slaying sword. This is clearly a replica of the demon-slaying sword. As soon as this sword comes out, it will kill demons and gods. This old demon Wang had extremely cunning timing. When Lu Li thought he had won and was careless, he combined the mana of the young man in green and used his spiritual treasure to launch a sneak attack. This spiritual treasure has been stimulated by the magic power of the 2 people, and its power is fully activated. It can definitely kill a nascent soul lord with one blow. Chapter 3:14 One wears 3. The demon-slaying knife came to kill from across the air. The power is stimulated to the extreme. Jean Dan must die.
Not good!
Mrs. Musk exclaimed.
Hurry up and save people!
True Lord Ing Chong also changed his expression. However, before the two of them had time to take action, a tyrannical force suppressed them. Like 3 mountains and 5 mountains. Suppressing the people in place. Incarnate God's pressure. It's the demon Lord Boar Fly. However, just at the critical moment, a pair of 3-foot-long pure green wings suddenly spread out behind Luli. It's like a peacock spreading its tail, touching the heart. This pair of pure green wings is crystal clear and shines with a faint divine light. If you look carefully, you can see that there are green thunder arcs swimming on them, intertwined and intertwined, like a perfect work of art. In billions of moments, the moment when the bloody magic knife was about to stab Luli between his eyebrows, pure green thunder wings waved its fan gently. Call. A wisp of breeze swirled up. Luli rose directly into the sky. Then, disappear in place. Where have people gone? Everyone was stunned. The rickety old man and the young man in green were also shocked. Before they could react, their heads darkened. A shadow, like a dark cloud covering one's head. The two of them looked at the shadows on the ground, and their pupils shrank suddenly. On the mountain steps paved with white jade spiritual stones, the shadow of a human figure with 2 wings was reflected, which was extremely clear under the sunlight. A dense evil aura enveloped the place, distorting the space, as if a demon had descended.
Not good! Run away!
The expressions of the rickety old man and the young man in green couldn't help but change greatly, and a look of horror appeared in their pupils. Bang, 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 bang. Balls of colorful light erupted from his body, and he didn't know how many talismans he had activated, and he was about to flee far away. Unfortunately, it's too late. The two of them only felt a breeze blowing behind them. A flower in front of my eyes. Lu Li's figure appeared in front of them, looking down at the two of them from a high position, so fast that it simply exceeded the limit of their thinking. His expression was still cold. Under the desperate gazes of the two people, Lu Li slowly raised his hands, opened his big palms, and gently lowered them. The movements are extremely gentle. It actually gives people the feeling of great compassion, like a Buddha holding a flower or an immortal holding his forehead. Then, his palms fell on their foreheads and pressed lightly.
Well?
The two of them shivered as if struck by thunder. The next moment, their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. 2 bangs. The bodies of both of them exploded, with red and white flesh flying everywhere. Before he could fly out, Lu Li flapped his pure green thunder wings behind him, erupting thousands of green lightning arcs, annihilating all flesh and bones and turning them into nothing. At this point, the young man in green, Hong Yi, and the rickety old man, Wan Lama, were both physically and spiritually destroyed, leaving no scum left. Only 2 golden elixirs, one large and one small, were left, as well as 2 storage rings, floating in place. There was deathly silence in the sky and on the earth. The whole hall of guests was stunned. Died? Hong Yi and Wan Lamo, the 2 proud disciples of the Demon Lord, and geniuses who were both famous on the golden elixir list, died like this? Moreover, he directly suppressed and killed him in front of the Demon Lord Borer. It's like killing a chicken but a dog. It's crisp and clean. Don't care. The next moment, a commotion broke out in the whole hall.
1 versus 3. This guy actually has a 1 versus 3. You actually won? How is this possible? What a mysterious spiritual treasure. This Thunder Wing is definitely a supreme spiritual treasure. What a strong prediction. When old Demon Wang takes action, he secretly activates the spirit treasure and dodges instantly. This phaseless demon is so strong. I kind of admire him. Ha ha ha. I won. Damn. 10 of my wives have lost. I refuse to accept it. I want him to continue fighting. I want to make a comeback. This time, I want to crush 20 mothers-in-law. I heard that this phaseless demon is still single. I wonder what kind of woman he likes.
At this time, countless looks of shock, surprise, admiration, and admiration came over him. Lu Li defeated 3 golden elixir masters by himself, shocking the entire audience. No one has to accept it. Mrs. Musk and True Lord Ing Chong had shock and surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that Lu Li would hide such a backup card, which was really unexpected. Of course, the ones with the ugliest faces were Demon Lord Boji and others. Big day. Blood splattered on the spot. 3 apprentices were easily killed. not to mention face. Even the inside was completely lost. It can be said that he lost both his wife and his army. There is a circle of black evil energy lingering around the body of the demon lord, which is terrifying and cold. The Lord Lingyu on the side gritted his silver teeth, his face covered with frost. The good wedding banquet has now become a joke. And the one who is famous is actually the faceless demon king whom she abandoned and looked down upon. So naturally there is endless resentment in her heart. Of course, there was one person with a lidded face. The great demon king that shakes the sky. Damn it! The stakes were too high this time. If you really want to eat all the tables and chairs in front of so many people, I'm afraid this time our sect won't be able to survive, and will have to leave directly. Call. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Luli rolled up his sleeves, put away the golden elixir storage ring, waved his Kuinping thunder wings, and appeared outside the hall. With a big hand, he took away the imitation demon-slaying knife. Then, he raised his face coldly, looked around the people in the hall, and said coldly, "Just now, who said that you want to eat the tables, chairs, vases, and pillars in the entire hall?" Uh-huh. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the great demon King Jintian. The face of the great devil Jintian turned black on the spot. For a moment, the 10-foot-tall man felt a little weak. He forced himself to calm down and hummed softly. I'm willing to admit defeat. Isn't it just eating from the table?" After saying that, blood flashed all over his body, and his whole body swelled 3 times. Then, he opened his mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of brilliant white teeth. The big hand grabbed it again, lifted the entire white jade table, and tilted it toward his mouth. Blah blah blah. All the cups and plates fell down and poured into his mouth. Click click click. He chewed it for a few times, making the sound of a drum washing machine, then gulped it down and swallowed it directly. Then he broke it off hard and broke off a table leg. It was like chewing sugar cane, and he ate it with gusto. Everyone. Demon Lord, thank you for the spiritual stone. Also, I was a bit harsh just now and killed 3 of your disciples. I'm sorry. Luli smiled coldly and cupped his hands towards the demon lord. The burly demon king. The demon king was filled with evil energy. His eyes were cold, and he was sharp and murderous. However, he held back and just said in a deep voice, word by word, "Skills are inferior to others. They deserve to die." There was endless anger in the voice. Like an emperor, he can kill people in anger at any time. All the demon cultivators present were a little frightened, fearing that the demon lord borer would suddenly go berserk. However, Luli still looked indifferent and calm, and cupped his hands and said, "In addition, I also soiled the venue of demon lord borer, and your disciples' intestines, heart, liver, spleen and lungs were all over the floor. I want you to send someone to wash it later. I'm really sorry." When everyone heard this, they were secretly amazed. This is not an apology. This is clearly a murderous act. The demon lord Borage was also on the verge of attack, with anger igniting in his eyes. He bit his back molars and uttered one word coldly. "Roll." "Okay." Luli cupped his hands, turned around, and flew away. But suddenly, he turned around with a smile on his face. "By the way, I forgot to mention it. Demon Lord, you do have good taste." As he spoke, he paused for a moment. His eyes moved to true Lord Lingyu next to the Demon Lord, and he smiled evilly. "Seeing your sister Lingyu is very smooth." As soon as the voice fell, the man waved his blue wings and fled directly into the void. In an instant, the entire audience was stunned. Then, everyone in the hall laughed strangely. "This is the real heartbreaking act of murder. This guy is really insidious." Jinju and Ing Chong couldn't help but laugh out loud inside. Hearing these laughter, Lord Lingyu was as cold as frost. "Shut up!" At this moment, Demon Lord Borer let out a roar, and the demonic sound filled their ears, causing everyone's eardrums to burst and their souls to stir. Without any hesitation, the Demon Lord was about to escape into the void and go directly to kill Luli. "Demon Lord, wait a minute." Sudden, a cold voice sounded. A beautiful woman in black robe stood up. It turned out to be that true Lord Haitian, Luo Rujin. "Demon Lord, this way he is of great use to the sect. Why don't you put your personal grudges with him aside for now?" Luo Rujin said coldly. "Good." The Demon King's eyes were blood red. He gritted his teeth and actually agreed. However, It was still murderous. Seeing this scene, everyone dared not stay any longer, and they all quickly said goodbye.
Farewell. Well, my mother is about to give birth to her third child. I'll go back and take a look. The old sow at my house is also going to give birth to 108 babies. I will go back to deliver the baby. Me too.
Soon, all the guests in the hall were leaving. Only the Demon King and the others were left. There is also a big Demon King who is concentrating on eating at the table. Chapter 315, I Pretend to Be Myself. What a shame! What a shame! A beautiful wedding was disrupted. 3 proud disciples died before their eyes. He was even teased on the spot and became a joke to the entire sect. This is simply a shame. How could Demon Lord Bor have suffered such humiliation? He looked at the empty hall. His eyes were blood red, and there was a frightening and fierce light shining in them. Everyone could feel the overwhelming anger in him.
This boy dares to bully me like this. This is simply too much.
Demon Lord Borer clenched his back molars, burning with anger. The surrounding space was directly distorted and shattered by the demonic energy emanating from his body. On the side, a group of disciples stood. You looked at me. I looked at you. Their faces were full of anger, but they didn't dare to breathe. They also didn't want to touch Demon Lord Jia's brow at this time and be used as a punching bag by Demon Lord Jia to vent their anger.
Father, this is Wei Yi's congratulatory gift.
At this time, the red-robed woman, the daughter of the Demon Lord Bodhisattva, flew into the hall with a cold face. In her hand is a golden elixir. When True Lord Huangquan and True Lord Feihu looked at it, his face suddenly sank. This is the golden elixir of Master Huaxue.
Hateful!
True Lord Huangquan couldn't help but curse, and said in a deep voice,
Demon Lord, do you want me to take action and kill that Wei Yi directly?
In his words, murderous intent was undoubtedly evident.
No need!
The Demon King's face was dark. He waved his hands and said in a deep voice,
Now that boy is attracted by True Lord Haitian. Let him live happily for a few days. After waiting for this period of time,
I will personally take action and beat him severely. Catch him and torture him until he wants to live. Make him regret what he did today.
Jinjuan Haitian? A nascent soul True Lord was extremely puzzled and asked,
Master, why does True Lord Haitian fall in love with that boy? He is just a golden elixir. But Master, you are a god. There is someone who can refine the void behind you. The Supreme Elder. Because he looks like a human being.
The Demon King's eyes were sharp and ferocious.
Who?
The nascent soul lord was stunned for a moment.
Snort.
Lord Huangquan on the side coldly spit out 7 words.
Underworld Sect. Lu Li.
As soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly realized they are all members of the demon sect. Naturally, he hated Lu Li deeply. Now, a person has appeared in the sect. He is almost the same as Lu Li, and his skills are similar, so he must make good use of them.
Snort.
Demon Lord Boji turned his head and glanced at True Lord Lingyu.
Don't worry. When that kid is no longer of use, I will help you avenge him. Thank you, husband.
Lord Lingyu bowed deeply, his face still as cold as frost. There was a murderous intent in his eyes that could not be dissipated. After today's farce, she has become a complete joke in the sect. I am afraid that she will not be able to hold her head up in the future. If she does not avenge this revenge, she will not be a human being.
Okay, let's clean up. I have my own opinion on other matters.
Demon Lord Boji ordered with a cold face.
Yes.
All the disciples raised their hands. However, when they raised their heads to clear away the tables and chairs, they suddenly discovered that a giant man 2 feet tall was opening his huge mouth with sharp teeth. He grabbed the table with his left hand, lifted the chair with his right hand, and crazily stuffed it into his mouth. Between big bites, he ate all the tables, chairs, cups and plates. Not a single piece was left. In this short period of time, he had eaten most of the tables and chairs in the entire hall. Everyone frowned. Is this guy here to take refuge? Or are you here for some food and drinks? At this time, Lu Li had returned to his steep mountain peak and landed in front of the Jasper Palace. The breeze blows. Guanping Lei disappeared behind him. He stepped into the hall, and in a flash, he sat on the main seat, playing with the imitation demon-slaying knife in his hand, and said calmly,
Senior, please come in.
The words just fell. 3 black lights fell from the sky, flickered, and floated into the hall. Lu Li looked up and saw that the leader was a beautiful woman in black robe. tall and graceful, as jade as the moon. However, his eyes were like daggers, with a bit of evil aura, and he looked a bit fierce. It was Yongsu's biological mother, true Lord Heijin, Luo Rujin. Behind Luo Rujin were a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, wearing a black dragon robe, with a square face and a big nose. He had a majestic appearance and an astonishing aura, as if the emperor had descended. The woman is a woman in white. Her charm is still there. She is beautiful and moving. It's Nangong Xie and his wife. All three of them are in the perfect state of nascent soul.
Thank you, true lord, for your words of help just now. Please sit down.
Lu Li stood up and held his hands.
Good.
Luo Rujin and the others sat down casually. Soon, a beautiful maid entered the palace, poured tea for the three of them, and presented them with spiritual fruits.
3 seniors are chasing after you. What's going on? Could it be that they want to vent their anger on the demon lord?
Lu Li looked slightly cold and asked straight to the point.
Not really.
Luo Rujin, who was sitting in the upper right corner, looked at Lu Li with a strange light in his eyes.
You look like the same person. So, we are here to find you. Like who?
Lu Li raised his eyebrows.
Land Carp.
Luo Rujin gritted her silver teeth and said slowly,
This thief who kills 1,000 swords has killed my son. I will cut him into pieces.
Hearing these words, Lu Li sneered in his heart. As expected, his plan worked. In the battle just now, the Quimping devouring Dafa and the body of the demon Buddha that he revealed were all forcibly activated with the formless demonic power. They were 70% similar to his own Quimping demonic technique and the Vajrata Thagata Dharmakaya. Luo Rujin only wanted to avenge her son,
but she was unable to find her true identity and seek revenge. Then, she only had one way left. To find someone and disguise herself as Lu Li. Then go on a killing spree. Ruin Lu Li's reputation. By the way, sow discord between Huaquan's sect and other major forces. Now she's found it. However, what she never expected was that the phaseless demon King Wei he in front of her was the murderous enemy that she thought about day and night, and wanted to kill her son with 1,000 swords.
Lu Li, what does this have to do with me?
Lu Li pretended to be confused and asked with a cold expression.
It matters a lot.
Nangong Xie, who was sitting on the upper right, said in a deep voice.
We want you to pretend to be Lu Li, and then massacre the people in the Immortal Alliance. Let the relationship between Huaquan's sect and the Immortal Alliance become tense. How is this possible? I don't know Lu Li's Buddha's golden body, let alone his Quimping demonic skill.
Lu Li shook his head.
You don't know how, but your formless magic power is very similar.
The beautiful woman in white robe gritted her teeth and said,
The phaseless magic skill you just showed is already 70% similar to that Lu Li's skill. If I let you understand it again, you can definitely use that Lu Li's skill.
The method is 100% similar. Lu Li, if you kill my son Nangong Wang, even if I can't kill him now, I will ruin his reputation. This.
Lu Li fell into deep thought, then shook his head.
I'm sorry. I can't do it.
Why? Luo Rujin and the other three were stunned.
First, not only is Lu Li handsome, but he is also the best golden elixir in the world. His magic power is as deep as that of true monarch nascent soul. My magic power is only 1/10 of his. Far less than that. How can this person pretend to become on?
Lu Li shook his head.
What's so difficult about this? You only need to kill people. You don't need to show much mana at all to kill the Immortal Alliance's golden elixir. Build a foundation. Or even build a mortal city.
Luo Rujin said murderously.
That's right. All you need to do is take action. And we will help you put the pot on Lu Li's head. Even if he jumps into the Yellow River, he won't be able to wash it off.
Nangong Xie's eyes on the side were equally cold and fierce. These three guys are really ruthless. After Lu Li heard this, he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. You actually want him to massacre the city?
Or not?
Lu Li refused on the spot.
What other concerns do you have?
Luo Rujin showed a trace of impatience on her face.
True Lord, I just offended Demon Lord Bodhisattva. Now that I'm back, I'm just packing my bags and getting ready to run away. How can I have time to pretend to be a land carp?
Lu Li said coldly.
Don't worry. As long as I protect you, he won't touch you.
Luo Rujin immediately made a promise.
Xinjuan, are you kidding me? I killed 3 of my favorite disciples and ruined the wedding. How can he bear such a bad breath? Besides, this is a demon sect. and it is not a harmonious and friendly place. The Immortal Alliance has no way of defending against open and covert attacks. And I may die inexplicably even if Demon Lord Gotcha uses some tricks.
Luli didn't believe it at all. Hearing his words, Luo Rujin fell silent. Nandong Xie and his wife also fell silent. This is the Taima sect, which emphasizes one's willing grudges as one pleases. Demon Lord Boji really wanted to kill someone, and they couldn't stop him at all. It is normal for Wei He in front of him to be wary.
Then I will accept you as my disciple.
Suddenly, Luo Rujin said coldly,
Thank you for your kindness, Xinjuan. However, the bones of my master, old demon Changchun, are still buried under the crooked neck tree in the back mountain. I don't want to join another family for the time being.
Luli cupped his hand and declined directly. This made Luo Rujin slightly stunned. His eyes cold. She wants to use her power to overwhelm others and directly threaten them. At this moment, Luli suddenly changed the subject.
However, if the true Lord allows me to worship you in another identity, I will agree immediately.
Luo Rujin narrowed her beautiful eyes and slowly uttered one word.
Speak.
Snap. Very soon. Luli stood up directly and appeared in front of Luo Rujin with a single step. With a loud voice like a bell, he shouted,
Mother, please bow to me.
After that, he bowed deeply.
All of a sudden, Luo Rujin, Nandong Xie and his wife were stunned. The whole hall was silent, and you could hear a needle drop. Chapter 316 Yang Su is my brother. No one expected that such a sentence would pop out of Lu Li's mouth. Mother! Luo Rujin was shocked on the spot. Nandong Xie and his wife also widened their eyes, and were extremely surprised. Is there anyone in this world who can recognize his mother so readily and straightforwardly?
Mother!
At this moment, Luo Rujin murmured, with an extremely complicated look on his face. She gritted her silver teeth, and there was sadness, resentment, and murderous intent on her face. Luli killed her son Yang Su, which was like a long cold needle piercing her heart, making her sleepless day and night, and unable to sleep well, sad and painful all the time. This was a thorn in her heart. Lu Li's mother sound was like a needle being pulled out and then stabbed into the heart, which made people feel inexplicable grief. But at the same time, there was an inexplicable emotion. Is it joy? Luo Rujin couldn't tell. Suddenly, Lu Li straightened up suddenly and said solemnly,
Jinjuan, although Wei He, have never met Yang Su, I heard that he is extremely talented and smart, and was promoted to Jin Dan at a young age. He is the first person in the Taima sect in 10,000 years. Naturally, I have great respect and admiration for such a genius.
Hearing these words, a trace of joy appeared on Luo Rujin's tense face. A trace of 7 emotion joy emanated from her body and poured into the sea of consciousness. Lu Li's heart moved and he struck while the iron was hot and said,
It's a pity that the thief Luli used his conspiracy and tricks to cause brother Yang Su to die.
Luo Rujin's eyes turned cold again. Suddenly, the evil of the 7 emotions and the anger of the 7 emotions surged forward. Lu Li's nonsense continued to affect Luo Rujin's mind, and he said solemnly,
I have been friends with Yang Shushan for a long time, and I really want to become a brother with him. Unexpectedly, he was already dead before I came back. Even so, he is my brother. His hatred is my hatred. His mother is my mother.
Luo Rujin and Nandong Xie immediately looked sideways.
Sorry, I just said it smoothly.
Lu Li reacted immediately and said solemnly,
In short, although brother Yang Su has passed away, he will always be in my heart. How sincere are you?
Luo Rujin's eyes glowed coldly as she stared at Lu Li.
I dare to swear to the patriarch of the Taima sect. Every word I just said is true. If there is any violation, I will personally go down to accompany brother Yang Su.
Lu Li raised 3 fingers and swore on the spot. Every word is resounding and comes from the heart. This is of course true. Aren't you just going down to accompany Yang Su? As long as they find where Yang Su's coffin is, Lu Li can lie down and stay with him for 10 days and a half. So it doesn't matter? Luo Rujin frowned. She naturally knew that Lu Li didn't have much sincerity, and everything was just to seek support and protection. Thinking about it from his point of view, once he recognized himself as his mother, Demon Lord Chongqi would not dare to touch him at all. His status in the Taima sect will be instantly promoted, and he will rise to the top. The benefits are huge. So, what does she have to lose? It seems nothing is lost. He also picked up a cheap son for nothing. However, It still needs to be tested, Luo Rujin said coldly.
Wei, you said you respect my son Yangsu, but do you know what he looks like? Of course I know.
Lu Li cupped his hand and then turned his palm. A flash of inspiration occurred. There is an extra scroll in the palm of my hand. Lu Li shook his hand and shook the scroll away. It was a portrait of Yangsu.
Brother Yangsu is the light of our Taimo sect. He exalts the power of our Taimo sect and makes people admire him. I have always kept his portrait beside me and looked up to him all the time. In addition, if I can train Brother Yangsu to become a talented person, I have great respect for him. Your admiration is like an overflowing river. That's why I want to recognize you as my mother. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care.
Lu Li boasted seriously. This portrait was naturally taken from Mrs. Musk. Unexpectedly, it happened to come in handy.
You?
Looking at the portrait of his son in Lu Li's hand and listening to Lu Li's praise. Luo Rujin's eyes moved to Lu Li's face. His expression was extremely complicated.
And, Mother, please look.
Lu Li took out a magic circle token and activated it fiercely. Rumble. Rumble. The whole hall shone with green light. The next moment, the walls and courtyard doors moved. Finally, in a palace like an ancestral hall, there were 2 divine tablets on the altar. One of them says, "The first teacher is the old demon of Changchun." On another white jade tablet, there are several golden characters engraved with flying dragons and phoenixes. The spiritual position of Brother Yangsu. The 2 tablets are side by side. What's even more astonishing is that there are 3 soul-inducing incense sticks inserted in a copper furnace in front of the 2 tablets. Wisps of white smoke drifted up.
Mother, in my heart, Brother Yangsu is the same as my master. They are the 2 people I respect the most in my life. I worship him day and night. I never slack off.
Lu Li said with sincerity on his face. Seeing this scene, Luo Rujin was stunned again. Nandong Xie and his wife, on the side, also looked at Lu Li with admiration. If this wasn't carefully planned, then this Lu Li definitely had true feelings for Yangsu.
You are very good.
Luo Rujin also seemed to be moved. He took a deep look at Lu Li and said,
"Please wait here for a while. Let me go back and think about this matter for a few days."
As soon as these words came out, Nandong Xie and his wife looked surprised. Since the death of his son, this true Lord Haitian has always done things neatly, never being sloppy. Now you actually have to go back and think about it. It seems that she really wants to recognize this godson.
Mother, please go slowly.
Lu Li flicked his sleeves, put away the scroll, and held it in his hand with great respect.
Luo
Rujin nodded lightly, pointed her toes, flew directly into the sky, and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Nandong Xie and his wife didn't waste any time and left directly. As soon as the others left, Lu Li sneered in his heart and waved the control token lightly. Rumble. The palace walls moved quickly and returned to their original state. Then, Lu Li put away the token and praised in a voice transmission.
Jean K. Well done. Hey. Yeah. This is my favorite thing. Pretend to be an enemy and steal money from the enemy's house. Madam. Jia.
In his mind, Jink's milky voice and strange milky smile rang out. Lu Li shook his head secretly. It seems that the Taimo sect cannot stay for long. After only staying for a few days, Jean K, who was taught to be kind and honest by him, was led astray again and turned into this sinister and despicable appearance. Just as he was thinking about it, 2 magic lights fell from the sky. It's Mrs. Musk and True Lord Ingchong.
TSK. You really don't show your true face. Wei, your strength is probably unmatched by anyone in the Taimo sect.
Mrs. Musk's beautiful eyes were filled with sparkles, and she praised in admiration.
Indeed. It's impressive. Dual cultivation of demons and Buddhas. This alone is enough to kill a lot of demon geniuses in an instant.
True Lord Ingchong was also full of amazement.
I have been traveling for many years, and without a few killer tricks, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago. 2 true lords, please take a seat,
Lu Li said with a smile. The 2 immediately sat down and drank a cup of tea.
You 2 are here in such a hurry. Are you here to drink tea?
Lu Li asked straight to the point.
I just want to know one thing.
Mrs. Musk put down the jade cup in her hand and smiled.
Is the true Lord Black Treasure willing to protect you? I just want to ask. Brother Wei, can you sell the pair of Kunping Thunder Wings you just showed off?
Lord Ingchong licked his lips.
You two are so forthcoming. So I will answer directly. I won't sell it. In addition, I am planning to make Lord Haitian my godmother. Lord Haitian is currently considering it,
Luli said coldly. As soon as these words came out, both Mrs. Musk and Jinju and Ing-chong were shocked. The two looked at each other in shock and disbelief. They all knew exactly who the person above true Lord Haitian was. Once Luli really becomes Luo Rujin's godson.
Congratulations!
Mrs. Musk's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately congratulated her. She knew Luo Rujin's character well. If the woman was unwilling, she would definitely refuse on the spot. Once she hesitated, she would mostly agree.
Congratulations! Brother Wei, I'm afraid you will be very successful in the Taimao sect in the future. Let alone the Demon Lord. Even if the Supreme Elder of the Void Refining Realm wants to touch you, he will have to consider it.
Lord Ing-chong congratulated him. He couldn't help but show a bit of envy in his eyes.
Thank you.
Luli nodded and grabbed 2 storage rings out of thin air.
It just so happened that you two arrived just in time. Why don't you help me break the restrictions on these 2 storage rings?
Mrs. Musk.
Dot.
True Lord Ing-chong.
Dot.
This kid is really good at calling people. However, Wei He in front of him was about to soar into the sky. So naturally, he would sell this small favor if he could.
Good.
Mrs. Musk grabbed a storage ring.
Ha ha. Of course, this is the dung beetle cleaning the toilet. He is very happy.
Jinju and Ing-chong laughed and grabbed a storage ring. Crackling. A few strokes of effort. The restrictions of the 2 storage rings were broken almost at the same time.
Alright.
The 2 of them flicked their hands and returned the storage ring. Luli stretched out his big hand and grabbed the 2 storage rings. Then looked inside with his consciousness. Then, his eyes lit up. Chapter 317 The difference between love at first sight and love at first sight. Among the 3 people who just blocked the road, the burly man Lu Sheng was not wearing a storage ring. Therefore, Luli only received the storage rings of the young man in green and the rickety old man. Better than nothing. I thought there was nothing good about it. Unexpectedly, his consciousness looked into the storage ring of the young man in green. Hong Yi. And immediately discovered a row of pill bottles inside. There are blood-colored elixirs in the elixir bottle. It was the elixir that the young man in green tripled his magic power after taking it. A total of 10. Luli took out a pill bottle with his consciousness and carefully looked at the pill inside. At this time, Mrs. Musk, who was sitting at the top left, said,
This is the Blood Demon pill developed together after the Taimao sect incorporated the Blood Shadow sect. It stimulates 3 times the mana and has very few side effects. What are the side effects?
Luli couldn't help but be curious.
After the effect of the medicine wears off, you will be weak for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, you will feel extremely itchy all over your body. It may also trigger some inner demons. However, with your physical power, these side effects are not a problem at all.
Mrs. Musk laughed.
Interesting.
Luli immediately put away the elixir bottle and scanned it again with his consciousness. Not bad. There are at least hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones. It seems that Demon Lord Bodhisattva treats his disciples very well. No wonder some people would sacrifice their lives for him. Looking at the other pills, spiritual talismans, and a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This wave of harvest is at least 200 high-grade spiritual stones.
Huh?
Luli suddenly let out a startled sound, and his consciousness flashed. A thick and huge black iron plate emerged, with dragon-shaped characters carved on it, which was quite profound and mysterious.
This should be the training method for the Tianlong Demon Tyrant body. This is an incomplete body training method that Demon Venerable Dragonfly found and looted from a dragon tomb. After the training, white scales will grow on the body. As if there is something it's better not to practice it because of the side effects.
Lord Ing-chong, who was sitting at the top right, frowned.
Thank you, Xinjuan, for reminding me.
Luli nodded and thanked. But in my heart I disagreed. You can learn it directly later when you have free time. Just practice it automatically first. Then, he put away the slate, along with the 2 storage rings, turned his big hand over again, and 2 things emerged. A dark gold glove, a bloody magic knife. Seeing these 2 things, Mrs. Musk and true Lord Ing-chong could not help but feel a little jealous. This star-shattering glove is a magic weapon. Nascent Soul Cultivator is also very useful. However, what is even more powerful is the imitation of this demon-slaying knife. In terms of power, it is only 1/10,000th of the genuine demon-slaying knife. But it is enough to make people frightened. Once triggered, most people cannot escape.
2 true lords. Tell me, How many spiritual stones do you think these two things can sell for? How about I sell them to you directly?
Luli said something surprising. Sell? Hearing this, Mrs. Musk and Jinju and Ingchong were both surprised. Are you willing to sell these two treasures? But then I thought about it. The star-shattering gloves belong to the sect. Wei He in front of him is obviously not a body trainer, and it is indeed useless to hold them. In addition, imitation of the demon-slaying knife is also a hot potato. This is the only one of its kind. It was the master of the demon lord of the dragonfly, the supreme elder of the Taima sect, the soulless Santian, who gave the gift to the demon lord of the dragonfly to be promoted to god. If Luli holds it, he will always offend that soulless immortal.
I never like fighting and killing, so I don't want this thing.
Mrs. Musk refused on the spot.
Shinjuan, what about you?
Luli turned to look at True Lord Ingchong.
Aye.
True Lord Ingchong looked at the imitation demon-slaying knife, licked his lips, and seemed to be moved. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and shook his head.
I am not blessed to accept such a treasure. That's a shame.
Luli put the things away with a cold face. Then, he stood up and cupped his hands.
Two true lords. I still want to count the harvest, so I won't entertain you too.
He still has to report to the avatar of the leader of the Tao Alliance, who practices in the secret room.
Okay. You work first. I will play chess with you later.
True Lord Ingchong stood up and said,
Wei He, if you agree to what I do, I will promise you anything.
Mrs. Musk stood up, smiled charmingly. Her beautiful eyes were like water. The implication is self-evident.
It's easy to talk about.
Luli nodded. Soon, he sent the two away. Before leaving, Mrs. Musk looked at him secretly and gave him a picture album wrapped in underwear. Luli opened it and took a look. Isn't this a photo album? TSK. This hosta is painted as white as condensed fat snow jade. Very beautiful. It's just that the painting is a bit big.
Why? Are you interested in Mrs. Musk? This woman is a witch who eats people's bones without spitting them out. There are not even 1,000 but 800 men who died in her belly.
As soon as they entered the secret training room, the beautiful woman with golden gauze possessed by the leader of the Taoist Alliance was lying on her back with a jade body, holding her chin in her snowy hands, smiling at Luli who was holding a picture album and looking at it with gusto.
The Alliance leader was wrong. I fell in love with that Mrs. Musk at first sight.
Luli put away the album and said calmly,
Oh.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with interest,
Tell me, what is the difference between falling in love at first sight and falling in love at first sight? It's very simple.
Luli sat in the jade chair and answered casually.
Love at first sight is the moment we meet. I just want to know your name and stay together for life. I got interested in you the moment we met. I just wanted to know what your name was. And then I picked up my pants and left. Commonly known as slanderous body. Giggle. You are worthy of growing up in the demon sect.
After hearing this, the leader of the Tao Alliance couldn't help laughing 3 times, tilted his head, and asked with a half smile.
So, you fell in love with me at first sight? Or are you just looking for sex?
Danger? Very dangerous. When Luli heard this, he immediately became alert. This Tao League leader has always had a bad taste. When she asked this question, it was definitely not because she had any thoughts about him, but because she wanted to take the opportunity to tease him. Bad woman. Luli snorted softly in his heart, pondered for a while, and replied,
Leader, you are like the mysterious lady of the 9 heavens, stunningly beautiful and unparalleled in your nobility. I am just an eel in the mud, worthy only to look up to you who is unattainable in the 9 heavens. If I had you, I would have speaking of intersection. There can only be 2 reasons.
Oh,
what 2 reasons?
The leader of the Tao Alliance tilted his head and asked curiously. Luli pondered for a while and spit out 10 words.
As time goes by,
love grows. Or, evil will eventually lead to bad luck.
Huh?
I always feel like what you said is not a good thing.
The leader of the Tao Alliance frowned, flicked his finger, and a white light shot out. Uh-huh. Luli had already expected it. Kuiping's thunder wings appeared in a flash behind him, and he waved his fan lightly. The person simply moved 3 feet sideways out of thin air to avoid the attack of this white light. As expected, this woman came out of her spare time to catch him.
Huh? You actually escaped? What you just said was really not a good thing.
I'll hit you, the leader of the Tao Alliance said, and he was about to take action again.
Stop.
At this moment, Luli stretched out his hand and shouted,
Leader, stop making trouble. That Luo Rujin accepted me as his godson, and will take me to the Spirit Emperor's treasury soon. What is the current situation in the Spirit Emperor's treasury? If it is very dangerous, I gave up my pick.
After hearing his words, the leader of the Tao Alliance snorted, retracted his palm, and looked slightly condensed.
The Spirit Emperor's treasure house is in great trouble now.
Trouble? When these two words came out of the mouth of the leader of the Tao Alliance, Lu Li couldn't help but look solemn. The leader of the Tao Alliance frowned and said,
Back then, the Ascension Passage was cut off, and the Spirit Emperor of the Abyss Spirit Clan had no hope of ascending. So he built himself a mausoleum. It was actually a magic circle. When the time came, the magic circle was activated, and the Spirit Emperor was reborn. It is indeed reborn, but not completely.
What does it mean? Lu Li was stunned when he heard this.
It was its consciousness that was reborn, but its Spirit Emperor's remains were not reborn.
The leader of the Tao Alliance continued,
because along with the 3,000 worlds, the Spirit Emperor's treasure house is also connected to one world, causing time and space there to be confused. And the Spirit Emperor, the remains were lost.
I see. This is really troublesome. However, it is a good thing for Landcarp. His immortal poison sutra has swallowed many clones of the Spiritual Emperor. If the Spiritual Emperor is resurrected, the first thing he will do is seek revenge on him.
In addition, in the connected world, aliens also came and occupied the entire Spirit Emperor's treasury. Therefore, neither the Demon Sect, the Immortal Alliance, nor the gods can penetrate into the Spirit Emperor's treasury.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance rubbed his eyebrows. Another alien. Lu Li's expression turned cold. Wherever the God clan passed, it was like locusts passing through, leaving no trace behind. A guy named Jin Ji among the gods dared to forcefully marry his sister-in-law. And he was so desperate. Not long ago, people from the Lei Ming clan actually wanted to hunt him. Obviously, the aliens are not good people. Now, another alien has arrived?
I heard that the foreigners this time are called the Witch Clan. These Witch Clan people are born with strong physical bodies. Like the Abyss Spirit Clan, they are also protected by the Witch God. More importantly, they cannot be killed. Even if they are killed, they seem to be able to resurrection through the altar.
The leader of the Taoist League revealed a surprising secret.
Can't be killed?
Lu Li looked shocked.
Yes. That bastard Chen Jiuchuan from the Tianhe Sword Sect ran in to take a look and was almost beaten to death.
The leader of the Tao Alliance sighed softly.
Moreover, the Witch Clan seems to be transforming the Spirit Emperor's treasure house and preparing to use the Spirit Emperor's treasure house as a springboard to capture the entire far north abyss. Once they find the remains of the Spirit Emperor first, break out of the Spirit Emperor's treasure house, and sweep southward, the entire land of Zhongzhou will probably be devastated. At that time, we will have no choice but to retreat overseas.
Chapter 318 from today on. You are Lu Li. Retreat overseas? Lu Li was greatly shocked by the words of the leader of the Tao Alliance. This Witch Clan seems to be the strongest among the alien clans in the world. However, is it the Witch Clan he knows? Lu Li was thoughtful.
Are you trying to escape from the battlefield?
At this time, the leader of the Tao Alliance lightly kicked him and said with a half smile,
That's right. If you die in the Spirit Emperor's treasury, several of your best friends may become widows.
This woman doesn't have a good word to say. Lu Li rolled his eyes and secretly made a few notes in his mind. Sooner or later, I will stuff her mouth with a wooden ball. Make her unable to eat.
Leader, what are the plans of the Immortal Alliance? How should I cooperate with you?
Lu Li asked directly.
You just have to adapt to the situation. Originally, you were just a random chess piece I played. As long as you don't die, that's fine.
A smile appeared on the corner of Tao Alliance leader's mouth.
It's that simple?
When Lu Li heard this answer, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. I thought she was up to something big.
What are you thinking about? You are just a golden elixir. Now there are 4 major forces in the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. The Immortal Alliance, the Demon Sect, the God Clan, and the Witch Clan. There are a lot of void refiners here. Just be careful, and don't kill yourself. If possible, pass the Demon Sect information to the Immortal Alliance.
The leader of the Taoist League played with his black hair on his temples and said slowly,
Good.
Lu Li nodded. If that was all, then he would indeed be much more relaxed.
By the way, Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yinli have also entered the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. You will definitely encounter them in the future. Don't lie to them. They have to keep their Yuanine bodies to cultivate to the Yuanine.
The leader of the Tao Alliance warned. When Lu Li heard this, he immediately became unhappy and said solemnly,
Leader, you are just looking down on me. Lu Li, am an upright man. How could I do such a shameless thing?
You? A gentleman? When the leader of the Tao Alliance heard this, he immediately showed an expression of "you're kidding me."
I would rather believe that the pigs raised by the Lord of Lingwang Mountain gave birth to a bunch of iron-eating beasts. And I don't believe that you are a gentleman.
Lu Li was speechless. Then again, why did the pigs raised by the owner of Lingwang Mountain give birth to pandas? Just as he was thinking about it, the leader of the Taoist Alliance was surprised and said solemnly,
Boy, you can take care of yourself. The master of Taimal Sect is here to find you.
The words just fell. She fell asleep completely. Lu Li looked solemn. Immediately afterwards, a clear voice came from outside the training hall.
Master, true Lord Haitian is here to visit.
So fast? Lu Li was a little surprised. And with a flash of his body, he immediately flew out of the hall, activated the control token, and removed the formation restriction on the mountain peak. In an instant, he saw Luo Rujin, the true king of Haitian. Next to her, there was a middle-aged burly man, wearing a black robe embroidered with 72 demon gods, full of demonic aura and boundless power. It is Qin Wuxian, the leader of Taimal Sect.
Disciple Wei He, pay homage to the sect master. Pay homage to the true king.
Lu Li bowed his hands to each other on the spot. All of a sudden, an extremely sharp gaze pierced his body, as if it had pierced through all his internal organs, flesh, skin and bones, looking through to the bottom. At the same time, the boundless and powerful spiritual consciousness is unstoppable, going straight into the sea of consciousness and seeing everything. The 3 souls and 7 souls seem to have been completely scanned. After a while, Qin Wuxian, the leader of Taimal Sect, looked down at Lu Li, and then nodded slightly.
Well, not bad. Thank you for the compliment. Sect Master.
Lu Li felt tense in his heart, and bowed his hands to each other again. The leader of the Taimal Sect in front of him has more unfathomable magic power than he did 3 years ago. His demonic power is as vast as the stars and the sea, and as powerful as a god or a prison. Just one look can make people feel endless fear, and there is no thought of resistance at all. It's like a little white rabbit encountering an ancient giant python. If the guess is correct, the master of the Taimal Sect has already reached the legendary level of transcending tribulations.
Sect Master, please.
At this time, Luo Rujin said respectfully. The leader of the Taimal Sect was not angry and proud. With one step, people appeared in the guest reception hall. Come with me. Luo Rujin flew to Lu Li's side with a slightly cold expression. Yes.
Lu Li nodded. He knew that the marriage recognition was probably done. Therefore, Lu Li did not hesitate and followed Luo Rujin down and floated into the main hall. Seeing the 2 people coming in, the leader of the Taimal Sect, Dama Jin Dao, who was sitting on the main seat, asked directly,
Wei He, I heard that you want to recognize true Lord Haitian as your mother. Yes.
Lu Li bowed respectfully and replied,
My admiration for true Lord Haitian is as great as the 3 rivers and 5 seas. Please be aware of it. Sect Master. Very good. Then I will ask you 3 questions.
The leader of Taimal Sect's eyes turned cold. Boom. In an instant, the pressure was like a mountain, and it came down hard. Lu Li immediately felt that his soul was suppressed and suffocated, and he felt infinite fear in his heart. Thoughts went blank. Stop functioning. This feeling is like losing all power of thinking and becoming a puppet. It is obviously a supreme magic sound magic skill. Just then, there was a ding. The system prompt sound was as clear as a bell, and like the sound of nature, dispelling the state of shock and fear in the body. The land carp returned to normal. He resisted the urge to activate the magic talisman to escape, and stood there obediently, waiting for the question from Qin Wuxian, the leader of the Taimal Sect.
The first question is, where did you practice the dual cultivation of demons and Buddhas?
The leader of Taimal Sect asked coldly. At this time, his blood-red eyes were shining with strange colorful lights. Faintly, it seemed as if one could see the shadow of a humanoid soul reflected in his eyes. It is the soul of Lu Li. This is a soul-capturing magic eye from the Taimal Sect, called the 10,000 Flowers Phantom Eye. All kinds of illusion mirrors are like a kaleidoscope, and can easily control the enemy's soul. It can even make the enemy feel that time has passed extremely long and suffer endless torture.
I practiced and gained enlightenment in a small temple called Orchid Temple outside Western Buddhism.
Lu Li's eyes were empty, and he replied blankly. Orchid Temple? Hearing this name, Luo Rujin, who was standing next to Qin Wuxian, thought for a moment and nodded coldly.
There is indeed such a small temple. It emphasizes doing whatever you want and becoming a Buddha by seeing one's nature. It is not accepted by the orthodox Buddhist schools such as the Great Lane Temple. So it can only be outside the Buddhist kingdom. Second question. Do you really respect true Lord Haitian?
The leader of Taima's sect asked in a deep voice. In his pupils, the multicolored light became brighter and brighter, and the reflected soul of the land carp became even clearer. How to answer this question? Have? That's a lie. No. That would probably make Luo Rujin unhappy, and the matter of acknowledging the family would be in vain. Lu Li had many thoughts and chose the most reasonable answer.
No. Snort.
When Luo Rujin heard this answer, she immediately sneered.
This kid really just wants to find someone to protect him.
Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This second question passed.
The third question.
The leader of the Taima sect looked slightly cold.
Wait, are you loyal to the sect?
This is a gift proposition. If the answer is not correct, it will be destroyed immediately. Lu Li didn't hesitate at all and answered simply.
Yes. Taima sect is my home. I will defend it to the death.
The words fell. The leader of Taima sect narrowed his eyes slightly. During the whole process, Lu Li's soul did not waver at all. Obviously they all mean it. However, the leader of Taima sect still felt that something was inexplicably wrong. What's wrong? The leader of the Taima sect tapped the armrest of the jade chair with his fingers. And after 3 deep breaths, his eyes were as sharp as swords, and he asked in a cold voice.
Wait, what do you want most?
I want you to die. Lu Li almost blurted out these 3 words. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly changed.
I want the leader of the Tao Alliance to be my wife.
The leader of the Great Demon Sect.
Dot.
Luo Rujin couldn't help but snorted.
Humph. This kid is really lustful. How dare you even think about it? Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
However, the leader of the Taima sect showed a hint of admiration.
My cultivation level is very low, but my courage is very great. Rujin, just accept him as your adopted son. Over there with Demon Lord Boji.
Luo Rujin hesitated.
This kid has powerful magic power. Once he breaks through the nascent soul, he will be of great use. Don't worry about Bodhisattva,
the leader of the Taima sect said, and the colorful light in his eyes dimmed. Suddenly, Lu Li felt that the demonic power that shocked his soul receded. The whole person's soul seemed to have returned to its original state. Before he could speak, the leader of the Taima sect said majestically.
Wait, from today on, you are the adopted son of true Lord Haitian. Ah?
When Lu Li heard this, a hint of joy immediately appeared on his face.
Disciple. Thank you. Sect Master.
After saying that, he turned around and bowed deeply to Luo Rujin.
My dear mother, please accept my child's obeisance.
There was uncontrollable joy in his words.
Good.
Luo Rujin nodded lightly and reached out to help Lu Li up.
From now on, you are my adopted son. Luo Rujin. As long as your mother is here, you will not be bullied. Thank you. Mother. I will definitely honor my mother well from now on.
Lu Li bowed deeply.
Yeah. Mom, I don't have anything to give you. I just want to give you a drop of demonic energy and a skill. The Brahma Demon True Holy skill. In addition, there is also this 9-dragon python robe. Put on this 9-dragon python robe. From today on, you will be Lu Li.
Luo Rujin's eyes were cold, and he held out 3 things with murderous intent. Chapter 319, Improved Version of the Brahma Demon True Holy Art. Are you Lu Li? Hearing Luo Rujin's words, Lu Li was stunned for a moment, and almost didn't react. Am I pretending to be myself?
You still haven't caught it?
Seeing Lu Li frozen on the spot, Luo Rujin frowned and asked in a cold voice.
Do you think I didn't give you enough? How could it be? It's not too late for the child to be happy.
Lu Li quickly shook his head and explained.
My child heard that this demon element is the origin of the demon world. And it is a treasure that even the great masters in transforming gods and refining voids dream of. I didn't expect that I would be rewarded by my mother. So I was just stunned.
As he spoke, he respectfully took the 3 things with both hands. A jade box. A jade slip. There is also a bright yellow treasure garment. In an instant, Luli immediately sensed the pure energy fluctuations emanating from the jade box. The Quinping demon god's skill in the body is immediately ready to take action. It's pure magic energy. This Luo Rujin is really generous.
Okay. Get ready and set off immediately to the far north abyss.
At this moment, the leader of the Taimao sect on the side said something surprising. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared directly into the void.
Farewell to the sect leader.
Luli pretended to cup his hands, turned around and asked immediately,
Mother, what is going on? Why are you rushing to the northern abyss in such a hurry?
Luo Rujin said coldly.
I just received news that there are aliens in the Spirit Emperor's treasury, controlling the Spirit Emperor's treasury formation, and all the monks above Nascent Soul have been forced out.
Is there such a thing? Luli was stunned on the spot.
Humph! Just in time. The people who enter the Spirit Emperor's treasure house now are all with cultivation levels below Nascent Soul. You and I will rush there. You pretend to be Lu Li and go on a killing spree, killing all the people in the Immortal Alliance. If this happens, Lu Li's reputation as a thief will definitely become so bad that he won't be able to wash it off even if he jumps into the sea.
Luo Rujin said fiercely. Have to say, this plan is really vicious. Luli felt cold in his heart.
Let's go! Follow me to a place.
At this time, Luo Rujin said coldly.
As commanded?
Naturally. Luli would not refuse. Can't refuse either. Then, he followed Luo Rujin from the mountain peak, flew into the sky, and went straight into the depths of Taimao sect. After half a cup of tea, the two landed in a valley with extremely rich spiritual energy. The birds are singing. The flowers are fragrant. The springs and waterfalls are flying. And it is like a fairyland on earth. In the valley, there is also a huge and gorgeous palace built. Under the leadership of Luo Rujin, the two walked around to the back of the gorgeous palace, and immediately saw a tomb made of pure gold. In the center of the tomb, a sapphire stone tablet stands high. There are 7 characters engraved on it. My son Yangsu's mausoleum. It turns out that this is Yangsu's grave. Luli suddenly felt strange. This guy was dead. And he actually came to pay homage to him?
Sure. Mother will leave the Taimao sect for a while, and I won't be able to chat with you every day to relieve boredom. However, Mother will try her best to help you get revenge. That Luli will definitely go to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. When the time comes, Mother will catch him, take him back to your grave, cut off his flesh and blood piece by piece, burn him to ashes, and then let his spirit be lit in the soul lamp in front of your grave, and let him suffer all kinds of torture to atone for your sins.
Luo Rujin stood in front of the grave and gnashed his teeth and swore. Every word seems to be filled with eternal resentment. Luli was indifferent. Yangsu was completely killed by him, and his body, soul, and golden elixir were all burned into nothingness. The mausoleum in front of him was just a tomb, so there was no need to be afraid at all. Luo Rujin would never have imagined that her son-killing enemy, who she wished could be scratched and cramped, was so close at hand.
Bring it on!
At this time, Luo Rujin finished offering the incense, turned around and said coldly,
Wait, you also offer a stick of incense to Sewer. Good.
Luli nodded immediately, took a step forward, and took the 3 sticks of incense handed over by Luo Rujin. Call. 1 breath passed. 3 sticks of incense lit up wisps of cigarette smoke. Luli held the incense, bowed 3 times to the mausoleum, and said solemnly,
Brother Yangsu, I will avenge you. I will also take care of your mother for you. I will definitely let her get over her sorrow, regain her smile, and enjoy her family. Happy! You know the truth. Rest in peace.
After saying that, he took a step forward and inserted 3 sticks of incense into the Kowloon copper furnace in front of the tombstone.
Dot!
When Luo Rujin heard what he said, she felt something was wrong, but she still waved her hand and said coldly,
Wait, please wait outside. Yes.
Luli cupped his hands, turned around and flew out of the palace. Then, he sensed a white light rising from the tomb, blocking out prying eyes. It should be Luo Rujin, who was saying goodbye. Luli didn't care and took out the jade box. When he opened it, he found a round, blood-red mass that looked like a red egg yolk lying inside, exuding extremely pure demonic energy. Its magic element. As the demonic elements rotated around, the bloody light shone seductively, affecting the charm of the avenue, which was very astonishing. Without saying a word, Luli grabbed the ball of demonic energy and popped it into his mouth. Sizzle. The magic element slipped into his belly. Ding. A crisp system prompt sounded.
You took the source of the demon world. The refining of the phaseless demonic art has begun. It is expected that the refining will be completed in 3 years.
3 years? So long? Luli couldn't wait any longer and gave a secret order. Immediately, a group of techniques were launched. Vajra Dharma Body. 24 Swords of Heavenly Demons. Mighty Heavenly Dragon Dharma. Powerful Vajra Dharma. Sumara Dharma. Wind Fire Immortal Thunder Escape Dharma. Immortal Poison Sutra. Stars Transformation Sutra. Swarm forward. Brahma Demon True Holy Art. Start eating this drop of magic energy. As expected, the one that grabs the most is the Brahma Demon True Holy Art. Ding 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 ding. A continuous sound sounded in my mind.
The Brahma Demon's True Holy Art swallows the power of the Devil Source. And the cultivation level increases greatly. And the cultivation progress increases by 10%. The Brahma Demon's True Holy Art swallows the power of the Devil Source. And the cultivation level increases greatly. And the cultivation progress increases by 10%. Because the Brahma Demon's True Holy skill is so fierce in grabbing food, it arouses public outrage. A group of Kung Fu techniques began to attack the Brahma Demon True Holy Kung Fu. The Brahma Demon True Holy skill is greatly satisfied, and the mood reaches indescribable extreme joy. The cultivation effect is increased by 100,000%. Progress plus 1%. The Brahma Demon's True Holy Art swallows the power of the Devil Source. And the cultivation level increases greatly.
And the cultivation progress increases by 10%. Current state, first level, progress 99%.
Got stuck so quickly. Luli's heart moved. And he immediately took out the jade slip and scanned it with his consciousness. Boom! An overwhelming flood of information flooded into my mind. One by one. Strange, powerful, domineering, twisted, and ferocious demon gods emerged in his mind, shining with blood, and finally twisted and squirmed, turning into mysterious magic words. Ding! A crisp system prompt sounded.
You have learned the improved version of the Brahma Demon True Holy skill. The upper limit of the Brahma Demon True Holy skill has been increased to the 13th level. You break through to the 2nd level. You have learned the holy body of Brahma and Demon.
Brahma Demon Holy Body. The supreme demon body skill improved by the demon god from the demon world fused with the power of heaven. It has 13 levels in total. If you fuse the blood of any demon god, you will immediately gain the power of a demon god. If you fuse the blood of multiple demon gods, you will gain a variety of demon powers. Mana doubled. Current demon power, Bone Demon.
How can the holy demonic art of the holy Brahma be so mysterious? It is indeed a demonic art.
Luli looked at the records in the system log and was surprised and happy. The mana is doubled. Now, he has the mana of 3,000 flowers, which is comparable to the late nascent soul. Once the Brahma Demon Holy Body is activated, it will be doubled. The mana of 6,000 flowers. It's enough to
go
in the nascent soul realm. This is really a pillow if you feel sleepy. When he enters the Spirit Emperor's treasure house, he will definitely be unscathed as long as he doesn't encounter the mighty power of the Witch Clan. However, there should be some drawbacks to such a powerful technique. Luli regained his composure and began to carefully study and figure out the Brahma Demon True Holy technique. Sure enough, he saw some tricks. Although this holy body of Brahma and Demon carries the word holy, once it is used for a long time, the power of the demon will be integrated into the flesh and blood. And over time, the body will become a demon. The entire process is irreversible. In the end, people directly turn into real demons and bloodthirsty monsters.
It's better not to use this technique unless absolutely necessary.
A glint flashed in Luli's eyes. At this moment, a black light shot out. It was Luo Rugine.
Walk.
A fierce light flashed on her face.
I'm going to take you to the Spirit Emperor's treasury. Let you pretend to be Luli. Kill all the people in the Immortal Alliance in the Spirit Emperor's treasury.
There was a hint of impatience in his words. Yes. Luli cupped his hands calmly. It seemed that when we arrived at the Spirit Emperor's treasure house, we had to find a way to get rid of Luo Rugine, or send her directly to Xiyang Su. But this woman is the concubine of the leader of the Taima sect. It is still a bit difficult to kill her. Maybe she has some life-saving treasures on her body. Luli thought to himself, followed Luo Rugine, and flew into the sky. After a few moments of effort, the two of them arrived at a huge teleportation array in Taima sect. Soon, Ne Gongxie and his wife arrived. Boom! A huge bloody light rose into the sky. Lu Li's figure immediately disappeared without a trace. Chapter 320. Sweep away hunger and be yourself. Hoo ho ho. The cold wind is like a knife, using the earth as a chopping board and treating all living beings as fish and meat. Thousands of miles of flying snow turns the sky into an oven and melts everything into silver. The far north. The abyss. Boom! A ray of demonic energy broke through the layers of snow clouds in the sky, like a sharp sword cutting through the sky, and pierced into the snowfield of the earth. The next moment, the demonic energy exploded into ice and snow, revealing 4 figures. One of them is a beautiful woman in black robe, graceful, with eyebrows like daggers. It is Luo Rujin, the true king of Haitian. Following her were naturally Nangong Xie and his wife, and Lu Li. The 4 landed in front of an iceberg. Buzz! A burst of blood lit up in front. Then, the iceberg moved away, revealing a giant brass door 10 feet high. 2 huge demon pillars stood on either side of the giant door. The 4 of them approached. The 72 demon god stone carvings on the demon god pillar immediately lit up with blood eyes, shooting out streaks of blood light and shooting at the 4 people of Lu Li, sharp as a needle. However, Lu Li did not put up any resistance. At this moment, Luo Rujin took out a mysterious token and quickly shook it towards the demonic pillar. Rumble. With a loud noise, the giant brass door opened a bloody gap, and then moved to the left and right. A whirlpool of blood appeared in front of his eyes. Walk! Luo Rujin uttered a word coldly, and took the lead to fly into the vortex of blood and light. Nangong Xie and his wife followed closely behind. Lu Li did not hesitate, stepped forward, and crashed into the vortex of blood and light. After a familiar moment of spinning, Lu Li blinked and found that he was already in an ice palace, surrounded by spacious and bright spaces. Brothers and sisters. A fierce-looking old man in blood cloak greeted with a smile. This is a powerful tool for refining the void. There is a scar on his face, diagonally from the corner of his left eye to the base of his ear on the right side of his face, which looks a bit scary. Uncle Sword Master, you're welcome. Luo Rujin returned the greeting with a rare smile on her face. Master, are you used to staying here? It's freezing cold here, and I have to be on guard every day for the Wu clan members from the Spirit Emperor's treasure house to rush out. How can I get used to it? The scarred old man smiled and his eyes instantly fell on Lu Li. Then, his eyes became cold and he frowned. Who is this kid? The old man with scar showed a fierce look on his face. Instantly, there was a ding. Your 24 swords of the demon have absorbed the evil of the 7 emotions. And you are excited. The demon is awakened, and the training effect is increased by 100%. The evil of 7 emotions. Lu Li immediately became defensive. At this time, Luo Rujin said calmly, He is Wei He, my newly adopted son. Yoshiko? The scarred old man's eyes were fierce as he looked Lu Li up and down. Based on my experience of living for more than thousands of years, this guy doesn't look like a good person. Senior, if I were a good person, why would I practice in a demon sect? Lu Li smiled and cupped his hands. Humph. You're so arrogant. Boy, if you dare to cause me trouble, I will definitely not spare you. The old man with scar said fiercely. For some reason, he always felt that the boy in front of him was very annoying. Just like the immortal talent who kidnapped his sister back then. Faced with the old man's difficulty, Lu Li just bowed his hand and did not continue to speak. Uncle Master, how is the current situation of the Spirit Emperor's treasury? At this moment, Luo Rujin opened his mouth to change the topic. Brother and sister, do you want to enter the Spirit Emperor's treasury? The scarred old man's expression was slightly condensed, and he immediately advised. Not long ago, a thick fog enveloped the entire Spirit Emperor's treasure house, forcing all the monks above the nascent soul in the treasure house to withdraw. It should be that the witch clan inside inspired some kind of mysterious magic circle. The situation inside is unknown now, so it's better not to go in yet. Where are the people from the Immortal Alliance? Luo Rujin's expression was cold, still firm and sharp. The Immortal Alliance is on the southeast side of the far north abyss. They built a stronghold there and entered the Spirit Emperor's treasure house openly. Many people died. Even the leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect, Qin Jiuchuan, was seriously injured. The scarred old man was a little gloating about his misfortune. Hearing this, Luo Rujin's cold eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. So, there are many people from the Immortal Alliance in the Spirit Emperor's treasury. The murderous intention is undoubtedly revealed. Yeah. However, the largest number should be people from the Abyss Monster Clan. as well as people from the 10,000 Islands Alliance, Tianwai Palace, and the God Clan. Some people from the Huangquan Sect also came. Brother and sister, I know you want to find Lu Li. Kill him for nothing. I want to take revenge. But this Spirit Emperor's treasure house is indeed a bit dangerous.
The scarred old man persuaded.
No,
Luo Rujin said coldly.
this time, I'm going to make Lu Li look bad first.
As she spoke, she turned her head and looked at Lu Li.
Let's start. Good.
Lu Li nodded in understanding, and with a flip of his hand, a nine-dragon python robe emerged and was casually put on. Then, there was a crackling sound of bones exploding. The physical body begins to change. A few blinks of an eye. A living land carp immediately appeared in front of everyone. Call. Finally. I feel comfortable being myself. Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, there was silence in the ice palace, and sharp eyes were focused on Lu Li.
It really looks like it.
Nandong Xia stared at Lu Li and exclaimed,
You look exactly like Lu Li. I already want to hit someone.
As he spoke, his fists began to clench. On the side, the beautiful woman in white robes stared at Lu Li and gritted her teeth and said,
Can you let me slap you a few times? Or stab you hard with the sword a few times to vent my anger?
In an instant, there were two dings.
Your 24 swords of the demon have absorbed the evil of the 7 emotions and the anger of the 7 emotions. You are in an extremely excited mood. The demon has awakened, and the training effect has increased by 10,000%. The progress of the Heart-Eye Demonic Sword plus 1%.
Lu Li smiled. Not bad. Being himself, he actually has so much anger, which is quite profitable. However, Lu Li's face remained calm, and he cupped his hands towards Luo Rujin.
Mother, do you think this looks like it? Dot.
Luo Rujin gritted her silver teeth and stared at Lu Li coldly, then shook her head.
No, it's not like that. You tried to imitate Lu Li's Kunping magic skill with a phaseless magic skill. His expression should be more arrogant and arrogant. Good.
With a thought in Lu Li's mind, his robes puffed up without the wind, and dark evil energy spurted out. His expression became stern and domineering. In an instant, Luo Rujin, Nandong Xia and his wife's eyes became even more fierce. The anger of the 7 emotions surged like a river, rushing into the sea of land and carp consciousness.
How about this?
Lu Li asked again.
It's still a little bit worse. You scold us a few times.
Luo Rujin suddenly said something unexpected.
This?
Lu Li was stunned. Even in his 2 lifetimes, he has never seen such a request.
If you don't dare to scold true Lord Haitian, then you can scold me. Swear whatever you want. Use your most vicious words. Only in this way will you be more like Lu Li.
At this time, Nandong Xia gritted his teeth and said,
This is not good.
Lu Li frowned slightly.
Humph. If I ask you to scold me, just scold me.
The old man with the scar snorted coldly, feeling annoyed.
Okay. However, I rarely curse. Please don't worry. Senior Nandong.
Lu Li nodded. Next moment, Lu Li took a deep breath and glanced at Nandong Xia with a sharp and cold gaze. He raised the corner of his mouth with ridicule and disdain.
Nandong Xia. Just relying on the farm fertilizer in your head. If you plant crops on your head, you will definitely have a good harvest. You still want to seek revenge on me for killing your son? It's a dream. It's only because of a good-for-nothing father like you that you gave birth to a good-for-nothing son like Nandong Long. It's not like I have dirty hands when I kill your son.
As soon as these words came out, Nandong Xia's eyes instantly turned blood red. His 7 orifices spurted fire, and the veins on his forehead throbbed wildly. Jung. There was a crisp sound of a knife. Nandong Xia pulled out a black jade sword with murderous intent, and was about to chop it on Lu Li's head. He is anxious. Fortunately, Lu Li was already prepared and slithered away and hid behind Luo Rujin.
Fellow Taoist Nandong, please wake up.
Luo Rujin's whole body flashed with magic light, and a cold air spread from her body. She warned in a cold voice.
He is a fake Lu Li. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost thought he was a Lu Li just now. My blood pressure went up so fast that I almost couldn't hold it back.
Nandong Xia came to his senses, suppressed his anger, and took back the black jade sword. On the side, the beautiful woman in white robe also gritted her teeth and put away the long white jade knife she was about to chop out. The anger of the 7 emotions surged over the two of them like majestic waves. The training effect of the 24 swords of the demon is directly increased to 10,000%. 100 times the speed of cultivation. Ding. Progress directly plus 1%.
Not bad. You did a really good job.
At this time, Luo Rujin turned to look at Luli, with a strange light shining in his eyes.
At that moment, I almost thought you were the real Luli, and I shot you to death. Wait, you will act like the state. Go kill those people in the Immortal Alliance. I obey my mother's instructions.
Luli silently absorbed the anger of Qi-Qing and held his hands calmly. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. When I get the chance, I'll be the first to kill you.
Uncle Master, take us into the Spirit Emperor's treasure house.
Luo Rujin didn't notice any killing intent and said impatiently,
If you insist on that, fine.
The scarred old man sighed helplessly. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves. The igloo door burst open. The group walked out of the igloo. In an instant, Luli saw a huge ice city. However, his eyes were not attracted by the buildings, magic monks, and powerful magic arrays in the ice city, but instead stared into the distance. Outside the ice city, black fog covered the sky and the sun. Chapter 321 Entering the Spirit Emperor's Treasure House. Black clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. A poem immediately appeared in Luli's mind. Black mist, billowing like clouds. The entire ice city was shrouded in black mist. It seemed as if a terrifying giant was roaring out of the black mist at any moment, swallowing everything. Witnessing this scene, even the nascent soul cultivator felt deeply uneasy. At this time, there was only a huge sun, spiritual treasure in the sky, emitting a soft light, which made people feel a little at ease.
Brothers and sisters, outside the city is the Spirit Emperor's treasure house.
The scarred old man said solemnly. Have you already entered the Spirit Emperor's treasury? Luli felt a chill in his heart. The scarred old man's expression showed a trace of solemnity.
The black mist emanated from the depths of the Spirit Emperor's treasure house 3 hours ago. In less than half an hour, it spread to the periphery of the Spirit Emperor's treasure house, covering the entire demon palace.
Bing Chung. In other words, the entire Spirit Emperor's treasure house has completely become the territory of the Wu tribe.
Nandong Xie and his wife were shocked when they heard the old man Scar's words. They kind of want to back down. However, Luo Rujin remained cold-faced.
Where do most of the people from the Immortal Alliance appear?
Right, Scar old man said, handing out a scroll.
This is the map of the Spirit Emperor's treasure house after space distortion. Brothers and sisters, be careful after entering the black mist. This black mist can suppress spiritual consciousness. Good.
Luo Rujin took the scroll directly and opened it to take a look. Luli came over to take a look openly. I saw a map on the scroll. The outermost part is swamp and dense forest. In the middle is a mysterious pyramid-like building.
This is a treasure house map that an undercover agent stole from the Abyss Spirit clan. However, with the arrival of aliens and distortion of space, the terrain inside has been greatly changed. The closer you get to the pyramid, the greater the terrain change. However, what is certain is that the remains of the Spirit Emperor is definitely still in the treasure house of this pyramid.
The old man with Scar explained. Luli's heart moved. There is a spiritual artifact in his arms. As long as he keeps going deep, he should be able to sense the location of the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. But that doesn't matter. The most important thing is to find the opportunity to break through the nascent soul first. At this time, the old man Scar pointed at the 4 red dots on the map and said,
The demon weapon city built by the Sect is here. The Abyss Spirit clan is at the main entrance of the treasure house in the upper left corner. The God clan's stronghold is at the top. And the Immortal Alliance's the base is in the lower right corner. Senior Dao, will a powerful person from the Wu clan who transforms into a god and refines the void suddenly come to attack us in a sneak attack?
Nandong Xie suddenly asked. This is what Luli is worried about too. If a void refining level which clansman breaks out and starts killing people, he can only activate the magic talisman and run away.
You don't have to worry about that.
The old man with Scar said solemnly.
Although I don't know what the black mist outside is. But since it can force monks above the degenerate god in an instant, then this formation must not distinguish between the enemy and ourselves. In addition, the Wu tribe is if you destroy the formation left by the Spirit Emperor, you won't be able to get out at all.
When Luli heard this, his heart moved. It seems that the Wu tribe is about to break through the Spirit Emperor's treasure house and find the Spirit Emperor's remains.
Uncle Master, let's go then.
Luo Rujin stopped talking nonsense and burst out with demonic energy. He rolled up the land carp and threw it out of the ice city. Seeing this, Nandong Xie and his wife immediately followed. After a cup of tea, Luo Rujin, Nandong Xie and his wife flew at a low altitude, flying hundreds of feet in an instant. All around, above and below him, there was billowing black mist. Extremely cold. Not a single sound. According to the map, they should have been above a swamp. But no sound was heard. There was total silence. It makes people feel very depressed and uneasy. The consciousness was spread to a maximum of 30 feet around, and was suppressed to the extreme. Luo Rujin released a cyan lantern, which floated above her head, spinning and emitting cold white light, illuminating a 10-foot radius. However, the light could only shine through the 10 feet of black fog. A little further away, the light was swallowed directly by the black fog. Under this situation, Luo Rujin did not dare to offend rapid flying. Nandong Xie and his wife on the side also played 3 concealment talismans, completely covering up the 4 people's figures and auras. In addition to the Immortal Alliance, there are also the God Clan, the Witch Clan, and the Abyss Demon Clan in the Spirit Emperor's treasury. If they meet, a conflict will definitely break out. This is what Luo Rujin doesn't want to see. The only thing she thinks about now is to rush to the stronghold of the Immortal Alliance, assist the fake Lu Li in front of her in killing the members of the Immortal Alliance, and then put the blame on the real Lu Li. But she never expected that the fake land carp in front of her was actually a real land carp. Mom, do you want to eat? Lu Li handed over a green spiritual fruit. Don't want, Luo Rujin said coldly without looking back. Seniors, do you want to eat? Lu Li turned around and asked Nandong Xie and his wife. Don't want. Nandong Xie glanced at Lu Li with an angry look on his face. I can't even eat when I look at your face. How can I eat what you give me? A trace of Qi Qing's anger immediately came over. Lu Li smiled. This guy can continue to pluck wool. Lu Li's heart moved and he said with a smile. Senior Nandong, it was Lu Li who killed your son. And I didn't kill your son. Why should you vent your anger on me? Hearing these words, Nandong Xie's blood pressure instantly soared, and he gritted his teeth and said, Boy, eat your spiritual fruit. Stop talking so much nonsense. Ding. A clear sound. Your 24 swords of the demon have absorbed the evil of the 7 emotions and the anger of the 7 emotions. You are in an extremely excited mood. The demon awakens, and the training effect is increased by 30,000%. The progress of the Heart Eye Demonic Sword plus 1%. Not bad. Lu Li heard the system prompt, nodded secretly, and said, Senior Nandong, I can understand the pain of losing a child. However, people still have to look forward. In fact, you and this sister-in-law can have another child. In this way. Humph. Do you think your hen lays eggs? She just lays eggs? Nandong Xie snorted coldly. The beautiful woman in white robe on the side also had cold eyes, and gave Lu Li a hard look. Oh, is it that the two of you are disharmonious? Or is it, Senior Nandong, that you are not very useful? Lu Li asked in surprise. Boy, if you dare to say one more word, believe it or not, I will chop you in the head a few times. Nandong Xie's eyes instantly turned blood red, and he said with murderous intent. Ding. The system prompts immediately. Your 24 swords of the demon have absorbed the evil of the 7 emotions, and you are extremely excited. The demon has awakened, and the training effect has been increased by 40,000%. Take another look at Madame Nandong Xie's subtle expression. Lu Li knew he was right. Actually, it's nothing. Lu Li shook his head and smiled. The demonic man is not good. It's just because there is something wrong with practicing demonic skills. When I was practicing at Orchid Temple, I found a secret recipe to assist the Buddhist secret method. It is particularly effective. Senior Nandong, do you want to try it? Nonsense. I have no problem. Nandong Xie rolled his sleeves and snorted coldly. But at the same time, a slightly surprised voice came. Boy, are you serious? A trace of 7 emotion joy immediately came over. Really? Lu Li smiled secretly and replied via voice transmission. Give me a try. By chance, I have a friend. Nandong Xie's message came again. I understand. I understand. My friend. But after all, this is the secret recipe I finally got in Buddhism. Senior, how many spirit stones? Not much. 100 high-grade spiritual stones. $50. Senior, you are too cruel. You actually give him a half discount? At least 90 high-grade spiritual stones. He is your brother for life. Do you want him to be unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life? Friends! I said they are friends. Is 60 okay?
Unknowingly, Luli and Nandong Xie slipped behind, put their arms around each other, and began to talk secretly. Seeing that her husband and Luli seemed to be friends for many years, the beautiful woman in white robe felt extremely strange.
Humph! Man!
Luo Rujin glanced at it and snorted coldly. At this time,
Luli! There is an enemy!
Jing's milky voice sounded in her mind.
There are enemies!
At the same time, Luo Rujin gave a cold shout and made a secret. The blue and white lantern above the head trembled suddenly. Buzz! The blue and white lantern suddenly rotated, bursting out into a ball of dazzling white light, sweeping away, and immediately forced away the thick fog with a radius of hundreds of feet. The situation on the ground immediately appeared in the eyes of the four people. Underfoot, there was a mire and swamp, full of rotting leaves and bones. Goo-goo-goo-goo. Groups of black bubbles emerged from under the swamp, exploded, and emitted a foul-smelling poisonous gas that rose up. In the distance, there are several dry trees as black as ink, about 3 feet high. Taking a closer look, 3 demonic beasts half as tall as a man were standing on top of the dark trees. This monster looks like a monster wolf, but instead of fur, it has purple-black hard armor. Looking at the tail again, it turns out to be a stinging tail similar to a scorpion's barb, a full foot long. There is also a 3-inch long venomous stinger at the end of the tail that shines with a faint blue light. From the demon wolf's forehead, to its back, to its barbed thorn tail, there are strange and inexplicable green runes imprinted on it, making it look extremely ferocious and ferocious. The breath is clearly nascent soul perfection. The strange thing is that these 3 demon wolves just stared at the 4 people with scarlet blood eyes, quietly looking at the 4 people, and did not attack immediately. Chapter 322 Luli. Are you still alive this time?
Black-armored scorpion wolf?
Nandong Xie exclaimed when he saw the ferocious demon wolf on the dead tree.
Huh? No. The black-armored scorpion wolves are a member of the Abyss Monster Clan, but they don't have those weird green runes on their backs. These runes are in the Witch Clan's characters.
Luo Rujin's expression changed slightly. After hearing this, Nandong Xie and his wife's expressions instantly became solemn. These scorpion wolves are actually controlled by the Witch Clan.
The Wu people are observing us through the demon wolves. Destroy them.
Luo Rujin's expression was cold, and as soon as he raised his jade hand, he released 3 paths of white cold flames. Boo-hoo-hoo. Howling through the air, the white cold flame shot out, as fast as thunder and lightning, and slammed towards the demon wolf. Ouch! The 3 demon wolves looked up to the sky and roared together, then opened their mouths and spit out a ball of silver fire. As it rotated, it grew to the size of a water tank. Bang, bang, bang. The silver fireball exploded into a terrifying flame, which condensed into a silver wall of fire and soared into the sky. Boom. The next moment, the white cold flames hit the silver wall of fire. A shocking explosion occurred immediately. Rolling heat waves, accompanied by exploding flames, swept across all directions. Dead trees, covering 100 feet in radius, burst into flames. The swamp was even blown into a huge crater dozens of feet tall. But soon, the cold air broke out, and 100 feet in radius instantly froze, condensing into a sheet of frost, and turning into a field of ice and snow. The 3 demon wolves were directly frozen in midair. Luo Rujin flicked her finger and shot out a blood needle-like spirit treasure, which flickered a few times and pierced directly into the foreheads of the 3 black-armored scorpion wolves. Boom! The frost exploded, and Luo Rujin took away the bodies of the 3 demon wolves with a flick of her sleeve. A clean win. Luli looked at it secretly surprised. This woman is worthy of being the #1 person in the Taimao sect. Her magic power is so powerful, and her demonic flames are so weird and terrifying. She can kill 3 demonic wolves in the early stage of nascent soul with just a few clicks. It's simply amazing. Her true strength is enough to kill 10 great demon kings. I wonder if I can kill her with 1 punch by activating the Brahma demon holy body. A thought flashed through Luli's mind.
Fellow Taoist Luo, this ice devil fire freezes everything. It's really powerful.
At this time, Nandong Xie on the side exclaimed.
Indeed. He should be the #1 nascent soul in the world.
Luli followed the compliment casually.
Let's go! In this big formation, the power of our spells has been severely suppressed. Now that the Wu tribe knows our existence, they will definitely send people over. It's not appropriate to continue to entangle.
Luo Rujian's cold face remained the same. She took back the blood needle spirit treasure, held up the blue and white lantern and continued flying forward. After hearing this, Lu Li and the other three naturally had no objection. Soon, the group of four flew for most of the day and finally crossed the swamp. A lush green ancient forest is revealed in front. Each giant tree is more than 100 feet tall, with dense branches and leaves, covering the sky and the sun. The trunk is so huge that it would take at least 100 people to hug it. Unfortunately, no eternal elixir was found. Luo Rujian led Lu Li and three others, flying among the giant trees entwined with vines, with a faint blue light shining in his eyes, scanning all directions, looking for traces of the people in the Immortal Alliance. However, the black mist remains. There was still silence all around.
Jin K, let me ask the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon spirit. Where is the treasure house?
Lu Li asked silently.
It says it doesn't know. The space here seems to be distorted, and it can't be sensed at all. How about letting Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya explore the way?
In his mind, Jin K replied with a sweet voice.
This is also a way.
Lu Li nodded. Immediately, he summoned the system panel and softly called,
Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya.
Sizzle. A golden little man immediately ran up to him and stood at attention, saluting.
Go and help the master find Taoist artifacts, and see if there are any treasures or elixirs.
Lu Li said silently. After saying that, the golden little man actually waved his hands and twisted his body. Looks a little bit arrogant.
Huh? Jin K, what does this mean?
Lu Li was stunned.
Hee. Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya wants to ask you if you want to help Master see if there are any beauties.
Jin K replied crisply.
Who taught it?
Lu Li was surprised.
It's the Xian Mingxiao goddess skill. The Zuemingxiao goddess skill has been thinking about matching Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya and others all day long, and also wants Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya and others to help you find a partner. According to me, it's so troublesome to practice. When the one who controls me sees the person he likes, he will knock him unconscious with a stick and carry him back to the cave to get married.
Jin K groaned.
Dot.
Lu Li was speechless. It seems that Jin K has remembered something. But it is obvious that Huangqingdao Palace is really a magic gate. But fortunately, the techniques he practices are very sensible. Lu Li was very pleased. So, he nodded and asked Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya to help him explore the path and look for treasures and beauties along the way. Luo Rujian, Nangong Xie and his wife didn't see all this. Another half hour of flying. Nothing happened. However, Lu Li felt a little uneasy inexplicably. It seemed like he was being targeted by something. Luo Rujian, who was leading the way, seemed to sense something. The blue light in his eyes kept flickering. He flicked his sleeves and a bloody bronze mirror flew out and circled around him. Nangong Xie also looked slightly solemn. All four of them felt a sense of uneasiness that the storm was coming. Suddenly, the surrounding black mist rolled violently, like a sea of clouds rolling. A huge pressure fell from the sky, like an oppressive feeling like a fire meteorite.
No! Back off!
Luo Rujian raised his head suddenly, and his pupils shrank. Then, without saying a word, his body retreated. Lu Li was not slow to react. A green light flashed behind him, and Kunping's wings emerged, dancing with lightning arcs. Call. As soon as the breeze blew, the person had already retreated thousands of feet away. That's when a black light fell from the sky and hit them hard where they were. It turned out to be a stone pillar as black as carbon. The stone pillar crashed down, directly crushing the giant tree that was 10,000 years old, and smashed heavily into the soil. Bang! A huge explosion spread. A violent hurricane rose into the sky, tearing apart the black mist in a radius of tens of feet. The four people, Lu Li and others, were also able to see clearly the original appearance of the giant pillar. This is a 1,000-foot tall black stone pillar, square in shape. 12 monsters are carved on it, either with human faces and bird bodies, or with human faces and snake tails, or with human faces and animal bodies. Ferocious and fierce. The aura as ancient as the prehistoric times rushes towards the face, giving people a great sense of shock. Lu Li flew into the sky and took a look down. He found that the top of the stone pillar was as huge as a square, densely engraved with countless Wu Clan characters and runes. At first glance, it looks like a giant magic circle. Boom! At this time, the jet black stone pillar trembled suddenly, generating a powerful suction force that sucked in spiritual energy from 1,000 miles away. The shaman characters on the top of the stone pillar began to light up one by one. A series of mysterious formation lines emerged. This magic circle is activated. Next moment, rays of light and shadow shot out from the magic circle and were projected into the sky, scattering into huge light mirrors and arranged vertically and horizontally. On one of the light mirrors, the figures of the four people, Lu and Li, were clear and infinite. Let's look at other light microscopes. Many familiar people immediately came into view. In a desert, Ling Jianchuang and Fang Yinli were fighting with thousands of giant bees. On the rolling blue waves, the halberd god king held a trident and stepped on a flaming chariot, fighting fiercely with a black turtle. In another canyon, a middle-aged man in black clothes, tall and mighty, was flying at high speed. This man is Jueming Tiansha, one of the 40 overseas thieves. Of course, what Lu Li was most familiar with was an old man in black robes with eyes as scarlet as ghosts, standing on a sky-swallowing kunpeng, fighting two shirtless men 1 against 2. This person is clearly a real demon. Without exception, among all the light mirrors, there is a black stone pillar rising into the sky. Almost at the same time, these old acquaintances all raised their heads and looked at the light mirror condensed in the sky, staring at Lu Li.
Sister Ling! Look! It's that guy from Lu Li! This guy suddenly showed up and scared me so much that I almost dropped the Ling Bao flying sword in my hand, and my breast shrank. No! I'm going to have another nightmare. Why is this happening? I've already come to the far north abyss. Why is this guy still here?
Among the giant bees in the sky, Fang Yinli looked up and saw Lu Li, and her fleshy face turned pale with fright.
This guy actually appeared here? Well, how come he was caught by true Lord Haitian of Taimao Sect?
Ling Jianchuang also looked at the water mirror. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes. While speaking, he pinched the sword secret and pointed it out in the air. Rumble. Countless thunder swords were sprayed out, killing all the giant bees charging around and annihilating them into ashes.
Well, no!
At this time, Fang Yinli looked at the black stone pillar in the distance and exclaimed in surprise.
The magic circle on this stone pillar is a teleportation magic circle. Teleportation circle?
When Ling Jianchuang heard this, his expression changed. Could it be that these stone pillars falling from the sky were dropped by the Wu tribe to make the various forces fight each other? Doesn't that mean? Ling Jianchuang glanced again out of the corner of her eye. As expected, 5 nascent soul monks wearing flame armor emerged from the black stone pillars and appeared in front of Lu Li. Immediately afterwards, there was an ugly man with a flaming chariot. It is the halberd god king. This guy brought the nascent soul lord from Tianwai Palace to seek revenge.
Lu Li, you're not going to die this time.
The halberd god king held the trident and said one sentence through gritted teeth. The killing intent is soaring. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Chapter 323. A powerful enemy arrives.
Lu Li, you're not going to die this time.
The halberd god king, who walked out of the teleportation which formation, had blood-red eyes and stared at Lu Li in midair. He waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 nascent soul lords from the Tianwai Palace instantly dispersed, stood in the position of the 5 elements, and surrounded the 4 Lu Li. These 5 people are all nascent soul consummation. Boom. Without waiting for the halberd god king's command, golden ancient divine flames erupted from the bodies of the 5 people, rolling away and forming a golden sea of fire. The heat wave that burned the rivers and boiled the seas came over immediately, distorting the space. Even though they are thousands of feet away, it still makes people's eyebrows melt.
King Halberd God, you actually broke through the nascent soul?
Lu Li was calm, arrogant, and looked down at the king of Halberd God, and slowly said 2 words.
But you are still so ugly. Did your father and mother eat lotus roots when they created you? Or maybe your father. You is your mother ugly to begin with?
As soon as these words came out, everyone was sure. This guy is Lu Li.
Lu Li, you are looking for death.
The canthus of the halberd god king's eyes were completely cracked, and his steel teeth were bitten into pieces. As he spoke, the flaming chariot under his feet erupted with blazing white divine light, flowing over his body like running water. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a mighty platinum armor that covered his whole body, and a pair of blazing white flame wings spread out behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The breath is rising rapidly. In less than a moment, the halberd god king's realm climbed from the early stage of Yuanying to the late stage of Yuanying, and he was as powerful as a mountain.
Slow!
Just as the halberd god king was about to take action, suddenly, a majestic voice sounded. From the top of the huge black stone pillar, a middle-aged man in green clothes walked out again. He has a slender figure, a fair face, and an aura as deep as the sea. Step by step, he comes through the air, as if the God Emperor has descended, looking down at the ants of the common people. The realm is also the perfection of nascent soul. However, nascent soul perfection, who was present, felt a trace of suppression at almost the same time, and involuntarily became afraid of him. Luo Rujin also shrank her pupils and slowly spit out 6 words.
The son of the gods! Jinji?
Next moment, 2 more old men in gold robes emerged from the black stone pillars, standing beside Jinji, respectfully like servants. These 2 people are also nascent soul consummation.
Are you the number 1 person in the golden elixir? Lu Li, who has cultivated the great golden elixir, and is the invincible golden elixir?
Jinji took 1 step at a time, like the sun and moon in the sky, and landed next to the halberd god king. He looked down at Lu Li from a high position and said,
You killed my brother Jin Zong. Today is the time for you to pay for it with your life.
When the last word hour fell, with a bang, a dazzling light radiated from his body and penetrated the heaven and earth. Divine power is like the sea. It is truly as powerful as the sea. Everyone, looking at Jinji in front of them, felt a suffocating pressure like a divine soul, as if they were facing a powerful god.
This guy has already half-stepped into the realm of god transformation.
Luo Rujin and Nangong Xie were both shocked. The dividing line between mortals and monks lies in the golden elixir. The dividing line between a monk and a monk lies in becoming a god. If you don't become a god, you are just an ant in the dust. A powerful person in the state of becoming a god can already begin to use the power of the Great Avenue to repair his own defects, gain insight into the heavens, seek good fortune and avoid disaster, and turn over rivers and oceans with a single move of his hands. He is a true spiritual monk. No matter how strong Luo Rujin was, he had never comprehended the mystery of the state of transformation into gods, and stepped into the door of transformation into gods. However, Jinji, the son of the god clan in front of him, has already reached that level. If nothing unexpected happens, in as little as 2 to 3 years, as little as 3 to 5 months, he will be able to advance to become a god, practice the great ways of heaven and earth, and become like a god or an immortal. In front of Jinji, who has half-stepped into becoming a god, Luo Rujin, the number 1 person in the Taimao sect, felt extremely suppressed.
The son of God? Jinji?
Lu Li narrowed his eyes and looked slightly cold. This guy is the divine son of the clan who wants to forcefully marry his sister-in-law Ji Jionyong. Jinji? In his senses, this Jinji's aura was even more powerful than Luo Rujin's, equivalent to 15 great demon kings. Converted, it is equivalent to the mana of 4,000 flower streams. Moreover, the aura around the body is mysterious and unfathomable, giving people a kind of pressure from the Great Avenue that can only be achieved at the level of a god. Half-step to becoming a god. This is a small realm after the nascent soul has been completed. Once you step into this small realm, it usually only takes 2 or 3 years to break through to become a god. Therefore, monks in this small realm rarely mention it.
You alone want to kill me? My power is boundless, and I can suppress you with my bare hands.
Lu Li sneered, his pride rising to the sky. As soon as these words came out, Luo Rujin and Nangong Xie could not help but look slightly sideways. Could this guy be into a drama? Do you really think that you are an invincible golden elixir? Moreover, even if you are a real Lu Li, you are facing a half-step god son of the gods, and a lot of nascent soul consummation.
Lu Li, you are indeed powerful. You have the golden elixir of the Tao, boundless magic power, and the 3 cultivations of Taoism, Buddhism, and Demon. The ordinary nascent soul perfection is no match for you. You are almost the number 1 golden elixir in this world. At this level of the nascent soul, you are no match for you. You don't exist at all. What's more, you have helpers.
Jinji, the god clan, glanced at Luo Rujin and suddenly paused.
Are you the number 1 nascent soul of the Taimao sect? Luo Rujin, I'll give you 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones and hand over Lu Li. How?
Luo Rujin remained silent. In the current situation, if she exposes Lu Li as a fake, then her plan to throw dirty water on Lu Li and provoke the underworld sect and the Immortal Alliance will directly fail. However, if it is not exposed, Lu Li will die. She could also be seriously injured. Because of the Jinji of the God clan, the 2 nascent souls of the God clan are perfect.
And the 7 nascent souls of the Tianwai Palace are perfect. It was enough to suppress her and Nangong Xie and his wife on the spot. So, Luo Rujin and Nangong Xie and his wife looked at each other and immediately made up their minds, saying coldly, "Give me the spirit stone! Also, the 2 magic weapons on his body will be mine later." Good. Jinji of the God clan happily threw out a bunch of white jade spirit stones, which flew straight over. Luo Rujin moved her jade hand and put away the spirit stone. The figure began to retreat slowly. She regarded Lu Li as an abandoned child. Suddenly, Lu Li was left alone, facing Jinji, the 7 perfect nascent souls, and a murderous halberd god king. Lu Li, just go ahead and capture him now. Jinji stood with his hands behind his back, like a god in the clouds, looking down from high above. In his eyes, Lu Li had nowhere to escape. Dead. However, there was no trace of panic in Lu Li's eyes. He scanned the whole place and said coldly and proudly, "Just because you are so crooked, do you want to keep me? You are looking down on me a little bit. I know you have a sword on you, so I brought someone with me." Jinji said a word lightly, as if everything was under his control. The words fell. 2 more people walked out from the top of the black stone pillar. The man on the left is powerful and tall, with a square face and a broad nose. He looks like a heroic man. It's just that the nascent soul is perfect. However, next to this big man, there is a young man in green clothes, with a pure and elegant appearance, carrying a white sword, which floats like jade, like a peerless immortal who has been banished from the world. As soon as he appeared, a green cloud rose from his body into the sky, shaking the sun and moon. The breath is also boundless and turbulent like the sea, only slightly weaker than Jinji, the son of God. Another half step to becoming a god. This guy is Luo Rujin, who had retreated 1,000 feet away, looked stern and slowly said 2 words. "The second among the 40 overseas thieves. Xialing Yu." Nandong Xie and his wife were shocked when they heard this. This Xialing Yu was free and easy overseas, with superb swordsmanship. He once defeated the 7 nascent soul elders of the Tianhe sword sect in a row, and his reputation was far-reaching, coupled with his unearthly demeanor. He has a well-known name, Evil Sword Fairy. Standing next to the Evil Sword Immortal was the Jueming Tian Sha, the 11th among the 40 overseas thieves. In this way, the 2 half-step gods of Jinji and Evil Sword Immortal, and a total of 10 nascent souls of the God clan, Tianwai Palace, and Jueming Tian Sha were completed. There is also a halberd god king. With such a terrifying and powerful lineup, it is easy to suppress a land carp. Even if Lu Li holds the Dao sword, he will probably die here. "Xialing Yu, you are late," Jinji of the God clan said calmly. Xialing Yu heard the sound and smiled evilly. "It's not too late. It's just right. Is this guy Lu Li, the number 1 person in Jin Dan? He's quite handsome. I like him." As soon as he opened his mouth, there was an awe-inspiring evil spirit that made people feel cold all over. "Evil Sword Immortal?" At this time, Lu Li's cold gaze also glanced at Xialing Yu, still looking sternly. "Although you are half a god, you 2 can't keep me." This Xialing Yu's magic power is also very strong, about 3,800 Huayo's magic power. But Lu Li was confident and had the Taoist weapon in his hand to activate the Brahma demon holy body. Xialing Yu and Jin Ji in front of him couldn't keep him at all. He might even injure someone in return. At this time, a cold voice sounded. "Lu Li, you are so loud. But if they can't keep you, then they can add me too." People appear with the sound. A group of people appeared again in the magic circle at the top of the black stone pillar. All of a sudden, the demonic spirit is soaring to the sky. The cold woman at the head had white hair like snow, dressed in green clothes, a face as cold as frost, a purple gold pattern between her eyebrows, and a dazzling divine light. As soon as this woman appeared, she gave people a cold and arrogant feeling. It's like the emperor of all the heavens and all races sitting in the clouds, commanding and enslaving all races, and overriding the way of heaven, looking down at all living beings like ants in the dust. The purple sky-high pattern between the eyebrows shines brightly. Suppress the entire nascent soul. The aura is actually comparable to that of the son of God Jinji, and the evil sword immortal Xialing Yu. This woman who was half-stepped into becoming a god turned out to be half-stepped into becoming a god. Chapter 324. Who said I was going to die? 3 half-step transformations into gods. At this moment, the entire Spirit Emperor's treasure house was boiling. Everyone stared at the water mirror where Lu Li was,
and were shocked.
Lulu is going to die. Yes. 3 half-step gods. No matter how strong he is, he will die here. Who is the woman in green at the end? She should be the saint of the Abyss spiritual clan. Bu Lianhua. Judging from her aura, she should be the spirit god of the Abyss spiritual clan who cultivated the 10,000 emperor's nascent soul. Once she becomes an immortal, she will be able to surpass all the great avenues of the heavens. The Son of God. Evil sword immortal sealing you. Bu Lianhua. Which of these 3 half-step gods is the strongest? I think it's the Abyss Spirit Clan Saint Bu Lianhua. This woman is more fierce than the stupid girl Fang Yinli. I also think she is powerful. Senior brother Lu is in trouble. Should we go over and help senior brother Lu? Of course I will go. I am an upright person, and the mistress has always followed Guanzi. I must help senior brother Lu teach that Bu Lianhua a lesson.
Above the desert, Fang Yinli glanced at Bu Lianhua in the water mirror. Look down at yourself again. A hint of disbelief immediately appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't help but murmur.
What did this woman eat to grow up?
Snapped. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Jianchuan on the side slapped her angrily.
How long has it been? I'm still thinking about this. Ouch. It hurts.
Fang Yinli covered her head and woke up immediately.
Let's go! Let's go help Lu Li. Although that guy is a little shameless, he has saved us several times. We must not ignore him at this time.
Ling Jianchuan's eyes soared with sword intent.
Okay. Rescue Lu Li and ask that guy to help us pour water for washing our feet. But, Sister Ling, there are many people there. Why don't we call someone first?
Fang Yinli hesitated.
Is it too late?
Ling Jianchuan frowned slightly and hesitated.
Hee. Don't worry. Sister Ling, my mother said that men who are half-hearted are all pregnant by Pimeng. Full of ghosts. This kind of guy will not die so easily. That guy Lu Li is showing no mercy. So he certainly won't if he dies so quickly. He will only lose his limbs. So that's fine.
Fang Yinli was extremely confident.
Good.
When Ling Jianchuan heard this, her expression turned cold. She took out a jade tube and activated it directly. Call out. A sword light soared into the sky and exploded into colorful fireworks in the shape of a broken sword. The light penetrated all the dense fog, visible for thousands of miles. On the other side, the demonic real person stepped on the bucket, pinched the magic formula with his hands, and suddenly spit out 2 words.
Thunder comes!
Boom! Rolling black sky thunder surged out from the void, condensed into a sea of black thunder, and crashed into the 2 shirtless men in front. Immediately afterwards, the sea of thunder rolled up and condensed into a ball, wrapping the 2 shirtless men into a ball of thunder. Then, the black Kuiping under his feet lifted up into the wind with a 3,000-foot fin, opened his sky-swallowing mouth, and bit hard, swallowing the thunderball directly.
Humph! Just 2 Wu clan members want to suppress me.
The real ghost demon snorted coldly, grabbed it with his big hand, and then summoned the huge Kuiping back, turning it into the size of a palm, lingering around his body, swimming like a fish. After doing all this, he looked up at the water mirror high in the sky and frowned slightly.
This is a bit troublesome. Even if the 3 half-step gods are activated, they can only kill 1 at most. But there are still 10 nascent souls to complete. Well, Lu Li has always done things in a measured way. He's as calm as a courtesan in a brothel. Even if something happens, I'll burn a few more sticks of incense for him in the future. I'd better go find the legendary fairy fruit in the treasure house and break through to the gods.
After saying that, the man turned into a streak of blood, rushed into the black mist, and disappeared. This scene is extremely clear in a mysterious palace. In this palace, there are 5 witch clansmen standing, 4 men and 1 woman. The men were all over a foot tall, wearing animal skin pants and shirtless bodies. Their skins were painted with something like oil paint, depicting a ferocious and lifelike witch god. The woman's body was filled with black energy, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. At this time, the leading old man was holding a golden bone witch staff with cold eyes. There is an evil witch god tattooed on his body with a human body and a snake's tail. His blood flickers, as if he could come alive and bite people at any time.
Priest, a god. Agulong was suppressed by that blood-eyed old ghost. I am willing to ask for a battle to deal with this blood-eyed old ghost.
A majestic and savage man stepped forward. The sound of the urn was like thunder.
Emperor Agu, don't be impulsive.
The voice of the old man who was replaced as the priest was as cold as snow.
According to the memories of those monks, this old ghost with blood eyes is the demon lord of the Evening Ghost Sect, and the master of the Destined Sun. He must have some tricks. You can't deal with him alone. Priest, I can do this. This demon king is only in the middle stage of nascent soul.
The majestic man named Agu Huang was a little unconvinced.
Don't be impulsive,
the old priest repeated again, exuding vast majesty.
The overall situation is important. The first 6 floors of the Spirit Emperor's treasure house have been dug out. As long as you dig to the 7th floor, you can find the remains of the Spirit Emperor. When the time comes, the witch god will revive and occupy this place. The world is just around the corner. Yes.
The majestic man bowed solemnly.
Now, just watch these monks kill each other.
The old priest's eyes flashed with an evil light.
Their heads are very suitable for use as wine bottles to worship the witch god.
At the same time, everything that happened in the Spirit Emperor's treasure house was transmitted back to the Immortal Alliance station in the far north abyss through the cloud ring. There was another commotion.
It's over. The reincarnated Buddha is going to die. Hurry and invite the leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect. Headmaster Qin is still recovering from his injuries. Then quickly go to Shitian to invite Master Shuiyu.
In a Taoist temple, Qin Jiuquan sat on the main seat, holding the black iron sword. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were still menacing with the sword. On his left was old man Tianji, who had fallen asleep, hugging a green bamboo pole. In midair, pieces of water mirrors appeared, arranged one after another. In the water mirror, the leader of the Tao Alliance, who was polishing his nails in the Tao Alliance Immortal Palace, was reflected. The slovenly master of the Feixian Temple is fast asleep in the Huangyi Taoist Temple. The owner of Lingwang Mountain is feeding pigs. The master of Xiatian Temple is concentrating on studying the endgame chessboard. Master Suijetsu is scooping water to water the vegetable garden. And the blindfolded leader of the Wanfa sect is chasing a group of beautiful female disciples.
A bunch of idiots. It's almost the end of the world. And they're still messing around here? How about I go join the witch clan now?
Qin Jiuquan's eyes were cold as he glanced at all the powerful men of the Immortal Alliance.
Do not worry.
The leader of the Tao Alliance polished his nails and said with a smile,
Those guys from the Wu clan released the teleportation stone pillars just to make the monks kill each other. And they have no time to disturb them to break the formation. Huh? Then we can only watch helplessly as the witch clan finds the remains of the spiritual emperor?
Qin Jiuquan asked coldly.
Don't worry. Luli will break this witch formation of the witch clan.
A smile appeared in the cold eyes of the leader of the Tao Alliance, as if everything was under control.
Luli, this kid is almost dead.
Qin Jiuquan frowned.
Don't worry. Luli won't die. By the way, the pigs raised by the master of Lingwang Mountain are about to be slaughtered. Why don't we all go to his place to have hot pot together? Eat and watch at the same time.
The leader of Xiatian Temple suddenly interrupted. Bang, 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 bang. The words just fell. The master of Feixian Temple, who was soundly asleep. The master of Wanfa sect, who was chasing the beauty. And others disappeared instantly. Then, circles of ripples appeared in the void around the lord of Lingwang Mountain. And the figures of everyone emerged one by one. The face of the mountain master of Lingwang Mountain turned dark.
This group of people is hopeless. Hurry and destroy them.
Seeing the leader of Feixian Temple and others starting to boil water and kill pigs, Qin Jiuquan shook his head helplessly and turned to look at Lu Li's water mirror.
Abyss Eldar?
Lu Li was floating in the air. His eyes slightly narrowed, staring at the woman in green clothes walking out of the stone pillar array. I saw that her forehead had almost the same pattern as Qi Tianjia's. He recognized it immediately. This person is definitely from the Abyss Spirit clan.
That's right.
The woman in green stepped up to the 9th heaven step by step. Her divine power was as magnificent as the sky, covering an area of 100 miles.
I am the saint of the Abyss Spirit clan, Bu Lianhua. The abandoned pride you captured can barely be considered my brother.
As he spoke, the purple gold divine pattern between his eyebrows shone brightly. An invisible wave spread out immediately. Everyone present felt a sense of surrender in their hearts, just like the subjects, who couldn't help but bow down and salute when they saw the emperor.
Spirit God 10,000 Emperor's nascent soul?
Luo Rujin in the distance looked solemn and exclaimed. Nandong Xie and his wife also looked serious and fearful. This Spirit God 10,000 Emperor's nascent soul is the most terrifying nascent soul in the records of the Spirit clan. Once it is refined, its bloodline will mutate, and it will have a terrifying suppression on all the races in the world. Just like the true Dragon clan, They innately suppress the blood of demons and humans. It's even more terrifying than Lu Li's great Tao golden pill. What is even more astonishing is that this spiritual god, the 10,000 Emperor's nascent soul, is also above the heavenly Tao. When his magic power is unleashed, he can suppress the 10,000 Dharma Tao with incomparable tyranny. Therefore, facing Bu Lianhua, who had cultivated into the spirit god 10,000 Emperor's nascent soul, her bloodline was suppressed, and her strength was reduced by 20%. The mana was suppressed again, and the strength was reduced by another 10%. In this way, no one can be the opponent of Bu Lianhua. Among everyone present, Bu Lianhua is the strongest. What's more, she also brought 7 Abyss Demon Kings with perfect nascent soul. All of them have powerful and intimidating blood, soaring demon aura, and their strength is extraordinary at first sight.
Lu Li, hand over the spiritual artifact.
At this time, Bu Lianhua uttered a sentence coldly. The sacred weapon of the Eldar? Hearing these 4 words, Luo Rujin and Nandong Xie were stunned for a moment, and their confused eyes glanced at Lu Li. How could this spiritual artifact be on Wei He's body? However, Bu Lianhua is a saint of the Abyss Spirit Clan, and her induction is absolutely infallible. The Wei He in front of him really has a spiritual artifact. How could Wei He have a spiritual artifact? Could it be? Thinking of this, Luo Rujin and Nandong Xie's pupils trembled and gradually dilated, and a bone-chilling chill rushed from the soles of their feet up their backs and onto the Tianling cap. The hairs all over my body are standing on end. This Wei He turned out to be Lu Li pretending to be. Now he pretends to be Wei He, and then Lu Li. He's pretending to be himself. Fear. Shock. Shocked. Incredible. Luo Rujin and Nandong Xie's hands and feet could not help but tremble. Their pores opened, and their mouths slowly opened, big enough to fit a few duck eggs inside. The 3 of them stared dumbfounded, breathing heavily, staring at Lu Li with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. But due to extreme shock and fear, they could not utter a single word.
Lu Li! You doubt you are actually Lu Li.
In the end, Luo Rujin's eyes were blood red. She bit her lip and blood was flowing. Without knowing it, the voice was shaking.
Yes, it's me.
Lu Li glanced at Luo Rujin and the others coldly.
You are really hopelessly stupid. I have been around you for so long, and you don't recognize me? What a pity. I still want to hide it for a few more days, and I will tell you this cruel truth before I die, so that you will not be able to rest in peace. You.
Luo Rujin was so angry that her chest exploded and her whole body was cold and trembling. On the side, Nandong Xie and his wife also gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot and full of resentment. The robes all over his body were bulging high, and his murderous aura was soaring to the sky. Next moment, the 3 people's mana exploded, and they were about to kill Lu Li, who had deceived their feelings on the spot.
At
this time, Bu Lianhua, the holy maiden of the spirit clan, glanced over, as majestic as a mountain, and said in a cold voice,
Lu Li is mine. You, the Taima Sect, are not qualified to snatch it. Bu Lianhua, you want the spirit clan holy weapon on his body. I only want the Tao sword in his hand. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, then don't blame me for killing him on the spot.
The god clan Jinji was as arrogant as the sky, and his power shocked the entire audience.
I just want money.
Evil Sword Immortal Xiaoling Yu smiled evilly.
Whoever gives more money, I will help. Of course, I am also very interested in this Lu Li's Dao Jin Dan and his skin. If we talk about his, it would be a good idea to put this skin on a puppet and use it as a puppet slave. Oh, you want the Dao sword on my body, the sacred weapon of the spirit clan, and my skin? Aren't you afraid that I will take off your skin?
Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, with a murderous intent.
Ha ha!
Hearing Lu Li's words, Evil Sword Immortal Xiaoling Yu burst out laughing on the spot. He leaned forward and backward with laughter and burst into tears.
Lu Li, your joke is really funny. I have been practicing for so many years, and I have never heard of such a funny joke. Why do you want to destroy the skin of 3 half-step god cultivators? That's all.
Lu Li's sleeves and robe shook, and with a clang, the clear sound of the sword resounded throughout the world. A brass sword more than 5 feet long, simple and dull, slipped out from the sleeves of the robe, and was held in Lu Li's hand, pointing diagonally at the forest ground. There are several pieces of green patina on the sword body. Dao sword. Golden case sword.
Lu Li, if you hand over the Dao sword to me, I can make a poisonous oath on the spot to help you escape this disaster.
When evil sword immortal Xiaoling Yu saw Dao Jian, there was an undisguised look of fiery greed in his eyes.
Hand over the spirit clan's holy weapon, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame the three of us for joining forces, bullying the small, and killing you on the spot.
Bu Lianhua, the holy maiden of the spirit clan, said in a cold voice. There was murderous intent in the voice.
Go!
At this time, Jin Ji, a Protoss, waved his hand with a mighty sea and murderous intent.
Guard the stone pillar teleportation circle, and don't let anyone come out. Anyone who dares to come out will be killed directly.
The words fell. The two golden-robed old men behind him flew towards him. Next came the 5 nascent soul perfection monks from the Tianwai Palace. Then, there were the Halberd God King, Jueming Tian Sha, and the 7 Abyss Demon Kings, all surrounding the teleportation stone pillar. All kinds of terrifying spiritual treasures and spells were launched. Whoever dared to emerge from the stone pillar would immediately launch a devastating attack. Witnessing this scene, the people in the Spirit Emperor's treasury who wanted to watch the fun or rescue looked stern. This is really a dead end. Chapter 325 Siege and Killing. Swish swish swish. Above the 9 heavens, Jin Ji, Bu Lianhua, and Xiaoling Yu flashed and formed a character, surrounding Lu Li in the middle. Powerful and vast mana surged out of their bodies and spread around. The three people's mana stirred together, shaking the space, and emitting a thunderous and sky-shattering explosion. The endless hurricane rolled up and blew away the black fog for 10 miles. The endless stretch of eternal dense forest was also completely revealed in front of everyone. Everyone in the Spirit Emperor's treasury was watching with bated breath. 3 half-step transformations into gods, surrounding and killing a golden elixir. Even if Lu Li holds a Taoist weapon and has an invincible golden elixir, he will probably die here. Jinji, the son of the gods. Bu Lianhua, the holy maiden of the Spirit Clan. Xiaoling Yu, your swordsmanship is like an immortal. These 3 people are the geniuses of all races. They are dragons and phoenixes among people. They are unique talents that are unique in a million. Their magical powers are so powerful that it is simply terrifying. Each of them can suppress Luo Rujian's terrifying existence at will. This time, it's a real dead end.
Humph. Lu Li, are you still alive this time? Wait a minute. I will trample you under my feet in front of all the races in the world. Feed you food and drink urine. I will make you suffer all the humiliation.
The Halberd God King, who was guarding the stone pillar, had a vicious and ferocious smile on his face. Outside the battlefield, Luo Rujian, Nandong Xie and his wife also had cold murderous intentions on their faces. And they gritted their molars. They couldn't wait to skin the land carp and cramp it. Witness the scene. The demon cultivators in the Demon Gate stronghold all gloated.
TSK. TSK. This arrogant guy Lu Li has finally been punished. If a tree is beautiful in the forest, waves will destroy it. Now Lu Li can't stand up. Ha ha. God has eyes. I used to admire Lu Li very much. He could not change his face despite the collapse of Mount Tai. However, Bu Lianhua has 2 big reasons. I support Bu Lianhua in killing Lu Li.
Countless 7 emotions of joy and 7 emotions of evil surged out of the void and crashed into Lu Li's sea of consciousness. Lu Li's expression remained calm and cold. He turned his eyes and looked at Xiaoling Yu in the front left.
Xiaoling Yu, did you just tell the truth? Whoever gives you more money will you help? Of course. I always only recognize money and not people. As long as you give me the Dao sword, I will immediately help you deal with Jinji and Bu Lianhua.
Xiaoling Yu was carrying a white sword and said with an evil smile.
Okay. If you help me kill Jinji and Bu Lianhua, I will give you the Dao sword. I can swear this on the life of my master, Demon Lord.
Lu Li's eyes shot out a sharp light.
What you said just now was fine. Now, it doesn't work anymore.
Xiaoling Yu licked his lips and stared at the Dao sword in Lu Li's hand with greedy and fiery eyes.
As long as I kill you, your supreme Dao sword will be mine. Moreover, it will be much easier for me to kill you than to kill Jinji Bu Lianhua.
Just 1 sword is enough.
1 sword is enough. So proud, revealing Xiaoling Yu's extremely strong self-confidence.
At this moment, Xiaoling Yu laughed strangely.
Besides, Lu Li, you are growing too fast and you are too evil. Let me let you go today. In less than 3 to 5 years, you may have broken through to become a god. By then, you will come and report today's consequences.
Xiao, I'm afraid I can't stop you.
This sentence spread, and everyone couldn't help but secretly nod. Luli is indeed too evil. In less than 10 years, the golden elixir has been perfected, and the magic power is comparable to that of the late nascent soul, which is simply unbelievable. Give him another 10 years? Then he wants to go to heaven. Okay. Luli suddenly laughed 3 times, his arrogance rising to the sky, and his cold eyes swept across the 3 of them. I, Luli, have always been compassionate, elegant and easygoing, and never made enemies with others. However, since the 3 of you want to take my treasure, take it. I have a human head on my neck and my body is divided, so I can only take action and kill you all with the sword. With the blood of the 3 of you, I will shock the world and become my famous name for eternity. The words fell. Boom. A mana as majestic as the sea turned into boundless black demonic energy, rising into the sky and rolling like a dragon, arrogantly overlooking the heaven and earth, shaking the sun and the moon. The ferocity of the momentum is not inferior to that of 3 half-step gods. Joke! Want to kill us! However, evil sword immortal Xialing Yu was still disdainful. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Jinji, the god clan, is aloof and despises the land carp like an ant. No need to talk nonsense. Prepare to die. Bu Lianhua, the holy maiden of the spirit clan, gave a cold shout. The purple and gold lines between the eyebrows are bright. Divine light soaring to the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the 3 people who transformed into gods in half a step soared into the sky, shaking the sun and moon. The space is directly distorted. Boundless murderous intent filled the sky and the earth, covering Luli with death. Sensing this frightening murderous intention, Luo Rujin, Nangong Xie and his wife in the distance, as well as the halberd god king guarding the teleportation stone pillar, Jueming Tiansha and others could not help but feel fear in their hearts, and their hands and feet became weak. I can't help but want to escape from here. Sister Ling, will this guy Luli be okay? I haven't taken revenge on him yet. I want to give birth to 36 children at once, and then ask him to take care of my children every day, which will annoy him to death. By the way, I will keep him busy every day hungry. If he dies, I can't take revenge. In the sky, the sword light was like a school of fish, shooting towards the east. In one of the sword lights, Fang Yinli looked at the water mirror in the sky, her plump face full of worry. Jinji of the god clan sent people to guard the teleportation stone pillar. She had no choice but to follow Ling Jianchuang and the Tianhe sword sect's people to teleport to the nearest teleportation stone pillar, and then rush to the dense forest where Luli was. Don't worry. That guy is the best at taking advantage. If something goes wrong, he can run faster than a dog that drank laxatives. Ling Jianchuang comforted him on the side. Although he said this, the speed of the sword light under his feet suddenly increased by 3 points. On the other side, a group of Huangquan sect disciples were also very anxious. What should we do? Senior brother Lu is going to be killed. Don't be afraid. Senior brother has incredible magical skills and is invincible in the world. It will be absolutely fine. Those are 3 half-step gods. The senior brother is just a golden elixir. Can he survive? Then we can only collect the body for senior brother Lu. Let's go! Everyone shot out wildly and rushed to the battlefield. All of this is clearly reflected in the sky and water mirror. Evil sword immortal Xialing Yu glanced at it, raised his hand to grab it, and the white jade sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He smiled evilly and said, Jinji, Bu Lianhua, it's time for us to take action. If we don't take action, Luli's help will come soon. The words fell. The 3 of them climbed up suddenly. The pressure of the half-step god transformed without any reservation. All exploded and merged together. The power of the god was like a prison and the sea, squeezing the space of the world in all directions. Thousands of miles of spiritual energy surged forward, condensing into a huge funnel-shaped spiritual energy vortex, lingering around the 3 of them like a hurricane. This is fighting for Lu Li's aura. The 3 of them are all geniuses, so they naturally know the power of the Dao sword. And they also know that Lu Li Dao's golden elixir has endless mana, so they don't give them any chance. Directly took away the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, there was no trace of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Lu Li. When his golden elixir power is exhausted, he will definitely die. However, even though Lu Li endured the immense pressure of the 3 people and had his spiritual energy taken away, he remained calm and cold, with demonic energy surging all over his body, like a demon god reborn.
Ji and the others were not taken seriously at all.
For final confirmation, I only want Lu Li's storage ring.
Xiaoling's eyes turned cold. The 5-foot jade sword in his hand trembled slightly, and began to shine brightly. The sword is soaring into the sky.
I only want the Eldar artifact.
Bu Lianhua's cold and arrogant gaze, as sharp as a sword, stared at Lu Li.
I, the son of God, only want his Tao sword.
Ji was aloft, looking down at the common people, looking at Lu Li, as if looking at a dead person. In the eyes of the three people, Lu Li was indeed a dead person. 3 half-step gods can't kill a golden elixir? It's better to just wipe your neck yourself.
Kill me for a golden elixir. And the 3 of you actually want to join forces? You are too weak. You are too weak. You don't even have the confidence to be invincible. It is not worth my using the Tao sword.
At this moment, Lu Li suddenly said something with great disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed in his hand. The brass sword disappeared. He actually put away the Tao sword. Witnessing this scene, the whole audience was shocked again. Does this guy think he can't die quickly enough? Without the threat of the Tao sword? Wouldn't it be more dangerous if the 3 half-step gods exploded with all their strength? Or is this a trap?
Do it!
Bu Lianhua shouted coldly, and took the lead. Boom! The whirlpool of spiritual energy reaching the sky and grounding to the ground suddenly contracted, compressed to the extreme, and condensed on her fingertips, spitting like a nebula, and finally turned into a green talisman, as small as a green bean, exuding the pure and incomparable power of life and death.
The talisman of life and death?
Luo Rujin, who was watching the battle from a distance, shrank her pupils and immediately recognized this move. This is the supreme spiritual technique of the Spirit Clan to control the Demon Clan. It transforms the boundless spiritual energy of the heaven and earth, and the supreme secret mantra of the condensing Spirit Clan into a talisman. It ignores all defenses and blasts into the enemy's body. With a single thought, it can be sucked away instantly. The enemy's flesh, blood, soul, and magic power died silently, which was extremely terrifying. It is the supreme spirit spell and talisman technique that is innately capable of restraining and protecting the body.
Immortal possession.
At this time, Jinji's whole body shone with golden light. The aura of divine terror suddenly erupted, surpassing the spirit form. Without a word of nonsense, Jinji shattered the sky with one step, like a god emperor descending, and punched Lu Li with a pure power attack that destroyed the eternal world. Crackling, the space exploded into a 1,000-foot passage. A terrifying fifth seal, visible to the naked eye, as huge as a mountain, as fast as thunder from the 9 heavens, exploded the space, and fiercely bombarded Lu Li. Above the fifth seal, there is a terrifying and boundless power that can shatter the sun, moon and stars. The power of 100 dragons. This is the true power of 100 dragons. This divine son of the God clan, with one casual strike, is the power of 100 dragons.
Zheng!
Evil Sword Immortal Xiaolingyu also took action. No unnecessary movements. Just simply raise your hand, take action, and stab the sword. Next moment, an extremely bright and dazzling 1,000-foot sword light, as white as frost, rose into the sky, splitting the avenue of heaven and earth, and killed from across the air. The sword shines like a rainbow. The rainbow is as bright as a sword. It's enough to blind the eyes of true monarch nascent soul. Everyone present's eyes bleed instantly, as if thousands of needles were pricking them, and their souls felt the sharp pain of being torn in half. This is the supreme swordsmanship of Xiaolingyu, who has drawn his sword and thrust it millions of times, returning to his original nature and reaching the great avenue. Splitting the universe and piercing the yin and yang are not enough to describe the purity, magnificence and stunningness of this move and the sword. And death. All of a sudden, the 3 half-step gods transformed into gods, and they all launched their killing moves, hoping to kill Lu Li completely with just one blow. Chapter 326. Defeat the enemy with 3 punches. Coming. Take action. In an instant, the color of heaven and earth changed. Boundless terrifying killing moves, overwhelming the sky and the earth, came down. The life and death talisman of Bu Lianhua, the saint of the Abyss Spirit Clan, illuminates the sky with blue light, shining from the air, ignoring all defenses. Control life and death. The divine son of the God clan, Jinjiren, emerged like a dragon, crushing the sky, and like the divine emperor who dominates all things descending, punching into space. On the other side, Xiaolingyu, A man and a sword. The sword shines across Kyushu. The three of them took action together. The power was so great that it shattered the sky and cracked the earth. Luo Rujin, Halberd God King and others present all changed their expressions, and were shocked on the spot. The attacks of these three people aroused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, combined with the power of the Great Road. And their divine power was boundless, enough to sweep away dozens of nascent souls.
Is this the horror of half-step transformation into a god?
Nandong Xie said in a trembling voice.
I thought I could snatch Luli away from these three people. But I didn't expect that each of these three people are above me.
Luo Rujin also looked solemn.
Okay. The stronger, the better. This guy Luli is dead this time.
The Halberd God King was not shocked. There was only ferocious ecstasy on his ugly face. As long as he kills Luli, he will be able to avenge his past blood feud, avenge his past humiliation, gain clarity of thought, eliminate all inner demons, and greatly increase his cultivation level. At the same time, in every corner of the Spirit Emperor's treasure house, Ling Jianshuang, Fan Yinli, Demon Master, everyone stopped and stared at Liu Li in the water mirror in the sky. Ling Wang Mountain, Master Shuiyu, the master of Faxian Temple, who was gathering around to make hot pot, also stopped drinking and throwing chopsticks, frowning slightly. Can Liu Li really survive such a terrifying joint attack? Just when everyone thought Liu Li was dead, Liu Li took action. He raised his right hand suddenly and clenched it into a fist. The majestic demonic energy that filled the whole body was suddenly withdrawn, condensed on the fist, and poured into the emerging dark gold glove. At the same time, a powerful Vajra Arhat a flashed past and merged into it. There was no pause. One punch, volleyed out. The physical power of 200 dragons. Powerful Vajra mantra. An increase of 256 times. Broken star gloves. 3 times the increase. 153 dragon powers. Incomparable vast power blasted out from the broken star fist glove, turning into a dark gold fist seal, as big as a clay pot, with a divine light that was as bright as a vast galaxy, blasting out. Under the gaze of everyone, he struck hard at the white rainbow sword light that struck first. Boom! The 1,000-foot white rainbow sword light that pierced through the sun and moon cracked and spread, instantly exploding into sword light that filled the sky, shooting out in all directions and cutting the heaven and earth.
Huh? Drawing a sword is slower than my grandma picking up vegetables. Go back and get your father's tombstone and practice for another 300 years.
Liu Li snorted disdainfully.
How can it be?
Evil Sword Immortal Xiaolingyu's face changed drastically, and his figure retreated thousands of feet. The tiger's mouth was numb, and he could barely hold the 5-foot sword. Looking down again, 3 green hair-like cracks appeared on the sword body. The sword was shattered by a punch. Xiaolingyu's heart was filled with billions of turbulent waves. One sword breaks all laws. His sword was broken by a golden elixir punch. My mind suffered an unprecedented impact. At this time, Liu Li had already fired his second punch against Jin Ji's immortal fist from the God clan. The immortal's fist is as huge as a mountain, pushing across 3,000 worlds. Liu Li's fist is as small as a clay pot and seems vulnerable. However, the two fists collided. The tiny dark gold fist seal hit the immortal's fist with such fierce force that it directly exploded the huge mountain-like fist seal on the spot. The terrifying power turned into circles of shock waves, pouring out, shaking the space of 3,000 feet in radius, shattering like a mirror, forming a huge and boundless black hole. The 1,000-year-old ancient book, with a radius of hundreds of miles, exploded into powder in an instant. The earth cracked and the chasm spread like a spider web.
Punches are weak. Haven't you had any milk since you were a child? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that you are a member of the God clan and have been an orphan since you were a child.
Liu Li snorted again. The words fell. A cyan figure shot out from the black hole of turbulent space and flew several miles. Rub, 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 rub. The Protoss Jinji staggered. His face turned pale. His mouth was bleeding. His right hand was shaking involuntarily. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he did not dare to accept the cruel facts in front of him. He was hatched from an immortal finger bone. He was born with the holy body of an immortal. His physical body was so powerful that he was defeated by a human race? Finally, Liu Li punched again. With a simple punch, he met the green talisman of life and death that Bu Lianhua pointed at his fingertips. Puff! There was a muffled sound. Liu Li's fist and Bu Lianhua's fingers were stuck together. Golden light and green light sparkled and intertwined. And it turned out to be a stalemate. This secret spell of the Spirit Clan was really weird. It actually swallowed up Lu Li's boundless fist power. Furthermore, the power of life and death in the Talisman of Life and Death actually ignored the star-shattering glove and poured into Lu Li's fist like a torrent. It is necessary to suck the flesh and blood and mana from it, and suck the land carp into human beings. A tyrannical thought came again. It's the Spirit Emperor's clone. Within this life and death talisman, there is indeed a wisp of the Spirit Emperor's clone. However, 9 mighty heavenly dragons roared out from their fists and blasted into the green life and death talisman, tearing apart the Spirit Emperor's clone thoughts and shattering them in an instant. Green light bursts.
Want to plant a talisman on me? Blow your fingers off.
Lu Li's fist trembled. Powerful power came out of the star-shattering glove, destroying everything and hitting Bulienhua's fingertips. The green and green jade fingers burst into pieces in an instant, and green blood splattered everywhere.
How come?
Bulienhua's pupils trembled. She swayed and retreated thousands of feet away. His face was full of shock. At this moment, everyone in the audience was equally shocked and stunned, and there was a dead silence. Then, there were exclamations.
Did I read that correctly? Is it an illusion? Lu Li's 3 punches actually knocked back Xiaoling Yu, Jin Ji, and Bulienhua? And he was still unscathed? This. Ah! Senior brother Lu is invincible. Invincible. Quick! Go and assist senior brother Lu. Suppress Bulienhua, who has ambitions all over the world, and take him back to Huangquan Sect to train and teach him into a hot weapon. How could it be? How could this guy be so strong?
The halberd god king who was watching the battle clenched his fists, his face full of resentment and unwillingness, and his teeth were about to be broken. There was full of jealousy in his eyes. Not far away, Luo Rujin, Nandong Xia and his wife were shocked, resentful, and regretful. If Lu Li's identity had been known earlier, Lu Li would not have been able to obtain the magic weapon star-breaking gloves, and it would have been impossible for Lu Li to break the joint efforts of Jin Ji and the others with one blow.
Damn it! It's over! This guy is so strong! I'm afraid I won't be able to beat him in the future.
Thousands of miles away, Fang Yinli was in a daze.
This guy!
Ling Jianchuang's embroidered eyebrows and face also looked dull.
Ha ha ha! My disciple Lear has the qualities of a great emperor.
On the other side, Demon King laughed wildly, completely relieved. In a palace in Lingwang Mountain, the master of Faxian Temple and others laughed.
Come on! Let's eat, play music, and dance!
In the Dao Alliance Immortal Palace, the leader of the Dao Alliance smiled.
This boy will definitely not disappoint.
Similarly, in the vegetable garden of Shuiyuan, Master Shuiyu continued to hum songs and water the vegetables around her.
You are too weak.
In the midst of the crowd's attention, Lu Li slowly retracted his fist, with a domineering gaze, looking arrogantly at the crowd.
The 3 of you all want the treasure on my body. The attack just now seemed to be a joint effort. But there was no real joint effort. That's why you were attacked.
I'll break them one by one. With your level, you still want to take my life?
As soon as these words came out, Xiaoling Yu, Jin Ji, and Bulienhua turned pale and gloomy. They were told by Lu Li. The 3 of them are not of the same mind. They seem to be very similar, but they all want to take away all the treasures from Lu Li, including people. Therefore, all 3 of them chose to attack at close range. They never expected that this would give Lu Li a chance to fight back and directly hit them hard. Take another look at the purple gold glove on Lu Li's right hand. The blood light is lingering, mixed with the sacred and solemn golden Buddha light. It is like a magical object of the demon Buddha, shocking all directions.
Let's do something special. Kill Lu Li. As for the treasures on him, each one depends on his ability.
Jin Ji, Bulienhua, and Xiaoling Yu felt the threat from Lu Li. Their eyes met, and the communication was completed in an instant.
Nichiren sword.
Xiaoling Yu shook his sleeves, put away the broken jade sword, turned his big hand, and a golden ball of light suddenly appeared in his palm. Ying rotates, emitting a sharp sword light that penetrates the 3 realms. The other side, under the skin of the divine clan Jinji, golden and silver immortal seal scripts and tadpole scripts emerged one after another. They were mysterious, and their aura was heaven-shaking. The mana begins to increase steadily. Finally, the mana of 5,000 flower streams was reached. The mana surges and distorts the surrounding space. Immediately afterwards, Jinji grabbed it with his big hand, and a palm-sized colorful sacred mountain emerged, emitting misty colorful light, and the aura of the supreme gods filled the sky and the earth. It is actually on par with the Eldar sacred artifact, the Chaos God Grind. This is another top-quality spiritual treasure that is almost a Taoist weapon. It is obviously an artifact of the gods. Finally, there is Bu Lianhua. Although one of her fingers was blown off, with a flash of green light, the finger immediately grew back and recovered as before. She opened her sandalwood mouth and spit out a jade ring. At first glance, it looks like half a Chaos God's mill. Without any pause, boundless mana immediately poured into the emerald jade ring, flashing with cyan divine light. A strange force field immediately spread thousands of miles around. Almost in an instant, everyone felt their energy and blood surge out of control. And with the emerald jade ring's twinkling divine light, it surged faster and faster. His heart was beating loudly, as fast as a drum, as if it was about to explode in the next moment. Ouch. In the distance, a nascent soul-stage black-armored scorpion wolf subconsciously ran away. But the next moment, it exploded directly from a distance of 3,000 feet and turned into a ball of blood mist. Seeing this, everyone was so frightened that they quickly retreated. Obviously, these three people are going to use their ultimate killing move. Look at the land carp again. Everyone's pupils shrank immediately. I saw the Buddha's body with 4 heads and 8 arms emerging from Lu Li's body. And the Buddha's light shone brightly, illuminating the heaven and earth. The next moment, the moonlight soared into the sky and condensed into a 10-foot-tall moonlight glass. It is the moonlight glazed body of the god-transforming Sutra of Stars. Then, strange black and gold magic patterns emerged from under Lu Li's skin and spread all over his body. In the end, the moonlight glazed treasure body and the Vajratathagata body suddenly shattered into pieces, turned into little bits of light, and merged into Lu Li's body. The black and gold magic patterns all over his body shone brighter and brighter, and traces of black and red blood lingered around him. Faintly, it condensed into a ferocious bone demon, covering Lu Li's body. Brahma demon holy body. A ferocious, domineering, ferocious, bloody, killing, and other terrifying aura spread out. As if the devil came to the world. Boom! Lu Li's mana began to increase dramatically. 3,000 flower streams. 4,000 flowers flowed. 4,500 flowers flowed. 5,200 flowers flowed. 6,000 flowers flow. Powerful as God. Chapter 327 Crucified Casually. This mana. Above the 9 heavens. Lu Li slowly clenched his fist, feeling the vast mana surging within his body. His cold eyes swept over the entire place. Moment. The hearts of everyone in the audience suddenly jumped. In their eyes, a dark blood-red magic light emanated from Lu Li's body, forming a strange and terrifying aura, as vast as the sea, covering the world in all directions. This aura. How is it so similar to the demon envoy? Nandong Xie and his wife's pupils were trembling, and their spirits were suffocated. This is the Brahma demon holy body. He has cultivated the Brahma demon holy body. How is it possible? How could he have cultivated the Brahma demon holy body in such a short period of time? Luo Rujin on the side looked pale and frightened. Billions of turbulent waves arose in my heart. How could it be? How could it be? How could he be so strong? The halberd god king was so frightened that he took a step back. His hands and feet were cold, and he began to tremble. In front of Lu Li, who was like a demon god descending. He was like a weak deer, facing the ancient giant python that devoured the world, unable to even muster the strength to resist and escape. The same was true for Jueming Tian Sha and other nascent soul consummation. Looking up at Lu Li with boundless demonic power, he swallowed and began to retreat secretly. Demon realm kung fu. This guy has turned into a demon. On the other side, Jinji, a Protoss, looked extremely solemn and fearful. So this is his trump card. Are the rumors about the reincarnation of the demon Buddha true? Bu Lianhua was shocked. Damn it! I've hit the wall this time. I may not make any money this time. I'll even lose money. And I won't be able to make it back even if I sell myself 100 times. Xie Lingyu pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. There was already a hint of intention to retreat. Then, without hesitation, he turned into sword light, splitting the heaven and earth, and fled into the distance. Worthy of being the 40 overseas thieves. Seeing an opportunity, run away immediately. You've already come. Why are you leaving in such a hurry?
Lu Li's voice, rolling like thunder, suddenly spread throughout the world. A ray of Buddha's light, like the first ray of innate purple energy at dawn, bloomed from his body and illuminated the 3,000 worlds in an instant. Xialing Yu's sword light suddenly paused, because, in the sky ahead of him, the Buddha's light is dazzling, soaring into the sky. A boundless Buddha, with a sacred sun of Buddha's light above his head, looks up, solemnly, overlooking all living beings in the world. One finger to the sky and one finger to the earth. I am the only one in the world. Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in a radius of thousands of miles rioted, forming a huge wave of vitality, which surged majestic and rushed into the sacred Buddha. Behind the Buddha's head, the great sun of Buddha's light suddenly brightened. The dazzling Buddha's light shone through the world in all directions, falling evenly on Bu Lianhua, Jin Ji, and Xialing Yu, making the three of them crystal clear, as if they were cast in gold. Moreover, the surrounding Buddha light is bonded together, as if crystallized, condensing into substance. Looking down from a high altitude, a golden Buddha kingdom with a radius of hundreds of miles has taken shape. This scene is extremely amazing. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Heartwarming. However, Jin Ji, Bu Lianhua, and Xialing Yu all felt a great pressure, as vast as the sea of stars, suppressing them firmly. Although the other people present were not targeted, their feelings were not the same. The power of heaven and earth.
The power of this palm, already transformed into a god. How can this be?
Jin Ji, Bu Lianhua, and Xialing Yu's expressions changed drastically. Halberd God King, the god of death. Luo Rujin and others looked shocked, trembling all over, and without saying a word, they burst into flames of talismans, activating the forbidden technique, and fled to their deaths. Become a god. The realm of God. The golden elixir that kills the nascent soul is effortless. It's as simple as squeezing a few ants to death. Even if he becomes a god in half a step, he will end up with the same fate. Lu Li has activated the supreme magic power, and his magic power is like that of a god, reaching a level comparable to that of a god. Now, he is going to use the great Amitabha palm. If he doesn't escape, he will be dead. Everyone looks terrified, with only one thought in their minds. Escape! Escape! Escape!
The auspicious time has come. It's time for you to hit the road.
Lu Li's voice, as loud as a heavenly bell, suddenly came down from the sky. The words fell. The immeasurable Buddha slowly raised its palm. The boundless spiritual energy, together with the thunder and lightning flames in the void, gathered on the Buddha's palm and patted it down towards the earth. Boom! The spiritual energy gathers. The Buddha's palm grew infinitely, and then fell with a crash. Boom! It was like a meteorite falling into the lake. The endless sky collapsed at this moment, like broken biscuits, falling down piece by piece. The boundless Buddha's palm, shining with divine light, is coming straight towards it, and is about to penetrate the land thousands of miles away. Under the boundless palm of Buddha, Bu Lianhua, Jin Ji, and Xialing Yu are as small as ants in dust. Luo Rujin and others, who had fled thousands of miles away, looked back and saw the delicate palm lines in the Buddha's palm, which were as big as mountains and ravines. They were shocked and frightened in their hearts, which they will never forget.
Ah! Sunluan sword! Sky-cutting style!
Under the divine power, Xialing Yu roared and exploded violently. The golden halo in the palm of his hand turned into a brilliant golden sword light, as huge as a sky pillar, soaring into the sky, like a peerless divine sword unsheathed and splitting the sky.
Xingchen Mountain! Immortal body! Rise!
On the other side, Jin Ji shouted. The golden light on his body shines so high into the sky, condensing into a boundless golden giant. And the colorful sacred mountain in his hand shines with the light of the vast stars, magnifying infinitely. Then, Jin Ji was like a giant resurrected from ancient times, holding the sacred mountain of stars, and smashed out towards the boundless Buddha palm falling from the sky.
Chaos Spirit Ring! Go!
Almost at the same time, Bu Lianhua threw the emerald jade ring in her hand, pouring boundless magic power into it, making it shine with dazzling cyan lightning. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ball of blue divine thunder, as big as the bright sun, soaring straight into the sky and hitting the palm of the Buddha's palm. These cyan lightnings are like chaos god thunders. Boom! Under the spotlight, the Buddha's palm, the divine sword, the giant mountain, and the chaotic thunder sun collided with each other. Next moment, a bit of dazzling light burst out from the center of the Buddha's palm. Like a bright sun exploding, the blazing white light condensed into a mushroom cloud, rising slowly, and connected with the big explosion that shattered the sky and the earth, spreading to 10 heavens and 9 earths. Light. Infinite light. Between heaven and earth, there is only infinite light. Then, a strong shock wave swept thousands of miles away in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The protective masks of Luo Rujin and others exploded like light bulbs at this moment. Even though they were protected by precious clothing and spirit armor, they were caught off guard and were thrown away directly, causing severe pain in their chests. The weakest halberd god king had his armor cracked and vomited blood. The earth cracks. Thousands of feet of ground cracks are densely packed, crisscrossing the earth, intertwined like a spider web. Endless ancient trees turned into ashes at this moment. Thousands of miles of swamps also dried up in the strong light, turning into patches of dry fields. Boom! At this time, the immeasurable bright light dimmed. Everyone saw the boundless Buddha's palm slamming into the ground, once again setting off a boundless and terrifying shock wave. Thousands of miles of space shattered inch by inch. There were sonic booms one after another. The earth was completely sunk, like billions of tons of stars and meteorites falling from the sky. Then, the force of the explosion spread. Pieces of earth, mountains and rivers were directly shaken up, rising into the sky, and flying around in the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. Wait until the bright light dissipates. The earth is covered with devastation. A palm print stretching 3,000 miles across was clearly printed on the earth. 100 miles of ravine is just a palm print. Next to the horror house. It makes people tremble. Looking carefully, there are 3 faint lights shining in the center of the palm print. Xiaolingyu, with disheveled hair, held a golden broken sword in his hand. His face was as pale as paper, and his energy was weak. Seriously injured, Jinji, covered in tattered clothes, knelt on one knee, his hands trembling constantly. The colorful sacred mountain fell beside him, and his aura was dim. Seriously injured, Bulienowa's face is like gold paper. The purple and gold lines between her eyebrows are dull, and green blood gurgling out of her mouth. The emerald jade ring above the head was spinning and full of cracks. Also seriously injured. Dot! At this moment, everyone in heaven and on earth, inside and outside the 3 realms, was stunned and completely numb by this scene. 3 half-step gods were seriously injured by a palm from a golden elixir. At this time, above the 9 heavens, Luli raised his big hand and threw a bloody light across the sky, as fast as the thunder of the 9 heavens, and crashed down. There was a pop. Blood light penetrated Xiaolingyu's chest. The powerful penetrating force directly brought the person to lie down, nailing him to the ground. This bloody light is clearly an imitation of the demon-slaying knife. Chapter 328. Xiaolingyu steps into the gate of H.L. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. Everyone witnessed the bloody light penetrating the sky and nailing Xiaolingyu to the ground. Their hearts were shocked. They were completely lost and dumbfounded. This is a half-step to becoming a god. And Luli is just a perfect golden elixir. Golden elixir completes the slaughter and becomes a god in half a step? Thinking of this, countless people's scalps felt numb, and their whole bodies felt like electricity. Then, the shocking madness swept across the 3 realms and beyond from the Spirit Emperor's treasure house.
How can it be? Isn't it possible? The golden elixir suppressed 3 half-step gods, and each palm was seriously injured? Is this hacking human? Hey, it's also a golden elixir. Why is it that other people's golden elixirs are invincible, but mine can't kill a dog if I hit it with it? From today onwards, Luli is a legend in the world. Eldest brother is mighty. Eldest brother is invincible. Eldest brother, I am your god. I want you to give me children.
Lingwang Mountain. All the powerful immortals who were eating hot pot were shocked and silent. The master of Xiantian Temple suddenly exclaimed,
TSK. TSK. This kid is really fierce and fierce. He actually swept half a step to become a god with the golden elixir realm. This is probably the rebirth of the Tao ancestor.
The leader of Xiantian Temple sighed.
I was originally happy today, but I didn't expect that compared with him, we would all be useless.
The leader of the Wanfa sect nodded in agreement.
Yes. Go back and practice. If this kid survives the tribulation before us in the future, then we old guys will have no place to show their face. It's okay not to eat this hot pot.
The words fell. All the powerful men left sadly. in the Dao Alliance Immortal Palace. The leader of the Dao Alliance exclaimed with cold eyes.
Not bad. Not bad. He is 7 times as powerful as I was back then.
On the contrary, the people of the God clan were all furious and horrified. How could anyone be so strong as to be in such a state? Can they still occupy this world as they wish? In the mysterious underground palace, the old man of the witch clan looked solemn and ordered,
Go! Capture this land carp. Use it as a sacrifice for the witch god's resurrection. Yes!
Behind him, 5 powerful men from the witch clan solemnly accepted their orders. Before leaving, I looked up and saw the land carp in the water mirror, covered in blood-red magic light, as overwhelming as the sea, and terrifying, like a demon god reborn. Even though they could be resurrected at the altar after death, the 5 powerful wizards couldn't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. Like them, there are Jin Ji, Bu Lianhua, Halberd God King, Jueming Tian Sha, Luo Rujin, and others who face Lu Li.
How could it be? How could he be so strong? How could he be so strong? How could he be so strong?
The Halberd God King was trembling all over. In his pupils, there was only one part of resentment and murderous intent, and the remaining 9 parts were filled with fear, not willing to give in. A few years ago, he and Lu Li were almost the same in strength. But unexpectedly, Lu Li could now suppress the half-step transformation into a god. How can this not make people tremble with fear? On the other side, Luo Rujin's face was pale, with a strong livid gloominess. Brahma Demon's true holy skill. What Lu Li activated his magic power just now was the Brahma Demon true holy art. Although that blood magic pill can stimulate 3 times the mana. The limit is just like this. At most, it can only increase the mana to 300 flowers. Only the Brahma Demon holy body can directly double the nascent soul's mana. In other words, it was her fault that Lu Li was so strong. It was she who helped her murderous enemy become stronger. Thinking of this, Luo Rujin felt so regretful that her lips bled with blood.
Walk!
At this moment, 2 voices sounded at the same time. They are the son of God Jinji, and the holy maiden Bu Lianhua of the Spirit Clan. The 2 of them had just faced Lu Li's boundless Buddha's palm, and the terrifying power left an indelible mark deep in their souls. The chill, like a resentful spirit, wraps around the body and cannot be dissipated. Even though they forcibly destroyed the boundless Buddha's palm, the 2 of them still had endless fear in their hearts. The land carp in the 9 heavens is simply invincible. No hesitation. Just run. Swish. The 2 people turned into 2 divine lights, one green and one gold, and fled towards the left and right. Only Xiaolingyu was left on the ground, with a face full of fear and horror. His face was like gold paper, and there was endless pain in his pupils. The broken sword in his hand had already been taken off his hands, and fell not far away. Its light was dim, and its spirituality was completely lost. In the abdominal cavity, the huge imitation demon-slaying knife penetrated fiercely. On the crystal-clear jade blade, streaks of blood-colored threads lit up, and the blood glowed in a gushing and strange way. It seemed like a giant blood-devouring beast sucking the blood from the enemy. This is exactly the case. Xiaolingyu only felt that all his magic power was flowing out like a dam bursting. The blood energy all over his body also went out of control, as if a river was flowing eastward. With mighty force, dizziness came over me. His whole body was extremely cold. What was even more frightening was that under the bloody light of the imitation demon-slaying knife, Xiaolingyu felt that in front of him was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless ferocious demons rushing towards him, trying to bite him to pieces. The soul was shocked. However, Xiaolingyu, as the second largest overseas thief, always has some trump cards. Boom! There was a loud bang. His body exploded directly. The next moment, a thumb-sized white light shot out from it, flashing like lightning, sweeping across the sky. If you look closely, you will see that it is Xiaolingyu's nascent soul. This crystal-clear jade nascent soul stepped on the snow-white sword light, holding a pure gold storage ring, and cut through the sky. It was agile and strange, so fast that no one could catch it. Jin Ji, Bu Lianhua, and Xiaolingyu were so frightened that they ran away under Lu Li's palm.
Weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you trying to escape now? You are dreaming. The men will stay and be used as fertilizer for me. The women will stay and be nannies.
Lu Li's demonic power is so powerful that he can crush the sky with one step. Raise your big hand and take a little space. Boom! The phantom of an immortal emerged from his body, with fluttering clothes and ribbons. lingering around the sky filled with gold and silver immortal seal scripts. The next moment, the immortal raised his big hand, and gold and silver immortal seals flew up all over the sky, condensed into a clear light, shot out, penetrated the real void, and swept across the ends of the world. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud blasts shook the sky. In the void, 3 groups of clear light exploded and flickered. Then, 3 figures fell out, revealing the nascent souls of Jin Ji, Bu Lianhua, and Xialing Yu. All 3 of them looked horrified. Before they could react, Lu Li raised his big palm and gave them a weak grab. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, a large colorful hand condensed into shape, like a big bowl tilted upside down in the sky. And it fell down hard, leaving people with nowhere to escape. Wisps of sweet scent fill the sky and the earth. After a slight inhale, the whole body feels soft and weak. Mana is out of control. 10,000 poisons imprisoning heavenly palm. Once you fall into the giant palm, you will definitely die.
What a terrifying giant palm! This Lu Li has really mastered the techniques of Buddhism, Taoism, and demonism to the extreme.
Some people were amazed. Bu Lianhua, Jin Ji, and Xialing Yu have extensive knowledge and know the power of the giant palm. They know that if they don't fight hard, they will really stay here.
The spiritual emperor protects you.
Bu Lianhua bit the tip of her tongue and pinched out the mysterious magic formula with both hands. Buzz! A golden light shot up from his body and condensed into a ghostly clone of the Spirit Emperor. It actually directly summoned the Spirit Emperor's clone to protect him.
The God Emperor breaks the galaxy.
While the God Clan Jin Ji roared, mysterious and unpredictable God Clan characters shone all over his body, and the golden light shone like a ball of bright sun. Then, a giant god condensed from billions of golden divine characters blasted out a boundless divine fist towards the falling giant palm, shaking the sky and the earth. The momentum was so fierce that it seemed like it was going to blow up the entire galaxy.
Ah! Lu Li! I'll fight you!
At this time, Xialing Yu roared hysterically, and the golden sword light shone like a divine thunder, rising into the sky. He drained the last drop of nascent soul's mana, inspired the supreme sword move, and struck out with an extremely brutal sword. With this sword, a comet hits the sun. Perish together. Keep moving forward. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone, the giant palm shattered the sky and pressed hard on Jin Ji, Bu Lianhua, and Xialing Yu. Tear. The next moment, the 10,000 poisons prisoner heaven palm was torn apart directly, and the vitality was like an explosion in the sea, billowing away in all directions. The phantom of the Spirit Emperor, the giant of the God Clan, and the golden thunder sword broke through the giant palm and appeared in front of everyone. This palm was broken directly, however, before Jin Ji and the other 3 smiled. The colorful and poisonous energy in the sky suddenly condensed into 2 huge demonic whales, one black and one white. Then, the black and white demonic whales bit each other head to tail, and suddenly spun, turning into a mysterious black hole of yin and yang. Hundreds of acres. It's so big that it covers the sky and the sun, and directly seals Jin Ji and the others inside. Then, this Hun Yuan black hole turned upside down and suddenly collapsed. It actually collapsed into the size of a black sesame seed. Boom! The Xialing Yu Yuaning inside was directly crushed by the collapsing Hun Yuan black hole, and the Yuaning spiritual body revealed tiny cracks like spider webs, which was shocking.
Ah! Lu Li! Spare my life! I will make you a cow!
Xialing Yu's fearful thoughts of begging for mercy came out. However, the words have not yet fallen. Lu Li's face was as cold as ice, and he shook his hands violently. Bang! The nascent soul exploded and shattered completely, and was directly annihilated in the Hun Yuan black hole. Both form and spirit are destroyed. Xialing Yu die. Chapter 329 Knife and Old Enemy. There was deathly silence again in the sky and on the earth. Then, there was another shock.
Died? Xialing Yu has fallen. What a legend of a generation. Lu Li has truly become a legend of a generation and will be remembered forever. It's so irritating to compare people to each other. Others' golden elixirs can kill half-steps to transform into gods.
But my golden elixirs can't even defeat a demon dog. There's no need to be envious. It's like a eunuch going to a brothel. What he doesn't have is just not there. Envy only adds to the sadness.
Just when the shock was overwhelming, all kinds of ferocious attacks came from all directions, hitting the black hole of Hun Yuan. They are the 7 demon kings of the Abyss Spirit Clan, together with the 2 golden-robed old men from the God Clan. They came to save people. Boom! The Hunyuan black hole expands and explodes. Demonic energy surged into the sky. The two figures were thrown out. They were both dressed in tatters, like beggars, with disheveled hair, and looked extremely embarrassed.
Run! This land carp is too fierce. You can't beat it. Go back and call someone.
Jinji was horrified, with a face full of fear and regret, and ran away without saying a word. He didn't even have the courage to look back at Luli.
Let's go! Go and invite the 36 Cave Demon King to form the Demon King's Heaven Sealing Formation, so that we can deal with Luli.
Bulien's face was like gold paper. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared away with the divine light. The 7 nascent soul Demon Kings are guarding each other. The group turned around and ran away without looking back. Seeing this, the Halberd God King, Jueming Tian Sha, Luo Regine and others were extremely frightened, and turned around and ran away. In the blink of an eye, the people who had been so aggressive just now, forming a siege and killing force, dispersed in a flash, like a flock of sheep encountering a fierce tiger.
King Halberd God, where do you want to escape to?
A cold snort came. Luli is like a demon descending from the sky, with his feet on the world. His divine power is majestic and intimidating. The shadow of a white bone demon is lingering all over his body. The face is covered with a solid white bone mask, which is ferocious, with white jagged teeth and staggered edges, making one's heart tremble at the sight. Under the white bone mask, his eyes were blood red and cold, exuding pure bloodlust for killing.
Luli, the grudge between me and you has been wiped out. From now on, I can swear that I will never come closer than 100 miles away from you. Once I see you, I will immediately kneel down beside you and prostrate myself to the ground until you are gone. How about that? The Halberd God King trembled. Behind him, the 5 nascent soul consummation cultivators from the Tianwai Palace all had the same fearful expression on their faces. They looked at Luli and did not dare to step forward.
Noisy!
Luli narrowed his bloody eyes and opened his hand to take a picture. A ray of blood flew towards Luli and turned into a 40-meter-long bloody knife. There was no pause. Luli held his sword and struck out with one slash. Phew! The Halberd God King's pupils trembled suddenly. A very thin blood-colored crack opened between his eyebrows. Then, the whole person fell backwards and plummeted towards the earth. At this moment, the Halberd God King's energy was extinguished. When the body dies, the Tao disappears. Died. Witnessing this scene, the Yuaning consummation monks in the Tianwai Palace in the distance were shocked, angry, hateful and afraid.
Let's go! He won't be arrogant for long. Let's see how he dies in the future. Tianwai Palace and Huangquan Sect will not stop until they die.
One of the big men roared with great grief and anger. Luli raised his eyes and stared at him. Suddenly, the big man was so shocked that he turned pale with fright and ran away before he even finished speaking. Panic is like a lost dog. Hurry is like a fish slipping through the net.
You can escape quickly.
Luli snorted disdainfully, turned his eyes, and looked at the 2 escaping lights in the distance. One black and one white. Call. Lightning flashed. A pair of pure green thunder wings spread out behind him. Luli took 1 step forward, flashed a few times, and swept across hundreds of miles. He appeared in front of the black and white light. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and used the 10,000 poisons prisoner's palm, which suppressed him fiercely.
Ah! It's a land carp! Did he catch up?
Black and white escape light felt the power of the sea above ahead. When he looked up, his pupils trembled with fear, as if he had encountered a man-eating demon. These 2 people were Nandong Xie and his wife.
Fight him!
Between life and death, Nandong Xie and his wife's expressions darkened. They gritted their teeth, opened their mouths, and spit out 2 flying knives, one black and one white. Then, he bit the tip of his tongue and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Buzz! In the soft sound, the black and white flying knives merged into one, soared into the sky, like a dragon entwining themselves, fused together, and turned into a black and white knife light as thick as a sky pillar, which suddenly slashed down, cut through the world, split the sea.
Little tricks.
Facing this double sword move, Luli narrowed his eyes, clenched a fist with his right hand, and blasted it out in the air.
Boom!
Only a blast like a heavenly bell was heard. The black and white sword light exploded and shattered on the spot. The sword energy fills the sky, shooting out everywhere, crisscrossing, cutting the space and the earth. Two flying knives, one black and one white, were full of cracks. They flew upside down, spun around, and fell to the ground. The aura was extremely dim. Poof. The natal spiritual treasure was damaged. And Nandong and his wife both vomited a mouthful of blood. Before the two of them could activate their magic power to escape, a voice from a frozen soul sounded behind them.
Thank me for being compassionate and letting your family reunite.
Nandong and his wife's pupils shrank together.
No!
As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out with one knife. Their chests trembled violently, and a red line appeared between their eyebrows. Then, the red line goes along the bridge of the nose, the middle of the mouth, and the chest, all the way down. There was a pop. Man is split in two. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. 9 mighty heavenly dragons roared towards them, twisting and twisting, tearing apart their bodies, as well as their nascent souls, to pieces. Blood rained from the sky. Nandong and his wife
Die!
Witnessing this scene, the world was once again shocked and silent.
It's your turn, Luo Rujin.
The next moment, Luli flapped his thunder wings again, and people like demons swept across, escaped from the void, and appeared in front of Luo Rujin. He looked cold and arrogant, looking down at the world. The terrifying demonic power was as vast as the sea, and was suppressed with all his might.
Luli, you want to kill me? Don't even think about it.
Luo Rujin's eyes turned cold, and with a pinch of magic, the blood in his mind shot up into the sky, forming a demonic portal in an instant. Then, the phantom of the bone demon god condensed out of thin air. Then, there are the headless talisman demon god, the hellfire demon, the hydra demon, the evil-eyed demon.
Vulnerable.
Luli raised his hand and grabbed it. His huge palm was as big as the sky. The black hole of Hun Yuan in his palm expanded infinitely, like a millstone, sucking all the demons into it and twisting it violently. Boom! The demonic power summoned by Luo Rujin exploded, turned into pure demonic energy, and merged into Lu Li's body. This makes Lu Li's demonic power even more terrifying. But at this moment, Lu Li let out a startled sound and suddenly stopped.
Ha 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 ha! Luli, you have fallen into a trap. Although your Brahma Devil holy body can integrate the power of the devil and has divine power, the longer you activate it, the power of the devil will penetrate into your body and even your soul. Look, you can't take off your mask.
Luo Rujin suddenly laughed maniacally. Lu Li heard the sound and raised his big hand to grab his ferocious white bone mask. Really? Can't take it off.
Interesting.
Lu Li was not afraid at all. He narrowed his eyes and squeezed hard. Click. A hair-thin crack appeared on the ferocious mask of white bones. One more push. The bone mask fell with a click. In the end, only the left half of the mask stubbornly covered Lu Li's face, and the right side of his face appeared in front of everyone again. At first glance, it looks ferocious. Ferocious and terrifying, but also reveals a bit of evil.
Luli, you have cultivated the Brahma demon holy body. When the demon envoy comes, you will definitely die.
Luo Rujin's cold shout came from far away. This woman took advantage of this opportunity to activate some forbidden technique, and her whole body turned into a streak of blood, whizzing through the air and flying away. The breath is vague and uncertain, and it seems that it cannot be locked. In an instant, all enemies in the sky and on the ground were dead or fleeing. Lu Li is the only one with such powerful demonic power that he can frighten all living beings. In addition to the fierceness, it actually gives people a desolate feeling of a vast world, an independent self, an invincible loneliness.
So strong! Awesomeness! This kind of person is recorded in a book and passed down to future generations. Ah! If this land carp becomes my husband, what's the problem if I help him marry 3,000 wives?
Countless looks of admiration were fixed on Lu Li. 7 emotions of love. 7 emotions of desire. 7 emotions of fear. 7 emotions of joy. 7 emotions of anger. 7 emotions of sorrow. 7 emotions of evil. Endless and surging. It actually directly filled Lu Li's sea of consciousness. Somehow, that bottleneck seemed to be broken. Swish. 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 At this time, 5 figures appeared on the teleportation stone pillar. 4 men and 1 woman. The man was more than 1 foot tall, wearing animal skin pants and shirtless upper body. His skin was covered with something that looked like oil paint, and he was carved with a ferocious witch god. The woman's body was filled with black energy, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. The masculinity of the blood is as blazing as 5 scorching suns. The mana aura is almost the same as Jinji. 5.5 steps to becoming a god. As soon as the 5 people appeared, without saying a word, they flashed around and surrounded Luli. The witch god appeared on his body, as if he was coming to life. A terrifying force of formation was suppressed severely. Which formation? These 5 people are from the Wu tribe. Faced with being surrounded by 5 people, everyone in the world was shocked. Now, no matter how strong Luli is, he will be caught. But at this moment, Luli's bloody eyes narrowed slightly. He grabbed it with his big hand, took out a large handful of blood demon pills, and swallowed it. Boom, boom, boom. Mana surges again. 6,300 flower streams. 6,500 flowers flowed. 6,666 flower streams. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Thunder exploded. The vast power of heaven, brilliant and supreme, descends and covers thousands of miles in radius. Luli is going to be promoted to Nascent Soul. Chapter 330, the second update of the system. No one expected that Luli would be promoted to Nascent Soul at this time. The Wu clan members, who suddenly came to surround and kill them, did not expect it. Retreat! Feeling the vast power of heaven, the expression of a big man from the Wu clan changed. The 5 people had strange shapes, and their bodies turned into black smoke and dispersed on the spot. By the time it condenses and takes shape again, the person is already thousands of miles away. A few flashes. The 5 people disappeared thousands of miles away. At this time, rolling calamity clouds surged in from all directions, rolling like tides and surging like waves. A few blinks of an eye. Dark thunderclouds were densely covered in the 9 heavens, swirling violently, forming a huge boundless whirlpool. The strange thing is that no trace of thunder and lightning emerged. However, the power of God becomes more and more vast. The entire monks in the Spirit Emperor's treasury felt great fear. In fact, the entire demon clan in the far north abyss couldn't help but tremble, suppressed by the power of heaven that wiped out everything and shocked all living things, and crawled on the spot. Those with lower cultivation levels will directly show their true colors. However, the power of God is as terrifying as the sea. Divine thunder is still missing. Luli was the only one who stepped on a sea of blood and demonic power, with overwhelming demonic power. Where's Lei? The land of Zhongzhou, the 10,000 demon mountains, overseas, and all realms of the void. I don't know how many monks are shocked and confused. There is no thunder in the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. Just like there is no wife in the wife cake. There is no lion head in the lion head. There is no Buddha or wall in the Buddha jumps over the wall. There is no husband and wife in the couple's lung slices. This is simply unbelievable. What exactly is going on? A ruin somewhere in Zhongzhou. Boom. A ball of golden thunder and lightning shot out, bursting out with the power of destroying stars, directly piercing the cave formation in front. Next moment, the golden thunder and lightning suddenly retracted, transforming into an old man in a golden thunder robe, with a golden thunder and lightning mark in his eyes. A golden light shot out, revealing a young man in a blue thunder robe. The 2 figures flashed out and went straight into the depths of the cave. I saw a pool of thunder floating deep in the cave. It was pure black and only about 10 square meters in size. In the middle of the black thunder pond, there floated a palm-sized, crystal clear, colorful lotus flower with 36 petals. Each petal is made of pure thunder and lightning, exuding the terrifying power of the great law. Lord God! It's Thunder Dalian! The young man in blue thunder robe looked overjoyed when he saw the colorful lotus. Good! Sharp lightning flashed in the eyes of the old man in the golden thunder robe. As long as I swallow this great thunder lotus, I will be able to exert all my strength in this world. By then, I will no longer be able to overthrow the Huangquan sect. These 2 people were clearly members of the Thunder tribe, who came from the Thunder realm. With that said, the old man in golden thunder robe stretched out his big hand to grab the colorful thunder lotus in the thunder pond. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The hands of the old man in the golden thunder robe started to tremble uncontrollably. A trace of golden thunder arcs burst out from his hand, leaped, and bounced onto the avenue thunder lotus. If you look closely, you will see that these golden thunder arcs are actually made up of thousands of mysterious thunder patterns. As soon as it touches the avenue thunder lotus, it is like water meeting cotton, directly seeping into the colorful avenue thunder lotus and disappearing without a trace. Sizzle. The colorful thunder lotus on the avenue shone with thunder light, began to rotate slowly, and grew larger. Moreover, the old man's big hand was still releasing golden lightning arcs uncontrollably.
What happened?
The old man in thunder robe's expression changed greatly, and he lost his voice in horror.
This avenue of thunder lotus has just grown. How can it swallow the original divine thunder of my thunder world?
He tried desperately to take his hand back, but he couldn't. No hesitation. He blinked, and the golden thunder and lightning seal in his eyes turned into sword light, and he slashed out, actually cutting off his right arm on the spot.
Walk!
After cutting off his right arm, the old man in thunder robe turned pale, but without hesitation. He turned around and fled with the man in blue thunder robe.
Want to leave? Do you think this is a toilet? Come if you want, and leave if you want?
However, at the gate of the cave, the void rippled. An exquisite jade leg, snow white and slender, stepped out of the void like a gentle step on the waves. Then, a stunning woman, wearing a luxurious cloud robe, a flying fairy bun, and a golden hairpin appeared. His appearance is alluring to the city and the country, and he is ashamed of the flowers when he closes his moon.
You taught the leader of the Tao Alliance.
Seeing this woman with an unparalleled temperament, who was like a goddess descending from the 9 heavens, the old man in thunder robe's expression darkened again.
Of course it is me.
The leader of the Tao Alliance smiled lightly.
I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Because of you, I didn't even eat the fairy pig hot pot raised by the master of Lingwang Mountain with 10,000 years of elixir. Tell me, how should you repay me? Huh? Wait for me. Is this a trap?
Hearing this, the thunder-robed old man's pupil shrank suddenly. Boom. In an instant, his whole body exploded into a ball of golden thunder and lightning, which exploded. A huge and mysterious golden thunder formation instantly condensed into shape, and countless mysterious thunder words flew in the air like fireflies. As soon as the golden thunder light shines, it will be teleported thousands of miles. The powerful thunder power directly exploded and killed a man in blue thunder robe on the spot. In order to escape for his life, this old guy actually ignored the lives of his own children. The golden light of the thunder formation flashed and disappeared directly. Just teleported away. It was so fast that even the leader of the Tao Alliance did not react.
The teleportation technique of the Thunder Realm clan is indeed unparalleled.
At this moment, a middle-aged man in white robes appeared, pinched the spell with both hands, and uttered a thunderous sound.
However, the pork I just ate was not for nothing. Xiantian has a skill. The stars are changing. Change!
This person is clearly the master of Xiantian Temple. Boom. A silver beam of light soared into the sky on the head of Xiantian Temple. When the silver star pillar disappeared, the master of Xiantian Temple had disappeared, and was replaced by an old man in thunder robes, who was stunned and unbelievable.
Welcome back.
The leader of the Taoist Alliance gave him a playful smile. Then, take one step forward. The 44-inch long legs were like spears piercing the moon, kicking directly into the heart of the thunder-robed old man. Bang! The old man in thunder robe was kicked to pieces on the spot, and turned into a ball of golden thunder, as big as a fist. In the thunder light, thousands of golden mysterious ravens shined. Next moment, the leader of the Tao Alliance hooked his jade finger, and a handle of jade reappeared in his hand. He swung it casually, and hit the golden thunder ball hard.
No!
The old man's horrified roar came from the golden thunder mass. However, the golden thunder ball was wrapped in Yurui's green light, motionless, and shot straight out, hitting the colorful thunder lotus on the avenue. Sizzle! Sizzle! The petals of the colorful avenue thunder lotus suddenly closed up, just like a Venus flytrap preying on its prey, swallowing the golden thunder directly into the lotus seeds. Boom! Thunder shot into the sky. The world is shaking. In the dark, the void passage connecting the thunder world underwent drastic changes, shortening infinitely in an instant. Finally, disappeared. In other words, this world of heaven and earth is completely bordered by the thunder world. No! In the induction of all the great powers to transcend tribulation, this world of heaven and earth is swallowing up that side of the thunder world.
Phew? Not bad. Not bad. The Thunder Avenue is completely completed. After the fight, take the effort. Now! That kid Luli can enjoy the truly complete nascent soul thunder tribulation.
The leader of the Tao Alliance sensed the changes in the world, put away Tian Wangrui, stretched lazily, and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth.
I don't know what kind of nascent soul that boy will give birth to.
The spiritual emperor's treasure house. Above the 9 heavens, the whirlpool of calamity clouds rotated violently. Then, a huge crack suddenly appeared. This is a space crack. On the opposite side of the crack, there is the Thunder World, one of the 3,000 alien worlds. Next moment, it rolled like thunder, like the Tianha River pouring down, like the sea rushing out, and in an instant, it filled the 9 heavens and 10 earth. The thunder is so violent and majestic that it can tear apart the heaven, earth, sun and moon, as if the end is coming. Then, a thunder god with a bird face and a human body condensed out of the endless thunder light. He was 10,000 feet tall, holding a thunder hammer and thunder cone, and appeared in the eyes of the world. This is not over yet. As the lightning of the electric dragon flashed. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3,000 bird-faced thunder gods condensed into shape, appearing in the 9 heavens like thousands of troops. Each statue is the breath of the transformed god. Dot! Luli raised his head, looked at the 3,000 giant thunder gods, and frowned slightly. I just broke through the nascent soul, and my ideal in life is just eating, drinking and whoring. Am I breaking the rules of heaven? Do I need such a big battle? At this time, a clear ding sounded in my mind. New Tian Dao edition detected. The system begins to merge. Integrating. The system screen appears. The green data stream that fills the screen keeps flowing and flickering. Integration successful. The system starts to update. Chapter 331, Diverting Trouble to the East. Update started again? Luli couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, I can't care about that much anymore. Above the 9 heavens, 3,000 giant thunder gods, with bird faces and human bodies all opened their eyes. All of a sudden, 6,000 thunder eyes, like 6,000 thundering suns, emitted the terrifying power of thunder that destroyed the heaven and earth and wiped out all living things. Suddenly shrouding it, the huge thunder power fills the sky and the earth, piercing the space and emitting explosive light. It makes people tremble. Fear. Luli looked solemn. Without hesitation, he pinched the magic formula. Golden light shone, and a golden body of Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms condensed, infinitely enlarged, like a majestic mountain rising from the ground, breaking through the sky. Buddha faced the 3,000 thunder giants. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the world. A thunder giant raised the thunder hammer in his hand and struck hard at the thunder cone in his hand. A huge silver thunderbolt shot out from the tip of the thunder cone and crashed down, violently hitting the Dharma body of the 4-faced Buddha. Crack! The silver lightning struck down and penetrated the space, like a sharp blade, directly tearing Vajra Buddha's Dharma body in 2 on the spot. Immediately, the violent thunder power wreaked havoc and destruction. Just like that, every inch of the Buddha's Dharma body was annihilated and turned into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt the terror of this wave of thunder. Havoc. Great destruction. Boom! Another extremely thick lightning bolt shot down. Before Luli could condense the Buddha's Dharma body, his whole body was hit by a silver electric beam, and he fell hard to the ground. The ground shook. A huge pit with a radius of thousands of feet was directly smashed out. The pit is 300 feet deep. In the pit, thunder and lightning arcs flashed and jumped, densely packed, and every trace was comparable to a half-step god-transforming monk activating the supreme thunder and lightning technique. Hiss. Seeing this scene, countless monks took a breath of air. Exclaimed Spread. Is this really the nascent soul heavenly tribulation? Some people believe it when they say the god transformation heavenly tribulation. This is really a pig's tail picking a pig's nose. It's the first time I've seen it. Isn't that guy Luli killed by the bomb? Humph. You deserve it. Let him dance like that. Better blow him to a pulp. Countless cynicism and gloating voices sounded. However, what disappointed them was that in the huge pit, billowing demonic energy rose into the sky, condensed into a huge demonic whale, and swallowed the thunder in one mouthful. Luli's figure was revealed, still unscathed. Sizzle. Sizzle. At this time, the 3,000 bird-faced thunder gods in the 9 heavens seemed to be enraged. They all raised their thunder hammers high, and the violent and boundless thunder light shined and condensed on the thunder hammer. Next moment, the 3,000 bird-faced thunder giants swung their thunder hammers in unison and violently struck the thunder cone. Boom! A huge earthquake. 3,000 silver thunder pillars blasted down. And in that moment, billions of forked lightning flashed out, extending thousands of miles away. The strong thunder light shines in the heaven and earth, illuminating the 3,000 worlds. The true power of thunder is so violent and ferocious that it seems to penetrate the entire earth world. This combined attack is definitely more powerful than the transformation god.
9 Dragon Flame Array. The Big Palm of 10,000 Buddhas. Hanyuan Black Hole. Flame Chariot. Moonlight Glazed Treasure Body. Kuiping Demon Body. Brahma Demon Holy Body. Xianming Turtle Shield.
Feeling the terror of the thunder, Lu Li directly activated his strongest move without saying a word. Circles of divine light shone around his body. A black turtle shield. A glazed moonlight treasure body. Flame divine armor. Kuiping demon body. Brahma demon holy body. All the body protecting magical armors are activated. Then, the Dharmakaya of the four-faced Buddha rose into the sky, sprouted 10,000 Buddha palms, and shot towards the sky. 9 fire dragons of pure Yang Dao Gang flames roared into the sky, twisting and twisting, forming a world-burning 9 dragons flame formation, covering his body. The next moment, the black and white magic whale condensed and collapsed suddenly, revealing a black hole of Hunyuan, swallowing the sky and the earth. Boom! 3,000 thunderbolts as huge as a sky pillar struck down. Explosions shot into the sky. The silver thunder light was like a vast sea, covering thousands of miles in an instant, forming a thunder pool. There is only blazing and violent thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, tearing everything apart, destroy everything, erase everything.
Sisterling, that guy couldn't have been killed by the tribulation thunder. Right. Such a terrifying tribulation thunder may not even have ashes left. How about we build a coffin and rush over there? This way. It will be just right for him. Put it in the coffin and set up a monument to commemorate it. Then again, this lightning is as sticky as double-skinned breasts. No. I'm hungry again. I'm more fierce than that Bulianhua.
In the distant sky, Fan Yinli looked at the water mirror with blazing white thunder in the sky. Her eyes widened, licking his lips. He started to take out something to eat.
Dot!
Ling Jinchuang frowned slightly, also a little surprised. This nascent soul heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. Simply unprecedented. Although Lu Li has a bad mouth, is shameless, despicable and loves to take advantage of others. His crime is not worthy of death. Just thinking about it. Wow. The lightning in the water mirror surged like a tidal wave, spinning like a vortex. In a blink, a huge thunder funnel, like a tornado, appeared in front of everyone in the sky. The center of the thunder is Lu Li. The demonic power is overwhelming and the magic power is like a god. However, that jagged and ferocious white bone mask had once again formed on his face. The eyes are scarlet and cold. Moreover, the bone mask is still extending towards the neck. Once his whole body is covered with white bones, he will directly transform into a demon and will never be able to return to his human form. Wow! Just in these few breaths, the thunder in the sky was swallowed up by Lu Li, leaving not a drop left. On the ground, a deep pit appeared. Lu Li floated in the pit, suddenly raised his head, and with a bang, he rose into the sky and charged towards the 3,000 thunder giants in the 9 heavens. Brave and not afraid of death. Keep moving forward. What is he going to do? Could it be? Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked and numb. But, at this time, the 3,000 bird-faced thunder giants in the sky suddenly opened their sharp beaks and let out a silent roar. Crackling, crackling. Circles of thunder ripples visible to the naked eye immediately emanated from them, forming huge waves of thunder that were as big as a galaxy, and slapped hard towards the land carp. This is not over yet. The silver thunder light shone again, illuminating the sky and the earth. Wait until the lightning disappears. Only 3 of the 3,000 bird-faced thunder giants in the sky are left. Moreover, it is no longer a bird-faced thunder god, but a human being. Among them was a man, 10,000 feet tall, with a jade crown on his head, a vague face, and a golden thunder robe. He held a square thunder seal in his hand, surrounded by 9 thunder dragons, as if he was the thunder master who dominated the world. There is a woman on the left, who is also 10,000 feet tall, with a blurred face, dragon, snake and lightning intertwined into colorful clothes, with a 5-color thunder bead flying around her body. The one on the far right is a mighty golden armored bird-faced thunder god 9,000 feet tall, with 8 thunder arms, holding a thunder hammer, a thunder cone, a thunder tower, a thunder drum, a thunder sword, a thunder hairpin, and a thunder ruler, thunder flag. There is also a pair of thunder wings behind him. There is a huge and boundless thunder portal above the head, shining with boundless thunder light. In an instant, the might of the Thunder Avenue was as vast and terrifying as the might of heaven. This is shockingly the three Thunder Taoist Lords. As soon as Lu Li saw these three Thunder Tao Lords, his whole body was numb instantly, and his soul felt as if it was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and would be annihilated the next moment. This is the true manifestation of the Great Way. Destroy the world. All the mighty powers of heaven and earth were silent. The Great Avenue manifests, which is an attack at the level of transcending tribulation. The land carp is gone. This time it's really gone. No one in heaven or on earth can save him. This time, death is really inevitable. Oh, my. This world swallowed up the Thunder Realm and angered the Taoist on the other side of the Thunder Realm. Those three old guys took the opportunity to retaliate. And this kid became the scapegoat. Will he be chopped into ashes in an instant? In the Tao Alliance Immortal Palace, the leader of the Tao Alliance exclaimed. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. At this time, Lu Li's body shimmered with mysterious golden and silver immortal seal script tadpole inscriptions. This kid is pretty smart. Seeing this, the leader of the Tao Alliance smiled, crossed his long legs, and began to eat melon seeds with peace of mind. Next moment, the golden and silver fairy seal tadpoles were flying and condensed into a small magic circle, which was extremely mysterious and settled at Lu Li's feet. At this time, Lu Li turned his head and smiled coldly in the direction of the 5 Wu clan members. Let me translate for you. What is a surprise? The words fell. The magic circle under his feet suddenly activated. A pillar of gold and silver light rose into the sky, wrapped around the land carp, swept across thousands of miles, and projected towards the depths of the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. There is the headquarters of the Wu tribe. Not good! The faces of the 5 Wu clan members, as well as the old Wu clan man who was watching all this in the mysterious underground palace, changed greatly. The words just fell. Boom! The 3 Thunder Taoist Lords in the 9 heavens moved. Lei Zun among them raised his hand, holding the boundless Thunder Divine Seal, just like the Thunder Emperor placing a jade seal, and struck down hard on Lu Li. At the same time, the Thunder Empress and the bird-faced Thunder God also launched boundless and terrifying attacks. Thunder destroys the world. Chapter 332, Chaos. Which God? Remains of the Spiritual Emperor. Boom. Thunder light shines, illuminating the heaven and earth. The entire Spirit Emperor's treasure house was filled with shining thunder crystal light. The whole world instantly turned into a world of thunder. Everything is being destroyed. The land carp being chased by lightning was projected onto a majestic pyramid. Surrounding the pyramid, there are huge black stone pillars standing in a square shape, with 12 ferocious and fierce shaman gods carved on them. Strange black light erupted from the stone pillars and condensed in the sky, forming an egg-shaped dome, covering the pyramid. Without hesitation, Lu Li directly activated all the talismans in his soul. 3 life-saving charms. And that boundary-breaking talisman. A ray of golden light shot out from between his eyebrows, turned into a sharp sword, and struck the black light egg-shaped dome in front of him, tearing a gap. Lu Li escaped directly. Then, a boundless thunder seal carrying a rolling thunder of world-destroying thunder struck down hard. The power is terrifying. As if the avenue is annihilated, the eternal world is shattered. Faced with such a terrifying Taoist attack, the Wu clan people did not dare to underestimate them, and directly inspired the Wu god stone pillar. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! The 12 witch gods on the stone pillars came to life, roared, and rose into the sky. Divert trouble to the east. Done! Before Lu Li could secretly breathe a sigh of relief, there was a heaven-shattering explosion behind him, and boundless thunder directly detonated the wizard god formation, hitting him like a mountain. The spirit shield formed by the 3 life-saving talismans exploded instantly, turning into little bits of lightning and dissipating. The huge thunder power surged forward like a tidal wave. Lu Li instantly felt that his soul, body, bones and heart would burn and be annihilated into ashes under the terrifying power of thunder. At this time, in front, an old man wearing gorgeous leather clothes and holding a golden bone witch stick appeared. His eyes were cold and fierce, and he let out a destructive roar. Boy! You attracted Taoist master from the Thunder Realm! Die! As he spoke, he raised the golden bone witch staff in his hand and pointed it from the air to kill Lu Li on the spot. There is a strong man from the witch clan coming to kill you. Then,
There is a thunder world pouring down. Life and death only happen in a moment. No time to think. Luli flicked his wrist, and a brass sword appeared in his hand, which he held tightly. Dao sword. Golden palace. Rumble. Rumble. All the magic power in the body burst out wildly, pouring into the golden K bronze sword with great force. The mana of 6,666 flower streams. Jung. An extremely clear sword cry resounded throughout the world. The golden K sword trembled violently, and spit out a sword light that was more than 5 feet long. Emerald green and dazzling. On the sword, 2 ancient characters, G and K, appeared, shining brightly with golden light. Wisps of avenue aura condensed out from around the emerald green sword light, wrapped around the sword light, and condensed into mysterious and magical golden runes, which were bonded to the golden K sword to complete all the cracks in the golden K sword. Hole. Boom. An astonishing pressure from the great avenue radiated from the golden K bronze sword, as vast as the sea and as powerful as the mountains. It's too late. But it's soon. Luli raised the golden K sword high and used the ultimate secret sword technique of Kendo. Xia Jiba behead indiscriminately. Cut it down with one sword. The azure sword light was so huge that it soared into the sky, cutting off the stars and dividing the universe. In an instant, the color of the world changed. Avenue riot. Bang 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 bang. A shocking explosion sounded violently inside the pyramid. Thunder light. Roaring and exploding, mixed with the roar of the old man of the Wu clan. A green sword light soared into the sky from it, pierced the pyramid, and carried pure thunderous silver light into the sky. Countless pieces of rubble as big as mountains were flying around, one after another. The stone pillars of the witch god suddenly collapsed and shattered into slag. Terrifying shock waves swept across all directions. All of a sudden, the eternal forest burned to ashes. The earth cracked. Hurricanes rose into the sky with thousands of feet of molten lava. Vast expanse of blue waves and thousands of miles of desert were swept away in this moment and ceased to exist. The whole world seems to be like earth. Wind, water and fire, thunder and lightning are shining. And the avenue is chaotic, giving people a feeling of the beginning of the world, when the world was first opened, and the ancient world. No! Bu Lianhua, the saint of the Abyss Spirit Clan, let out an extremely unwilling roar. The Spirit Emperor's treasury was destroyed, really ruined. This was supposed to be a paradise, where the Spirit Clan could once again stand at the top of all races. However, it was completely destroyed at the moment when the Taoist Lord of the Thunder Realm and the powerful Wu clan were fighting. The culprit of all this is that guy, Land Carp. At this time, an extremely powerful demonic thought came down. In the sky, a terrifying existence with pure gold wings behind it, and a colorful magic eye on its face appeared in everyone's eyes. Demon! The devil has arrived. And then, Magic Envoy! Why don't you and I join forces and take the remains of the Spirit Emperor? Half of it for you and half for me. A divine light broke through the void, and a rolling sound came from it, shaking the sky. A middle-aged man dressed in gold and wearing a multicolored sun crown, standing with his hands behind his back, looking arrogantly at the heaven and earth, condensed into shape. This man's aura is exactly the same as Jinji from the God Clan, the God Emperor of the God Clan. Immediately afterwards, an ancient golden bridge, stained with blood, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed gods, demons, Buddhas, dragons and phoenixes, penetrated the void and shot straight towards the pyramid. On top of the ancient bridge, an elegant and easygoing middle-aged man in Xingyi stepped out of the sky. It's the Yiming Ghost Emperor. And then, she is the familiar leader of the Taoist Alliance. She is dressed in a luxurious golden robe and descended from heaven. 4 powerful figures appeared at the same time. No nonsense. The 4 of them took action together and attacked the pyramid. One is to obtain the remains of the spiritual emperor inside. The second, of course, is to rescue Luli or capture Luli, because the 3 Thunder Taoist lords have dissipated invisible. Luli has survived the nascent soul thunder tribulation. Roar! At this time, in the pyramid, a terrifying existence with the head of a unicorn beast, a human body, covered in red scales, with fire snakes in its ears and fire dragons on its feet, slowly rose. Its 2 pupils were like 2 great suns, emitting an extremely blazing and dazzling light that made the 4 leaders of the Tao Alliance feel as if they were melting. This is one of the 12 witch gods. The billowing heat waves spread immediately and burned the entire wasteland. In the sky, candles actually melted and fell piece by piece. Die! The witch god let out an extremely deep roar. Then, flame shot up into the sky and burned the 4 leaders of the Tao Alliance fiercely. Huh? It's just a mutilated corpse. The demon envoy snorted disdainfully, blinked his 5-colored demonic eyes, and shot out a strange demonic light that penetrated and corroded all realms. The world of witchcraft has been destroyed. These witch gods should also be swept away into the pile of old paper. Stop struggling and go to sleep. The powerful god of the gods let out a thundering low groan. As soon as he raised his hand, a vertical eye opened in his palm, projecting a strange golden light that swept out and annihilated all souls. At the same time, the leader of the Tao Alliance and the Yiming Ghost Emperor all took action and attacked the witch god. But at this moment, the demon envoy turned his head, and the 5-colored magic light split into 2 parts and shot towards the leader of the Tao Alliance and the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Humph. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The leader of the Tao Alliance snorted softly, grabbed his jade hand, and Tian Wang reappeared in his hand again, shooting out a green light that filled the sky. On the other side, the Yiming Ghost Emperor stepped on the golden bridge, and the yellow spring Styx river rose into the sky, rolling towards the demon envoys and the powerful gods. This old bidden clansman dares to attack Lu Li. Court death. In an instant, a melee broke out. The world was once again in chaos. Everyone else ran away. Hee! Run! 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 Those old guys from the witch clan are going to catch up. Once they catch up, Lu Li will have no choice but to be captured and boiled into bone soup. At this time, somewhere in the golden passage of the pyramid, Lu Li was flying in the air, shooting forward, with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was falling into a deep sleep. His face was covered with a ferocious white bone mask, and his expression could not be seen clearly. But the chi machine is quite weak, as if there is nothing there. Under him is a thumb-sized little yellow man, and a group of colorful little men, supporting his body and flying at high speed. In front of it is a rapidly rotating green ring, emitting a gleaming green light. It is the holy artifact of the Eldar tribe, the Chaos Divine Mill, under the guidance of the Spirit Clan's holy weapon. A group of little people helped Lu Li shuttle through the underground palace-like pyramid, passing through each magic circle portal. Being familiar with the road makes you feel like you are back home. Eventually, we came to a dead end. There is no road ahead. There is only one extremely smooth jade wall. It's tragic. It's tragic. There's no road ahead. There are powerful wizards from the witch clan chasing after us. Lu Li is dead. Tathagatapam. Let's divide Lu Li's storage ring and run away. Anyway, 18 years later Lu Li is another good man. Let's go find him when the time comes, GK exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Li suddenly pretended to be dead and grabbed the spiritual artifact above his head with one hand. The pores on his 5 fingers opened and golden red blood oozed out. Buzz. The Spirit Clan's holy weapon absorbed the blood, shot out, and crashed into the smooth jade. A magical scene appeared. The thick jade rippled like water waves at this moment. Then, the bright light shone, and with a sudden breath, Lu Li was sucked in completely. This is a secret room 30 square meters in size. Empty. There was only a golden and jade skeleton sitting on the stone platform in the middle. Chapter 333. After all the hardships, the joy comes, and finally become the nascent soul. This is a golden skeleton. Every bone exudes the aura of immortality and immortality. Perfect. These are the remains of an immortal. Obviously, these are the remains of the spiritual emperor. Buzz. The Spirit Clan's sacred weapon trembled, shining with green light, and kept whirling around the Spirit Emperor's remains, buzzing and trembling like a puppy finding its owner. It seems to be awakening the remains of the spiritual emperor. There was a bang. At this moment, Lu Li fell to the ground, his whole body shining with golden and blood-red light, and his magic power became violent and chaotic. After careful sensing, there seemed to be huge spiritual thoughts fighting in Lu Li's sea of consciousness. Swish, swish, swish. All the colorful villains sensed danger and immediately got into Lu Li's body. Not good! GK slipped through the Tianling cover and took a look. In an instant, it saw in Lu Li's sea of consciousness. The power of the 7 emotions surged like the sea. A white-boned demon god towering into the sky. 3 thunder Taoist gods shining with lightning. A Buddha with 4 arms and 8 arms. A Kuinping demon god. And an immortal shadow. These phantoms of Dharma and divine thoughts are killing you and me in the sea of consciousness. Soon, various techniques joined the battle.
The entire sea of consciousness turned into a mess.
It's broken. It's broken. Lu Li just activated the Dao sword with all his strength, and his physical body was weakened, causing the white bone demon god of the demon realm to take advantage of the weakness and come in. And the Thunder Realm Thunder Dao Lord came to snatch his physical body, let alone destroying him if this continues. When the pill comes out and forms the nascent soul, I'm afraid the entire soul will be swallowed up,
GK exclaimed.
GK, go call the Spirit Clan's holy weapon to come in and help.
At this time, Lu Li's spiritual thoughts came from the four-faced Buddha's Dharma image. While speaking, he summoned the 6-character mantra and the swastika mantra, and suppressed them respectively towards the Bone Demon God and Thunder Taoist Lord. Although this Bone Demon God and Thunder Taoist Lord are just a wisp of divine thoughts, they are also extremely terrifying. If you don't call for help, you can't resist it. In addition, the system is still being updated and cannot be summoned.
You're just an ant from the lower realm. How dare you resist?
The Bone Demon God roared wildly, and with overwhelming demonic power, he raised his big white palm that covered the sky, and casually crushed the 6-character mantra. On the other side, the 3 Thunder Dao Lords activated the terrifying divine thunder, sweeping across all directions. The swastika mantra is directly annihilated. Seeing this, Gene K's expression changed, and he quickly got out of the Tianling cover, shouting in a milky voice,
"The holy artifact of the Spirit Clan! Come and help! Lu Li is about to die!"
Buzz buzz. Hearing the sound, the holy artifact of the Spirit Clan shone with green light and quickly rotated around the remains of the Spirit Emperor, seemingly turning a deaf ear.
Okay, the holy artifact of the Spirit Tribe. You are indeed a traitor. You eat land carp, live in land carp, and spend land carp flowers. But you still think about your former master? Put an emerald crown on land carp.
When Gene K saw it, he immediately became angry. This spiritual artifact is really awakening the Spirit Emperor's remains. Hateful. It gritted its teeth, summoned its own brass sword, and was about to pierce the Eldar holy weapon directly. Suddenly, changes occurred. A faint green fire ignited inside the golden jade skull of the Spirit Emperor's remains. Boom! A huge power burst out from it. GK, together with its body, was swept away by the shock wave and hit the jade, making a soft dang sound.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! The old monster is resurrected. Run!
Gene K screamed, grabbed the main body, and slipped away.
Ha ha ha! 5,000 years! 5,000 years! This emperor has been waiting for 5,000 years. He is finally resurrected.
A tyrannical and unparalleled divine thought suddenly sounded. Next moment, the remains of the Spirit Emperor suddenly raised the skeleton hand, grabbed the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon, and put a set on the fingers of his left hand.
Old friend, long time no see.
The words fell. The green light of the Spirit Clan's holy weapon, which was like an emerald jade ring, shone with a blazing brilliance, enveloping the entire body of the Spirit Emperor. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe appeared. His face was like a crown of jade, and he was majestic, as if he were a king lording over the world. The realm has soared directly to transcending tribulation. However, his figure is somewhat unreal. Through that green robe, one could still see his immortal golden and jade bones.
Huh? Are there so many tribulation transcending monks outside? Are there demon gods? Which gods?
The middle-aged man in green robe sensed the heaven and earth and let out a surprised sound. Uh-huh. His eyes fell on Lu Li, who was leaning on the stone platform on the ground.
This kid has a good physical body. It might as well be that if you absorb his flesh and blood, you will regain 30% of your strength, enough to conquer all the worlds.
The middle-aged man in green robe raised his hand and was delighted. Then he sucked Lu Li up and placed him opposite him. Then, point out, there was a snap. The white bone and ferocious demon god mask covering Lu Li's face shattered. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man in the green robe opened his fingers and sprayed out strands of green silk thread, which twisted out like vines and wrapped around Lu Li's body.
Humph! This kid swallowed so many of my clones and remnant consciousness. Now it's time to pay off the debt.
Seeing the green silk thread wrapped around the body of the land carp like an iron worm, it was about to start sucking flesh and blood. Suddenly, mutations reborn. A phantom suddenly appeared on Lu Li's body, appearing as a woman in white clothes shrouded in Buddha's light, holding a green cucumber in her hand. If you look closely, you can see that there are still a few drops of crystal dew on the cucumber. exuding bursts of power.
Not good.
The middle-aged man in green robe shrank his pupils and pulled back his hands. But it's too late.
You can also touch the Buddha?
The woman in white's voice sounded like the sound of nature. She raised her jade hand, and the cucumber Dao sword in her hand shone with green light, shooting out mysterious jade runes one by one, the size of sesame seeds, thousands of them. As they flew, they condensed into a line that was about a foot long. Long blade. I saw that the blade of the sword was green and crystal clear, with a row of strange green runes like dragons and snakes engraved on it, which were extremely mysterious and mysterious. There were 5 in total. In a billionth of an instant, the emerald green sword blade thrust out. There was a pop. It's as easy as cutting through tofu with a sharp knife. The jade green sword blade pierced the left eye of the middle-aged man in green robes, and drove straight in, with the force of breaking a bamboo, and pierced the faint green fire in the eye socket of the golden jade skull.
Ah!
Suddenly, the middle-aged man in green robe let out a shrill scream of pain. His whole body suddenly exploded, green light radiating out. The figure of the woman in white was blown away into nothingness on the spot. However, when the green light disappeared, the middle-aged man in green robes returned to his skeleton form again, and the green fire in his eyes became extremely weak. Like a candle in the wind, it goes out as soon as it is blown.
Damn it! That woman has no martial ethics. She actually attacked my 5,000-year-old senior. If I find her, I will definitely let her be pregnant for 5,000 years.
An extremely vicious divine thought sounded. No hesitation. That wisp of green fire floated out of the Spirit Emperor's remains, manifested into a green man, and with a hiss, went directly into Lu Li's eyebrows. There was no way. Its consciousness had just been resurrected, and it was seriously injured. If it went out rashly, it would only be caught, and it could only devour the soul and body of the kid in front of it. However, as soon as it entered Lu Li's sea of consciousness, he immediately saw a Kuimping demon god Fa Xiang opening its mouth to swallow the sky and biting it down hard. Lu Li's cold thoughts then sounded.
Spiritual Emperor, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Oops, I fell into a trap.
The green man's expression changed drastically, and he turned around to exit the sea of consciousness.
He want to leave. Just stay here and be Lu Li's food. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out.
At this moment, Jink's milky and evil smile sounded. Start talking. A bud yellow sword light pierced forward and hit the green man hard, knocking him directly into the big mouth of Kuimping demon god. This is the golden palace that is gone and returned again. Boom! Kuimping demon god Darmaxiang swallowed up the spiritual emperor's consciousness in one gulp. All of a sudden, Kuimping demon god's Dharma form grew infinitely, like the ancient Kuimping true spirit. With overwhelming demonic energy, he swung his body, opened his huge mouth again, and bit hard at the 3 Thunder Taoist lords. After half a cup of tea,
Lu Li. Right. We, the 3 Thunder Realm Taoist lords. Remember you.
The 3 Thunder Taoist lords put down a harsh word and were devoured without any resistance. Finally, it's the bone demon. After a stick of incense, the bone demon god was swarmed by a group of techniques and beaten to pieces.
Boy, you'd better pray that you don't ascend to the demon world in the end.
Before the bone demon god was shattered, he also said a harsh word. Lu Li was not afraid and controlled the Kuimping demon god to swallow it directly. Boom! At the moment when demon god Kuimping swallowed demon god white bones, Lu Li opened his eyes suddenly, and sharp light shot out. In the purple palace of the Dantian, the golden elixir emerges. A 3-color spiritual flower grows. The spirit flower slowly bloomed, and a white and plump nascent soul was born from the center of the spirit flower, with one finger pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Nascent soul is done. Just at this moment, a ding. A crisp system prompt sounded.
System update completed. Welcome to the official version of the Martial Arts Automatic Training System. The friend function is turned on. The Taoist companion function has been turned on. The master-disciple function has been turned on. The function of the Temple of Heaven has been activated.
The sound fell. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rioted. Chapter 334 Ascension to Immortality? Big system update. The Spiritual Emperor's Treasure House. The war continues. At this time, the demon envoy, the witch god, the Taoist alliance leader, and the Yiming ghost emperor all stopped, separated, and looked surprised. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of miles. An unprovoked riot. Next moment, above the 9 heavens, stars emerged, shining brightly. Then, there is the huge golden moon scattered. And then it turned out to be Haori. In an instant, the sun and the moon shined together, and the stars and rivers shone brilliantly, forming an extremely spectacular scene that appeared in the sky across the entire northern abyss. Looking up, you can see the blazing sun, the shining golden moon, and the dazzling billions of stars. In the dark, the power of 3,000 avenues surges like the sea. This is... The leader of the Tao Alliance frowned, and his cold eyes showed a trace of surprise. The words just fell. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently. This vibration was so huge that it spread throughout the world and shook the 3 realms inside and outside. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the power of the entire heaven and earth can be sensed. It is indeed shaking inside and outside the 3 realms. Western Buddhism. A familiar scene emerged again. In ancient temples, thousands of golden Buddha statues roared again, emitting sacred Buddha light, soaring into the sky, and forming a huge and supreme Buddha in the sky. 10,000 Buddhas sing together. Is there another Buddha born? Some eminent monks were shocked. No! It's still that familiar aura. The reincarnated Buddha has made another breakthrough. As expected of a reincarnated Buddha, breaking through is as easy as eating a vegetarian meal. Amitabha. One after another powerful Buddhist thoughts sounded. The next moment, the supreme Buddhist monk flew up into the sky and followed the Buddha in the sky to bow to the north, the land of Zhongzhou. Daomen. In the Taoist temple of Jiutian Taoist Gate, the Taoist ancestors worshipped by Taoist sects all trembled violently. All of a sudden, the whole Taoist gate was shocked. How is this going? The Tao ancestor trembles. The last time such an amazing sight appeared was the last time. Could it be that something happened to Tao ancestor's reincarnation? I know. Dao Zu is shaking so much because he is hungry. Quick! Pay tribute. Then bring the dozen realistic female puppets under Lao Dao's bed and press them at the bottom of the box. And burn them to Dao Zu. The mountain of 10,000 demons. Deep in the Taima Sect's forbidden area. In a palace. 9 rays of magic light suddenly shot out, soared into the sky, and manifested into 9 scrolls in the sky. Dark, gloomy, twisted, an evil aura of terror emanated from the scroll wrapped in black light, covering the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Heavenly Demon Strategy. This is clearly the 9-volume Heavenly Demon Strategy recovered by the Taima Sect after they unified the Demon Sect. As soon as Tian Mosa appeared, they merged directly and finally merged into a huge scroll. Suddenly, a commotion sounded. Tian Mosa actually merged. This indicates that the Demon Lord is about to appear. Who is the Demon Lord? Who will be the Demon Lord? Who is responsible for this vision of heaven and earth? At the same time, the sky was above the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. A black light flew out of the Yiming Ghost Emperor's arms and soared into the sky, revealing a scroll wrapped in black light. It was so fast that even the Yiming Ghost Emperor had no time to take it back. Next moment, boom! There was a crack of thunder. Rolling divine thunder surged out from the void, covering the sky and the sun. Faintly, the 3 Thunder Tao Lords that appeared before condensed into shape again. Amazing vision. Shocking the heavens. The Demon Envoy. The Witch God of the Witch Clan. The leader of the Tao Alliance. And the Yiming Ghost Emperor couldn't help but look surprised and suspicious. They all turned their eyes and looked at the pyramid deep in the Spirit Emperor's treasure house. In their perception, the source of all these terrifying visions seemed to be inside. And inside, except for the Wu tribe people, there is only one person. Lan Carp. Could it be that all these strange phenomena sweeping the entire world were caused by Lu Li? He, a guy who was promoted to nascent soul, could actually create such a terrifying vision? Boom! At this moment, a shocking explosion sounded. Endless Buddha light, magic light, and Taoist clear light soared into the sky, and together with the rolling thunder, rushed into the stars in the sky. The immeasurable spiritual energy then rushed up to the sky. Finally, under the shocking eyes of the gods, an extremely ancient, vast, and majestic silver hall appeared in the galaxy. Countless suns, moons, and stars revolve around it. It seems to be the center of the universe, exuding the power of the brilliant avenue. The divine power is vast, like the sea and the mountains, suppressing the heavens. All the powerful people, even the demon envoys,
and the leaders of the Tao Alliance felt extremely suppressed, as if their souls were suffocated.
Immortal Palace?
At the Tao Alliance stronghold, Old Man Tianji looked at the phantom of the silver hall in the sky, with tears in his eyes.
No, it's not a fairy palace. But it looks like a fairy palace. What on earth is this?
The demon was shocked and confused. At this time, a ray of starlight fell from the sky, condensed in front of the shadow of the silver hall, and turned into a long pillar of starlight, a full 990 feet long. Then, there were star beams one after another. Star beams of light fell one after another, like stairs one by one, condensing on the top of the pyramid under the gaze of everyone. Next moment, a green figure appeared above the star beam. He has a slender figure and a handsome and elegant appearance. It's Lu Li. Then, the star beams in the sky withdrew, and Lu Li was directly attracted, flew into the sky, entered the phantom of the silver hall, and disappeared. Countless people were stunned.
Lu Li has become an immortal. How can this be? He just broke through the nascent soul. How could he become an immortal? Are you mistaken? Is this Lu Li the illegitimate son of the legendary immortal emperor? Why did he suddenly become an immortal? Sister, it's not good. My brother-in-law has ascended.
This moment, Ru Ji, Ji Rong, Ling Jianshuang, Fang Yinli, Ghost Demon, and others were stunned on the spot. Luo Rujin from the Taima Sect, Jinji from the God Clan, Bu Lianhua from the Spirit Clan, and others were shocked and horrified. The leader of the Tao Alliance, the leader of the Feixian Temple, Shuayu Master, and other powerful officials had eyes blurred and expressions of ghosts on their faces.
They have been practicing for so many years. But Lu Li ascended before them? At this time, deep in the Spirit Emperor's treasure house, Lu Li sat cross-legged on the stone platform, feeling the boundless magic power in his body, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, feeling infinitely happy. If Bu Lianhua, Jin Ji, and Xialing Yu appeared in front of him again, he would be able to kill them all with just one finger.
System.
Although Lu Li was delighted, he did not forget about the system. A huge system screen appeared in front of me. On the left is the familiar skill panel. On the right is the familiar humanoid diagram, with a bunch of colorful little people on it. Let's take a look at the exercise panel first. Host, Land Carp. Realm, first level of nascent soul, progress 1%. Lifespan, 23/9000. Race, Kung Fu. Brahma Demon's True Holy Skill, second level, 5%. Kuinping Demonic Skill, level 31, progress 1%. Feathering and Ascension Sutra, level 10, progress 1%. Immortal Poison Sutra, 11th level, 1%. Vajratathagata Dharmakaya, 3% on the 10th level. The Star Transformation Scripture, level 2, progress 12%. The 24 Swords of the Demon, level 5, 23% progress. Wind, Fire, Immortal and Thunder Escape Technique, level 1, 36%. Perfection, Sumeru God King's Mantra. Mighty Heavenly Dragon Mantra. Powerful Vajra Mantra. Pure Yang Infinite Sutra. Xian Mingxiao Goddess Gong. Magic Weapon, Kuinping Thunder Wings. Golden K Sword, Taoist Sword. 5 Elements Death Destroying Fan. 6 Character Mantra. Chaos Divine Mill, Taoist Weapon. Yuaning of 10,000 dermas, all dermas return to their true form. Their magic power is boundless and endless. They practice the 5 elements: yin and yang, wind, ice and thunder, chaos, demonic ways and Buddhist techniques. And their cultivation speed increases 100 times. Mana, Bu Lianhua, x9. The upper limit of lifespan is 9,000 years. Lu Li glanced at the lifespan column. I couldn't help but feel happy. A lifespan of 9,000 years is enough for him to live until he gets tired of it. The strange thing is, how come there are 3 question marks about his race? Could it be that after he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he was no longer a human being? However, it should be a good thing. Even the system can't identify it. It's definitely a good thing. This seems to be scolding myself. Lu Li shook his head. His eyes darkened, and he saw the bottom of the system screen. One for nascent soul. I've never heard of it, but I think it's okay based on the introduction. The mana is only equivalent to 9 Bu Lianhua. It feels a bit weak. Lu Li frowned slightly. His gaze deepened again, and he saw the 4 buttons with gold characters on the bottom. Friends, Taoist companions, masters and disciples. All heavenly palaces. Say it silently. A portrait emerged, by Jean Fei. Yao Yao. Ling Jianchuang. Fan Yinli. Miu. Elder Chang'e. Dao Alliance leader. Master Shuyu. Ji Jionyang and so on. Then there are Taoist couples. With only 2 portraits of beauties, Ji Rong and Ru Ji. There are also 2 portraits of master and disciple, the true king of demons and the ghost emperor of Yiming. Finally, there is the Hall of All Heavens.
System. Explain the purpose of the All Heavens Palace.
Luli muttered silently. Boom. A torrent of information surges through the sea of consciousness. Luli instantly understood what the All Heavens Palace was. This is a mysterious palace that connects the heavens and spreads the Dharma to all realms. All his techniques are stored in the palace. If someone enters this hall and practices the same technique as him, it will provide him with 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, or 10,000-fold increase in practice. The more talented the person who enters, the higher the intensity of the increase. Commonly known as group downloading. No, it is group training. Chapter 335. 1 Qi transforms 3 purities. Luli has already imagined it. First find a peerless genius, and then teach him the first level of Vajratathagata Dharmakaya. In an instant, his cultivation speed soared 100 times. Find 99 more geniuses. Then teach the technique. The cultivation speed is thousands of times faster. By then, in less than a month, one skill can be practiced to perfection. Moreover, these skills are naturally not taught in vain. Those peerless geniuses who have entered the Hall of All Heavens, if they want his skills, they have to exchange them for the same mysterious skills. In this way, others may make money, but the land carp will definitely not lose. After several operations, he can really practice all the techniques in the world. At that time, he will be truly invincible in the world. The only question: where to find so many peerless geniuses? Wrong. Suddenly, Luli thought of something. And a ray of light shone in his eyes. His friend, Taoist companion, master, or even his enemy can do it. Ling Jianchuang is one. Jinji, the son of the God clan, should also be considered one. And that spiritual Saint Bulianhua. Then again, why did the system choose Bulianhua as the unit of measurement? That Jinji is obviously stronger. Could it be because Bulianhua's pregnancy was alarming? It seems that this updated system is a rhodium and cesium batch? Luli thought about it, and found it not surprising. So was he himself anyway. So, next, Luli's cold and sharp eyes glanced at the remains of the Spirit Emperor. This is the remains of the Spirit Emperor. Something that is coveted by the Demon Envoy, the leader of the Dao Alliance, the Wu clan, and many other great powers. If you take it, you will be in constant trouble. So, Luli didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed it with his big hand and put the Spirit Emperor's remains into the storage ring. Trouble? How could it be as valuable as the remains of a spiritual emperor? After training as a puppet, he becomes even more powerful and invincible. At least the combat power of the combined realm. Moreover, Luli plans to stay in Huangquan Sect from now on, and will not leave the mountain until he has overcome the tribulation. Just in time to train this remains into a puppet. Buzz. At this moment, as soon as the Spirit Emperor's remains disappeared, a ball of green light immediately emerged. It is the sacred weapon of the Eldar, the Chaos God's Mill. With a snap, the Spirit Clan's sacred weapon flashed a green light, and was about to escape.
Want to leave?
Luli's eyes turned cold, and he grasped with his 5 fingers. Terrifying mana surged out of thin air, with the power to move mountains and divide seas, and directly captured the Spirit Clan's holy weapon.
Humph! Luli! This guy betrayed you just now. He is definitely not a good guy. Just kill the weapon spirit inside.
GK appeared out of thin air, with his hands on his hips and a fierce expression.
You! Don't erase me.
At this moment, a weak voice came from the Spirit Clan's holy weapon. Then, the green light shone and condensed into a green rabbit, also thumb size. It floated in front of Luli, stood up, bowed its hands like a human, and spoke human words, begging for mercy.
Master, please don't kill me. I can help you find the elixir. Luli, it's lying to you. It must have some conspiracy to harm you and avenge its master, the spiritual emperor.
GK circled around the green rabbit, his face filled with suspicion.
I don't. My master is dead. Now, Luli is my master.
The green rabbit said a little aggrieved.
Is it?
Lu Li's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed the green rabbit with his big hand. Crackling. A burst of terrifying silver lightning flashed. This is clearly the nascent soul tribulation thunder. Annihilate everything. After 3 breaths, Lu Li let go. The green rabbit is still there, but there is no trace of light in its eyes, and its body seems to disappear at any time. It was directly wiped out of the mind. Only the pure power of Taoist laws remains. After what happened just now, Lu Li didn't believe in the spirit of this spiritual clan's holy weapon at all, and simply wiped out its intelligence. At worst, it will take thousands of years to cultivate a new weapon spirit. The land carp has a lifespan of 9,000 years, so it has plenty of time.
Hey, you want to compete with me for favor? You don't know whether to live or die.
Jean K on the side saw it and smiled extremely proudly.
Jean K, where is the exit?
Lu Li stuffed the green rabbit back into the chaos mill, turned around and asked. The Spirit Emperor's remains and Taoist tools have been obtained. It's time to go.
Exit?
Jean K shook his head.
I didn't find the exit. However, the spiritual emperor is dead, and the magic circle here will soon be ineffective. We can just wait to get out.
The words just fell. Boom. The jade in front exploded, and rubble flew everywhere. Next moment, an ancient golden bridge shot in and rolled over Lu Li.
Walk!
The voice of the Yiming Ghost Emperor sounded, and with one step, the ancient golden bridge exploded into the void, and the land carp disappeared without a trace. I don't know how much time passed. The golden bridge blasted out of the void, and warm sunlight fell down. The sea breeze blows on my face. The tide is rolling. He has returned to Huangquan Sect.
Lu Li, that's good. You finally entered the realm of nascent soul.
Ghost Emperor Yiming showed admiration on his face.
This is all accomplished by the Master. Without the guidance and support of the Master, the disciples would not have achieved what they have today.
Lu Li replied modestly.
No need to be modest. Your qualifications are obvious to all the monks in the world. Then again, what on earth is that immortal palace?
The Yiming Ghost Emperor asked in surprise.
It is a supreme immortal palace. There are thousands of volumes of supreme techniques in it. Disciples are lucky enough to enter it and obtain one of the immortal techniques.
Lu Li's answers were half true and one false.
Is this so?
Hearing Lu Li's answer, the Yiming Ghost Emperor had no doubt that he was there, and pondered for a moment.
So, do you have the remains of the Spirit Emperor in your hands? Yes.
Lu Li didn't hide anything and nodded.
Okay, then take it yourself first. The remains of the Spiritual Emperor are something that is wanted by the Demon Envoy, the powerful God Clan, and the Witch Clan. Once it is known to others, there will definitely be a fight for it. When the time comes, the Huangquan Sect will be in a bloody storm, and there will be no peace. You have to go back to save your master. You should practice well on this spiritual island. This is my secret spiritual island. Remember, don't show your face.
After the Yiming Ghost Emperor finished his instructions, he turned around and stepped on the golden bridge again, escaping into the void. Practice? Just what I wanted. Lu Li's figure flashed and fell into a bamboo house on the island. This spiritual island was very small, only 5 miles across, but its aura was extremely amazing and lush, no less than his Xuanwu Island. In the bamboo house, there are only 1 bamboo bed, 1 bamboo table, and 4 bamboo chairs. Lu Li took 1 step forward and sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed. Then, a pure spiritual light spurted out from above his head like a fountain, divided into 3, fell in front of him, and condensed into 3 human figures. The appearance is all the same as his, with the same richness and elegance. Demon Soul San Qing Pill. 1 Qi transforms the 3 Qing dynasties. This is the supreme mysterious elixir borrowed by the Yiming Ghost Emperor from the treasure house of the 9 demon gates. After refining and taking it, it splits the soul and transforms the 3 pure beings into 1 breath. Nascent soul can be divided into 3 clones with the same strength. Transformation gods. 9. Refining the void. 27. Combined, there are 99 and 81.
They actually have exactly the same strength? Interesting.
Lu Li sensed the majestic magic power in the 3 clones' bodies, and was secretly surprised. Suddenly, Lu Li thought of something, spread his palms, and muttered silently. Swish, swish, swish. A golden little man, a jet black little man, and a colorful little man appeared in the palm of his hand.
Go!
Lu Li blew a breath. Sizzle. These 3 little people turned into 3 rays of divine light and shot out, piercing into the eyebrows of the 3 clones. Next moment, the three clones shone brightly in unison, and their appearance and body shape were all changing rapidly. Finally, the divine light converged into the body. What appeared in front of Lu Li was a 5-foot boy who looked like he had been painted with gold paint. A young man with the head of a bird and the body of a human, with black wings on his back. The last one was a young woman with a head full of colorful snakes. Chapter 336 10,000 Stars Absolute Immortal Sword Formation.
Wow! Transformed into a living person.
Seeing the three people who suddenly changed in front of him, Jinkei screamed strangely. At this time, the golden lacquered boy, young man, and young woman all bowed their hands to Lu Li and said,
"Greetings, Master."
Lu Li on the bamboo bed nodded, feeling quite fresh and curious, and looked at the golden lacquered boy.
"Are you Vajratathagata Dharmakaya?" "Master, it's me."
"What?" The 5-foot-tall gold lacquered boy responded crisply, raised his fists, and pounded his chest like a gorilla. Dang, dang, dang. The continuous ringing of the bell sounded extremely clear. The next moment, the sacred Buddha's light shone on him, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the body of a Buddha with 3 heads and 6 arms.
Hey, hey, hey! I'm going to fight 10. Master, where are the enemies?"
The golden lacquered boy stared in all directions. This guy is definitely Vajratathagata Dharmakaya. Lu Li shook his head and smiled, looking at the 7-foot man in the middle with a bird's head and body and black wings on his back.
"Are you the Kwimping demon god?" "Yes, Master."
The bird-headed man's voice was deep, and he cupped his hands.
"Master, do you have any demonic energy? I'm hungry."
"It is indeed the Kwimping demonic magic. I'm always thinking about food." Lu Li smiled and threw out 10 high-grade spiritual stones.
"I'll give you all these spiritual stones. Eat them." "Thank you, Master."
The Kwimping demon god's skill was very polite. He cupped his hands, opened his beak, and sucked in all 10 high-grade spiritual stones. At this time, Lu Li looked at the young woman on the far right with colorful snake hair.
"Master, I am the Poison Sutra of Immortality,"
the young woman said hoarsely. As he spoke, a puff of colorful poisonous smoke was sprayed out, exuding a fishy sweet smell that made people dizzy. It is indeed the Sutra of Immortal Poison. The tone is indeed a bit loud. Lu Li vaguely remembered that this Immortal Poison Sutra seemed very arrogant. But after being beaten for such a period of time, my temper feels pretty good. Just as he was thinking about it, Jinkei was already playing with Vajratathagata. Lu Li's thoughts moved. Suddenly, his consciousness had descended into the clone of Vajratathagata. The thought came again. Lu Li's consciousness came to Kwimping's demonic god art. Lu Li's consciousness returned to his true form, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes.
"It is indeed inconvenient to go out now. However, these 3 clones can be taken out by Vajratathagata Dharmakaya and others to look for opportunities, collect skills, and kill demons, and demons, by the way, being righteous, robbing the rich, and giving to the poor.
Just do it. Anyway, the clone can still condense out after it dies." Lu Li made up his mind. However, he did not immediately send the 3 Vajratathagata Dharmakaya out. Instead, he summoned other techniques and let them take over his body. After a while, the humanoid forms of various techniques were revealed. Yuhua Ascension Sutra is a girl with 4 ears. Kun Xing Shinjin Jing is a very shy young man. He doesn't even dare to look at people. And if it weren't for Lu Li's persuasion, this little guy wouldn't even get up. It's really very social. The 24 swordsman of the demon is a middle-aged man who is completely black and looks taciturn. The Windfire Immortal Thunder Escape technique is a big man with a fierce face. The Sumer God King Dharma, the mighty heavenly dragon Dharma, and the powerful Vajra Dharma are all the original Buddha Dharma. And there is nothing strange about it. The only strange thing is that the M of the Brahma demon true holy art is actually a long-legged royal sister. Finally, Chunyang Wuji Jinjing is a young man with a fiery personality, while Xian Mingxiao's goddess Gong is a gentle and elegant girl. Lu Li originally wanted to send them all out, but there were only 3 clones. So after some thought, he let the Vajratathagata Dharma body, the 24 swords of the demon, and the Kwimping demon divine art go out. The reason is also very simple. Vajratathagata is very familiar with the Dharmakaya, and he might be able to bring back a Taoist artifact when he goes out. The 24 swords of the demon may seem taciturn, but in fact they are very insidious. In the past, Vajratathagata and the others went out to slay demons and defend the way, and GK secretly supported them. As for the Kwimping demon god art, Luli was purely because he couldn't afford it. This guy is so delicious. In the blink of an eye, he ate hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones from Luli, and simply sent him out to find food by himself, while also supporting his family.
Go ahead. Be careful and don't cause trouble easily,
Luli warned.
Yes, Master.
The Dharmakaya of Vajratathagata, the Quidping demon divine skill, and the 24 swords of the demon were all handed over. The next moment, the three people flew out of the spirit island and disappeared from Luli's eyes. However, the connection between Luli and the three clones is still very close, and it feels like it can happen to them at any time. After settling the matter of the clone, Luli took out a storage ring. Start counting your harvest. This time out, it can be said that it started but ended in a tailspin. Within a few days of working as an undercover agent in the Taima Sect, he went to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house and was surrounded and killed. In the end, he almost died in a natural disaster. Fortunately, I finally successfully broke through to the nascent soul barrier, in addition to obtaining the remains of the Spirit Emperor and the Chaos God Mill that had been transformed into a Taoist weapon. He also killed Xielingyu, the Halberd God King, Nandong Xie and his wife, and obtained the storage rings of the four of them.
I hope there will be some good harvest. Jin K, let's start construction.
Luli's eyes flashed, and he handed the two storage rings to Jin K beside him.
Okay, it's my favorite part again.
GK became excited, summoned his main body, and began to clink at the two storage rings. Luli grabbed it with his big hand, and silver lightning surged from his palm, wrapping the two storage rings and beginning to break the restrictions on them. This silver thunder and lightning was absorbed and refined from the heavenly calamity. It is domineering and powerful, annihilating all things, and is most suitable for breaking restrictions. Soon, Xielingyu storage ring was successfully broken. A scroll of Luli's spiritual consciousness. All the things inside are summoned and appear before your eyes. Spiritual stones, spiritual talismans, elixirs, secret books, heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A bunch of natural treasures.
Kingjin stone. 10,000 iron sands. Star meteor crystals. All weighing hundreds of tons. Is this guy planning to refine a supreme spiritual treasure?
Luli looked at the hardware and minerals in front of him with some curiosity. Searched carefully again. As expected, Luli found a jade slip for refining, which contained a record of a supreme sword formation called the 10,000 Stars Absolute Immortal Sword Formation. Once used, the sword light would be like a galaxy, surging, mighty, and destroying everything. This is a terrifying sword formation that can kill people across borders. However, if you want to use this sword formation, you need 720 specially refined swords. The main material for making swords is the extremely sharp Kingjin stone. Xielingyu had been saving for most of his life, but he only managed to save enough Kingjin stones for 400 flying swords. There was still a long way to go before the sword array could be refined.
This sword formation is not bad. The immortal sword can still be cultivated, and there is a chance to transform into a Tao sword. Let's practice it. Anyway, idle time is idle.
Luli made up his mind. Afterwards, he continued to break the prohibition of the storage ring. After a cup of tea, the storage rings of Halberd God King and Nandong Xie's couple were opened. Unfortunately, there is nothing worth mentioning. The spells inside are all engraved in secret codes and cannot be practiced at all. The only thing worth mentioning is that the black and white swords of Nandong Xie and his wife are both top-grade spiritual treasures. The combination of the two swords can exert a power close to that of a Taoist weapon. Luli played with it for a while, and decided to give the two swords to Ji Rong in the future. Then he gave himself to Ruji. This way the rain and dew are evenly distributed, which is fair. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a ding. A clear system prompt sounded in my mind.
Zhutian Temple has searched for a genius. Are you connected?
Found a genius? Luli was overjoyed and asked silently.
Who is this genius?
The light and shadow of a woman immediately emerged. He was dressed in green clothes, with hair as white as snow, a face as cold as frost, and a purple gold divine pattern shining between his eyebrows. Very familiar. Isn't this the spiritual saint? Bu Lianhua? A cold light flashed in Luli's eyes, and he uttered two words coldly.
Connect.
Chapter 337 Equivalent Exchange. Outside Huangquan Sect, Huanglong Island. In a gorgeous restaurant, Bu Lianhua sat cross-legged in the air, her eyes closed tightly, holding a strange seal with both hands, and the purple and gold sky-reaching pattern between her eyebrows flashed on and off. On the side, there are two powerful spirits from the combined realm guarding them.
Lianhua, can you sense the remains of the Spirit Emperor?
One of the old men in green robes, who also had a pattern between his eyebrows, asked. Bu Lianhua opened her eyes and shook her head.
Elder, I didn't feel it. How can this be?
The old man in green robe looked very ugly. Not long ago, they clearly sensed the revival of the Spirit Emperor and the existence of the Spirit Emperor's remains, so they used the method of moving time and space to pursue them. Unexpectedly, this feeling disappeared.
It seems that the Yiming Ghost Emperor of the Underworld Sect has taken away the remains of the Spirit Emperor. He also killed the soul of the Spirit Emperor of my Spirit Clan. Damn it! Why not just take advantage of the Yiming Ghost Emperor's departure? Rush into the Underworld Sect and kill him? Don't stay.
Another old woman in gold robe gritted her teeth.
Don't be impulsive.
The old man in green robe had a sullen face and quickly persuaded.
We can't defeat the old monster from the Underworld Sect on the Mermaid Island and the old obscene dragon guarding it. Then we can only watch the Spirit Emperor's remains being turned into a puppet?
The old woman in golden robe was extremely angry. My chest will explode with anger.
Elder, I activated the Burning God technique. So let's try to sense it again.
Bu Lianhua said solemnly.
The Burning God technique greatly consumes the power of the soul. It can't be recovered even after 10 years of rest. Lianhua, you were just injured by Lu Li.
The old man in green robe frowned.
In order to regain the remains of the spiritual emperor, I don't care about some minor injuries.
Bu Lianhua's cold eyes were extremely determined. The words fell. A mysterious and low spell came out of her mouth. The sky-reaching lines between the eyebrows shine fiercely with divine light. The spirit begins to expand infinitely. In the dark, she seemed to feel that her consciousness had reached an incomprehensible realm, running through billions of parallel times and spaces, looking for the remains of the spiritual emperor that originated from bloodline induction. Among the entire Abyss Spirit Clan, her Spirit Emperor bloodline is the purest. Because of this, she was chosen as a saint to sense the remains of the spiritual emperor. However, nothing happened. The remains of the spiritual emperor seemed to have completely disappeared and ceased to exist. Bu Lianhua's heart sank. Could it be that the remains of the spiritual emperor were destroyed? Impossible. The remains of the spirit emperor are already those of an immortal. Immortal and immortal. Even if attacked with Taoist weapons, it would take 10 days and 10 nights to destroy them. How could it be destroyed in less than half a day? Just thinking about it. Suddenly, a huge suction force suddenly enveloped the front.
Not good.
Bu Lianhua was shocked. If the consciousness escapes through the void, it may be attacked by demons from outside the territory, or it may be annihilated by the turbulent flow of space. Could it be a sneak attack by an extraterrestrial demon? At this moment, there was a loud roar. Her consciousness seemed to have entered a mysterious void, and the world was spinning. Wait until she reacts. But he found that he had appeared in an incomparably huge star hall. An ancient, mysterious and vast aura, like the mighty power of heaven, diffused from all directions. In an instant, Bu Lianhua's soul seemed to be suppressed by millions of miles of mountains, and was about to suffocate and collapse. Bu Lianhua's heart was shocked, and her face was filled with fear and confusion. How is this going? She was clearly just traveling through the void of all realms with her consciousness just now, sensing the remains of the Spirit Emperor. How could she come here directly? Moreover, the entire soul has descended. If she died here, her soul would be scattered and she would fall on the spot. Who is it? Who has such great power to bring her soul to this place out of thin air? What is this place? Bu Lianhua raised her head and looked around. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. This is an extremely majestic star hall, with a sea of stars above the head. It is vast and boundless, casting countless starlight, making people feel that they are in the deep space and the universe. And it is extremely small. The surrounding walls and pillars are all made of pure starlight. It is carved with clouds, thunders, dragons and tigers, mountains and seas, immortals and Buddhas, demons and emperors, swords, guns, swords and halberds, and all kinds of wonderful mysterious words, which are mysterious and obscure, like a book from heaven. The most astonishing thing is that in front of the main hall, there is a black and white yin-yang tai chi, as huge as a house. While slowly rotating, it seems to evolve the movement of the heavens. The 3,000 avenues, The secret of immortality, which makes people feel extremely mysterious.
May I ask who the senior is?
Bu Lianhua was shocked in her heart and looked around coldly. In the end, she did not dare to neglect and bowed in all directions. The words just fell. Ding. An extremely clear sound suddenly sounded. In Bu Lianhua's surprised eyes, the group of black and white yin and yang tai chi in front of them rotated violently, and a figure with a mysterious black and white aura emerged. The divine power is vast. Like a supreme god.
Senior, who are you? Where is this place?
Bu Lianhua was startled, looking up at the mysterious black and white figure in front of her, and asked solemnly. Hearing Bu Lianhua's question, the mysterious figure looked down and suddenly said,
This is the Temple of War. Me? I am the spirit of the Temple of War.
The voice was clear and not loud, but it was so shocking that the stars in the sky on the dome of the Star Hall rippled violently, surging like a tide. This person is naturally Lu Li. It was also the first time for him to enter this temple of the heavens with his spiritual consciousness, and he was quite shocked. This all-heavens palace is definitely not simple. However, the most important thing at hand is to trick Bu Lianhua into becoming his own cultivation accelerating tool. Zhutian Temple will slowly study and explore in the future.
War Temple. Temple Spirit.
Bu Lianhua was surprised, and her heart couldn't help but thump. This palace spirit has its own sense of autonomy, which means that if it is angered, it is likely to be killed on the spot.
Senior, this junior has no intention of breaking in. Can you let me go?
Bu Lianhua did not dare to be disrespectful at all.
Can.
Lu Li nodded. Before Bu Lianhua could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Li said again.
However, the Temple of War has just been born, and you are the second person to enter. I will give you another chance to choose.
Just born? The second person to enter? Bu Lianhua keenly caught the key point, and her pupils shrank. She recalled the Spirit Emperor's treasure house and the mysterious fairy palace that appeared in the sky when Lu Li was promoted to nascent soul. Could it be that this is the Temple of War? Bang, 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 bang. Bu Lianhua's heart beat violently. Thousands of thoughts flashed through her eyes. She pursed her lips, cupped her hands and asked,
Senior, where is this war temple? The Temple of War is an ancient temple that preserves all the techniques from ancient times.
Lu Li stood with his hands behind his back and replied calmly. These casual words fell into Bu Lianhua's heart, no less than a thunderbolt that shook the sky, causing her heart to stir up billions of feet of turbulent waves. All the techniques from time immemorial? This. If these skills are obtained and allowed to be practiced by the spiritual tribe, wouldn't the entire world belong to the spirit tribe in 10,000 years?
Senior, are you telling the truth?
Bu Lianhua suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked with a slight trembling.
I never lie.
Lu Li replied slowly.
Then, Junior, please be brave and ask Senior to give you the supreme secret.
Bu Lianhua took a deep breath and bowed deeply.
The fact that you can enter the Temple of War proves that you are quite talented. This supreme magic formula can be given to you. However,
there is a rule in the Temple of War. To take a magic formula, you must deposit a magic formula. This is also the reason why the Temple of War has a rule. The purpose of existence.
Lu Li made some nonsense.
Senior means. Bu Lianhua's face showed surprise and doubt. Exchange of equal value.
Lu Li calmly replied,
The Temple of War has been hidden from the world since ancient times. It sensed the drastic changes in the world and came back to the world again. Therefore, the supreme magic techniques created in the intervening years are not included. You want to change to one from ancient times.
The magic formula must be exchanged for a magic formula that has never been included in the Temple of War. Exchange of equal value?
Bu Lianhua frowned and asked tentatively.
Senior, can I exchange it for something else? This is the rule of the Temple of War.
Lu Li replied calmly.
However, if you exchange it for a Taoist weapon, or, I have been practicing the Supreme Joy Zen in this temple for tens of thousands of years, but I have no opponent. Let's see how beautiful you are. If you merge with me and practice together, I can make an exception and teach you a technique. Dot.
Chapter 338 Successful Practice in Group. Bu Lianhua was silent. There was a hint of suspicion in her eyes, and she felt infinite fear in her heart. Could this be an illusion created by an extraterrestrial demon? Has she been captured by a powerful extraterrestrial demon? All of this was created just to let her cannibalize the soul that was parasitic on her. However, the fear in the soul is insignificant. But the vastness of this star temple is extremely real. No matter how powerful the extraterrestrial demon is, I am afraid that it cannot be transformed. There was a moment of silence. Bu Lianhua's frosty eyes rolled, and she asked tentatively,
Senior, I'm not sure if you are an extraterrestrial demon. So, I want to withdraw from this war temple and wait to enter again in the future. Senior, please send me back. Extraterritorial demon?
Lu Li sneered disdainfully. And the black and white aura around him suddenly dissipated, revealing his face. He is a middle-aged man in a green robe. His face is like a crowned jade. His majesty is boundless, like a king dominating the world. It is the Spirit Emperor of the Spirit Clan.
How about it? Can the demon from outside the territory transform the person you respect the most in your heart?
Lu Li turned into the Spirit Emperor of the Spirit Clan and asked calmly.
Spiritual Emperor?
Feeling the familiar aura on Lu Li's body, Bu Lianhua's pupils trembled, and she almost cowed on the spot. Now, she absolutely believed that everything before her eyes was true. No demon from outside the realm can imitate the aura of the Spiritual Emperor. And this incomparable real connection between the mind and the heart originates from the origin of blood.
Junior is rude. Senior, please forgive me.
Bu Lianhua bowed respectfully with her hands in hand.
It doesn't matter.
Lu Li waved his hand slightly, and his body shape changed again, returning to a mysterious appearance shrouded in black and white aura.
I dare to ask. Senior, you are saying that I am the second person to enter this hall. Then, who is the first person to enter this hall?
At this time, Bu Lianhua suddenly asked, Want to make some innuendo? Lu Li couldn't help but sneer secretly, and replied calmly,
He is a somewhat handsome man. He used his magic power to exchange for an ancient body refining technique. It must be said that his magic power does have somewhat mysterious and redeemable.
After saying that, he slowly raised his palm. Wisps of black and white energy condensed, forming a black hole of yin and yang in the palm of his hand. It was extremely mysterious, swallowing and annihilating all things.
Lu Li's Kuenping demonic skill?
Bu Lianhua's pupil shrank. She exclaimed, and her heart was shocked. This is definitely Lu Li's Kuenping demon god skill. It is true. You can't go wrong. During the desperate fight with Lu Li, she was extremely embarrassed by this move. Even Xialing Yu, the evil sword immortal, died under this move and was wiped out. However, what was even more shocking was that the mysterious palace spirit in front of him actually used Lu Li's magic power. This concession made Lianhua even more shocked and frightened by the power and mystery of the palace spirit in front of her. At the same time, strange thoughts came to mind. If she were allowed to practice Lu Li's Kuenping demonic divine art, and then use it to deal with Lu Li. Thinking of this, Bu Lian's eyes shot out a sharp light. Lu Li killed the holy son of the Spirit Clan and abandoned the Tianju, seized the Eldar's sacred artifact, the Chaos God's Mill, and hurt her. What's more, it seems that the remains of the Spiritual Emperor were taken away. If you don't take this revenge, you won't be a man. But Lu Li is too evil. In less than 10 years, he directly breaks through the nascent soul. If he continues to grow like this, there is no hope of revenge. Bu Lianhua suspected that Lu Li could practice so quickly not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also because of this Kuenping demonic art. Now, there is a chance for revenge. The more Bu Lianhua thought about it, the more excited she became. But she still held it back and asked once again.
Senior, it's not like I can't trust you. Junior, it's just that I am not fully trained in the spiritual arts. Can I change one level of magic to another?
After I go back, find a clan leader and get all the secrets, and then exchange them? Can.
Lu Li nodded lightly.
What magic formula do you want to change? I have 1 billion magic formulas here, all collected from ancient times and preserved to this day. They are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian and Huang. The Heaven level is the highest, and the Yellow level is the lowest.
1 billion tricks! The world is dark and yellow. When Bu Lianhua heard this, she felt excited again. If all this is true, this is definitely a great opportunity. However, Bu Lianhua made up her mind and gritted her teeth.
Senior, I want to change the technique of that man just now. Kuenping demonic god technique.
Snort. As expected? Hooked. Lu Li couldn't help but sneer. This woman's brain has grown to 4 pounds on her chest. No wonder she is so stupid.
You sure?
Lu Li remained calm and persuaded.
The techniques handed down from ancient times to this day each have their own mysteries. Although some of the cultivation conditions are more stringent. With your talent, you can barely practice them, I am sure.
After hearing this, Bu Lianhua became more determined to practice the Kuenping demonic art and nodded solemnly. Although those ancient spells are good, they are outdated. It is not suitable for this era of cultivation. It would be more direct, convenient, and practical to practice Lu Li's Kuenping Demon God technique directly.
Okay. Then what magic tricks will you give in exchange?
Lu Li asked.
I'll exchange it for my spiritual clan's supreme divine art. The
heaven refining art. Bu Lianhua gritted her teeth and said directly.
Okay. Then you can dictate the mantra and write the mantra.
Lu Li nodded and waved his hand casually. Call. The black and white energy around him blew out like a breeze and condensed into a huge starlight book in front of Bu Lianhua. There is also a star pen.
Good.
Without saying a word, Bu Lianhua stretched out her jade hand, grabbed the star pen, and drew in the sky on the star crystal book. The pen moved like a dragon or a snake. At the same time, he uttered mysterious spells from the Aldar clan. Lu Li waited silently and didn't speak. After a cup of tea, a ding system prompt sounded in my mind.
You discovered a remnant technique. The heaven refining technique. Do you practice?
It's the real thing. After receiving confirmation from the system, Lu Li nodded secretly and directly chose yes. Then, the ding sounded again.
You have learned the remaining part of the heaven refining technique. The upper limit of the magic formula, 1 level. Current level, level 1, progress 1%.
This Bu Lianhua was very careful and only wrote the first level of the heaven refining technique. However, this doesn't matter. Lu Li raised his palm, and with a flick of his magic power, a ball of emerald green light condensed out of his palm, spinning around, shining brightly, and exuding a powerful aura. There is a kind of tyranny that robs the world of creation and vitality. This is the heaven refining technique. Refining the vitality of all things in the world for your own use and increasing your cultivation. Qi Tianjiao, the holy son of the spirit clan, practice this method and refine the ultimate golden elixir.
Senior, have you mastered cultivation now?
Bu Lianhua looked at the green light in Lu Li's palm and was extremely shocked. Your technique is not bad. It seizes the vitality of the heaven and the earth, destroys the domineering power, and leaves me alone. It is about the level of the earth, and it is comparable to the Kuenping Demon God technique.
Lu Li dispersed the green light in his palm and praised lightly.
Thank you for the compliment. Senior, please also teach me the secret.
Bu Lianhua bowed her hands. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous and expectant. Can she really master Lu Li's Kuenping demonic skill? At this moment, Lu Li raised his hand and pointed. A beam of starlight poured down from the starry sky on the dome of the star hull. Suddenly surrounding her, a huge torrent of information, accompanied by bright and cold starlight, poured directly into my mind. All kinds of insights came to my mind. Soon, the starlight disappeared. Bu Lianhua slowly opened her eyes. Boom! An astonishing wave of mana began to circulate in her body, walking around the sky. After a cup of tea, she threw her hands. The black demonic energy billowing out of his sleeves condensed into a 10-foot-long black whale, circling around his body and swallowing the sky with blood. It's Kuenping's demonic god skill. It's Lu Li's Kuenping demonic skill. Bu Lianhua was shocked, overjoyed, and unbelievable. She actually got Lu Li's Kuenping demonic skill in exchange. It's only 1 layer. But it's real. This is really the Temple of War. She had a great opportunity. However, what Bu Lianhua didn't know was that Lu Li was happier than her. Ding. A genius is practicing your Kuenping demonic art. You have a great understanding of the Kuenping demon god skill, and the training effect has been increased by 10,000%. Progress plus 1%. A genius is practicing your heaven refining technique. You have a great understanding of the heaven refining technique, and the effectiveness of your practice has been increased by 10,000%. Progress plus 1%. Chapter 339 Lianhua. I've wronged you. Seeing the rapid improvement in cultivation progress, Lu Li was delighted. The official version of this system is really awesome. With a few more geniuses, they can practice together and become invincible even while lying down. However, you still have to practice hard. Can't slack off. Lu Li was determined. Turned his eyes, looked down at Bu Lianhua, who was full of ecstasy, and said calmly,
Okay, you can leave now. I will send you to your soul. Senior, wait a minute.
In the center of the hall, Bu Lianhua shouted quickly.
Huh? Is there anything else? Could it be that you want to cultivate both soul and soul with me in exchange for skills?
Lu Li asked with interest.
Juniors don't dare to climb high.
Bu Lianhua was stunned for a moment. but still declined with some fear, and said with cupped hands,
Senior, what I want to ask this junior is, how to enter the War Temple. You just need to silently call to the Temple of War.
Luli replied.
I see. So, Senior, can you tell outsiders about this War Temple?
Bu Lianhua immediately had other thoughts. If possible, she would immediately recruit the geniuses from the clan after she returns, and have them all call for the Temple of War. As long as another genius enters the Temple of War, then the rise of the Spirit Clan will be just around the corner.
Yes. The War Temple was born to collect the skills from all over the world. The more people know about them, the better. However, the War Temple only accepts peerless geniuses. Most people can only redeem the skills 3 times in their lifetime. Of course, if I am in a good mood, an exception can be made.
Luli casually made up another rule.
Thank you, Senior, for your advice. I know this. Senior, please send me back. Senior, I will learn the complete heaven refining technique of my spirit clan and redeem it immediately.
Bu Lianhua bowed her hands.
Good.
Luli nodded calmly and waved his hand. Call. A ray of silver starlight suddenly burst out from the sleeve rope, rushed in front of Bu Lianhua, pushed her hard, and pushed her directly out of the All Heavens Palace. Bu Lianhua felt like the world was spinning. Man has returned to his physical body. In front of me is the restaurant box.
Lianhua, how are you? Have you sensed the presence of the Spirit Emperor's remains?
The old man in golden robe asked immediately.
No.
Bu Lianhua shook her head. A strange light flashed in her cold eyes.
No.
The old man in gold robe looked disappointed. At this moment, he suddenly saw that Bu Lianhua's whole body was actually filled with traces of dark demonic energy. Boom! The next moment, the magic power in Bu Lianhua's body exploded, spewing out a torrent of demonic energy, coiling around her body, blowing a whirlwind, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a 3-foot-long black demonic whale in midair, swimming around, roaring silently, and devouring the majesty of heaven and earth.
Kuenping demonic skill. Is this Luli's Kuenping demon god skill?
Witnessing this scene, the old man in gold robe and the old woman in green robe were so shocked that their pupils widened and they exclaimed,
That's right. It's Luli's Kuenping demon god skill.
Bu Lianhua gritted her silver teeth and said coldly,
Lianhua, what's going on? How come you suddenly learned Luli's Kuenping demonic art? And how can you practice it so authentically and purely?
The old man in gold robe was surprised and doubtful, and asked quickly,
Elder, I have encountered a great opportunity.
Bu Lianhua withdrew her magic power and her eyes flashed.
Elder, do you still remember the Immortal Palace that appeared when Luli was going through the tribulation? Immortal Palace?
Hearing this, the old man in gold robe and the old woman in green robe looked at each other, somewhat surprised.
That Immortal Palace is the Temple of War that has existed since ancient times. Inside, there are billions of books of supreme techniques. There is also a Supreme Palace Spirit who can help people exchange the techniques. Just now, I entered it and used the Heaven Refining Technique. The first level of the secret art was exchanged for Lu Li's first level of Kuenping demonic skill.
Bu Lianhua Bingshuang's face showed uncontrollable joy.
What?
Upon hearing such a big secret, the 2 elders of the spiritual tribe both shook their bodies wildly, with expressions of disbelief on their faces.
War Temple? 1 billion supreme skills? In exchange for Kuenping's demon god power?
There was a huge wave of horror in the hearts of the 2 of them. This is simply unheard of. Incredible.
That's right. I also didn't believe it, thinking it was an extraterrestrial demon. However, I never expected that all of this was actually true. The Kuenping demonic god skill in exchange is also extremely real,
Bu Lianhua said, slowly raising her palm and making a gentle move. The ink-black demon whale in midair immediately shrank and turned into a black fish as thick as a chopstick, circling around her snow-white palm, full of spirituality.
This, incredible.
The old man in gold robe and the old woman in green robe were shocked and murmured. For a moment, it was difficult to digest this shocking secret. However, looking at the black magic fish swimming back and forth on Bu Lianhua's hand, they had to believe it.
Elder, please teach me the complete heaven refining technique. I'm going to exchange it for Lu Li's complete Kuenping demonic god technique. I want to use Lu Li's Kuenping demonic god technique to defeat Lu Li.
Bu Lianhua's eyes revealed a sharp light.
This, Lianhua, should we consider it carefully? The heaven refining technique is the supreme divine secret of our spiritual clan. If it is leaked,
The old woman in green robe hesitated.
Indeed. Once it is leaked, our spirit clan may be in a situation of eternal disaster.
The old man in gold robe also had a solemn face.
Two elders, the heaven refining technique is good, but how many people from my spiritual clan can make it? Moreover, this technique will harm Tianhe. After cultivating it to the end, it is better to take it out and exchange it for Lu Li's Kunpeng demon god. Kung Fu. This Kunpeng demon god Kung Fu is extremely mysterious. It coincides with the yin and yang fusion, and it directly points to the great path. This is the real Kung Fu technique to become an immortal.
Bu Lianhua is decisive. As soon as these words came out, the two elders of the spiritual clan immediately frowned. I couldn't find any reason to refute. Even a little excited. Indeed, in the entire spirit clan, there are only 3 or 5 people who practice the heavenly refining technique. First, it is because practicing this divine technique requires extremely high qualifications. The second reason, and the most important reason, is that the heaven refining technique is too overbearing, stealing the vitality of all things, invading the creation of heaven and earth. The far north abyss was originally just a bitter cold place with thin spiritual energy and barren products. How could there be so much vitality for all things to seize and refine? There are too many restrictions on this magical skill. On the other hand, Lu Li's Kunpeng demon god skill is indeed mysterious and powerful.
Lianhua, how about you exchange the heaven refining technique for Lu Li's Kunpeng demonic god art? Then, publicize the Kunpeng demonic god art and make everyone practice it.
The old woman in green robe showed a fierce look in her eyes.
It's inappropriate. This is absolutely unacceptable.
Bu Lianhua immediately shook her head.
The existence of the War Temple is to store all the heavenly skills. If the magic skills obtained in exchange are distributed, then the geniuses who enter the War Temple in the future will not exchange Lu Li's Kunpeng the demonic god skill is a loss for the mysterious temple spirits of the War Temple.
What Lianhua said makes sense. We must not offend the Temple of War.
The old man in golden robe nodded solemnly. The existence of such a temple can simply change the strength of the forces in the heavens. Gotta make good use of it.
Lianhua, please tell me in detail about your experience just now. What the layout of the War Temple is. What the temple spirit looks like. Everything. From beginning to end. Not a single detail can be missed.
The old man in golden robe said solemnly.
Okay. Just now, my consciousness entered the void.
Bu Lianhua began to tell. After a stick of incense, the narration is finished. Every detail is taken into account.
2 rules. Take 1 and save 1. You can only enter 3 times in a lifetime? In that case,
the old man in gold robe narrowed his eyes slightly.
Lianhua, I will teach you the heaven refining technique immediately. Then, for the rise of the spiritual race, I have wronged you. You should accompany that palace spirit and soul to practice together once.
Chapter 340 Qing Emperor's Heaven Refining Technique.
Bu Lianhua was silent for a moment and nodded slowly. Okay.
Just think of it as a dream.
Oh. Thank you for your hard work. However, the 3,000 worlds has arrived, and it will soon enter the age of immortal cultivation where all races compete for hegemony. The spirit king of my spirit clan has died, and his remains have been taken away. If I want to stand in this world, I can only do my best. Try your best. Otherwise, you can only seek refuge in the demon world.
The old man in golden robe said helplessly. Demon world. Upon hearing these 2 words, Bu Lianhua's expression turned cold.
To seek refuge in the demon world? That's just living under someone else's roof. Where will there be a place for my spirit clan to talk in the far north abyss then?
The old man in green robe on the side gritted his teeth and said,
So, for the sake of the spirit clan, I can only sacrifice you, Lianhua. Only in this way can you, Lianhua, surpass Lu Li. Get revenge in the future.
As soon as Lu Li was mentioned, Bu Lianhua's face immediately showed a cold light. His expression became extremely determined.
Elder, please teach me the heaven refining technique. Good.
The old man in gold robe nodded heavily and flicked his sleeves. Call out. Dozens of formation flags flew out and landed around the box. Forming a mysterious formation, the spiritual light shone like a dragon, covering the entire box, blocking out all prying eyes. Immediately, the golden-robed old man began to teach Bu Lianhua the supreme divine secret, heaven refining technique. An hour later, Bu Lianhua nodded towards the 2 old men, closed her eyes again, and silently cheered for the existence of the War Temple in her heart. At this time, in the bamboo house on Lingdao, Lu sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed, holding up his right hand, with a ball of emerald green light floating in his palm. Upon closer inspection, one can clearly see that this green light is condensed from countless tiny talismans. These tiny talismans are like bacteria and bugs, swimming in the green light, endlessly growing. This is the divine light of the heaven refining technique. Luli's mana moved. Buzz! The divine light of Liantian trembled, shining out a circle of green light and sweeping away. Suddenly, a crackling sound exploded. The spiritual bamboo outside the bamboo house exploded instantly, then turned black and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a ball of ashes, falling in the wind. Little bits of green light floated out from these withered bamboo trees, flew towards them, and merged with the divine light of Liantian. A powerful vitality immediately flowed from the palm of his hand into Lu Li's body. Then, after nascent soul swallowing and swallowing, it directly turned into a trace of cultivation. What a domineering magical skill! It can directly seize the essence of the surrounding vegetation, suck it up and swallow it completely. If you practice it to a deep level, wouldn't it directly suck out the essence of human blood? How can you do it when you turn into a human being? What kind of magical skill is it? It's obviously a magic skill. Lu Li's eyes were slightly cold. No wonder the holy son of the spirit clan, Qi Tianjiao, and Bu Lianhua both have aloof temperaments and regard all living beings as ants. After practicing this magical skill, in the eyes of the practitioner, all living things are just cultivation. It is indeed magic power without a doubt. Just thinking about it. A ding. A crisp system prompt sounded in my mind. Bu Lianhua is applying to enter the All Heavens Palace. Are you connected? Coming. Bu Lianhua is here to deliver the magic formula. Lu Li was shocked and immediately muttered silently. Connect. Uh-huh. After a while, the world was spinning. Lu Li appeared again in the Temple of Heavens, transformed into a mysterious figure surrounded by black and white energy, floating on the dome of the galaxy, like the master of the universe and the lord of the stars. Looking down at Bu Lianhua, who had just entered. Bu Lianhua pays homage to Senior. When Bu Lianhua saw Lu Li, her heart was shocked, and she bowed solemnly and respectfully. Lu Li responded calmly. Are you planning to change the complete technique this time? Yes. This junior has learned the complete heaven refining technique. Please allow me, Senior, to exchange it for the Kunping demon god technique. Bu Lianhua felt the terrifying power of the All Heavens Palace and did not dare to be disrespectful. Can! Lu Li felt happy. His face remained calm, and he waved his hand gently. Swish! A starlight fell, turning into a huge starlight crystal book with a stone slab, and a starlight pen appeared in front of Bu Lianhua. Bu Lianhua didn't waste any time. Grabbed the star pen and started writing the formula on the star crystal book. At the same time, he uttered the supreme incantation of the spiritual clan. A quarter of an hour later, Bu Lianhua let go of the star pen, bowed her hands and said, Senior, the complete formula of the heaven refining technique has been written out. The words fell. A ding sounded. Your heaven refining technique has been completely completed, and the upper limit of your cultivation levels has been increased to 18. Current level, level 1, progress 6%. Subsequently, ding ding ding. 3 system prompts sounded. Your heaven refining technique is very satisfied with your physical body, and the training effect has been increased by 100%. The heaven refining technique can sense the familiar spirit emperor's breath in your body. You will feel happy, and the training effect will be increased by 100%. After practicing the heaven refining technique for a while, I felt too tired and fell asleep. Lu Li was stunned on the spot when he heard the last prompt. Why did I fall asleep during this heaven refining technique? How do you manage to sleep with your level of cultivation? Get up quickly and practice for me. However, let's evolve it first. Maybe you can change your personality. Lu Li thought about it and began to recite the Tao Sutra silently. The Tao can be Tao, but it is very Tao. And it can be named, but it is very famous. The way of man is to work without fighting. Just finished reciting silently. Ding sound. Congratulations to the host. Your heaven refining technique has been greatly enlightened by listening to the Supreme Taoist Sutra, and has evolved into the Qing Emperor Heaven Refining Technique. Due to the evolution of your Azure Emperor's Heaven Refining Technique, you were extremely excited and your blood was boiling. You turned over and practiced for 5 breaths, then changed your position and fell asleep. Lu Li. Deficit. Loss. Big loss. Unexpectedly,
The heaven refining technique that I got back this time turned out to be a lazy guy. He was even lazier than the previous Spirit Ghost Phantom Step. He was so lazy. However, fortunately, he has a very combative skill. The Summer Spell.
Shumi Dharma. Go play with the Qing Emperor's heaven refining technique.
Luli gave silent instructions. The words just fell. He saw a little golden figure rushing in front of a green little figure on the system screen. Then, the two little people started fighting each other. Seeing this, Luli nodded with satisfaction.
Senior?
At this moment, Bu Lianhua in the center of the Star Hall asked in surprise. He looked a little uneasy. Could it be that this senior has taken the secret and refuses to admit it?
Don't worry. I will teach you the Kuenping demonic skill now.
Luli came back to his senses and raised his hand to point in the air. Boom! The sea of stars surged, and a huge pillar of star light was projected down the fingers of the land carp, wrapping the Boolean flower around it. Kuenping teaches all the magic skills. Of course, Luli also added a formula to this method, which is equivalent to leaving a back door. If Bu Lianhua dares to fight him in the future, as long as he pinches the secret, he can use Bu Lianhua's back door and directly control Bu Lianhua. Effortless. Naturally, this does not violate the law transmission rules of Zutian Palace.
Thank you, Senior.
Bu Lianhua obtained the Kuenping demon magic art and immediately felt the mystery and power of this magic technique. Uncontrollable joy appeared on her cold face, and she bowed her hands. In the future, when she has perfected her Kuenping magic skill, she will seek revenge on Luli. Humph. Luli will definitely be so scared that he will pee on the spot.
No need to thank you. The magic formula is replaced by the magic formula. This is the rule of the Temple of War.
Luli waved his hand slightly.
Senior, I still have 2 Spirit Clan Divine Arts, which are only weaker than the Heaven Refining Arts. I wonder if I can exchange them for 2 useful techniques.
Bu Lianhua said again. Still want to change? How can I change this for her? Luli frowned slightly and said calmly.
Okay, but are you sure? This Kuenping demonic art is enough for you to practice to the point of perfection. You have a deep obsession, and you have to be distracted from practicing other techniques. I'm afraid you won't be able to take revenge in this life.
As soon as these words came out, Bu Lianhua felt as if she had been enlightened by an eminent monk.
Thanks for the guidance, Senior.
Bu Lianhua was extremely grateful and bowed deeply.
Yes. The fact that you can enter the Temple of War proves that you have good talents. If you practice well and don't hold on to false hatred and hatred, the path to immortality will be just around the corner.
Luli said casually.
Yes.
Bu Lianhua bowed her hands again, hesitated, and asked,
Senior, I wonder if what you just said still counts.
What? Luli was stunned for a moment.
If you and I are cultivating both souls and souls, we can switch to a supreme technique.
Bu Lianhua gritted her teeth and said,
Sorry. No need.
Luli refused on the spot. He was going back to practice the Qing Emperor's heaven refining technique.
Did the junior offend the senior?
Bu Lianhua was a little surprised and worried.
No.
Luli replied calmly.
It's me who doesn't like women anymore.
Snort. Woman? How can it be fun to practice? Chapter 341 The Troublemaking Clone.
Ah?
Hearing Luli's words, Bu Lianhua was stunned on the spot. Dumbfounded. This. Within half a day. You no longer like women?
You can come back later if you find a better method.
At this time, Luli waved his hand. Before Bu Lianhua could speak, a burst of starlight came, pushing her out of the heavenly palace and returning to her physical body.
How's it going? Have you changed to the Kuenping demon god art?
Seeing Bu Lianhua open her eyes, the old man in gold robe asked with great anticipation.
Bu
Lianhua nodded slowly.
Then, you and that palace spirit.
The old woman in green robe on the side asked tentatively.
Not at all.
Bu Lianhua's expression was extremely complicated.
That palace spirit doesn't like women anymore.
As soon as these words came out, the 2 elders of the spiritual clan looked at each other in confusion.
However, I still got the Kuenping demon god art. Elder, let's go back. Practice hard. Recuperate and hibernate. Now the alien races from all over the world are invading this world. Soon, this world will become the center of all the worlds. At this time, hundreds of tribes are fighting for supremacy. And all tribes are fighting. We, the spiritual race, are cultivating geniuses and will take action when the time comes.
Bu Lianhua's eyes flashed sharply.
Good.
The 2 elders of the spiritual clan nodded solemnly. rolled up by Linghua, and left directly. In the Spirit Island, Luli also slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of joy on his face. The heaven refining technique is obtained. No! It's the Qing Emperor's heaven refining technique. Bu Lianhua, that big-headed woman, still wants to defeat him and take revenge with the help of Kunping demon god Kung Fu. Dream on! Luli snorted disdainfully and looked up out of the window. The waves are roaring. The sea breeze is blowing. The moon is shining on the blue sea. The stars are shining. And it is quiet and peaceful. It's time to go see Jirong to see the moon. Luli's heart moved, and he was about to get up. At this moment, 3 system prompts sounded, ding ding ding. Your Vajratathagata Dharmakaya went out to look for opportunities, and was attacked X-36. Your 24 heavenly demon swords infiltrated the Tantian sword sect, and prepared to steal the Tantian sword technique. Your Kunping demon god art has found a newly formed spiritual vein of heaven and earth, and you are absorbing the spiritual energy in it to practice. Luli was stunned on the spot. We've only been out for a day. Why are these 3 guys separated? Moreover, didn't you tell them not to cause trouble? Luli looked solemn, and without saying a word, he descended directly onto the avatar of Vajratathagata. Boom! A flower in front of my eyes. Above the boundless sea, a 5-foot golden-painted little boy was galloping, flying hundreds of miles across the sky in an instant. Behind him, 2 rays of light, one black and one white, seemed to be chasing after him like a meteor dragging its long tail. At this moment the land carp arrived. Little thief! Where are you running? Stay alive! 2 rays of light caught up to them, revealing their figures. They were 2 old men decorated in black and white. Cultivation is all at the perfect state of nascent soul. After taking a look at his memories, Luli immediately understood what was going on. It was nothing more than Vajratathagata walking around on the sea. He was probably alone and hiding his cultivation. So a few guys thought he was easy to bully, and they directly attacked him to kill people and seize the treasure. The Dharma body of Vajratathagata was suddenly attacked, and he killed people without mercy. Then the small one came, and the big one came. If he doesn't listen to the explanation, he will be beaten. After hitting the big one, there comes the old one. And the last one is the killer move. Vajratathagata Dharmakaya does not want to fight, so it can only run. But the other party pursued him relentlessly. In this case, Luli shook his head and ordered, "Don't hold back." Then, just leave. Before leaving, he saw Vajratathagata's Dharma body and smiled ferociously. He used 2 moves of the white bone hard destroying palm to beat the 2 old men into blood mist. Then he summoned the mighty dragon to tear the soul of the nascent soul to pieces, and shot out the golden light that subdued the demons, piercing through the annihilation, all blood and soul. After destroying the corpse and removing all traces, he took away the storage ring and fled far away. All in one go. As smoothly as water. Not bad. A bit like me. He also knows how to hide his identity. And the Vajratathagata Dharmakaya has become smarter. Luli was very satisfied. Luli's consciousness turned and descended on the 24 swords of the demon. This time, he appeared in a forest of steels. The surrounding stone steels were engraved with figures dancing swords. Master, the swordsmanship of this Tantian sword sect is good and very useful to me. Please let me stay here to secretly learn swordsmanship. The demon's 24 swords silently conveyed his thoughts. Okay. Be careful not to leak it. After hearing this, Luli let it go. Finally, Luli descended once again, descending on the clone of Kunping's demonic power. At this moment, Kunping's demon power controlled the clone, hanging upside down in the cracks of the stone wall like a bat, sucking in the pure spiritual energy emanating from the spiritual veins. Luli glanced at the memories and found nothing wrong. I felt a little relieved. Kunping demon god Kung Fu is indeed a major in Kung Fu, and he is much more sensible. Since everything was fine, Luli didn't waste any more time and directly returned his consciousness to his body. It's time to go find Jirong and practice the Great Joy Zen method. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly, Luli saw a red dot in the upper right corner of the 3 buttons, Friends, Companion, and Master and Apprentice, in the lower left corner of the system screen. This scene is very familiar. There is an event. Luli didn't hesitate and immediately clicked to check. Your good friend by Jean Fei was set up by a witch and lost 300 high-grade spirit stones. Your friend Yao Yao met a strange fate and successfully transformed into a dragon. Your friend Ling Jinshuang was attacked by a demon cultivator and was slightly injured.
Your friend Fong Yinli was attacked by a demon cultivator and was seriously injured. He was picked up by a Tao Tai true spirit. Your master, the demon lord, accidentally fell into a crack in the void during the battle to overcome the tribulation, and entered a small world of 3,000. His life and death were uncertain. Your Taoist companion Ru Ji saw you entering the Hall of All Heavens and thought you had ascended. So he did a fortune-telling for you. By some mistake, you entered a state of enlightenment. Your Taoist companion Ji Rong was so sad when he heard the rumors of your death that he cried until his eyes dried up.
What? Ji Rong is too sad? Lu Li stood up suddenly with a solemn expression. You have to go and comfort her quickly. Ji Rong is from the Shark clan. I heard that the Shark clan cried until their eyes dried up, and the tears shed from then on were blood, which condensed into extremely precious blood jade pearls. Once the blood dries up, it's death. Lu Li couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, the Yiming Ghost Emperor told him not to show up. So this time, he had to go to Ji Rong secretly and not reveal his whereabouts. Thinking of this, Lu Li immediately activated the Huang Quan reincarnation technique, changed his outfit, and teleported out of the Spirit Island. In an instant, he appeared in Huang Quan's sect. It didn't attract anyone's attention. Without any hesitation, Lu Li rushed directly to his Xuanwu Island. Rushing to the outside of the island, he took out the token of Xuanwu Island, poured his magic power into it, and quietly entered Xuanwu Island and went straight to the back garden of his palace.
Husband, it's you?
Ji Rong, who was feeling dejected by the small lake in the back garden, couldn't believe the Lu Li who suddenly appeared in front of him and exclaimed in surprise.
Of course it is me.
Lu Li smiled.
No. Check the code first.
Ji Rong suddenly remembered something, and the running figure paused suddenly, and asked softly,
Ask what love is in the world.
Lu Li smiled and replied,
Ask what love is in this world. And the apes on both sides of the bank can't stop crying. Husband, it's really you. I thought you were dead.
As soon as these words came out, Ji Rong's face was filled with surprise. Her tears condensed again and turned into dazzling pearls, which fell into the water.
How could I,
who was destined to be my destiny, fall so easily?
Lu Li comforted him and suddenly changed the topic.
By the way, I've come back from the war and I haven't washed up yet. Let's get together. Spit.
Ji Rong spat. Her face flushed with shame. She swung her body and turned into a mermaid. With a flick of her golden fish tail, she jumped into the lake under the light of the moonlight. Snort. Where to escape? Lu Li snorted softly and plunged into the lake. Suddenly, I was stimulated by the cold lake water. Lu Li was stunned. Does he seem to have forgotten something important? Or someone important? Never mind. It's important to catch the mermaid? Lu Li looked at the mermaid in front of him, shook his head, and chased after her. In an instant, huge waves surged. The bright moon was so ashamed that she hid behind the dark clouds. Chapter 342, Second Level of Nascent Soul. Long live forever. The next day, the weather is clear and sunny. Lu Li got up refreshed and began to teach Ji Rong the technique. The technique taught is not the heaven refining technique. It's the indestructible power of the Vidra. This magical skill evolved from the Vidra technique and is a pure Buddhist skill. After practicing it, the physical body becomes strong and the Vidra is indestructible, very resistant to beatings. For the sake of Ji Rong's safety, Lu Li decided to pass on the indestructible magic skill to her first. By the way, he also gave her the pair of swords owned by Nangong Xie and his wife, so that she could use them for self-defense. Ji Rong was extremely grateful and passed on the Tianshui magic skill she had practiced to Lu Li. This was the secret skill of the mermaid clan, which was even more mysterious than the Xianning chasing woman's skill. When practiced to a deep level, billions of hectares of seawater could be condensed into a drop of Tai heavy water, which would shoot out and shatter the ancient mountains. Lu Li was very moved. Then, he accompanied Ji Rong to do morning exercises. An hour later, Lu Li quietly returned to the secret Spirit Island and directly evolved the Tianshui magic skill. Ding.
Congratulations to the host. Your Tianshui divine art has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra, and has evolved into the
1,000 Ways divine art.
This 1,000 Ways divine skill is indeed very powerful. As soon as he appeared, he immediately hooked up with Chunyang Wuji Sutra. Then, Xianlang divine skill, Chunyang Wuji Sutra, and Xian Mingshao divine skill lived harmoniously and happily together. The cultivation speed is directly increased by 1000%. Regarding this situation, Luli could only express strong condemnation and jealousy. You can actually do a skill better than him? He doesn't dare to let Ruji and Ji-Rong meet yet. Thinking of this, Luli could not wait to fly to Faxian Temple immediately, reunite with this beauty Ruji, and talk to each other. But fortunately, there is Tantian Pi. Luli took out the Tantian tablet and sent a 1,000-mile message to Ruji. Soon, a buzzing sound. The Babel card suddenly lit up. Ruji's voice came over.
Luli, it's me, ma'am.
Luli couldn't help but smile when he heard the soft, watery voice. Faxian Mountain. In the Huangni Taoist temple, Ruji is dressed in a white robe, with a plump figure and charming charm.
Luli, just be okay.
She held a Babel amulet and sighed helplessly.
I thought you really ascended, which made me worry in vain all night.
Although there was some blame on his lips, he was more concerned. Luli smiled.
Isn't it okay if I ascend? Maybe when you ascend, I will have become the immortal emperor, and then you will be the immortal emperor's concubine. Loquacious.
Hearing this, Ruji said angrily,
Don't you know? The last powerful person who ascended left a rumor to prevent the monks from ascending.
Right. And this, Luli almost forgot. At this time, he also understood why Ruji almost went crazy when she saw him ascending. It turned out to be extremely worrying. When he thought of this, a warm current surged through Luli's heart, and he couldn't help but say,
Madam, you are indeed the only person in the world who cares about me. In order to repay your kindness, how about I give you a child?
Pooh.
When Ruji heard this, she couldn't help but blush, and said with an angry smile,
You can't protect yourself now, and you are still thinking wildly. You'd better practice hard.
Can't I protect myself? I built the foundation in 1 year, formed the elixir in 3 years, and broke through the nascent soul in less than 10 years. There is no one before or since. I am #1 in the world. Who can kill me?
Luli is invincible and confident.
Well, your breakthrough to the nascent soul is really powerful. However, I made a fortune telling for you last night. By chance, I divined a very bad omen for you. You should be more careful.
Ruji frowned slightly. There was a trace of worry that could not be dissipated in Ru Shui's eyes. She almost went crazy last night, but was a blessing in disguise and entered a state of enlightenment. In this wonderful state of enlightenment, she made a fortune for Luli. The result is a big disaster. This made Ruji even more uneasy.
A sign of great evil?
In the bamboo house, Luli was a little surprised. Could he be in danger recently? Gods? Which clan? Magic messenger? Or maybe other aliens? However, since he is cultivating deep in the underworld sect, there should be no problems.
Madam, can you tell me what you saw when you made your fortune?
Luli asked curiously.
A strange and gloomy gray energy pierced from the air and stuck between your eyebrows. Luli, please be more careful recently and don't go out.
Ruji looked solemn and warned. Angry? Stab from the air? Luli was a little surprised. Could someone still be able to kill him from the air? Is it the evil secret technique of the demon sect? It seems that I have to stay on Spirit Island during this period and practice hard. By the way, refine the immortal sword. This 10,000 stars absolute immortal sword formation is definitely a killer weapon. More effective than Jin K. Luli made up his mind and flirted with Ruji through the air. And by the way, he told the story about the Temple of War, also known as the Temple of All Heavens.
The Temple of War? Luli, that immortal temple that you broke through the nascent soul and entered, is the Temple of War?
Mrs. Hong Long was surprised.
Yes.
A sharp light flashed in Luli's eyes.
Madam, please help me spread the news about the War Temple to the whole world.
The purpose of doing this is also very simple. To attract more geniuses to enter the Temple of Heaven to help him practice.
It's a pity that I'm not talented enough. Otherwise, it would really be like entering this War Temple.
Mrs. Hong Long felt a little regretful.
Madam, why should you be sorry? I am all yours, and my skills are yours. Whatever you want to learn, I will teach you when the time comes.
Luli smiled. These words warmed Mrs. Hong Long's heart, and she was quite moved. She said softly,
Luli, you'd better protect yourself first. You have a lot of enemies and are surrounded by dangers. It's better to get through this terrible omen first. I am practicing the Feathering Sutra here at Faxian Temple, and my cultivation is steady, so there is no need to worry. Madam is so kind. What more can a husband ask for when he has such a wife?
Hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but praise. This sentence naturally aroused Madame Hong's anger. In the following days, Lu Li lived a very simple life. Practice refining the ultimate sword. Read the luminous secret book with Ji Rong. Then communicate with Mrs. Hong Long thousands of miles away. Touring back and forth like this, I can't hear the changes in the outside world. In the blink of an eye. A month flew by in a blink of an eye. A ding. Crisp system prompts wake the land carp from its slumber.
Congratulations to the host. Your Quimping Demon God skill has broken through to the 32nd level. You break through to the 2nd level of Nascent Soul. Lifespan 24/9999. Mana Bu Lianhua x10.
9,999. 9,999 years old. Ha ha. He can live for 10,000 years. When Lu Li heard the sound, he straightened up and sat upright on the bamboo bed, his eyes showing excitement. What is the concept of 10,000 years? Long live the Emperor. Now, he is the real, long-lived and immortal Emperor. Lu Li was naturally too happy to be happy. Try mana again. Boom. When the magic power moves, it surges like a vast sea. Boundless and boundless. Breakthrough. Nascent Soul 2nd floor. In just 1 month, he directly broke through to the 2nd level of Yuaning. If he continues like this, he will be promoted to the realm of Dao Yuaning perfection in less than 2 or 3 years. Transformation is just around the corner. Such a rapid cultivation speed was firstly due to his hard work. Secondly, it is to rely on Bu Lianhua. This woman provided a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed, helping Lu Li increase his cultivation speed by 100-fold. The effect is simply amazing.
If Bu Lianhua knew that she was helping her enemy to practice, would she be so angry that her heart would collapse? Her chest would explode with anger?
Lu Li suddenly thought of it. Otherwise, tell Bu Lianhua directly and destroy her Taoist heart. Lu Li is ready to move. But then I thought about it. This tool man found it with great difficulty. It would be a pity to destroy it. Moreover, I wonder if there is something wrong with the Zutian Palace. After so long, they haven't found another genius? At this time, a ding sounded.
Zutian Palace has searched for a genius. Are you connected?
Chapter 343. People from the Witch Clan. Witchcraft. Huanglong Island. Inside a half-mountain cave. A skinny old man, wearing gorgeous leather clothes and holding a golden bone witch staff, sat on a stone chair in the middle of the cave. This old man has an evil shaman god with a human body and a snake tail tattooed on his body. The evil god's eyes flickered with blood, as if he could come alive at any moment and choose people to devour. It's a wizard priest. Next to the witch priest stood a burly man more than 10 feet tall. The big man was shirtless, with a statue of a shaman god painted on his skin using oil-like paint. Ferocious and lifelike.
Emperor Agu, can you sense the legendary war temple?
The voice of the wizard priest was hoarse and low.
Priest, please forgive me. I haven't sensed it yet.
The burly man beside him looked ashamed.
Is that rumor false?
The wizard priest looked surprised. A month ago, a piece of gossip suddenly spread. That immortal temple is actually a war temple. There are billions of ancient skills sealed inside. And every skill is supremely mysterious. As long as you enter it, you can get these skills. It's a pity that only the truly unparalleled geniuses, who have suppressed the world for eternity, can enter it. Lu Li is the first one to enter. The news spread like wildfire. Suddenly, demons, Buddhas, liches. All the monks were looking for this mysterious war temple. However, no one was found. Just when everyone thought it was a lie, someone suddenly reported that Bu Lianhua, the saint of the Abyss Spirit Clan, had entered the Temple of War. He also obtained Lu Li's Quimping Demon God skill. Soon, the rumors were confirmed. There is also a rumor that the exercises in the Temple of War are exchanged for one. The whole world was shocked. The major forces sent countless geniuses to search for the Temple of War, just to redeem the techniques inside. Of course, Lu Li, the peerless genius, who was the first to enter it, is also talked about. Lu Li also earned the title of the #1 genius in the world. After all, the War Temple was born because Lu Li broke through the nascent soul. At the same time, more people were curious about what skills Lu Li had obtained in the Temple of War. And did the remains of the Spirit Emperor fall into his hands?
Lu Li must have been hidden by the Yinming Ghost Emperor. Humph! But it doesn't matter. No matter how deep he hides, if the Witch God wants him to die at the 3rd watch, he will not survive until the 5th watch.
The witch priest has a murderous aura. Boom. At this moment, the stone door of the cave opened, and an old man in black robe walked in.
Meet the priest.
As soon as the old man in black robe came in, he immediately knelt down on one knee, made a fist with his right hand, put it on his left chest, and said, "Okay," with great respect.
Have you bought everything?
The wizard priest asked slowly.
Priest, you have bought everything. Everything is here. You can open an altar directly here to practice the curse to kill the land carp.
The old man in black robe nodded heavily. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves and robes, and a lot of things appeared on the ground. They are all demonic beast inner elixirs, bones, and blood. There are also eyeballs and other strange things that make people feel chilled. Full of blood. It looked like it had just been cut.
Good.
The priest of the witch clan suddenly stood up, with a fierce look in his eyes.
How dare you, Luli, ruin the important affairs of our witch clan and cause the resurrection of the witch god to fail. Today,
I will curse him to death and steal his soul as a sacrifice. Spirit of the witch god. Emperor Agu. Let's begin. Yes, priest.
The burly man on the side received the order with an earned sound. As soon as he raised his hand, a stone platform made of an unknown material was released. It was about 2 feet high and 1 foot wide. The stone platform was pitch black, with dark red blood stains solidifying on it. It was in the shape of an oblique trapezoid. The top is square and smooth as a mirror. The burly man took out 3 incense sticks made from bones, about the thickness of a thumb, lit them, and inserted them in front of the stone platform. The bone incense burned, and wisps of black smoke floated into the stone platform. Suddenly, buzz! Only a trembling sound was heard. The stone platform was bright with blood, and the shadow of a shaman god emerged from the stone platform. Looming, the extremely low roar of the witch god resounded throughout the cave. Seeing this, the old man in black robe quickly activated the restriction and sealed off the surroundings of the cave to block all prying eyes. At this time, the burly man grabbed the eyes, monster bones, flesh and blood and other strange things on the ground with his big hand. Bloody flames erupted from his palm and began to burn. A few blinks of an eye. These things were burned to ashes one after another and fell on the top of the stone platform.
Akumahatata.
The burly man began to recite strange witchcraft spells. At the same time, drops of golden blood dripped from his eyebrows and fell on the ashes. A strange scene appeared. These ashes mixed with the witch's blood actually condensed, and finally condensed into an ashes human figure, standing on the stone platform. If you look closely, you will see that the face of this ash humanoid has the facial features of Lu Li.
Priest.
Please. The burly man bowed deeply and stepped aside. The priest of the witch clan suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of the stone platform, with a black and fierce look in his eyes.
Boy, if you dare to ruin the important affairs of our witch clan, today is the day of your death.
As he spoke, he slammed the golden witch staff in his hand. A buzzing sound. The golden witch wand shone with black light, and like a living snake, it swam to his body and got inside. Next moment, the snake-tailed witch god with a human body and a snake tail embroidered on the body of the old priest suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 slender hair-like blood-red lights, which suddenly pierced the ashes of the human figure on the stone platform, like 2 sharp arrows. Then, the old priest suddenly raised his hand, stabbed the witch staff, and stabbed the ash humanoid hard.
Hakumatata. Jiligwala. Aruba.
Weird spells began to resound throughout the cave. On the old priest's body, the bloodlight of the witch god with a body and a snake's tail shines even brighter. A gloomy, twisted, domineering, and destructive aura emanated from the old priest's body and enveloped the stone platform. Boom! The next moment, the bloodlight suddenly swelled and turned into a coquettish blood fire, burning the old priest into a big fireball. The ash figure on the top of the stone platform also burned at the same time. A strange connection began to arise between the two. Witnessing this strange scene, the burly man and the old man in black robes looked solemn and immediately stepped aside. This is the most powerful move among witchcraft and magic. Witchcraft. Burn the enemy's lifespan through the air. Kill invisible. But similarly, such a domineering and vicious spell also comes at a huge price. Also burn your own life. This is a magic trick that will lead to death. However, the priest is a powerful person who has the ability to transcend tribulations. Coupled with the blood of the witch clan, he is born with longevity. Even if he was injured in the battle to transcend tribulations, he still has more than 9,000 lifespans. He can't curse a mere nascent soul. Next words. That guy Luli will definitely die. The burly man thought with murderous intent. As long as the ashes figure on the altar burns out, Luli's lifespan will be exhausted and his body will die. Soon. As he watched, one of the Ember Man's hands burned away. This means that the 500-year lifespan of the land carp has been directly burned. The old priest's face was still rosy. Another hand burned off. The old priest's face paled slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he did not stop doing it. He still held the golden witch staff steadily, poking the ash humanoid, and kept chanting curses in his mouth. The bloody flames on his body continued to burn fiercely. After 3 breaths, one of the cinder manoid's legs was burned off. Another 500 years of life disappeared. An inexplicable panic began to appear in the old priest's heart. A nascent soul that has just made a breakthrough is usually around 1,500 years old. Why is this Luli still not dead? The burly man and the old man in black robes on the side also cast surprised glances. Seeing this, the old priest's eyes turned cold and fierce. Snort. He doesn't believe it. The great monk, who has overcome the tribulation, cannot curse a little guy in the early stage of nascent soul to death. Boom. As soon as the old priest thought, the flames all over his body suddenly burst out, shining brightly. Chapter 344. Stealing chicken but losing rice. Gray. Thick gray air. In the bamboo house on Lingdao, Luli stood in front of a water mirror and silver mirror, looking at the gray air on his forehead with a solemn expression. Take another look at the system panel. The upper limit of lifespan is falling like crazy. 9,999. 9,499. 8,365. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 lifespans were lost. If this continues, without even a cup of tea, his lifespan will be lost and he will die. Moreover, Luli could clearly sense the vitality of his physical body passing away. It was like a dam releasing flood. My arms and legs began to become weak. My head is also dizzy. How is this going? Luli was shocked and uncertain. And without any hesitation, he shouted, Master! Help! The huge sound resounded throughout the entire spiritual island. Snapped. The void shattered. And an ancient golden bridge shot out. The Yiming Ghost Emperor emerged out of thin air and appeared next to Luli on the golden bridge. Huh? What happened? The Yiming Ghost Emperor's blue eyes flashed with golden crystal light, shooting in all directions. No enemy was found. Master, I feel like someone is messing with me. This ball of gray energy just appeared. Luli raised his hand and pointed between his eyebrows. Gloom? Upon hearing this, the Yiming Ghost Emperor immediately activated his Dharma eyes and stared sharply at the gloom between Luli's brows. Then, his expression changed. This is the witchcraft of the witch clan. Someone is casting a witchcraft to burn your life. The Yiming Ghost Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. What? Witchcraft? People from the witch clan? Luli's heart sank. In just a few breaths, his upper limit of lifespan dropped by more than 2,000. Now he only has more than 6,000 years left to live. This witchcraft is extremely weird and impossible to guard against. However, you don't have to worry. You have taken so many 1,000-year elixirs and supreme elixirs and have a long lifespan. Even if the person who casts the curse wants to kill you, he will be incapacitated. It takes a while. This time is enough for me to find him and poke Naiha Xiao through his back door. The Yiming Ghost Emperor's eyes turned cold. Boom! The ancient golden bridge burst out with astonishing golden light, and suddenly slammed into the void, carrying the Yiming Ghost Emperor and disappearing directly. Next moment, 2 figures appeared next to Luli. It was a young man in white robes, and an old woman in white robes with a gray vortex on her face. He is the ancestor of Lao Yinlong and Mermaid Island. Don't worry, kid. We 2 old guys are here to protect you. You'll be fine. If anything happens, because you borrowed my Dao sword, I will burn 2 more simulated puppet beauties of the Dao Alliance leader for you every year. The old lustful dragon was somewhat gloating about his misfortune. Don't scare Luli. The ancestor of Mermaid Island immediately interrupted and said comfortingly, Luli, the Yiming Ghost Emperor's cultivation has greatly increased recently. He should find the person who cast the spell soon. Don't worry. The voice was hoarse, but kind. Good. Luli nodded and was about to say something. His expression suddenly changed. Because On the system panel, the upper limit of life is decreasing like crazy. 8211.7366.647245000. 4,500. Only 4,500 years old left. 2 or 3 more times. The upper limit of the land carp's lifespan will be reduced to 0. And it will die immediately. Huam Long Island. Half Mountain Cave House. Puff. 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 The wizard priest spurted out 5 mouthfuls of black blood, which fell on the stone altar. Then, his expression changed from full of confidence to a hint of doubt, to 3 points of confusion, to 6 points of surprise, and then to 9 points of shock. Finally, the 5th mouthful of Wu Clan's true blood was sprayed out. The old man, a wizard priest, had a face as golden as paper. His eyes were as white as bells, and his face was full of disbelief. How is that possible? How is it possible that this kid is not dead yet? His voice was weak, as if he was about to die. In front of him, on the stone altar, the head and half of the body were left in the ashes of the humanoid figure. The snake-tailed witch god on the old man's body shot out 2 bloody lights, and stared at the ashes of the head. The golden bone witch stick was also pierced into this ashes head. Not dead yet? Isn't this possible? The burly man, and the old man in black robes on the side were equally shocked. This witchcraft is insidious and strange. It burns life, and kills people invisible. It is the supreme divine curse of the witch clan that shocks the heavens. How could a mere land carp, in the early stage of nascent soul, still survive for so long under the curse of the priest? Damn it! I have burned out 5,000 years of life. How can this Luli not die? There is still half a body left. That is to say, half of his lifespan. Could it be that this boy's nascent soul cultivation level already has a lifespan of 10,000 years? The wizard priest stared, his voice trembling. Hearing this, the burly man on the side, the old man in black robe, looked shocked. A Yuaning monk can live 10,000 years? This is a joke. The void refining cultivator doesn't have such a long lifespan. But a nascent soul actually does it? Is the land carp a tortoise? I'll try again! A trace of cruelty flashed in the eyes of the witch priest. He gritted his teeth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Boom! The bloody flames all over his body burned violently, burning the entire person and the stone altar into a huge ball of bloody flames. A small portion of the human-shaped ashes with Lu Li's face burned away. However, at this moment, his thin old hand holding the golden bone witch staff began to tremble. What was even more shocking was that his black and green hair had now turned as white as frost and looked dull. The whole person was shaky. Priest! Stop it! That Lu Li is the son of destiny. He possesses a Taoist weapon. He is bound to have adventures. It is not surprising that he will live forever. The burly man quickly advised. Emperor Agu is right. That Lu Li must have sensed something was wrong and started asking for help. The Yiming Ghost Emperor will come to kill him soon. The old man in black robe looked worried. After hearing this, the witch priest was extremely unwilling and could only forcibly stop the witchcraft. Puff puff. In an instant, the witch priest spurted out 3 mouthfuls of old blood on the spot and collapsed to the ground. His breath extremely weak. The realm dropped directly from the perfection of transcending the tribulation to the early stage of transcending the tribulation. Moreover, there are signs of returning to the physical realm. This is the huge price for the failure of witchcraft and the backlash. Priest, are you okay? The burly man and the old man in black robes quickly stepped forward to help him up and asked with concern. It's a failure this time. That Lu Li is probably a 10,000-year-old king. He has a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. Let's go! Let's go! That Yiming Ghost Emperor has already come from the void. The witch priest sensed the undercurrent coming from the void. His face changed drastically. He forcibly raised a mouthful of magic power and opened his mouth to spit out a spiritual talisman. Buzz! The talisman shone with red light, and countless mysterious and strange witch characters fell out, twisted, and finally condensed into a mysterious witch formation. Astonishingly, it was the teleportation circle engraved on the stone pillar of the witch clan in the spiritual emperor's treasure house. There was a bang. Bloody light shot into the sky. The 3 wizard priests disappeared in the bloody light. In such a hurry to escape, he didn't even have time to put away the stone altar. He is indeed a member of the Wu tribe, looking for death. In the void, the cold shout of the Yiming Ghost Emperor rang out, and he blocked the ancient golden bridge and slammed into the teleporting blood light. Bang! The blood seemed to shatter. Faintly, a scream could be heard. Snort.
The Yinming Ghost Emperor stepped out of the void, his eyes cold and ferocious.
You can walk fast. However, if you are hit by the Naiha Bridge, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you will not survive until next year.
After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and robe, put away the stone altar, turned around and fled into the void. When he reappeared, he had returned to the bamboo house on Lingdao.
Master, how are you doing?
Lu Li asked immediately.
No one was caught. But I saw the old guy clearly. It's a priest of the Wu clan. That guy ran very fast. But he was still hit by the Naiha Bridge here. He will die soon. You can customize a tomb for yourself in advance. Coffin! Lu Li, are you okay?
The Yinming Ghost Emperor looked over with a frown. In his perception, Lu Li was in a very bad situation. Half of the vitality in my body was gone. Lu Li's face looked a little ugly, and he shook his head.
It's not very good. Now! He only has less than 4,000 years left to live.
4,000 years old. It looks like a lot. But it's actually very little. If the Wu clan people come again to curse him and burn out his life, he will die in less than 3 times. This is the most worrying thing.
Don't worry. The altar used by the Witch clan to cast spells is here. This stone platform embodies the breath of the 12 witch gods of the Witch clan. It is extremely ancient and unique.
The Yinming Ghost Emperor threw out a stone platform and snorted coldly.
Humph. If I know the witchcraft of the Witch clan, I would just use this stone altar to kill him.
Altar? Witchcraft? Lu Li's eyes fell on the stone altar, and he remembered the system prompt just now. Could it be that the second genius searched by Jutian Palace is a genius from the Wu clan? If it is true, then his chance for revenge is here. Chapter 345 The Witchcraft is obtained.
Lu Li, here is a copy of
Chongqun Gong.
You can practice it first.
At this time, the Yinming Ghost Emperor handed over a jade crystal book. There are 2 golden characters, Chongqun, engraved on it.
This is an authentic Taoist practice that prolongs life and prolongs life. It has 100 levels in total. When practiced to perfection, it can increase your lifespan by 3,000 years.
Yinming Ghost Emperor explained.
Thank you, Master.
Lu Li was not polite, cupped his hand, and took over the technique.
TSK. Kid, because you have helped me before, I will give you a dragon blood pill, which will also increase your lifespan by 500 years.
The old lustful dragon on the side smiled and handed over a medicine bottle. In the bottle, there is a golden and round elixir the size of a pigeon egg. Between the suspended elixirs, there is a dragon-shaped aura swirling around. It looks quite magical. It is undoubtedly a magical elixir.
Thank you, Senior.
Lu Li was very grateful and thanked him. Then, without saying a word, he poured out the elixir and ate it. Purr. The elixir slipped into his belly and was washed and refined by the powerful magic power. It turned into pure medicinal power and surged into his limbs and bones, making Lu Li feel warm all over. The upper limit of lifespan begins to slowly increase. Eventually the lifespan rose back to 4,500. At this time, from the large white robe of the ancestor of Mermaid Island, a colorful fish fin stretched out and handed out a black pearl as big as a dragon's eye, exuding dazzling crystal light.
Lu Li, I don't have anything to give you. This is a Mukun bead. Holding it in your mouth can protect the last bit of your true spirit.
The ancestor of Mermaid Island said kindly. This is the real rare treasure.
Thank you, Ancestor.
Lu Li's heart warmed slightly, and he carefully put away the Mukun bead.
You're welcome. You are my consort of Mermaid Island, and you can also be regarded as my grandson-in-law. If I don't protect you, who will protect you?
The ancestor of Mermaid Island chuckled.
Lu Li, the aliens outside are still determined to kill you. You can practice well here. I will continue to build the statue of Emperor Huang Quan. When the time comes,
with the Emperor's protection, the magic of the Witch clan can no longer hurt you. You can also go back to your own Xuanmu Island to live and practice.
At this time, the Yiming Ghost Emperor said solemnly.
Yes.
Lu Li nodded.
Since there's nothing wrong, then we 2 old guys will also go practice.
The old obscene dragon waved his hand, turned into a dragon and flew away. The ancestor of Mermaid Island nodded towards Lu Li and followed him into the void. Immediately, the Yiming Ghost Emperor flicked his sleeves and was about to take away the stone altar and leave.
Master, can you keep this Witch clan altar for me to study?
Lu Li said quickly.
This is good. However, this is the Witch clan altar after all, so don't try it randomly.
The Eaming Ghost Emperor warned. And his figure swayed. Ripples rippled in the void. The monk has disappeared.
Changchun Gong? Don't practice it yet. Let's see if the second genius is a wizard genius. System. Connect to the second genius.
Lu Li's eyes flashed sharply, and he muttered silently. The words fell. A flower in front of my eyes. A ray of divine consciousness has descended into the temple of heaven, transforming into a mysterious figure surrounded by black and white auras. In the center of the magnificent star hall, a burly man wearing animal skin pants, shirtless, and a tattoo of a witch god painted on his face with oil paint stood as tall as a pine tree.
War Temple.
The burly man shot in all directions in confusion. He had just returned to the Spirit Emperor's treasure house, which was the far north abyss, the stronghold of the witch clan. Unexpectedly, my eyes were filled with flowers. A huge, vast divine power surged in and directly captured his soul to such a mysterious place, which shocked and horrified him. Take a closer look around. Isn't this the legendary Temple of War?
Yes, this is the Temple of War,
Lu Li said slowly. The sound was so loud, like heavenly bells and drums, that it shook the burly man's soul. He began to think in his mind how to let this guy use the sorcery skills of the witch clan to exchange for his own magic power.
War Temple.
The burly man looked up at Lu Li on the dome of stars. His face changed, and he was surprised and delighted.
Is it really possible to exchange for supreme skills here? Okay. What technique do you want to change to?
Lu Li nodded calmly. The murderous intention in his heart was perfectly concealed. The burly man didn't notice. He pondered, cupped his hands and said,
Senior Palace Spirit, does this palace have the skills of my witch clan? Have.
Lu Li replied as if nothing had happened.
That's good.
The burly man was overjoyed.
I want to change to the Wu clan supreme technique.
Yes.
However, the rules of the Temple of War are to change one skill for another. The Wu clan skills I have collected here are all heaven level, and can only be practiced by immortals. Are you sure you want to change? Which skill do you want to use? Come and change?
Lu Li made it up casually.
Well,
hearing this, the burly man suddenly stopped speaking. I was even more shocked. A witchcraft technique that only immortals can practice. That must be the witch god technique. It's a pity that even if you change it, you can't practice it. So what should I change? Suddenly, the burly man thought of the seriously injured priest, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes.
Senior, I want to know. That Lu Li, who was the first boy to enter this war temple. What skills does he have that can be used in this war temple? War temple. You are the third person to enter this palace. Since you are quite talented, I will tell you that Lu Li used one of his Buddhist skills and one of his demonic skills for 2 supreme skills.
Lu Li replied slowly.
Magic power? Buddhist power?
The burly man frowned slightly. The magic power must be Kunping's magic power. Buddhist skills should be the golden body magic skills of Lu Li with 4 heads and 8 arms. Do you want to change Lu Li's technique? Change! The priest activated the witchcraft, but was counterattacked, and was seriously injured by the Eaming Ghost Emperor. His lifespan was exhausted, and the end was approaching. In order to save the priest, it must be changed. Which door should I change? The burly man suddenly remembered that in the records of the Wu clan, the Kunping true spirit swallowed the essence of all things, was born from the giant egg,
and lived as long as the heaven and the earth. Lu Li has a lifespan of 10,000 just after he broke through the nascent soul. It must be because of the Kunping demon god technique that he majored in. Just change it to Kunping demon god skill. However, what kind of witchcraft skills should be used in exchange? The burly man hesitated. He has always been wary of this war temple, and naturally refused to exchange it for the Wu clan's supreme technique. At this time, Lu Li suddenly said, just now Lu Li entered the Temple of War again, and said that he was injured by the witchcraft of the witch clan and lost half of his lifespan for no reason. I am a little curious and want to try practicing. If you use an exchange for the witchcraft skills, I can teach you both Lu Li's magic skills and Buddhist skills. Or, I can give you 2 ancient earth level skills. 1 for 2. When the burly man heard this, he almost agreed immediately. But he was still a little afraid and suspicious. Are there any traps or something here? Aren't you willing? Just pretend I didn't say it, Lu Li said nonchalantly. Wait a minute. The burly man immediately shouted. I will. I am willing to use the magic of witchcraft in exchange for Lu Li's 2 skills. Good. Lu Li nodded and raised his hand. Swish. 2 rays of starlight fell down, forming a blank starlight book and a star pen.
Write down the spells,
Luli said calmly.
Yes.
The burly man cupped his hands, grabbed the star pen, and began to write with clang characters on the star crystal book. At the same time, he also began to recite the witchcraft mantra. It sounds quite eerie. Luli waited quietly. After a cup of tea, the chanting of incantation stopped. The burly man let go of the star pen in his hand and cupped his hand.
Senior Palace Spirit, this witchcraft technique has been written.
The words fell. A ding sounded in Luli's mind.
You have learned the art of witchcraft. Current level, level 1, progress 1%.
The art of witchcraft, with the power of the witch god. Everything will go wrong with a single spell. The second curse will cause the loss of the wealthy couple. 3 curses can cause physical and mental disability. The 4 curses will kill relatives and friends. The 5 curses all died together. It is indeed a witchcraft. Luli felt happy. But he did not hesitate and raised his hand. Boom boom. 2 huge pillars of starlight were projected down, covering the burly man, and taught him the Kuinping demonic art and the Vajratathagata Dharmakaya. Of course, they all have backdoor versions.
Magic power. Buddhist power. This is actually Luli's magic power. Buddhist power.
After a while, the burly man opened his eyes, feeling extremely shocked. The rumors about this war temple are actually true. After he has cultivated Luli's magic and Buddhist skills to a perfect state, he will then use Luli's Buddhist and magic skills to kill Luli. Avenge the priest.
Senior, farewell. Please send me back.
The burly man's murderous intention emerged in his heart, and he cupped his hands.
Good.
Luli waved his hand. A ray of starlight surged in, directly pushing the burly man's soul out of the star hall and returning to his physical body. The moment this person left, Luli smiled coldly and said,
You just burned my life away. Now it's my turn.
The words fell. People have returned to Lingdao Bamboo House. So, next, it's time to get to work. Treat others in their own way. Curse the witch priest.
Damn it.
Chapter 346, Hard to Eat Soft Rice.
The eyes of the spirit glider. The true blood of the ice dragon. The lightning struck wood. The woman's sunflower water.
Luli silently counted the various things needed for witchcraft. Then, write a note and put it in the teleportation array for the Huangquan Sect disciples to prepare. Things will be delivered to your door soon. During this waiting time, Luli was not idle. He took out the Chongchun gong and started practicing. Ding. A clear voice sounded in my mind.
You have learned Chongchun gong. The upper limit of the magic formula, 100 levels. Current state, first level, progress 1%.
Keep evolving. Luli began to recite the Tao Sutra silently.
The Tao can be Tao, but it is not Tao. And the name can be famous, but it is not famous.
Ding. There was another clear sound.
Congratulations to the host. Your Chongchun gong was greatly enlightened by listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra,
and evolved into the
All Things Chongchun gong.
Your All Things Chongchun gong is quite satisfied with your physical body, and the practice effect has been increased by 100%. All Things Chongchun gong is quite satisfied with the surrounding environment and feels it is very suitable for the growth of all things. The practice effect is increased by 100%. The everlasting spring kung of all things and the heavenly refining technique of the Qing Emperor didn't like each other, and they started talking trash to each other. The everlasting spring kung fu was beaten badly by the Qing Emperor's heaven refining technique. I was dissatisfied with the eternal spring kung of all things, so I began to practice it silently, and the effectiveness of the practice increased by 10,000%. Progress plus 1%.
Ha ha! Sure enough, hatred, like rhodium and cesium criticism, is the first driving force. Luli couldn't help laughing when he heard the system prompt. But that's right. Qingdi's heaven refining technique refines the vitality of all things and uses it for his own use, destroying his domineering power. The Chongchun gong of all things is an authentic Taoist practice that helps all things grow, unite heaven and man, and practice together with heaven and earth. These two techniques don't like each other, so it's normal for them to fight. The land carp is also very happy. After all, Qingdi Tianyanju is a lazy guy, even lazier than the previous spirit ghost Phantom Shadow Step. If he is inspired by the Chongchun technique of all things, he will definitely change his personality and practice hard. Not bad. Luli was very satisfied and tried to use the Chongchun gong of all things. Suddenly, emerald green light seeped out from under the skin, shining brightly and illuminating 100 feet in radius. Wherever the green light hit, bamboo shoots sprouted, weeds began to grow wildly, and bamboo poles crawled up. Even the bamboos in the entire bamboo house began to sprout roots, branches and leaves. A lively look. The color is just a little off. However, Luli didn't pay much attention. He sensed the vitality between heaven and earth and penetrated into his body, making his flesh and bones become numb. It seemed like something was waking up. Looking at the system again, the life limit has indeed been increased by 1 year. Can! Luli nodded secretly and saw red dots on the friend, Taoist companion, and master buttons. He immediately opened the system log to view the event record.
Your equipping demonic skill was besieged by a small sect and suffered an attack of X345. You lost a spiritual vein and suffered minor injuries. Your Vajratathaga Dharmakaya is rushing to support the equipping demonic divine heart. Your 24 heavenly demon swords were spotted by the head of Tontion Sword Sect, and he was forcibly adopted as his son-in-law.
Son-in-law? What the H.L.? Luli was stunned on the spot, and with a flash of consciousness, the clone of the 24 swords of the demon descended immediately. A flower in front of my eyes. Luli found that his clone was sitting at a white jade table in an elegantly decorated room filled with the fragrance of a woman. Check out the memories. It turned out that the swordsmanship talent of the 24 swords of the demon caught the attention of the head of the Tontion Sword Sect, and he directly married his 308th daughter to the 24 swords of the demon. The wedding day is just 5 days later. Luli was speechless. Is this okay? Then the person in the bridal chamber will be the 24 swordsman of the demon. Or will it be him? Squeak. At this moment, a door opened. A woman in gold clothes walked in outside the door. She looked to be 20 years old. She was handsome, beautiful and sweet. It feels like a pineapple with a sweet smell, which makes people want to take a bite. The realm is the late stage of Jindan.
Sword 14. Why are you so depressed? Are you still blaming Dad?
The woman in gold came over and asked softly. Autumn waves in the eyes. The demonic 24 sword said coldly.
I only pursue swordsmanship in this life. And I don't care about getting married to a Taoist couple. And I don't need it. But I need it.
The woman in golden clothes came over, with affection in her eyes.
You and I are different.
The demon 24 swords said coldly again.
What's the difference? Are you not a human? Are you a monster? Even if you are a monster, I like you.
The woman in gold is very bold and straightforward. Luli. At this time, if the demonic 24 swords revealed that he was a master of one skill, would this woman be frightened out of her wits?
Okay. Don't be unhappy. There is a book of heavenly sword art here. It is one of the sword art of my Tontion Sword Sect. I begged it from my father with great difficulty. Also, here are 300 pieces of high-grade spiritual stones. You have nothing but a magical flying sword, so you can easily get injured. I will accompany you to buy some protective magic weapons tomorrow.
The woman in golden clothes stretched out her sleeves and held a gold and jade storage ring, placing it in front of the 24 swords of the demon. The demon 24 swords gaze became even colder, and he asked in a cold voice,
Are you teaching me how to do something? No. I'm just doing it for your own good.
The woman in gold quickly explained.
If you are doing me a favor, then go out now. It's time for me to practice my sword.
Demon 24 swords said coldly.
Okay. Then I'll come find you tomorrow.
The woman in gold clothes was a little reluctant to leave, but she didn't dare to force her to stay. She could only reluctantly turn around and leave the room. Wait until people leave. Demon 24 swords picked up the storage ring on the table and looked at it for a few times. Then he put it in his arms. Good guy. Eat soft rice but eat hard. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but be secretly convinced. Fortunately, in the eyes of the 24 swordsmen of the demon, women are just a piece of moving flesh and have no meaning at all. He will take the opportunity to run away tomorrow. Luli felt relieved. Let's take a look at Kuimping's demonic power and Vajratathagata's body. Kuimping demon god was being chased and fled on the sea, but was not injured. Vajratathagata Dharmakaya is also rushing to the rescue. It doesn't look like anything is wrong. Luli was completely relieved and continued to check other events.
Your friend Bai Jinfei has broken through to the middle stage of Jindan. Your friend Yao Yao is out looking for opportunities. Your friend Ling Jinshuang was sent to the Thunder Realm. Your friend Fang Yinli followed Tao Tai into the demon world. He secretly ate 10,000 year elixirs everywhere. and his cultivation reached the late stage of the golden elixir. Your master, Demon Lord, was attacked by unknown aliens and was seriously injured. He fell into a ruins. Your Taoist companion Ji-Rong practices Buddhist techniques and has made great progress, breaking through to the second level.
Did Ji-Rong break through the second level so quickly by practicing the indestructible power of Vajra? Lu Li was a little surprised. But it's no wonder that Ji-Rong is a bit elegant and easygoing. She only likes cooking in her life and does not insist on it. It is quite in line with the Buddhist practice of letting go. It is normal to have breakthroughs. In addition, his master, Demon Lord, was indeed lucky and did not die. There should be a romance. But compared to Fang Yinli, a foodie, it's a bit unsatisfactory. Tao Tai, like Kuenping, one of the innate spirits. It was obvious that Fang Yinli and this Tao Tai true spirit had the same affinity. They were both foodies and could eat wherever they went. It is estimated that within a year or two, this Fang Yinli will be able to break through to nascent soul. Sure enough, fools are blessed. Lu Li couldn't help but feel a little envious. At this time, there was a roar from the teleportation array in the distant bamboo forest. Lu Li's eyes flashed sharply. The materials for the witchcraft have been delivered. Start cursing. Target, witch priest. And Jinji, the son of the god clan. Chapter 347, The Great Curse.
Huh? Do you need the blood of the witch clan to draw on the power of the witch god?
Lu Li frowned slightly. Before starting to curse, he once again looked at the formula, steps, etc. of the witchcraft. Only then did he realize that he had to be a member of the witch tribe and borrow the power of the witch god to curse the enemy from afar. Is it a waste of time? Lu Li frowned slightly. Wrong! Lu Li took a look at the witchcraft and found that the witchcraft had 5 levels, each corresponding to a curse that would cause things to go wrong. The second curse will cause the loss of the wealthy couple. 3 curses can cause physical and mental disability. The 4 curses will kill relatives and friends. The 5 curses all die together.
This means that this technique can evolve. Try it first. Lu Li said nothing and began to recite the Taoist scriptures silently. Soon, a clear ding sounded in my mind.
Congratulations to the host.
Your sorcery technique
has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Taoist Sutra and evolved into
the Great Curse technique. Boom. Just at this moment, in the purple mansion of Dantian, above Nascent Soul, a gray talisman shaped like a scarab condensed and floated above Nascent Soul's head, exuding strange and mysterious power. And a trace of the power of the Great Avenue emerged.
What's going on? I sense the power of the Tao. Has another Tao weapon appeared?
At this time, Jean K suddenly emerged from the void, and he was astonished.
Jean K, help me see what this is.
Lu Li was secretly surprised. With a thought, he raised his big hand, and a gray talisman, the size of a fingernail, appeared in his palm. The atmosphere of the avenue permeated the air.
Wow! This is the magic talisman of the Great Avenue. Lu Li, how did you get it? This is something that a great tribulation master can only cultivate and reach the limit to become the master of this Great Avenue. You actually condensed it.
Jing's big black eyes shone with shock.
Is it the Great Tao Talisman? What's its use?
Lu Lijing was shocked.
Very useful. Although, I don't know how to use it.
Jing K shook his little head. It stretched out a thin round hand and poked the Tao Talisman. And its eyes suddenly lit up.
Lu Li, why don't you let me eat it? It looks delicious. It looks delicious. This is not okay.
Lu Li immediately shook his head. Although I don't know what the use of this talisman is. It should be of great use.
Cheapskate.
GK felt a little aggrieved. So he started to chew on a sword pill. But the eyes are still inseparable from the Great Talisman.
This talisman is the condensation of the Great Curse that evolved from the witchcraft. So, it should be the Cursed Talisman. The witchcraft borrows objects to represent people and kill people in the air. The evolved Great Curse should be even more powerful. Fierce and strange. Could it be that it relies on a cursed talisman?
Lu Li carefully studied the gray magic talisman in his palm, secretly wondering, from the induction, there is indeed a very powerful, evil and cold force on this cursed talisman. Do not care. Try it first. Lu Li's eyes flashed. He grabbed the stone altar and flicked it casually. The cursed talisman flew out and landed on the altar. Then, Lu Li took the cursed materials such as the eyes, skin and bones of the monster beasts, and with a snap of his fingers, The flames spurted out and began to burn. A few blinks. These things were burned to ashes. And on the top of the stone altar, the ashes condensed into a human figure.
Retribution from heaven and earth. Reincarnation of cause and effect. Curse upon me. All evil will never be forgiven.
Luli began to recite the incantation of the great curse. At the same time, the pores on his 5 fingers opened, and droplets of blood oozed out, flying out and hitting the human figure in ashes. Soon, the human form of this mass of ashes changed its facial features, revealing an appearance. It is the appearance of Jinji, the son of the god clan. The witch priest had the ability to transcend tribulations, and Luli was a nascent soul. If he cursed the old guy at the beginning, it would be easy for him to suffer backlash. Therefore, Luli first used Jinji to test the power of the great curse.
Retribution from heaven and earth. Reincarnation of cause and effect. Curse upon me. All evil will never be forgiven.
Luli once again picked up a strange spell. Then, facing the Jinji gray man on the altar, he began to activate the great curse technique with all his strength, spitting out vicious curses from his mouth.
I curse you because your father planted loquat trees in his yard. I curse you for finding out on your big day that you are buying one, getting one free. I curse you. Your enemy Chi Yuan will practice and your cultivation will skyrocket. I curse you. All your opportunities will be snatched away by your enemies. I curse you. You will never be able to improve your cultivation. I curse you. You will always be attacked by demons from outside the territory.
Because he was only in the first level, he could only curse the other party to make everything go wrong. So Luli told all the vicious curses he knew. Hearing these words, Jin Kei's eyes widened. His whole body felt cold, and he couldn't help but shudder. So vicious. Luli is so vicious. Don't offend Luli in the future. The words fell. In an instant, the cursed talisman suspended on the Jinji gray man suddenly lit up with gray light, and a gloomy, twisted, domineering, and destructive aura surged out and rushed into the void. Overseas, a spiritual island. Jinji is sitting cross-legged in the void, and behind him, the shadow of a domineering immortal is looming, standing high above the sky and on the ground. With a vast and majestic aura, thousands of miles of spiritual energy swept through him like a tide as he swallowed and exhaled. Rumble. A thunderbolt suddenly sounded in the endless clear sky. In the void, thunderclouds began to roll out. This Jinji is going to break through to become a god.
The nascent soul will transform into a god today. After transforming into a god, the immortal holy body will have boundless divine power. In the future, it will turn Luli into a dog.
Jinji suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 sharp lights broke through the sky. At this moment, a spooky, invisible and immaterial curse force suddenly appeared, turning into a wisp of invisible gray energy, and tightly wrapped around his nascent soul. The originally bright golden nascent soul actually dimmed at this moment. It seems like it has been covered in dust for many years. Then, the domineering phantom of the immortal above the head, the Dharma of heaven and earth, turned into a riot of spiritual energy, exploded with a bang, and shattered into golden light that filled the sky. Puff. Jinji spat out a mouthful of real blood, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. The aura that was rising steadily declined at this moment. The rolling thunderclouds just dissipated.
What's going on? Why did I fail to break through?
Jinji looked sluggish, and quickly took out a pill, his face full of surprise. His foundation is strong. His accumulation is powerful, and it is easy to break through and become a god. How could it fail? Moreover, at this important moment when he was trying his best to break through and hit the realm of god transformation, nascent soul's mana was inexplicably disordered. The breakthrough failed, and the backlash took its toll. He got hurt. It will take at least another half a year of rest to return to full strength and make another breakthrough. At this time, a multicolored divine light descended from the sky and landed next to Jinji, revealing a majestic middle-aged man in dragon robe.
Jinji, what's going on? Why did the breakthrough fail?
The middle-aged man activated his Dharma eyes, took a quick look, and snorted.
Umph! It turns out to be the power of the witchcraft's witchcraft.
As he spoke, his eyebrows split open, and a mysterious vertical eye appeared, shooting out a multicolored divine light that plunged into Jinji's Dantian Z mansion. Jinji only felt a sharp pain like needle pricks. Next moment, the colorful divine light floated out with a wisp of gray air. The middle-aged man snuffed out the wisp of gray air and said majestically,
Jinji, it's okay now. Practice well. Soon, Hundreds of tribes will come to compete for this world. At that time, you will appear on the stage to fight for the Heaven and Earth Dojo for our God clan. Yes.
Jinji bowed solemnly, sat down cross-legged, and began to heal his wounds. However, what the two didn't know was a wisp of strange gray air, like Lao Wang, who climbed over the wall and sneaked into the house next door on a dark and windy night, quietly floated out of the void and wrapped around Jinji. This is because Lu Li was afraid that the curse would not be effective. So he cursed again. In the bamboo house on Lingdao, Lu Li felt that all the mana in his body was exhausted and nodded secretly. It seems that this big curse consumes quite a lot of mana. It should be of some use to consume 5 steps at a time. But I don't know how long the effect will last. So just curse it once in the morning, noon and night. So next, it's the witch priest's turn. Chapter 348, Curse to stun the witch priest. The Northern Abyss. In a stone temple of the witch god, there are 12 huge stone pillars of the witch god. On the stone pillars of the Wu clan, there is a powerful figure of the Wu clan sitting cross-legged. They chanted incantations in unison, and their bodies glowed with blood, black light, and green light, condensing into a shadow of the witch god. The shadows of the 12 witch gods roared silently, ejecting streams of life essence, which were projected onto a thin old man in midair. This old man is the wizard priest. He cast a witchcraft, but the curse failed and was backlash, causing him to be seriously injured. Later, he was severely hit by the Golden Bridge, a Taoist weapon of the Yiming Ghost Emperor, and his injuries worsened. He was almost killed on the spot. He managed to escape with the help of the Wu clan's physical body. Now, with the help of the witch god, the injury is barely stopped.
Thank you, elders.
The wizard priest slowly opened his eyes and weakly thanked him. His face was still pale.
Priest, you are too seriously injured. Even if you are nourished by the witch god's power, you can only live for another 300 years.
A thin old man said solemnly.
300 years? That's enough.
The wizard priest's eyes flashed fiercely.
This side of the world is still getting bigger, and it is obviously still devouring other worlds. In less than 100 years, this side of the world will become the true center of the heavens and the world. Thousands of races will stand there. I want to, within this 100 years, lead the Wu clan to gain a firm foothold and dominate one side. Priest, the situation is not good. The witch clan occupies the far north abyss and offends the abyss monster clan. Behind the abyss monster clan is the demon world. To the south is the land of Jingzhou, which is controlled by Taoism and Buddhism. We, the witch clan, came out of thin air and were greatly marginalized. I think it's difficult to dominate one side.
The thin old man continued.
So, we have to join forces with the God clan. The God clan has the same purpose as our witch clan. And the situation is the same. The whole clan has come, and there is no way out. They should be happy to form an alliance with us.
The witch priest's eyes were deep, and he seemed to see through everything. As soon as these words came out, the 12 elders of the witch clan looked at each other with hesitation. Everyone in the world knows that the gods are ambitious. The alliance between the witch clan and the god clan is seeking the skin of a tiger, and they might be swallowed up by the god clan at some point. The gods occupy the overseas 10,000 Islands alliance. For the time being, they can only expand overseas and annex the Huangquan Sect, and then enter the deep sea and annex the Condor Alliance. However, the gods alone will never be able to do it. They will definitely not refuse our help. At this time, the wizard priest said again,
So, if we, the witch clan and the god clan join forces, the Huangquan Sect will be the first one to deal with.
Another Wu clan elder frowned slightly and asked.
That's right.
The wizard priest nodded slowly.
The Underworld Sect has 2 Taoist artifacts. If you get one, it will be enough to establish a foothold in this world. Also, the remains of the Spirit Emperor are very likely to be in the Underworld Sect.
Hearing this, all the elders of the witch clan nodded in unison. Taoist tools are crucial, because their witchcraft lost more than half of its power after arriving in this world. If we can get a Taoist weapon, the Wu clan will be safe. After obtaining the remains of the Spirit Emperor, it will be just around the corner for the Wu clan to become the overlord.
As long as we capture the Huangquan Sect, kill the Yiming Ghost Emperor, and Lu Li, the destined son, everything will fall into place.
The wizard priest said firmly. After everyone heard this, there was no objection.
Then, send someone to contact the gods. Ahem.
The wizard priest ordered.
Let's not rush this. Let's help the priest recover your body first.
the thin old man said. The words fell. The 12 powerful wizards chanted the incantation again. The phantom of the witch god appeared, once again injecting the source of life into the witch clan priests. The elder of the Wu clan slowly closed his eyes and began to swallow. At this time, in the dark, a series of vague sounds came into my ears.
I curse you. Your wife will weave you an emerald crown every day. I curse you. Your children will sell themselves to bury their mothers every day. I curse you. If the tombs of your 36th generation ancestors leak, it will rain all night long. I curse you. All your opportunities will be snatched away by your enemies. I curse you. You will never be able to improve your cultivation and will always be stuck at a bottleneck. I curse you. You will always be attacked by demons from outside the territory. Came along with the sound. Wisps of power of the great avenue wrap around the soul. In an instant, various illusions appeared in front of the eyes of the old wizard priest. This is the invasion of demons. Going crazy.
What's going on? I'm protected by the witch god and protected from all demons. How could I be attacked by demons from outside the realm and trigger inner demons? What kind of weird power is this?
The witch priest couldn't help but feel shocked, and his expression changed drastically. Before he could react, boom! Countless extraterrestrial demons surged out of the void, rushed into a sea of consciousness, and attacked his soul. Fiery breath suddenly erupted from every pore in his body, turning into wisps of blood-black flames. Heart-burning. This is the fire of inner demons.
Not good.
The old wizard priest screamed in surprise. His magic power rioted, and a mouthful of true blood spurted out uncontrollably. The illusion before his eyes was boundless, completely tearing his soul apart and dragging him down. Fortunately, the 12 powerful wizards on the side reacted. Rays of divine light shot out suddenly, shrouding the old man, the witch priest. In an instant, the inner demons were annihilated. Even so, the witch priest, who woke up, was still more injured than before. He was breathless. His pupils were shocked, and he uttered one sentence.
This world actually has the power to create a cursed avenue. Give me my order, and the Wu clan will seal the mountain.
After saying that, his head tilted and he fainted. Hearing this, the 12 mighty wizards of the witch clan were all shocked and horrified.
As expected of a powerful person who can overcome tribulations, cursing once will directly consume all mana. If I hadn't taken a pill to restore mana in advance, I wouldn't have been able to curse at all.
In the bamboo house on Lingdao, Luli let out a long breath, his eyes flashing. This time, the curse caused all the mana of the nascent soul in his Z mansion to drain out. This is the mana of Tenbu Lianhua, comparable to the transformation of a god. However, the power of curse and tribulation is still completely consumed. It also consumed the 3 Bu Lianhua mana that he continued to recover. In other words, cursing the tribulation power once requires at least 13 Bu Lianhua's mana.
I don't know if it has any effect.
Luli was playing with the cursed talisman while recovering his mana. Jean K on the side looked at it with his eyes gleaming and his face full of slander. He said in a sweet voice,
Luli, the more you smell this thing, the more fragrant it becomes. How about you eat it for me and make another one?
No. Luli shook his head.
Oh.
When Jean K heard this, he immediately drooped his head and slumped down on Luli's left shoulder.
Big Tathagata Buddha Palm went out to play. I am very bored now. How about you let Big Tathagata Buddha Palm come back to play with me? The great Buddha's palm is looking for an opportunity to break through. In addition, GK, aren't you searching for ruins and treasures everywhere?
Luli asked curiously.
Don't mention it. The ruins I found were all rubbish. It didn't take much effort to get in. There's nothing good inside.
Jean K was a little depressed. Luli couldn't help laughing after hearing this.
Have you ever heard of lobster digging? When I was a kid, I was digging for lobsters. When I came across a lobster hole that was easy to enter, I knew someone had taken it. Lobsters, cave ruins, and women are all like this. A truth I don't understand. Forget it. I'll just take the sword pill.
Jean K grabbed a sword pill out of thin air and started chewing it. Luli shook his head and continued to restore his mana. Next, his days became very regular. Get up. Curse. Practice. Curse. Refining the ultimate sword. Curse. Accompany Ji Rong to understand Buddhism X9. Fighting with Ru Ji who came from afar X10. Curse. Curse. View events. Sleep. Just like that. 3 months flew by. The day has come to break through the 3rd level of Nascent Soul. Chapter 349 on the 3rd level of Nascent Soul.
Platinum flies into a strange poison. Xuanwu Island. In the training hall. Ding.
If you keep improving your Kunping demonic skill and practice hard all night, your cultivation progress will increase by 3%. Your Kunping demon god skill has broken through to the 3rd level. Congratulations to the host. You have broken through to the 3rd level of Nascent Soul. Lifespan 24/4556/10999. Mana Bu Lianhua X11.
Huh? Why is there an extra number in lifespan? Lu Li was a little surprised. If you think about it carefully, 4556 is the current lifespan, and the last number should be the total upper limit of lifespan. In other words, his upper limit of lifespan has finally exceeded 10,000. Long life immortality. Lu Li felt happy. Moreover, the mana has been increased by 1 Bulianhua, making it stronger.
It feels so good to become stronger.
Lu Li's eyes flashed sharply, and he lightly clenched his fist. Boom. The mana in the body is surging and majestic, washing away like a vast ocean. Endless and endless. Describe it in 6 words. Super twice as strong.
I don't know if I can beat the monks in the early stage of spiritual transformation.
Lu Li was eager to try. Never mind. It's such a mess outside. So let's just wait and develop until we can break through and become a god. Now. Curse Jinji first. Lu Li used his magic power to condense a cursed talisman in his palm. He flicked his finger and it popped out, floating above the stone altar. Then, the cursing begins. Half of the mana is consumed instantly. The curse worked. Lu Li did not hesitate and continued to curse. Mana has bottomed out. He took out a pill and drank it. Then began to use the Kunping demonic art to absorb the spiritual energy from all around and quickly restore his mana. After a cup of tea, mana is completely restored. Lu Li began to curse the witch priest. Soon, the curse succeeded. The mana is completely exhausted. While Lu Li was recovering his mana, he opened the system log to check the records.
Your 24 heavenly demon sword sneaked into the practice of Tianhe sword sect. Your Kunping demon power killed an evil sect and became a famous devil overseas. You are wanted. Your Vajratathagata Dharma body entered the Buddhist kingdom and was noticed by a powerful god transformer. He was accepted as a disciple, passed on the mantle, and inherited a temple. Your friend Ling Jinshuan got an opportunity in the Thunder Realm, and the Taiching Thunder Sword was perfected and broke through the nascent soul. Your friend Bai Jinfei was assassinated X12. He was suffering from a strange poison and cannot be treated humanely. Your friend Fang Yinli is lost in the demon world. Your master, the Demon King, was hunted by barbarians and captured. He escaped with wit and was a blessing in disguise. He broke through to Yuaning consummation. Your Taoist companion Ruji realized the secret of heaven and gained a bit of luck from heaven and earth. Your friend, the leader of the Tao Alliance, went to the demon world and returned seriously injured.
The leader of the Tao Alliance was seriously injured? Lu Li was shocked. This woman is really brave. She actually dares to run to the devil world. However, since she is the leader of the Tao Alliance, the problem of recuperation should not be big, and she doesn't need to worry about it. Hey, Ling Jianshuang. This cold woman finally broke through to the nascent soul. Congratulations. Fang Yinli is missing? Stupid people have stupid blessings, so don't worry about them. Lu Li felt relieved and frowned slightly. Bai Jinfei was assassinated 12 times? Still poisoned? Can't be humane? Lu Li felt it was necessary to help him get rid of the poison. So he shouted outside.
Fox Demon, come in.
Sizzle. A ray of red light flew out and suddenly stopped in front of him, revealing a furry, four-tailed fox demon that looked like a red flame.
My son pays homage to his master.
The fox demon was lying on the ground, blinking its fiery ruby eyes, and bowed in a soft voice. The 4 fox tails behind him swayed gently, like willows in the wind, making people want to grab them and rub them.
How is your alchemy practice going?
Lu Li asked casually.
Master, my alchemy skills have reached the master level. As long as I break through to the nascent soul, I can refine high-grade elixirs.
The fox demon bowed gratefully.
Not bad.
Not bad. Go and pass the order and ask my senior brother to come over.
Lu Li ordered.
Yes.
The fox demon flicked its tail, slithered, and rushed out of the training hall with a gust of wind. Soon, under its leadership, Bai Jinfei descended to Xuanwu Island and came to the living room of this hall.
Junior brother, help.
As soon as Bai Jinfei saw Lu Li, He immediately rushed up and shouted. It was like seeing a great savior.
Senior brother Bai. You shouted for help so early in the morning. Are you being hunted?
Lu Li knew what was going on. So he was not in a hurry and asked with a smile.
It's worse than being chased.
Bai Jinfei directly grabbed a jade chair, sat next to Lu Li, and poured out his bitterness with an aggrieved look on his face.
Originally, half a year ago, I was doing well. With your reputation, I was able to thrive in the Huangquan sect. Get up. But since that time, my luck has plummeted. Very jump?
Lu Li remembered that this was indeed the case.
Yes. I met a beautiful junior sister. She said that she was only 18 years old, and her family was helpless. She had a 3-year-old brother, so she had no choice but to come out to serve others. She said it was very pitiful. Later she also said that she admired her, my looks and talent.
Bai Jinfei said angrily.
Wait.
Hearing this, Lu Li frowned and interrupted.
Senior brother Bai. She said that she admires your appearance and your talent? Don't you think she is lying? Ahem. Don't worry about such insignificant things.
Bai Jinfei blushed and changed the subject.
Later, I discovered that this woman had a husband, and she was a nascent soul lord from the alchemy sect. I had no choice but to pay 300 high-grade spiritual stones. I have accumulated a lot of wealth over the years.
Speaking of this, Bai Jinfei was heartbroken and beat his chest and feet on the spot. Lu Li only has 2 words to comment on this. Deserve it.
Since then, I seem to be plagued by bad luck. Whenever I go out, I will be attacked and assassinated. Unfortunately, the people who come to attack and assassinate are puppets. And I can't find the person behind the scenes. The latest time, I planned to lure the snake out of its hole. Unexpectedly, the snake was not drawn out, but I was poisoned and lost all feeling in one leg.
Bai Jinfei was angry and frustrated at the same time.
Oh, I see. Senior brother, your legs and feet are strong and you can walk like flying. Which leg has you lost feeling?
Lu Li asked knowingly.
Which other leg could it be? The one in the middle. Damn it. I found the Supreme Elder, even the leader, and got rid of the strange poison on my body. Humph. If I find the murderer behind the scenes, I will use a mace stabbed him through, hung him on the city gate, and whipped his body for 3 days.
Bai Jinfei gritted his teeth and said, You can't even handle it as the leader? Lu Li couldn't help but be a little surprised now.
Junior brother, I heard that you have practiced the 10,000 Poisons manual of the 10,000 Poison sect. Is there any way you can help me get rid of the poison?
Bai Jinfei looked forward to it. Obviously, he placed the hope of treatment on Lu Li. Otherwise, he would not have rushed here.
Let me see,
Lu Li said, and with a wave of his hand, a colorful poisonous gas spurted out, covering Bai Jinfei. At the same time, call silently. Uh-huh. A colorful little man immediately flashed in front of his eyes. It's the Immortal Poison Sutra.
Let's go and see what kind of strange poison it is,
Lu Li ordered. The colorful little man nodded his little head immediately. Then, he slithered up and flew to Bai Jinfei, sniffing here and there, looking very professional. Soon, the colorful villain flew back, turned around suddenly, pointed his butt towards Lu Li, and let out a colorful poisonous fart. Lu Li was speechless and could only ask Jin K,
what does this mean? The Immortal Poison Sutra means that this poison is thunder poison.
Jink's milk sounds like milk.
Thunder poison? What is thunder poison? Then again, why did it fart at me?
Lu Li was still a little confused.
Thunder poison is the poison of thunder. It should be a strange poison from the thunder world. As for the Sutra of Immortal Poison farting on you, it is purely because I want to fart on you and take revenge on you. Who told you to call Vajrata Thagata Dharmakaya? They often beat it. Hey. GK gloated and smiled. Lu Li. Chapter 350 The Thunder World is coming. Sizzle. The Poison Sutra of Immortality disappeared. Regarding this, Lu Li expressed his magnanimity and didn't care at all, and casually gave instructions to let the Brahma Demon True Holy Art, Qing Emperor's Heaven Refining Technique, and the Ascension Sutra of Feathering and Ascension accompany him in practicing the Immortal Poison Sutra. I have been a bit lazy in practicing the Immortal Poison Sutra during this period.
Junior brother, can I still be saved? If not, then I will become a monk.
At this time, Bai Jinfei said with a look of despair.
It's hopeless. Just wait to die. See the guests off.
Lu Li shook his head.
Ah!
Bai Jinfei's eyes widened, as if struck by thunder, his face full of despair.
By the way, senior brother Bai, since you want to be a monk, then there is no place for your beauties. Otherwise, why don't you let them come to my place and give me all kinds of elixirs?
Luli smiled.
Wow, junior brother, you are too cruel. Huh? No, junior brother, you are playing tricks on me.
Bai Jinfei suddenly reacted. However, he ignored his anger and immediately said in surprise.
Junior brother Lu, as long as you can cure my disease, not to mention 100 beauties, even 1,000, 10,000 beauties, I will give you. Really?
Luli raised his eyebrows.
It's absolutely true. You and I are like brothers. Women are just clothes. You cure my disease, and I will give you as many clothes as you want. Ha! My disease is cured. My disease is cured.
Bai Jinfei happily agreed and laughed ecstatically. However, Luli suddenly interrupted.
Senior brother, I can't save your illness.
Bai Jinfei's wild laughter stopped abruptly, and his pupils were as wide as bells.
Junior brother, you, are you lying to me? I am young, but I stay up late and can't stand the excitement. Don't scare me. I will die suddenly.
The voice was full of tension. Luli smiled and said,
I'm not lying to you, but I know what kind of poison you have. What poison? Thunder poison. What thunder poison? It should be the thunder poison created by the thunder monks.
Luli said thoughtfully. This side of the world is already bordering the thunder world, making the monks' thunder disaster even more fierce. Some monks from the thunder realm also came down. If he guessed correctly, the person who secretly sent a puppet to assassinate Bai Jinfei should be a member of the Lei Ming clan in the thunder realm. I'm here for revenge. Because there is still a woman from the Lei Ming clan imprisoned in the Yama palace of Huangquan Sect. This woman seems to be called
Inger. Humph. It turns out to be a monk from the thunder realm. Damn it! I had no enmity with them in the past. And we have no enmity these days. And they actually did something to me?
Bai Jinfei was furious.
Brother, do you want to catch this guy?
Luli asked.
Of course. I'm going to fry his skin and bones. No, this is too cheap for him. I'm going to feed him Long Nong pill every day, and then throw him into the animal pen to let him know what the bad situation of Jew is.
Old Hiku.
Bai Jinfei's eyes revealed a fierce light. Luli frowned.
Then what if this person is a woman? Female? Of course. Let's see if she's pretty first. If she's not pretty, sell her to pick up customers. If she's pretty, hey.
Bai Jinfei chuckled. Luli. He didn't want to help this guy anymore. I feel like this guy is really suitable to be a eunuch. Huanglong Island. The fairy city is bustling, and monks are everywhere. In the basement of a refinery shop, there was a crackle, and the silver lightning flashed, dazzlingly. Soon, an armored puppet was shaped in the light of lightning, with 5 sharp claws and a murderous aura. The next moment, the silver arc completely converged and condensed into a ball. With a flash of lightning, it transformed into a tall and mighty young man wearing a silver thunder robe. The realm is the early stage of becoming a god. In the corner, a beautiful woman stepped over, and she was actually a powerful woman in the early stages of becoming a god. I saw this beautiful woman flipping her hands, and something like yellow paper appeared in her palm. Knead gently. The yellow paper melted away and turned into human skin. Then, the beautiful woman put the human skin on the armored puppet,
blending it perfectly. A young girl was created immediately.
The human skin of your Hahuan sect is indeed lifelike.
The young man looked at it with admiration on his face.
This fellow Taoist has been greatly rewarded. I was sent to assist fellow Taoist, so naturally I put my whole heart into it. Otherwise I would be slacking off at all.
The beautiful woman smiled sweetly.
Humph. That lecherous senior brother of Luli has been poisoned by thunder. If he dares to show up again, just let this puppet girl go up and blow himself up to kill him.
A cold light flashed in the young man's eyes. That Luli dared to catch his sister. He must be taught a lesson. It's a pity that this land carp is very wretched. He actually stayed in the depths of Huangquan's sect and never came out. Otherwise, his methods would be enough to kill Luli. The assassination of Bai Jinfei this time was to provoke Luli, the shrunken turtle. As long as Luli comes out, he will definitely die.
Don't worry. That Luli is very good to his senior brother Bai Jinfei and has a deep love for him. I heard that Bai Jinfei and Luli have become brothers-in-law. Once Bai Jinfei dies, Luli will definitely take the lead. When the time comes, just rely on Dao. Use your own methods to kill them.
The beautiful woman said with a smile.
No problem.
The young man in the Silver Thunder robe was determined. This time, one of the 3 great Thunder Masters in the Thunder World joins forces with the demon Sect to kill Luli. And they are sure to win. Just thinking about it, his expression suddenly changed, as if he sensed something, and he let out a startled sound.
Is this the breath of thunder poison? Why does it appear here?
The words just fell. Boom. There was a thunderous explosion. The iron door of the basement was blasted open, and pieces flew everywhere. Outside the door, Bai Jinfei kept kicking the door with murderous intent.
Which idiot with no father or mother dares to poison me?
Seeing Bai Jinfei appear, the man in thunder robe and the beautiful woman were both stunned. Then, Chi-Chi's expression changed drastically. How did Bai Jinfei find this place? Has their whereabouts been exposed? Not good. Run! The beautiful woman from the Huan sect and the man in the Silver Thunder robe looked at each other, and the same thoughts came to their minds. Boom! A low thunder sounded. The man in the Silver Thunder robe flashed with lightning, dazzling the eyes. He turned into a ball of thunder, soared into the sky, blasted directly through the basement, and appeared under the 9-day sun. Countless mysterious thunder patterns flew out of the thunder robe on his body, condensing into a 1-acre thunder and lightning teleportation array in midair. On the other side, the beautiful woman from the Huan sect also flashed the divine light of the talisman. The person swayed on the spot, and hundreds of figures separated, shooting away in all directions, in the sky and on the ground, and into the depths of the void. These 2 people are smart enough. When they see the situation is not good, they just run away. But, at this time, an endless shadow, like a dark cloud covering the sky, suddenly fell. The 2 looked up subconsciously. Then, I saw an extremely sacred Buddha sitting cross-legged on top of thousands of miles of white clouds. The sun hung behind my head, blooming with boundless Buddha light. 1 finger to the sky, 1 finger to the ground. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one who is supreme. In the void, the sound of Sanskrit is deafening. The sky is filled with flowers, and golden lotuses appear. Boom! The world shook violently. Before the 2 could react, the sacred Buddha raised his palm and slapped them gently. Then,
bang!
A sky-shattering explosion. All the thunder and light formations, as well as the afterimages of the clones, were annihilated and disintegrated in the boundless Buddha's palm. 2 figures crashed onto the ground. Blow up all the stores within 100 miles. Dust and powder rise into the sky with a hurricane. A huge palm print was clearly revealed in front of everyone. At some point, a figure in a yellow robe appeared out of nowhere in the sky. He was tall and strong, with fluttering clothes, like an immortal descending to the earth. Chapter 351, Suppressing the Transformation God. The huge movement immediately attracted the entire Huanglong Island monks.
Who is it? Who slapped the great Amitabha palm? Ah! Who is showing off? It's so irritating. Luli! It's Luli! His! This guy actually broke through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul. In less than half a year. He actually broke through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul? How terrifying! Senior brother Lu. He is invincible, peerless, and invincible. Who were the 2 people beaten by Luli? Quickly, turn on the projection of the heavens. A fight is about to begin.
Rays of escaping light flew over, watching from a distance, and there were many discussions.
Land carp. This guy actually showed up?
The man in the Silver Thunder robe and the beautiful woman from the Huan sect were shocked, with a trace of despair in their eyes. This means that the 2 of them have been locked, dead. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, Luli stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly,
"You are so brave. Do you dare to touch my senior brother Luli? Tell me your name."
The cold voice spread in all directions, as majestic as the sea.
"Humph. I am Qi Lin of the Lei Ming clan, under Taoist Master Taoist Shao of the Thunder Realm. Luli, if you arrest my junior sister, why don't you release her?"
The man in Silver Thunder robe snorted coldly, no longer frightened and desperate. The whole body began to shine with dazzling and terrifying lightning.
I'm just passing by to pick up some soy sauce. Please excuse me."
The beautiful woman from the Huan sect rolled her eyes, smiled charmingly, and then slowly backed away. However, a white-haired old man wearing a skull necklace suddenly appeared and blocked the way. The beautiful woman's face suddenly stiffened. Luli ignored her and looked down at the thunder-robed man from a high position. With a cold expression.
It turns out he is from the Lei Ming clan. You, the Lei Ming clan, wanted to hunt down me, the son of destiny, and you were captured by me. You deserve it. But you deserve it.
For the sake of the Taoist Shishao you are talking about, I will give you a way out.
The thunder-robed man's eyes turned cold.
It's very simple. If you can escape from my hands, I will let you live and let you go back to weed your parents' graves. If you are not strong enough, you will have to reunite with your parents in the underworld.
There was a hint of coldness in Lu Li's eyes. As soon as these words came out, all the monks who were watching were shocked. Good guy. Sure enough, it's Lu Li. Always greet other people's parents when you exit. Despite being shocked, everyone was still a little unbelievable. On the third level of nascent soul, he said to a powerful god transformer that he would let you live? This is not an auditory hallucination. From ancient times to the present, there has never been a nascent soul cultivator that has defeated the divine transformation cultivator. There has never been. Even if he has half-stepped into becoming a god, he can only escape intact when encountering a real incarnated monk. Besides, Lu Li is still at the third level of nascent soul. This guy really hasn't changed. The tone is soaring. However, Lu Li has a Taoist weapon. Once he uses his Tao sword, he might actually be able to kill the avatar.
Taoist tools.
The man in thunder robe narrowed his eyes slightly and looked fearful. He sensed a great threat from Lu Li. What's even more amazing is that he also sensed the unique aura of thunder in the thunder world. Lu Li must have absorbed and devoured a trace of the thunder world thunder when he was going through the nascent soul thunder tribulation.
Don't worry. I won't use the Tao sword. Are you ready?
Lu Li said calmly. The words fell. A ray of Buddha's light on his body shot straight into the sky and turned into a giant Buddha. He leaned up again and sat cross-legged between heaven and earth. Sacred and boundless.
You don't need a Tao sword? You want to defeat me just by yourself as a nascent soul? What a dream.
The thunder-robed man was greatly insulted and slighted. And he shouted angrily. The magical powers of 30 Bu Lianhua suddenly erupted. The lightning flashed violently. And in an instant, a giant cyan thunder cannon formed in front of him. And the muzzle of the cannon shone with extremely terrifying thunder light. Boom!
A ball of lightning that was enough to blind the golden elixir suddenly ejected from the giant cannon, quickly amplified, and turned into a ball of thunder, carrying the power of thunder that destroyed all things and annihilated the stars, and struck straight at him. Speed. Extremely fast. Faster than light. After careful sensing, there is a hint of the power of the Thunder Avenue in this ball of thunder. In an instant, the will of thunder that destroyed and obliterated everything filled the sky and the earth, covering thousands of miles in radius, making everyone instantly feel as if they were under the shroud of thunder, with fear in their hearts and a blank mind. This move is enough to kill all nascent souls. But it's still too late. Behind Lu Li, a pair of pure green thunder wings suddenly unfolded. With a slight wave of his fan, the person rose into the sky and appeared on the top of the sacred Buddha's head, pinching the secret. Boom! A huge palm came down and hit the thundering sun. Bang! The sky exploded and collapsed inch by inch. The thunder sun exploded, tearing apart the clouds, space, and Buddha's palms in the sky, turning them into thousands of forked lightnings, sweeping in all directions, as ferocious as the tide, and condensing into a sea of thunder. Then, thousands of hundreds of thunder dragons roared into existence in the sea of thunder. They were all thousands of meters huge. They opened their mountain-swallowing mouths and sprayed out a stream of destructive thunder pillars towards the land carp again, covering the sky and the earth, as if thousands of thunders washed the ground. At the same time, the man in the thunder robe once again activated the thunder cannon in front of him, pouring in mana crazily and condensing a more terrifying thunder sun, which was about to be blasted out. The power of becoming a god is undoubtedly revealed. Lu Li's great Amitabha palm is actually vulnerable to a blow. Moreover, among these thousands of divine thunders, there is a trace of weird thunder energy. When people smell it, their soul and body will immediately be paralyzed, and they will lose consciousness.
Well done!
Lu Li shouted coldly, and made a secret. Boom! A huge phantom of the bone demon god rose from the ground behind him, like a giant standing tall and breaking through the sky of the universe. Brahma demon's true holy skill. Mana surges. Then, Lu Li waved his hand gently, and billowing black demonic energy erupted from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a black and white demonic whale, covering the sky and the sun. The black and white demon whale bites head to tail and spins violently. A huge Hunyuan black hole appeared above the sky. In an instant, all the lightning, the sky, the turbulent flow of the void, even the bright sun, the air, the light, the temperature, the hurricane and the dust, everything seemed to be distorted by the weird black light and poured into the Hunyuan black hole uncontrollably. Middle. Devour them all. The world seems to be plunged into darkness. Kunping's demonic skill. The ultimate move. The Hunyuan black hole. Call. Before everyone in the world could react, a wisp of breeze blew up. Lu Li held the Hunyuan black hole in his hand, which turned into a cyan thunder light, fell from the sky, and suddenly appeared in front of the Thunder Robe Man. The big palm flew out and slapped the Hunyuan black hole hard between the eyebrows of the Thunder Robe Man. Then, boom! A loud roar shook the three realms. The Hunyuan black hole exploded. In an instant, countless intense rays of light and thunder and lightning were sprayed out, sweeping across the world. The whole world suddenly turned white. Nothing can be seen.
Not good!
The Thunder Robe Man reacted at this moment and felt an even more violent and terrifying destructive force erupt, sweeping across his body. It was like falling into the exploding bright sun, crushing the flesh inch by inch. Incineration. And nothingness. The whole person seemed to be completely melted in this strong light.
Dao Zun! Save me!
Between life and death, the Thunder Robe Man roared. A phantom of Taoist thunderbolt with a bird's head and human body appeared, enveloping his figure. The body also completely transformed into thunderous light. Wait until the lightning completely dissipates. Clear skies emerge. The man in the thunder robe appeared in front of everyone. His clothes were in tatters. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in flesh and blood, as if he had been burned by the extremely terrifying high temperature. It's shocking to see. Buzz. At this time, beside the man in thunder robes, a flash of blue light appeared, and two huge jasper rings appeared out of thin air, suddenly surrounding him in the middle. Then, give it a hard hoop. The power of supreme chaos emerged as the jade ring rotated rapidly, like two cyan pythons twisting around the Thunder Robe Man. Taoist weapon. Chaos Divine Mill. Boom. The man in the thunder robe exploded into a ball of silver lightning. Next moment, Lu Li fell from the sky, and as soon as the 10,000 poisoned prisoners' heavenly palm caught it, it trapped the ball of lightning and squeezed it violently. There was a bang. The lightning annihilated and exploded, leaving only one soul, floating alone in Lu Li's palm, with a face full of horror, fear, and despair. There is still a trace of anger and unwillingness. You said you don't use Taoist tools? Lu Li smiled coldly.
I'm sorry. I said no Dao sword. Not other Dao weapons.
Chapter 352 Creating a Legend.
You? Shameless.
After hearing what Lu Li said, the spirit of the man in thunder robe was furious. However, before he could say anything, Lu Li pointed out, and the poisonous energy blasted into Yuanshan, directly knocking him out. At this point, a god-transforming monk was completely suppressed. It only takes 30 breaths before and after. Shockingly fast. Witnessing this scene, the entire audience was dumbfounded and fell into silence. Then, there were exclamations.
How can this be? The nascent soul lord suppresses the great power of transforming gods? Am I right? Come on. Junior brother. Let me slap you 3 times to see if it's an illusion. It's so fast. My husband and I are having 4 babies so fast. Taoist weapon. Another Taoist tool. Lu Li actually has 2 Taoist weapons. Senior brother Lu is invincible in the world. Invincible in every battle. Unstoppable for generations to come. Dominate the world.
A series of looks of shock, horror, envy, and jealousy were cast on Lu Li, because Lu Li created a myth. A myth about Yuan suppressing the transformed gods. Although Lu Li used a trick and still sacrificed the Taoist weapon, everyone saw that Lu Li's move of Hunyuan Black Hole just now almost seriously injured the man in thunder robe. If the fight continues, Lu Li will still win. This is the beginning of a legend.
Now you.
At this moment, Lu Li took back the Chaos Divine Mill, squinted his eyes, and looked down at the beautiful woman from the Huan Sect thousands of feet away. In an instant, the beautiful woman trembled all over, like a little white rabbit being stared at by a tiger. With infinite fear in her heart, she smiled bitterly.
Lu. Fellow Taoist Lu. I'm really just passing by. Passing by?
Lu Li's eyes turned cold.
That's okay. I believe you for the time being. However, I think you are quite compatible, and I feel like old friends at the first sight. I would like to invite you to the Huangquan Sect for a cup of tea. Can this be done some other time? I'm not free today.
The beautiful woman declined politely.
Oh, not going. That means you won't give me Lu Li face. In that case, don't blame me for getting mad.
Lu Li's voice was as cold as ice, and his anger was soaring to the sky. The beautiful woman's expression froze. What a domineering land carp. This guy wants to force her to stay. Death is everywhere. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and said fiercely,
Huh? Lu Li, if you have the guts, don't use Taoist weapons. Fight to the death with me in an upright and fair manner. Okay.
Lu Li nodded coldly and put away the chaos divine mill. Then, with a straightened expression, he quickly formed seals with one hand and uttered thunderous sounds.
The mighty heavenly dragon. The great law mantra. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Baba. The flying dragon is in the sky. Go!
Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. In the roar of the thundering dragon, there was a golden Buddha light as thick as a pillar on Lu Li's back, shining into the sky. The 9 mighty dragons condensed into shape and roared out, covering the sky and the sun with boundless divine power. The mighty heavenly dragon spell. Each mighty dragon is more than 10,000 feet long. Its body is like a mountain range. Its claws are like a mountain, and its pupils are like the eyes of the sky. It seems that all the might and masculinity in the world are gathered into one body. Every dragon scale, every dragon beard, and every dragon claw is filled with pure explosive power. It has endless divine power and can destroy all monsters. Monsters, monsters and monsters. Roar! Without waiting for Lu Li's instructions, the 9-day mighty dragon swung its body and tail and pounced towards the beautiful woman.
Not good!
The beautiful woman felt great oppression and fear, and quickly used bone spurs, blood thunder beads, and other spiritual treasures to defend and attack. Bang 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 bang. After a stick of incense, a huge dragon claw tore through the sky, slashing down hard, tearing the bloody shield around the beautiful woman into pieces. Then, the 9 mighty dragons opened their eyebrows and sprayed out demon-killing golden light. Boom! The beautiful woman exploded on the spot, turning into a ball of blood mist, and then annihilated in the golden light, leaving only an extremely weak soul with a look of horror. Before she could escape, Lu Li's 10,000 poison imprisoning palms fell from the sky, and he caught this person with a strong scratch. Another transformed god was suppressed. He was suppressed openly and openly. No Taoist tools. Only 2 moves were used in the whole process. The mighty heavenly dragon spell and the 10,000 poisons imprisoning heaven palm. Just like that, a powerful god transformer was suppressed and captured. The power of the magic is powerful, terrifying, and shocking everywhere.
Lu Li, the leader of the Huan Sect, is my ancestor. If you dare to kill me, she will not let you go.
The beauty of the woman's soul turned pale, and her face was full of horror. He actually lost to Lu Li in a single fight? She had never imagined this outcome. What is hateful is that her magic power was restrained by Lu Li's mighty Tianlong. Otherwise, she would have had a chance to turn defeat into victory.
A Huan Sect's leader?
Lu Li smiled disdainfully.
When I practice to the point of transcending the tribulation, you, the leader of the Huan Sect, will also serve me as a slave, washing my feet and folding my quilt.
After saying that, he waved his sleeves and put away his soul. Immediately afterwards, Lu Li has a domineering figure, a stern gaze, and looks arrogantly at all directions.
Lu Li, a genius of all ages. If you are not convinced, feel free to come to me.
As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared into the depths of the Huangquan Sect's formation in the eyes of everyone in shock and awe. The monks from all directions were stunned. No one dared to stop him. Although countless of them coveted Lu Li's 2 Taoist weapons, no one dared to take action. Lu Li is so evil. Next moment, a cry of exclamation resounded throughout the audience.
From now on, nascent soul cultivators will be divided into 2 categories. One category is called ordinary nascent soul cultivators, and the other category is called Lu Li.
When everyone heard this sentence, they all nodded secretly without any comments. At the same time, these 2 shocking battles, worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, were transmitted to all directions through the projections of the heavens. Taimo Sect. In front of Yang Su's grave, Luo Rujian had a frosty look on her face and looked quite ugly. Lu Li's magical power was beyond her imagination. Even though she has now reached the halfway stage of becoming a god, her magic power is still far less than 1/10 of Lu Li's. If you want revenge, there is no hope. What's even more frightening is that Lu Li cultivated to the 3rd level of nascent soul in less than half a year and became a peerless monster. By the time he reached the level of becoming a god, all hope of revenge was gone.
Taoist weapon.
Luo Rujing clenched her fists and gritted her teeth.
Only a Taoist weapon can defeat a Taoist weapon. Kill Lu Li.
Therefore, she has to go to the Thunder Realm. A Taoist artifact is about to be born there. That Taoist artifact must be obtained. Puff. On the spiritual island of the gods, Jinji suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face looking shocked and uncertain. In recent months, he often felt invaded by demons, and his practice often went awry. Therefore, I have never been able to break through to become a god. Now that I see Lu Li being so terrifying, I feel even more anxious. An uncontrollable look of fear appeared on his face.
No!
Jinji's eyes flashed fiercely.
I am cursed by the Wu clan here every day, so I have to leave for a while. Go to the Thunder Realm. There seems to be a Taoist weapon in the Thunder World that is about to be born. If I get this Taoist tool, I will encounter an opportunity and break through. Transformation into a god. Then, killing Lu Li is just around the corner.
At the same time, in the Northern Abyss, all the great masters of the Spirit Clan looked solemnly on their faces. Saint Bulianhua was filled with demonic aura and murderous intent.
Sure enough, the Spirit Emperor's completely repaired Taoist weapon, the Chaos Divine Mill, is in Lu Li's hands. Humph. The remains of the Spirit Emperor must also be in Lu Li's hands.
On the side, an old man in gold robe said coldly. Another green-robed old woman frowned.
What should we do now? Kill the Underworld Sect? Take back the remains of the Spirit Emperor and the Chaos Divine Mill?
Bulianhua shook her head.
No. It's better to seek refuge in the demon world first and kill people with a borrowed knife. Good.
None of the powerful spirits had any objections. Almost at the same time, the Wu clan, 10,000 Demons Mountain, Zhongzhou Dao Sect, and Buddha Sect almost became commotion. The world is turbulent again. Chapter 353 The Secret Technique of Thunder Realm. Lu Li returned to Xuanwu Island and fell into the main hall. Bai Jinfei slipped over and knelt down on the spot.
Junior brother, you are simply my savior. Please accept my worship. Senior brother, don't be in a hurry to say thank you. I'm not sure whether you can get rid of your poison yet.
Lu Li smiled lightly.
Don't worry. Now that the mastermind behind the scenes has been caught, are you still afraid that you can't exorcise the poison?
Bai Jinfei laughed.
2.
Lu Li nodded and waved casually. A soul appeared in front of him. It is the thunder soul of the man in thunder robe, which is condensed by a trace of silver lightning. If it is there or not, it seems to dissipate at any time. Extremely weak.
Hurry up and tell me how to detoxify. Otherwise, I'll let you try burning with dark fire, 9 snakes eating the heart, and the electric light poisonous dragon turning powerfully.
Bai Jinfei stared fiercely at the spirit of the man in thunder robes. However, the man in thunder robes sneered.
You should give up. This thunder poison is unique. It is a poison made by merging various thunder world gods. There is no cure.
Huh?
Looking for death,
Bai Jinfei shouted angrily. And as soon as he pinched the magic formula, a burst of dark ghost energy appeared all over his body. As soon as the ghost energy swirled, it turned into wisps of ghost sword energy, which was sharp enough to penetrate the mountain wall.
You don't have to torture me. Everything I say is true. This thunder poison is unique. Even if I tell you the antidote is in the thunder world. You want to detoxify? Go to the thunder world. Ha ha ha.
The thunder robed man's soul laughed wildly. The laughter was filled with schadenfreude.
Dot.
Bai Jinfei gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire. He was so angry that his hands began to tremble. But underneath the anger was more despairing sadness.
Dot.
Lu Li shook his head and sighed softly.
Senior brother Bai, my condolences. Otherwise, it's useless anyway. Why don't you just cut it and practice a Inkui magic skill? Junior brother, please come and give me advice.
Bai Jinfei glanced at Lu Li angrily, and instantly fell in love with him. Lu Li smiled. He didn't continue to rub salt into his wounds.
How about you, junior brother? Forget it.
Bai Jinfei was about to speak but stopped. Lu Li also knew what he wanted to say. He simply wanted to ask him to go to the Thunder Realm to to help find an antidote. However, Bai Jinfei also knew that Lu Li was full of enemies and had 2 Taoist weapons on him. Once he went out and was discovered, it would probably be a disaster. What's more, going to Leijia, a strange and unfamiliar place? He really couldn't ask for help.
That's all. This is destiny. I accept my fate.
Bai Jinfei snorted lightly.
Senior brother, in that case, you can send those beauties over,
Lu Li said with a smile.
This is not okay.
Bai Jinfei smiled mysteriously.
Those beauties are of great use to me. Junior brother,
I will give you a big surprise when we meet next time.
After saying that, he cupped his hands and turned around to leave. Seeing this, Lu Li smiled and didn't care. His eyes fell coldly on the Thunder Clan man.
I don't want to know who you are, but if you can give me some benefits, I can give you a happy one.
You know, my predecessor from the Huangquan Sect is one of the top 10 demon sections. If you resist, you will not be able to survive or die.
The threat of Qi Guogua. Hearing Lu Li's words, the man in thunder robes turned cold. He thought about it again and asked in a deep voice.
Okay, what do you want? I want the secret technique of your Lei Ming clan to transform between the physical body and thunder and lightning at will. Also, the various thunder formations of your Thunder Clan, including the secret technique of the Thunder Cannon you just condensed.
Lu Li said coldly.
Good.
The man in thunder robe finally agreed. An hour later. A ding.
You have learned the secret technique of thunder. The true form of Phantom Thunder.
Phantom Thunder True Body. The mysterious thunder technique of the thunder world can be switched between the physical body and thunder at will. The higher the proficiency, the faster the transformation.
You have learned the secret technique of thunder. The ultimate thunder cannon. You have learned the secret technique of thunder. The thunder teleportation array. You have learned the secret technique of thunder. The 3-realm light-splitting divine thunder blast.
Boom. There was a roar of thunder. The land carp's whole body shone with silver lightning. A blink of an eye. The person turned into a ball of lightning as huge as a water tank, floating in the air. This is the secret technique of thunder that transforms the physical body in thunder at will. The true body of Phantom Thunder. Next moment, the thunder roared and surged, and a huge pure silver thunder cannon condensed out, exuding an aura of destruction. Extremely terrifying. Immediately afterwards, the thunder cannon erupted into lightning again, and mysterious and unusual silvery ravens flew out from it, falling in all directions, forming a circular thunder formation on the plain in midair. The surrounding void immediately rippled, twisting like ripples. This is the thunder secret technique. The thunder teleportation array. It can be randomly teleported thousands of miles away, or it can be imprinted with teleportation thunder patterns elsewhere in advance and teleported to a fixed point.
How come?
Seeing Lu Li's skillful use of various thunder secret techniques, the man in thunder robes had a look of shock on his face. How can this be? Even the direct disciples of the 3 Thunder Taoist masters in the Thunder world would not be able to master and activate these thunder secret techniques in an instant. Who is this guy? Boom. A crash of thunder. All the silver lighting condensed like water and turned into the body shape of a land carp.
Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. However, the secret thunder technique you passed on to me last time, the 3-realm splitting divine thunder cannon, requires the fusion of multiple divine thunders. However, the divine thunder is violent and violent. Once fused, if you are not careful, it will explode. Come and blow people up. You want to harm me?
Lu Li's eyes were extremely cold.
You actually guessed it?
The man in thunder robes turned pale, and there was a trace of despair in his eyes.
Ha ha. Since you want to harm me, then go and stay in the Yama Palace of my Huangquan Sect.
Lu Li snorted coldly. After that, he directly summoned the fox demon. Then the soul of the man in thunder robes and the soul of the beautiful woman from the Huan Sect were sent to the Yama Hall. The monks there knew how to torture people better than he did. Immediately, Lu Li took out 2 storage rings. This is naturally the storage ring for those 2 unlucky guys. After spending some time opening it, I was a little disappointed. In addition to some high-grade spiritual stones, there are also some ordinary pills and spiritual talismans. But there is nothing special. The only thing worth mentioning is the discovery of a secret technique in the storage ring of the man in thunder robe. The secret technique to imbue spiritual treasures with the power of divine thunder.
This is enchantment.
Lu Li was very interested and immediately learned the secret technique. That's right. He plans to enchant his absolute immortal swords with a trace of the power of the heavenly thunder that he is condensed from refining the heavenly thunder. When the time comes, the power of these absolute immortal swords will definitely be greatly increased. Once the 720 absolute immortal swords are refined and formed into a 10,000-star absolute immortal sword formation, it will be possible to cross the border and kill the late-stage gods. Lu Li was instantly full of energy. Practice. Keep practicing. Strive to achieve a breakthrough in becoming a god within 100 years. Lu Li's goal is extremely determined. However, before practicing, Lu Li took another look at the system technique panel. Realm, Nascent Soul 3rd level, progress 3%. Lifespan, 24/4556/10999. Race, Kung Fu. Brahma Demon's True Holy Skill, level 2, 99%. Kuiping Demonic Skill, level 33, progress 13%. Feathering and Ascension Sutra, 11th level, 78% progress. Sutra of Immortal Poison, 13th level, 13%. Vajratathagata Dharmakaya, 11th level, 36%. The Scripture of Star Transformation into Gods, the 3rd level, progress 64%. The 24 Swords of the Demon, level 6, progress 15%. Wind, Fire, Immortal and Thunder Escape Technique, 3rd level, 20%. The progress of the Brahma Demon True Saint Merit card has been made. In other words, you have to find a drop of the demon's true blood and fuse it with your physical body to make a breakthrough. Once you break through to the 3rd level and activate the Brahma Demon Holy Body, your mana will immediately increase fourfold. But the question is, where can I get the demon god's true blood? Forget it. Let's practice until we become gods first. Lu Li sat down cross-legged, raised his big hand, and a cursed talisman condensed in his palm, and began to curse Jinji, the son of God. I curse you. The son you give birth to will have no cows. The daughter you will give birth to will serve a sheaf of cows every day. I curse you. Chapter 354, the 4th level of Nascent Soul. Ling Jinshuang is injured. Soon, the curse was over. Lu Li began to recover his mana. Take advantage of this gap to evolve the secret technique of the Thunder World you just learned. Ding 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 ding. Persistent prompts sounded one after another. Congratulations to the host. Your Fantasy Thunder True Body has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra and evolved into Fantasy Thunder Mysterious Body. Congratulations to the host. Your Taiju Thunder Cannon evolved into the Ancient Ju Thunder Cannon because of listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra and gaining great enlightenment. Congratulations to the host. Your Thunder Teleportation Array gained great enlightenment after listening to the Supreme Taoist Sutra and evolved into Void Moving Thunder Technique. Congratulations to the host. Your 3 Realms Light-Splitting God's Thunder Explosion gained great enlightenment after listening to the Supreme Taoist Sutra and evolved into 3 Realms Thunder and Fury World Destroying God's Seal. Not bad. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, the longer the name, the more powerful it is. The last move, 3 Realms Thunder Fury World Destroying Divine Seal, looks very powerful. Unfortunately, this Divine Thunder technique requires the fusion and condensation of 3 mysterious Divine Thunders before it can explode with incomparable power. Moreover, these 3 types of mysterious Divine Thunder must be of similar levels. There are several kinds of Divine Thunder hidden in the Huangquan sect, but compared to the trace of Heavenly Thunder made by smelting the Heavenly Tribulation with Lu Li, the quality is still much lower. It seems that I will have to search for 2 mysterious Divine Thunders in the Thunder Realm in the future. For now, it's better to practice first. Let's talk about condensing 720 immortal swords. Lu Li secretly made up his mind. Just like that, Lu Li returned to his regular life. Curse, practice, sword refining, and meditate on the Dharma of joy with Ji Ranyaruji. Curse, practice, sword refining. In the blink of an eye. A year flies by in a blink of an eye. Boom. The spiritual light in the cultivation hall shone for a while. A long roar came from it, shaking the white clouds in the sky. With great joy, I finally broke through the 4th level of Nascent Soul and entered the middle stage of Nascent Soul. On the jade bed, a hint of joy appeared on Lu Li's face. Take a look at your lifespan. Lifespan, 24/5036/12399. Mana, Bulianhua, X14. Once it breaks through, the upper limit of lifespan will directly exceed 12,000 years. Moreover, the eternal spring gong of all things has been cultivated to the 10th level, and the current lifespan has returned to more than 5,000 years. The rise is gratifying. The mana is also directly increased by 2 Boolean Hua. From now on, the priests of the Cursed Witch clan no longer need to take pills to restore their mana. They can rely on the terrifying recovery speed of the one fun nascent soul to directly succeed in cursing.
Rise!
At this moment, Luli made a sword move. Crash. Around him, a bunch of golden 3-inch swords suddenly flew up, flying and coiling around him, full of spirituality, like a group of goldfish. A total of 480. If you look closely, you will see that these golden 3-inch swords are inlaid with little silver lights, and the stars are shining brightly. It also exudes a deep cold air. The thrust is like light, and it is so sharp that it seems to be able to penetrate the soul. This is the ultimate sword. After a year of hard work, Luli finally condensed 480 immortal swords. Although these 480 absolute immortal swords cannot create a true 10,000 stars absolute immortal sword formation, it is still possible to set up a small 10,000 stars absolute immortal sword formation. The power is 70% of that of a complete sword formation, although the power has not been tested. Once the sword array is deployed, it should make the cultivator of the gods extremely embarrassed and seriously injured on the spot. From now on, you will no longer have to sacrifice Taoist weapons to defeat the god of transformation. Although the Taoist weapon is good, the mana consumption is too terrifying, and it basically drains out in 1 second. This doesn't last. Therefore, Luli would not use Taoist weapons unless absolutely necessary. It's still a good deal to use this sword array. Luli thought about it, opened his mouth and spat out a ball of blood, which spread into blood droplets, fell on each sword, penetrated, and continued to practice. By the way, open the system journal to view event records.
Your 24 heavenly demon swords were noticed by the elders of the Tianhe sword sect, and they were forcibly adopted as your son-in-law. Your Quinping demonic skill was hunted down and killed EP301. Your Vajratatthagata Dharmakaya leads the Buddhist disciples in the temple to practice the art of ambush and sneak attack every day, and becomes a Buddhist villain. Your friend by Jean Fei understood a strange method from the novel 9 Heavenly Sword Immortals in Another World, and his cultivation greatly increased, and he broke through to the nascent soul. Your friend Yao Yao accidentally entered the demon world. Your friend Fang Yinli accidentally ate a dragon egg and suddenly reached the nascent soul realm. Your master, the demon lord, was captured by the barbarians and became their sandbag. Your Taoist companion Riji realized the secret of heaven and broke through to the 2nd level of transformation. The 24 swordsman of the demon is becoming a son-in-law again? Luli was stunned on the spot. What's going on these days? Kung Fu is actually more popular than people? Luli shook his head and suddenly sounded surprised. The 9 Heaven Sword Immortal is in another world? Is this novel so powerful? He actually allowed Bai Jinfei to directly break through to nascent soul within a year? Luli couldn't help but feel curious. He kind of wanted to read this novel to see if he could figure out any tricks, and then directly evolve to practice on his own. Thinking of this, Luli was ready to wait and visit Bai Jinfei. Let's look at the others. His good friends, fellow Taoists, all had strange encounters. The most outrageous thing was that this stupid girl Fang Yinli actually ate a dragon egg. Breakthrough directly to nascent soul. It's simply enviable. However, his master was a bit miserable. He was actually captured by the barbarians and beaten as a sandbag. Master is so miserable. Go back to Master's cave and burn some incense sticks for Master. By the way, take care of the elixirs in Master's cave to prevent them from getting moldy.
Luli shook his head and sighed. Take another closer look. Hey, why didn't you see Ling Jianshuang's incident? Luli searched carefully and finally found it. His brows instantly furrowed.
Your friend Ling Jianshuang was ambushed in the Thunder Realm. He was seriously injured and escaped with blood.
Is Ling Jianshuang seriously injured? Luli couldn't help but feel worried. This guy isn't going to die like this. Is he? Moreover, wasn't this guy sent to the Thunder Realm by the leader of the Dao Alliance? How could he be injured in an ambush? Just thinking about it, a voice came down from high in the sky.
Luli, come to the Sect's main hall.
It was the voice of the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Problem occurs. Luli looked solemn, and without saying a word, he began to recall his clone. With a flash of his body, he teleported out of Xuanwu Island and headed to the Sect's main hall. Tianhe Sword Sect. In a cave halfway up the mountain, the stone door suddenly opened. The demon dressed in black flashed his 24 swords and was about to fly away. At this time, a beautiful woman in white robes descended from the sky and asked quickly,
Jian Lang, Our wedding day will be in 3 days. Where are you going? I go home.
Demon 24 Sword said coldly.
Huh? Go home. Aren't you an orphan?
The woman in white robe was surprised.
No. I still have a wife overseas. After I divorce her, I will come back and marry you. If not, I won't feel at ease marrying you.
Demon 24 Sword shook his head.
When
the white-robed woman heard this, she bit her lip lightly, pondered for a moment, and nodded.
Okay. Although you lied to me, I am still willing to become a Taoist partner with you. Your home should be far away, and I have some spirits here. Sure. Take the pawn and make a clean break with your wife after you go back. Come and marry me as soon as possible.
With that said, he handed out a storage ring.
Huh? Are you teaching me how to do things? I won't marry.
The Demon 24 Sword said coldly, and was about to fly away.
No. No. I am willing. I am willing to wait for you. I will wait for as long as I want.
The woman in white robe explained quickly.
Okay. Just wait.
The Demon 24 Swords nodded coldly, put away the storage ring, turned into a galaxy of sword light, and soared into the sky. At the same time, Western Buddhism, in front of a temple, thousands of Buddhas and monks all had expressions of reluctance. They are giving away a cute boy who is covered in gold paint. The boy's body was covered with elixirs, magic weapons, talismans, and spiritual stones given by Buddhist monks.
Go back and remember the 18 weapons I taught you, especially folding stools and bricks. Remember to bring them with you when you go out to practice alms in the future.
The golden-painted boy raised his hands and made a milky sound.
Amit Ba. We will obey the abbot's teachings. We respectfully send you to the abbot.
All the Buddhists and monks put their hands together and saluted each other with tears in their eyes. Overseas, a man covered in a cloak with the head of a bird and the body of a bird was flying at high speed. Behind him, 5 colorful rays of light were chasing him.
Humph. I have been holding back before and let you go. But I didn't expect you to pursue me so hard. In this case, let's perish.
A sharp cold light flashed in the man's eyes. Then, he turned around suddenly. His body expanded infinitely, and his demonic energy surged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge kun appeared on the boundless ocean, covering the sky and the sun. In those 5 rays of frightened eyes, Emokun swung his body, swung his tail, opened his mouth, and swallowed all 5 nascent souls perfectly. He shrank and returned to his human form. When he opened his mouth, a pile of bones came out.
Humph. I don't know whether to live or die.
The man snorted coldly, turned around, and hurriedly ran in the direction of Huangquan's sect. Chapter 355. Chaos in the Thunder World. Fortune-telling dice. Huangquan sect. The main hall of the sect. The Yiming Ghost Emperor frowned slightly and looked into the sky.
Head!
Lu Li flew into the hall and immediately raised his hands in salute.
4th level of nascent soul?
As soon as Yiming Ghost Emperor saw Lu Li, his blue jade eyes flashed with a hint of surprise.
You actually reached the middle stage of nascent soul so quickly. It's really unbelievable. It all depends on the master's spiritual stone pills. I just made a small effort.
Lu Li said modestly. Hearing this, the Yiming Ghost Emperor couldn't help but smile dumbly.
You don't have to be modest. Your talent as a monster has been widely spread in the 3,000 worlds of the heavens. Now, the nascent soul is divided into 2 categories with you as the boundary. One is the ordinary Yuan Ing. Ing. The other one is you, the nascent soul who kills the gods and creates a new era. Don't dare. I'm just a little nascent soul cultivator after all.
Lu Li is very self-aware. Although he is indeed powerful, he is only nascent soul after all. In terms of the realm of cultivating immortals, it is only in the middle range, and it is still 180,000 times inferior to those who can refine the void and combine to overcome the tribulation.
Okay, I asked you to come here this time because of business.
At this moment, the Yiming Ghost Emperor looked solemn.
Please give me the master's orders.
When Lu Li heard this, he slightly cupped his hands. He has consumed so much of the Huangquan sect's cultivation resources, so naturally he should contribute some effort.
A big thing happened in the Thunder World,
the Ghost Emperor Yiming said without any nonsense.
There are 3 Taoist Thunder Lords in the Thunder Realm, and they work together to refine a supreme Taoist weapon. However, under the bewitchment of the demon envoy from the demon realm, the 3 Taoist Thunder Lords turned against each other. Therefore, this supreme Taoist weapon is also divided into 3 Taoist tools.
When Luli heard this, he suddenly realized. It turns out that the Thunder World is in turmoil. No wonder Ling Jianshuang, a genius sent by the Zhongzhou Dao sect, was ambushed and injured.
Now, the entire Lei realm is in chaos. Among them, Taoist Master Shishao has fallen to the demon envoy of the demon realm. Taoist Master Yishao has fallen to the demon realm, and Lei Ancestor has been seriously injured, and his whereabouts are unknown.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said, and waved his hand casually. Swish, swish, swish. In midair, 3 portraits emerged. The one on the far left is a golden-armored thunder god, with a bird face and human body, with a thunder portal on his head, thunder wings on his back, 8 thunder arms, and holding a fierce weapon. This is none other than Taoist Master Shishao. The middle-aged man in the middle has a square face and a broad nose, a thunder jade crown on his head, and a golden thunder robe. He holds 4 thunder seals in his hands, and has 9 thunder dragons wrapped around his body. He is extremely powerful. He is the Lord of Thunder Realm. Lei Zhu. The one on the far right is a woman, cold and arrogant, wearing a dragon snake lightning-colored dress, with 5-color thunder beads flying around her body. This woman is Taoist Master Yishao.
What are the cultivation levels of these 3 Thunder Taoist lords?
Luli couldn't help but ask curiously.
In their world, they should all be at the level of true immortals. Extremely powerful.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked slightly solemn. True immortal? Luli was shocked. The most powerful person in this world is the leader of the Taoist Alliance, and he has only managed to overcome the tribulation. What is the concept of a true immortal? How powerful should the magic power be?
Since he is a true immortal, who can seriously injure Lei Zhu from the Thunder Realm?
Luli couldn't help but wonder.
No one knows.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor shook his head, with a sharp light in his eyes.
However, now is the time to take advantage of the chaos and enter the Thunder Realm. Get a share of the pie. Dot!
Luli froze. The Thunder World is in chaos. Send him, a small nascent soul cultivator, to get a share of the pie? This is a bit whimsical. Seemingly seeing his doubts, the Yiming Ghost Emperor smiled and said,
The people sent to the Thunder Realm have been decided. They are the main force. Then what can I do?
Luli breathed a sigh of relief and asked again.
Taoist weapon.
A glint flashed in Yiming Ghost Emperor's eyes.
You have a great fate with Taoist tools. So I want you to go to the Thunder Realm to see if there is a chance to get a Taoist tool.
Sure enough. Luli nodded.
Then, besides me, who else is going with you? Gone.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor shook his head. Luli's expression froze.
Is it really gone? It's indeed gone.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor nodded.
Master, you don't want me to die, do you? The Thunder World is full of people who are refining the void and combining themselves to overcome the tribulation. As a nascent soul, even if I can kill the transformed gods, it will be of no avail. What's more, the Thunder World is in chaos now. I'm afraid that if I come, in the blink of an eye, I will be beaten to death. And then, you will help me build the Morning Hall for the first 7.
Luli frowned. To be honest, instead of going to the Thunder Realm, it is better to practice to become a god first. Once he breaks through to become a god and holds 2 Taoist weapons, then he will be able to protect himself and dominate the world. Nascent Soul's cultivation level is indeed still a bit low.
Don't worry. I won't let you die.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor shook his head and chuckled. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and handed over a jade box.
Open to take a look.
Luli was a little curious, so he took it directly, opened the lid of the jade box, and saw an exquisite crystal dice lying inside. This crystal dice exudes colorful light and looks quite magical. Luli gently picked it up and looked at it carefully. He found that the dice was very light and made of unknown material. It felt cold to the touch. Strangely, none of the 6 sides of the die have a number engraved on it. There are no engraved patterns or patterns. Not even a word. Luli urged a bit of mana to pour into it, but there was no reaction at all. Obviously, this is not a magic weapon either.
Master, what kind of rare treasure is this?
Luli asked.
This is a fortune-telling dice made by old man Tianji. It consumes a bit of luck every day to calculate misfortune and good fortune. It is only suitable for the son of luck. You are the son of destiny, with Taoist tools pressing down on you and strong luck. So you can afford this a fortune-telling dice. If it had been anyone else, their luck would have dried up and their body would have perished after just a few uses.
Yiming Ghost Emperor explained. Nice one. After Luli heard this, his eyes could not help but shine. If this fortune-telling dice can really predict good and bad luck, it can be regarded as a real artifact, more powerful than Taoist tools.
You take this fortune-telling dice, go to the Thunder Realm, and throw it once a day, as long as there is no serious disaster. And with your strong luck, you will be fine,
Yiming Ghost Emperor said.
Then if something serious happens,
Luli hesitated.
Then you run. Just run. This time you go to the Thunder Realm. It's purely a matter of luck. If you can get a Taoist artifact by chance, it's destiny's blessing. If you come back empty-handed, it doesn't matter,
Yiming Ghost Emperor said casually. After hearing this, Luli felt much more relaxed and less stressed.
That's right. Jin Ji, the son of God from the God clan, and Luo Rujin from the Taima Sect have all gone to the Thunder Realm. If you encounter them in the Thunder Realm, be careful,
Ghost Emperor Yiming warned. Jinji? Luo Rujin? Luli nodded as if he had some understanding. No wonder he consumed more mana when he cursed the two of them. It turns out that these two guys went to the Thunder World. If there is a chance, kill the two of them directly, eradicate the root cause, and eliminate future troubles, Luli thought to himself. In addition, he also figured out the mechanism of recruiting people from the All Heavens Palace. A race can only recruit one peerless genius. Moreover, at the first level of Nascent Soul, you can only pull one. The second level of Nascent Soul can pull 2. The third level of Nascent Soul can pull 4. The fourth level of Nascent Soul can pull 8. And so on. It would be good to go to the Thunder Realm this time, and recruit 6 more peerless geniuses from the Thunder Realm to help him cultivate.
By the way, the demon world has intervened in this chaos in the Thunder World. Luli, be careful. If you encounter a demon cultivator from the demon world, just run away.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor suddenly remembered something and said solemnly.
Monster cultivators from the demon world? Are they the same as the Abyss Demon Clan? Do they like to bite people?
Luli's eyes turned cold.
More than that. Those demon cultivators are much more cruel than the Abyss Demon cultivators. They feed on humans, use humans as slaves,
and regard demon-human hybrids as enemies. You are mixed with Kuenping's true blood and true dragon's blood. Among those demon cultivators, in my eyes, I see you as someone who is tainting the demon race. I will kill you immediately.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor solemnly reminded. So cruel? Luli nodded and remembered it in his mind.
Disciple, remember it. Then again, Master, where did you collect this information from? I heard it from a Taoist companion of Qin Wuxian, the master of Taima Sect.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said casually. This is a bit complicated. Luli stroked his hands and asked in shock.
Could it be that one of the Taoist companions of the Taima Sect's leader is an undercover agent of our Huangquan sect? No. It's a clone of me who is the face of that Taoist monk.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said calmly.
This?
Luli froze. A little unbelievable.
Master, this is impossible. That is the Taoist companion of Qin Wuxian, the leader of the Taima Sect. So what? Qin Wuxian is always away from home.
The Yiming Ghost Emperor said as if nothing had happened. As soon as these words came out, Luli was shocked and enlightened. Only then did he understand why the Yiming Ghost Emperor was the leader of the sect. Compared with the Yiming Ghost Emperor, his own level is still far behind. Therefore, Luli raised his hands in admiration and praise.
Master, you are thoughtful, far-sighted, and have no plans left. This disciple admires you very much. Therefore, I sincerely request the Master to teach this skill to his disciples. For no other reason. The main reason is that when the disciples become sect leaders in the future, they can also spread the world like you.
The leader? Yiming Ghost Emperor. Chapter 356, the 5th level of Nascent Soul. The 4th Buddha's Dharma.
Luli, are you sure you want to dominate the world? Or spread seeds around the world?
The Yiming Ghost Emperor looked over sideways.
The two don't seem to conflict.
Luli thought for a moment. His eyes suddenly became firm. And he answered resolutely.
So, the disciples want them all.
This time, it would be impossible for the Yiming Ghost Emperor to deal with him directly. After a long time, he nodded happily.
Yes, I did not misjudge you. You are indeed an outstanding candidate for the leadership. Your shamelessness alone is far beyond me. The leader has received the award. However, he is an outstanding candidate for the leader. I have indeed achieved 8 out of 9 points.
Luli replied modestly. Huh?
8 out of 9?
The Yiming Ghost Emperor was slightly startled.
That's right. I am now a very sexy candidate for the leadership.
Luli smiled lightly. As soon as these words came out, the Evening Ghost Emperor's eyes widened and he reacted. A very outstanding candidate for the leadership. With 9 words and not 1 word. Out. It is indeed 8 out of 9. Can this kid really carry forward the Huangquan sect? If you leave it in his hands, it won't destroy the family. Right. The Evening Ghost Emperor was a little worried.
Okay. Stop talking. I will tell you the distribution of forces in the Thunder Realm and some precautions. In a few days, someone will send you into the Thunder Realm.
The Evening Ghost Emperor looked serious.
Who is it?
Luli asked curiously.
That old black market man from Mingwa Island. This man is very mysterious. I don't know what kind of alien he is, but he is quite happy to accept money and do things.
A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the Evening Ghost Emperor. It turned out to be him. Luli's heart moved. This old black market shopkeeper has a lot of magic tricks on him. When I see him later, I can buy a few more supreme magic tricks from him. Afterwards, Luli wrote down the reminders from the Evening Ghost Emperor one by one, including the map of the Thunder World, as well as racial taboos and so on.
Luli, do you remember?
The Evening Ghost Emperor said calmly.
This time when you go to the Thunder Realm, you can just go with the flow. It's good to get the Taoist tools, but it doesn't matter if you can't get them. The main thing is to preserve yourself. Otherwise, you may be like your master. Your master, Demon Lord, fell into a crack in the void and can't even find me.
Yes. Luli nodded solemnly.
However, I'm not worried about Master. Master offended a lot of people back then and didn't die. His life was very tough. So nothing will happen to him. That's true. Then go back and tidy up first. Remember? The first thing you do after arriving in the Thunder Realm is to throw the fortune-telling dice.
The Evening Ghost Emperor was a little worried and warned again.
Disciple, remember? I'm resigning now. Master, please rest assured. Even if I can't find the Taoist artifact when I go to the Thunder Realm this time, I will help the Master find a few Taoist companions.
Luli cupped his hands and smiled.
Ahem. Don't say this nonsense. If my wife hears it, your 100 years of cultivation resources will be directly deducted by her.
The Evening Ghost Emperor coughed lightly. Is the lady in charge so powerful? Luli was shocked, and immediately handed over his hands and exited the sect hall. After thinking about it, he decided to secretly teleport to Mermaid Island first. He wanted to say goodbye to Ji-Rong. Soon, Luli met Ji-Rong in a medicine garden of the Mermaid Island Palace. At this time, Ji-Rong was wearing a green dress and a white skirt, with her hair in a bun and a flower basket. She looked like a pure and refined fairy. Seeing Luli appear, a gentle smile appeared on Ji-Rong's beautiful face. But the next moment, she sighed softly.
Husband, are you going out?
Yes. Luli nodded and said with a smile.
I'm going out to look for opportunities. So I came here to tell you. Ronner, you are indeed the most gentle and intelligent in Mermaid Island. You can guess this. In terms of gentleness and intelligence, I can't compare to Sister Ruji.
Hearing this, Ji-Rong showed a sweet smile.
However, there are some spiritual fruits in this medicine garden that are ripe. I can pick them off and let my husband eat them on the road. That's fine. However, I came in a hurry. I wonder if I can ask for a drink of water from the lady.
Luli smiled.
Water? There is a seabed spiritual spring here. It is clear and sweet. I will fetch it.
Ji-Rong was stunned for a moment, then turned around to fetch water.
Madam, I misunderstood. When I said I was asking for a drink of water, I really meant I was asking for a drink of saliva.
Luli smiled meaningfully. Instantly, Ji-Rong reacted. A trace of blush appeared on her pretty face. An hour later, Luli straightened the crooked jade crown, flew out of the medicine garden, and quietly left Mermaid Island and returned to Xuanwu Island. At this time, Kuiping demonic god Art had returned.
Meet the master.
In the main hall, the Kuiping demon god with the head of a bird bowed respectfully, opened his mouth and spat out a bunch of colorful storage rings. There are nearly 200 pieces.
Master, these are the storage rings of those evil demon cultivators who are chasing me. There is also an evil sect who does not know whether to live or die and snatches the treasures from me. I swallowed them all in a fit of anger.
Kuiping demon god Kung said with a cold expression.
You did the right thing to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Very good.
Luli nodded in approval.
Thank you, Master.
Kuiping demon god Kung bowed his hands. Next moment, a small, dark figure emerged from the center of his eyebrows, slithered, ran into Lu Li's body, and disappeared. Boom! The technique returns. A majestic mana burst out immediately, washing over the limbs and bones, and finally poured into the Z mansion in Dantian. A clear ding sounded. You went out to practice your Kuiping demonic art. You practiced hard, and your cultivation level increased greatly. The progress increased by 136%. Your Kuiping demon god skill has broken through to the 35th level. Current state, floor 35, progress 49%. Congratulations to the host. You have broken through the 5th level of Nascent Soul. Lifespan, 24/5200/13299. Mana, Bu Lianhua, X15. Nascent Soul 5th level. Lu Li felt the surge in mana and was overjoyed. Ha ha! Not bad. This Kuiping demon god skill has indeed matured. After going out to practice for more than a year, he returned to the level of cultivation that directly broke through the 1st level. And he also brought back a bunch of storage rings. An irrepressible smile appeared at the corner of Lu Li's mouth. The next moment, the clone in front of him turned around, turned into a ray of light, flew into the air, and fell into Lu Li's Tianling cap. All memories are synchronized again. This clone is indeed of great use. How about leaving a clone here? Lu Li fell into deep thought. After thinking about it carefully, I decided to keep a clone. If the main body of the Thunder Realm dies, this clone can be used to resurrect him, which can be regarded as a backup plan. After making up his mind, Lu Li began to consider which technique to keep. After thinking about it again and again, it's you? Xian Mingxiao's goddess power. Xian Mingxiao, the goddess Gong Shoujia, took the opportunity to search for the female cultivator for herself, and spread the world for herself. Oh no! She was preparing to spread the world. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just thinking about it. Boom! A golden light fell from the sky. He is a golden-painted boy. Greetings to the master! The golden-painted boy slithered in, and said his greetings in a sweet voice. It is the Vajratathagata Dharmakaya. As soon as he finished speaking, a little yellow jade man appeared out of thin air. Uh-huh. Brother, you are finally back. I have waited so hard for you. Let's go and play together. Golden Tower. The golden-painted boy's eyes lit up. Come on. I've brought you a bunch of sword pills. By the way, I also became the abbot of a temple. If I hadn't been unable to defeat the old men of other temples, I would have become a Western Buddhist. Lord. Hee hee. When I succeed in my cultivation, I will go back and defeat them. As expected, this guy is still so unconvinced. When Lu Li heard this, he smiled dumbly. Vajratathagata Dharmakaya. You go and play with Jean K. It's the master. Vajratathagata bowed respectfully again. Suddenly remembered something, grabbed it out of thin air with his little hand, and grabbed a dilapidated plaque from a string of golden beads hanging on his body. Master, this thing feels the same as the powerful Vajra Dharma mantra, the mighty heavenly dragon Dharma. They are so familiar. After saying that, a golden little man emerged from the boy's brow, hooked up with Jean K, and slipped to the side to play. Lu Li was slightly surprised, opened his hand to take a picture, and grabbed the plaque. Upon closer inspection, I saw that the plaque was carved from black Nan wood, 5 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 3 inches thick. It exuded a musty smell. It was as if it had just been pulled out of some junk pile. On the plaque, there are 4 straight gold characters. Randan Ancient Temple. In the lower right corner, there is also a sculpture of Buddha holding a lamp in his hand. Huh? When Lu Li saw the Buddha, he couldn't help but be surprised, because the 6-character mantra in the Sea of Consciousness sensed something. Next moment, the 6-character mantra appeared out of thin air, floated down, and was printed in the center of the plaque. Buzz! The plaque shuddered. The dazzling golden Buddha light immediately shot out from the 4 words, Randan Ancient Temple, and soared into the sky. A ding! A crisp reminder sounded in my mind. The materials have been collected completely. One of the 8 Buddhas, the ancient Buddha Dharma of Randing, has been condensed. You have learned the Buddha's Angry Heart Lamp Mantra. Chapter 357, Terrifying Lamp Flames. Sword light like a rainbow. The 4th Buddha's Dharma is finally condensed. Lu Li felt happy. Then, he casually pulled off his clothes and saw a statue of the Buddha appearing on his left arm. He was wearing a cassock. with his breasts exposed, and his whole body was shining with golden light. He was holding a large Buddha lamp in his hand, with a ray of golden lanterns burning on it. There are also golden lotuses surrounding the Buddha's image. If you look more closely, you will see that the Buddha's appearance is wrathful, which makes people feel scared at first glance. It seems as if it could come alive and burn the world at any time. Ding 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 ding. At this time, a series of system prompts sounded in my mind.
Your Buddha's wrathful heart lamp spell and Vajratathagata's Dharmakaya are quite compatible. We hit it off immediately and exchanged their cultivation experiences with each other. The cultivation progress increased by 5%. Your Buddha's angry heart lamp spell turns into extreme anger when you see the Kwimping demon divine art and the Brahma demon true holy art. The Buddha's angry heart lamp spell challenged the Kwimping demon god's skill, but it was slightly inferior. Buddha's angry heart lamp spell challenged Brahma and demon's true holy art and failed miserably.
The Buddha's angry heart lamp spell failed 2 times in a row. When he was extremely angry, he became extremely angry. The training effect increased by 1000%.
Buddha's angry heart lamp mantra, Great Burning Lamp Buddha. Great Buddhas. World Honored Ksitigarbha. Prajnabhama. Reciting this can summon the Buddha's wrathful heart lamp, blow down a world purifying lamp, and burn everything. The current realm is the first level, and the progress is 5%. Good. This Buddha's angry heart lamp spell is a person with a more impulsive and fierce temper. Luli nodded secretly. Then, he formed a seal with one hand and uttered a thunderous sound.
The Great Burning Ding Buddha. The Great Buddhas. The World Honored Ksitigarbha. Prajnabhama.
Boom. The spell had just fallen. The Buddha's light burst out from his left arm, and an angry Buddha appeared. He held the mysterious seal in his left hand and held it upright on his chest. His right hand held a large golden lamp, burning a ray of light. In the void, golden lotuses emerged. Next moment, the Buddha took a sudden breath and dropped the golden lanterns on the big golden lantern, slowly spinning them and floating forward.
Hey! These lanterns!
Luli's heart moved. He grabbed it with his big hand, grabbed a gold and jade skeleton from the storage ring and threw it out. Then, a golden lantern flower shaped like a 9-petal lotus fell on the golden and jade skull. There was a snap. The lights exploded. Pure golden flames ignited instantly, burning the entire golden and jade skeleton into a big fireball. The flames swayed and lingered, and wherever they went, the space melted away layer by layer like a candle, revealing an endless dark and cold void.
What a terrifying flame! It is hundreds of times more powerful than the pure Yang Dao Gang flame. This lantern flower purifying flame must be one of the most terrifying strange fires in the world.
Luli secretly marveled. The world purifying lantern blown down by the Buddha's angry heart lamp really has the power to purify the world and burn out the 8 wastelands. If it blows onto the enemy, it will probably burn the enemy into nothingness and destroy both body and spirit. Fine. The remains of the spiritual emperor were the remains of an immortal. They could withstand it and were not damaged. Luli waved his hand casually, dissipating the world purifying flames, and took back the remains of the spirit emperor, frowning slightly. The power of this Buddha's angry heart lamp mantra is terrifying and frightening. However, the speed is too slow. If the lanterns float out, the enemies may run back to their hometowns.
Wrong!
Suddenly, Luli thought of something. His eyes lit up. He formed a seal with one hand and uttered a mantra.
King Sumeru. All Buddhas of Great Luo. World Honored Ksitigarbha. Prajnabhama.
Boom. There was a flash of golden light on the chest. A 3-eyed Buddha appeared, holding a dragon and snake in one hand, and holding a colorful sacred mountain in the other. On top of the sacred mountain, 6 mantra talismans flashed. This is one of the 8 Buddhas, the Dharma of Sumeru Lamp King. Reciting this can summon the Dharma of Mount Sumeru to suppress everything. Luli's heart moved, and he silently recited 2 spells. Suddenly, a ray of golden light in the shape of a lotus slowly rotated and condensed on the colorful sacred mountain supported by the 3-eyed Buddha's Dharma. Sure enough it can. Luli looked happy. From now on, as long as the great Sumeru King is summoned, the sacred mountain suppresses it. And then the Buddha's angry heart lamp is summoned. The lantern will burn people directly. Not bad. This kid, Vajratathagata Dharmakaya, is really sensible enough. Although no abductor came back, it was a great contribution to get such a plaque to activate the 4th Buddha's appearance and mantra. Luli decided to reward it later. Afterwards, Luli began to sort out the trophies of the Vajratathagata Dharmakaya and the Quinping demonic art. An hour later. Finished. A total of 3,127 high-grade spiritual stones were obtained. 5 pieces of spiritual treasures. 13 pieces of the best magic weapons. There are elixirs, talismans, and some natural and earthly treasures. These things were of no use, so Luli simply stuffed them into the Sect's treasure house. Finally, some tips. Luli did not waste any time. They all started practicing and evolved one by one. It is worth mentioning that there is a Buddhist magical power called Step-by-Step Golden Lotus, which has 4 levels. The first level shrinks to an inch, and the second level escapes through the void. The third level is more powerful, transcending the sea of suffering. The 4th floor. Reaching the other shore. Luli gave it a try. Took 1 step forward, and golden lotuses emerged under his feet, sweeping across 100 miles of space, as if the Buddha had come to the world. Very elegant. Unfortunately, this skill is incomplete, with only the first 2 levels. Otherwise, Luli would have tried his best to teach this skill as his main skill. Jung. A sword cry resounded throughout the world. A demon dressed in black with 24 swords fell from the sky.
Meet the master!
The 24 swords of the demon flew into the hall and bowed solemnly.
Welcome back.
Luli smiled. The words fell. A small black figure emerged from the clone's eyebrows, turned into a dark sword light, and plunged into Luli's sea of consciousness. Boom, 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 boom. Countless swordsmanship insights immediately poured into his soul. After a cup of tea, Luli clearly understood the mysteries of various swordsmanship. His realm directly broke through, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Just snap your fingers. A sword light, as fast as a flying rainbow, soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart and splitting it into 2. This is a sword shining like a rainbow. Very good. 3 blessings. The corners of Luli's mouth curled up slightly. Next time. It seems that I have to send out the Brahma Demon True Holy Art, the Immortal Poison Sutra, and the Stars Transformation Sutra. These 3 techniques are not simple. Maybe it can bring some bigger surprises. Just as he was thinking about it, the voice of the Yinming Ghost Emperor came to Xuanwu Island and resounded throughout the sky.
Luli! The black market manager has arrived and it's time to set off. Come to the Sect Hall.
Coming so fast? Luli frowned slightly. He didn't have time to say goodbye to Ruji. However, Ruji is in retreat and cannot be disturbed. Luli shook his head, packed up his things, and ordered,
Qianming Xiao's goddess skill. You can stay and guard the spiritual island.
The words fell. A small blue person flew out of the sleeve robe and got into a clone. In the blink of an eye, this clone turned into a gentle and demure girl in blue.
Yes, master.
The girl bowed softly. Immediately, Luli flew into the sky and headed for the Sect's main hall. Soon, Luli came to the teleportation hall and saw the old man in gray again.
Boy, long time no see. Hey, you have broken through to the middle stage of nascent soul.
The black market shopkeeper said low. His eyes suddenly widened. His face was full of shock and disbelief. It's only been a year. This kid actually broke through again? Simply evil. Luli smiled, cupped his hands and said,
Senior, long time no see. I'm going to trouble you this time. Don't bother. Anyway, the Yinming Ghost Emperor gave me the money. TSK. Boy, where did you come from? A freak. And how did you break through so quickly?
The black market shopkeeper came around and kept looking at Luli up and down with curiosity on his face.
I just used the time that others use to practice.
Luli smiled. When the black market shopkeeper heard this, he was slightly stunned, and then exclaimed,
Using other people's cultivation time to practice? You are really like a sparrow pecking the cows and the bird eating the cow's pussy. Senior, let's go!
Luli didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. After saying that, he cupped his hands to the Yinming Ghost Emperor on the side.
Please rest assured, Master, I will complete the task.
This time we go to the Thunder Realm, with 4 missions. 1. Get Taoist tools. 2. Recruit 6 peerless geniuses to accelerate their cultivation. 3. Find 2 kinds of divine thunder and practice the thunder and fury world-destroying divine seal of the 3 realms. 4. If possible, find Ling Jianshuang and rescue her. Luli remembered them all in his heart.
Yeah.
Be careful, the Yinming Ghost Emperor warned. The next moment, the black market shopkeeper chuckled.
Don't worry. This kid has 2 Taoist weapons pressing him down. He will be fine. Let's go!
After saying that, he waved his sleeves and robe, rolled up the land carp, and escaped directly into the void. Thunderworld. Incomparably vast. The three Thunder Talus lords rule the four directions and stand as a tripartite. However, in the Thunderworld, there are also some places that are extremely dangerous and hide all kinds of ferocious thunder beasts. Not even Thunder Talus Daozun dared to get involved. Some marginalized monks from the Thunder Realm, as well as some hunted murderers, entered these dangerous places, built cities, and managed to survive and thrive. At this moment, in a dangerous place where thunder beasts gather, there is a towering city built of huge rocks. Two Thunder Realm monks were floating high in the sky, looking at each other from a distance of thousands of feet. Murderous aura permeates the air. The two men were clearly preparing for a fight to the death. Chapter 358, Coming to the Thunder World. Killing at will. The two people fighting were a man and a woman. The man is a middle-aged man, covered in red gold, wearing a large cloak, stepping on a huge ice thunder wheel, holding a 10-foot snake spear, and his face is as cold as iron. What's amazing is that this man has two identical heads. Two-headed man. Looking at his opponent. She is a charming woman who still has charm, wearing a golden thunder robe, with a small face and a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. However, behind him was a pair of blue-feathered thunder wings that were more than 10 feet long. The two men's mana surged, and the golden and blue thunder condensed above their heads. It was as ferocious as the tide, covering the sky and the sun, forming a distinct sea of thunder in the sky. They collided with each other, triggering a series of shocking thunder explosions. Both of them are half-step into becoming gods. On the distant city wall, a bunch of weird-looking Thunder Realm monks looked at the battlefield from a distance and talked about it.
Look! The Red Gold Clan and the Black Feather Clan are fighting again. Both of these two are geniuses from Leiyuan City. They are very powerful. I wonder who will win. I think Lei Lulin from the Red Gold Tribe will win. In my opinion, Feng Xiangu from the Black Feather Clan will win. After all, she has two great strengths. Heroes see the same thing. Feng Xiangu, you were kicked out of the Black Feather Clan and turned into a lost dog. How dare you provoke me? Today, I will teach you how to behave.
At this moment, the red gold two-headed man suddenly spoke. The sound was as loud as rolling thunder, shaking mountains and cracking rocks.
Lei Lulin, you are not much better. If your father hadn't protected you, a guy who abused your tribe, would have been dead long ago.
The charming woman sneered.
Humph. I don't know whether to live or die. Wait, I'll let you try my power.
After being exposed, the two-headed red gold man's face showed a ferocious light, and he suddenly raised the 10-foot-long jet-black spear in his hand. Boom! The thunder sea thousands of miles above the head poured down violently, forming a thunder waterfall. The next moment, all the lightning was sucked into the black spear and disappeared like water into cotton. Suddenly, the black spear shone with cold, dark thunder. Powerful thunder pressure emanated from the black spear, filling the sky and the earth.
Stab the divine spear?
The charming woman narrowed her eyes, and a look of fear appeared on her face. But she was not to be outdone. She turned her jade hand over, and a porcelain-white three-pointed thunder tower appeared in the palm of her hand. As soon as the thunder tower appeared, the blue thunder above the woman's head poured down and poured into it. Then, huge roars of beasts came out from this palm-sized thunder tower. The sound waves rolled and shook the sky, making people feel fear.
It's Lei Jian.
On the top of the city, someone heard the roar of the beast and exclaimed. Lei Huan is one of the unique thunder beasts in the Thunder World. It was born in the thunder of heaven. It is huge in stature, can fight dragons, and is extremely ferocious. The war is about to break out. In an instant, all the Thunder Realm monks watching the battle held their breath. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder and lightning roared. The momentum of the red gold two-headed man and the charming woman is rising steadily, and their murderous intent is skyrocketing. The next moment, they will launch a supreme killing move towards each other. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The monks present all looked towards the sky in unison. Sizzle, sizzle. At this time, above the clear sky, silver lightning arcs shot out from the void, densely packed, and condensed into thunder balls as big as houses. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. The silver lightning ball exploded suddenly, scattering countless thin lightning arcs and shooting in all directions. Next moment, the lightning flashed brightly. Mysterious golden thunder patterns condensed out of the silver thunder arc, and were inlaid and bonded with each other to form a circular array that was more than an acre in size. It was mysterious and unusual. Immediately afterwards, in the center of the mysterious golden thunder formation, traces of electric arcs entangled and condensed. As if something was about to condense out, the terrifying power of thunder surged out from it. Like mountains, divine power is like the sea. It seems as if some terrifying thunder beast is about to arrive. It makes people feel frightened. The entire sky was directly distorted.
How is this going? Is there any thunder beast coming? It's impossible. There is a tribulation transcending monk in Layuan City, and ordinary thunder beasts will not escape from the ancient land of Thunder Prison. Is there some treasure that has been born? Huh? The power of the Great Road? The power of the Great Road is permeating this thunder formation. A treasure is really born. Go and grab it!
Suddenly, everyone felt a trace of the power of the avenue permeating the mysterious golden thunder array.
Ha ha! Destiny is mine! This treasure is mine!
Just when everyone was about to fly into the sky, the red gold two-headed man laughed ecstatically. Boom! The ice thunder wheel under his feet spun and sprayed out endless ice thunder, which exploded and covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, a layer of ice formed in the sky. The sky is divided into two layers. Everyone is isolated. Then, the red gold double-headed man stood up holding a jet-black thunder spear, raised his big hand, summoned a sky-covering black thunder hand, and grabbed it towards the mysterious thunder array. The momentum is terrifying. It's like catching the stars and grabbing the moon. Just as the sky-shading thunder hand was about to seize the center of the mysterious thunder formation, suddenly, a ray of silver light shot out from it, soared into the sky, and directly penetrated the sky-shading thunder hand. Next moment, a huge silver thunder cannon condensed out of the thunder, exuding a terrifying aura that would destroy the world forever. Then, boom! The silver thunder cannon trembled suddenly. The sky shattered and the earth exploded. A ball of extremely shining silver lightning shot out from the muzzle, like a meteor hitting the sun, sweeping across the sky and hitting the two-headed red gold man. The terrifying power of thunder seems to be able to destroy 3,000 stars. Not good! The red gold double-headed man instantly felt the great terror between life and death. The hairs on his hair stood on end. Before he had time to think, he suddenly threw out the black thunder spear in his hand. Call out. The jet black thunder spear turned into a black thunder light and struck the silver thunder group. Boom! The sky cracked. Countless dazzling silver thunders burst out wildly, filling the entire sky in an instant. Densely packed and as rich as water, the red gold two-headed man was immediately submerged. Ah! He only heard an angry roar from the red gold man, and his two big mouths violently sprayed out mysterious treasures, which covered his whole body. At the same time, he desperately squeezed away the silver lightning that annihilated everything around him, trying to escape. But that's it. Above the 9 heavens, the silver thunder cannon roared again, its muzzle shining with blazing silver lightning. Boom! A cannon shot down, like a meteor falling to the ground. The ice in the sky was directly penetrated, exploded, and was annihilated into clouds of mist. Next moment, under the spotlight, the huge silver thunder from the cannon, wrapped in a red gold man, crashed onto the earth and smashed into a huge stone mountain. Then, a painful and shrill scream came from the exploding thunder. The entire stone mountain also turned into nothingness in the lightning. There is only a huge crystal stone pit with a diameter of thousands of feet. The surface is covered with glass crystals formed by melting sand and stones under the high temperature of thunder and lightning, reflecting dazzling light under the sunlight. Beyond that, nothing remains. The two-headed man from the red gold tribe also disappeared without a trace. It has obviously been turned into ashes. At this time, above the sky, a melted, pitted black spear spun, fell down, and hit the huge pit, making a clanging sound. Then it was broken into more than a dozen pieces and scattered all over the ground. Witnessing this scene, there was deathly silence in the sky and on the earth. The charming woman from the Black Feather clan turned pale with a look of panic and fear. She also wanted to snatch the treasure just now, but it was a pity that she was a step too late. But now it seems that it will be a step too late. Otherwise, she will be the one who dies. On top of the city, the group of Thunder Realm monks, who were watching the battle, were dumbfounded, and their hearts were trembling.
Leyluin is dead?
Someone asked in a trembling voice, swallowing. Then, the sounds of gasping for air came one after another. Many people turned around and ran away. Leyluin was killed by 2 direct cannons. Their strength is low, And if they don't run away, it will be too late. Boom! At this moment, there was another thunderous explosion in the sky. The mysterious thunder array suddenly curled up and formed into a silver thunder ball as big as a house, emitting extremely terrifying power of thunder. Then, the silver thunder ball turned and transformed into a human form. He is a slender, handsome and elegant young man, wearing a silver thunder robe. Everyone quickly took a closer look, and their spiritual consciousness swept over this person. Then, they all opened their eyes wide, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. This person is actually only in the middle stage of nascent soul. How can this be? At this moment, the man in silver robe was stunned for a moment, looked around, frowned slightly and said,
"Huh? Did someone hit me just now? Where is the person?"
Everyone.
Dot.
Chapter 359. Another Peerless Genius. This man in silver robe is naturally Luli. Not long ago, the black market shopkeeper took him through the void and came to a place with chaotic space. Then, he slapped him with a palm. Luli was photographed into the world of thunder. After entering the thunder world, you are surrounded by all kinds of terrifying lightning. No hesitation. Luli directly moved the lightning technique in the void and performed a random teleportation. Just when the transmission was about to be completed, someone vaguely seemed to take action against him, and his strength was about the level of Boulienhua. Subconsciously, Luli fused the mana of his body and the two clones, blasted the ancient thunder cannon with all his strength, and counterattacked. Wait until he completes the transmission. The person who made the sneak attack has disappeared. Only, Luli glanced around, glanced at the charming woman not far away, and then looked at the demon-like monk on the huge stone wall thousands of feet away, frowning slightly. Where is the thunder world?
You, incarnate as thunder and lightning, transform reality into reality, and become the true body of phantom thunder. Are you from the Thunder Clan?
At this time, the charming woman, with a pair of huge black jade sticks behind her, was surprised.
Black Feather Clan?
Luli glanced at the charming woman, thought for a moment, and immediately recognized the woman's bloodline. He nodded.
Yes, I am from the Thunder Clan. Where is this place? There seems to be some problem with my teleportation. This is Leiyuan City, the outermost part of the Leiyu ancient land.
The charming and beautiful woman replied with some fear. Thunder Prison Ancient Land? Luli was stunned for a moment. This is a dangerous place in the Thunder Realm. It is rumored that there is an ancient thunder dragon in it, an existence that even the true immortals are afraid of. In addition, there are many ferocious thunder beasts living here. Actually teleported to this place? Luli was a little angry. Hateful. That black market shopkeeper is not quick with money. It actually caused him to teleport to this place. When he returns to Binghua Island, he will definitely clear out his black market.
By the way, fellow Taoist, the person who attacked you just now has been killed by you. The only remaining weapon is in this deep pit. This person is from the Scarlet Gold Clan, and is also the great enemy of my Black Feather Clan. Fellow Taoist,
if you kill him, you will be the benefactor of my Black Feather Clan. Why don't you come with me to Leiyuan City for a drink, and I can thank my benefactor?
At this moment, the charming and beautiful woman turned her eyes and smiled. The smile is captivating.
Luli, this woman wants to curry favor with you. Use you? Just in time. You agreed to him along the way, and I take the opportunity to take out the evil medicine recovered from the Kuinping demon god skill and put it in her wine. When the time comes, hey. She can't move. We just took all her wealth and ran away.
In his mind, Jink's milky voice and evil smile rang out. It is indeed a weapon spirit. No one else can move. But you only want to take other people's treasures? Of course, take all her clothes away. Don't let her dare to catch up. However, this woman is not a simple thing, so don't take any chances. So Luli shook his head.
It's okay to have a drink. Do you have a map? Give me one. And this is the end of our friendship. That's not okay.
The charming woman did not dare to refuse. She raised her jade hand, and a mysterious thunder talisman appeared in her palm. Buzz! There was a flash of lightning. A scroll appeared out of thin air from the thunder talisman. Is this the Thunder Realm Storage Thunder Talisman? It's really strange. Luli looked at it with a look of surprise in his eyes.
Benefactor, this is the map near Leiyuan City. Please accept it.
The charming woman's expression was respectful, without any slight. As he spoke, he waved his hand gently. The scroll flew towards Luli.
Thanks.
Luli raised his hand casually. formed a thunder palm, fished it out of thin air, grabbed the scroll, and opened it directly. His eyes swept across. The map came into view with great clarity. After reading it, Luli frowned slightly. This transmission really went a long way. The three Thunder Taoist lords from the Thunder Realm each occupy one side, and the Shishao Taoist lord is in the upper left corner, occupying the Shinshao continent. The Lei lord occupies the Lei Yuan continent in the middle. Taoist master Yushao occupies the Yunlei continent in the lower right corner. The entire Lei realm is 5 times larger than the land of Zhongzhou. The ancient land of Thunder Prison, where Luli was currently located, was in the far right corner of the map, still trillions of miles away from the nearest Yunlei continent. If there is no teleportation array, it would take a long time to run over. That black market shopkeeper is really indifferent. Never mind. Better hurry up. Anyway, let's treat this time as a journey. Along the way, we'll see if we can recruit a few geniuses from the Thunder world and search for some supreme divine thunder. Luli thought and lightly stamped his foot. Boom! Silver lightning suddenly exploded beneath his feet, like mercury pouring down the ground, spreading instantly and covering a 3-mile radius. Then, mysterious golden thunder patterns condensed in the thunder light. The formation formed immediately. This is the void-moving thunder technique evolved from the thunder teleportation array of the Thunder Clan. It is more convenient, stable, and can teleport farther. Seeing the formation activated, the lightning flashed, and Luli was about to be teleported thousands of miles away. Fellow Taoist, please stay. At this moment, a faint voice came from the distant city wall, resounding clearly throughout the world. Hearing the sound, Luli's expression darkened, because he felt that the space around him began to solidify. In the dark, the pressure far beyond the transformation of God swept over from the horizon. A powerful monk has arrived. This is why Luli wants to leave in a hurry. Most of the monks in this ancient land of Thunder Prison are definitely not good people. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Unfortunately, it's still a little late. Boom! Next moment, accompanied by a shocking thunder, a white thunder light swept across the sky, shot out, and appeared 100 feet away. Then, a tall figure walked out of the lightning. He is a young man with silver wings on his back and an emerald dragon horn on his forehead. He is wearing black armor and golden cloud boots. He looks extremely handsome. Seeing this person appear, the charming woman looked stern. A flash of fear flashed in her eyes, and she quietly stepped aside. Luli also looked solemn. This person's cultivation is to cultivate the void. Even stronger than the previous Yiming Ghost Emperor. It should be the perfection of refining the void. Luli took a closer look at the black-armored young man's dragon horns. They were slightly curved and resembled spring bamboo shoots, and he recognized them immediately. This person should be the Dragon Wing clan from the Thunder Realm. The Thunder Realm is not a sect, but a race, which enshrines the 3 Thunder Taoist lords. The Thunder Clan, the Dragon Wing clan, the Feidian clan, the Baju clan, and the Tianyuan clan are all major clans in the Thunder world. And there are tribulation-transcending monks in charge of them. Luli's heart skipped a beat when he saw a powerful void refining expert from the Dragon Wing clan here. Will his identity be revealed? However, this young man in black armor did not seem to have any ill intentions. He smiled slightly and said, Fellow Taoist, are you from the Lei Ming clan? Yes. What advice do you have? Senior? Luli narrowed his eyes slightly. Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be nervous. There are very few people from the Lei Ming clan in Lei Yuan City, let alone a peerless genius like you, friend Taoist, who casually kills half-step gods. My young master has always admired geniuses like you. So, on the order of my young master, I came to invite fellow Taoists to the city for a gathering. The young man in black armor smiled. Your young master? Luli hesitated slightly. I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sinking Fei, the leader of the silver-armored guards of Lei Yuan City, and my young master. He is the 7th son of the lord of Lei Yuan City. The young man in black armor gave a friendly smile. It turns out to be a local snake. So this invitation, should you go or not? Luli hesitated. How about throwing the fortune-telling dice first? Forget it. As the saying goes, wealth should not be leaked to others, and treasure should not be shown to others. Fortune-telling dice are more exotic and magical treasures than spiritual treasures. If you take them out in public, you will easily be spotted. Moreover, even if he wanted to leave because of the danger, the Dragon Wing clan's void refining power in front of him
would not let him leave easily. It's better to just bluff him. Thinking of this, Luli nodded.
Since it is the invitation from the young master of Leiyuan City, I can show you the invitation. However, there are ugly words ahead. If the young master does not treat you well, then don't blame me for leaving.
Went.
These words were spoken with a very high attitude. The arrogance is evident. The young man in black armor couldn't help but be startled, and then smiled slightly.
Please rest assured, fellow Taoist. My young master will definitely treat you well. Then please ask Senior to lead the way.
Luli nodded.
Please.
The black-armored young man smiled, turned around and launched a silver thunder wing, which turned into a beam of light and shot towards the city. Luli, his whole body shining with lightning, followed closely behind. Soon, he followed the black-armored young man to the center of the giant city. As far as the eye can see, there are all buildings made of thick black boulders, which look quite rough. But there are many monks. There is a barbaric vitality everywhere. Soon, a 30-story tall stone building reaching the sky appeared in front of it. It was completely white and exuded a faint silver light. It looked very majestic. The young man in black armor led Luli down towards the Tontian stone tower. Ding! The moment he approached the stone building, a crisp system prompt sounded in Luli's mind.
Jutian Temple has searched for a genius. Are you connected?
Did you find a genius so quickly? Luli was overjoyed and asked silently.
Who is this genius?
A black turtle with 3 thunder and lightning symbols printed on its back appeared in front of him. It's actually a turtle? Chapter 360 test? Fly into the gods. This black turtle must be extraordinary. Luli remained calm and did not connect immediately, but followed the black-armored young man to the stone building. Before the two of them fell down, a group of beautiful women in palace attire stepped forward, bowed to the two of them, and shouted sweetly,
Welcome our distinguished guests.
Luli glanced out of the corner of his eye, a little surprised. Behind these beautiful women are a pair of colorful wings,
which are extremely gorgeous. Under the sunlight, it looks like crystal jade, emitting light.
They are all a spiritual butterfly clan unique to the Thunder Prison ancient land. They are born with the power of the 5 elements. Most of them have beautiful looks and can ride and fly.
The young man in black armor introduced.
I see. It's an eye-opener.
Luli nodded. Then, he followed the young man in black armor and landed on the 10th floor of the Tontian stone tower. When he walked in, his eyes suddenly lit up. There is actually a palace like a royal palace here, gorgeous beyond measure. The floors, walls, and stone pillars were all carved with beautiful jade and gemstones that Luli had never seen before. The two of them went all the way. The silver-armored guards, maids, and black-armored young men they encountered on the road all bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but think deeply. This Leiyuan city has some tricks. So, what pseudonym should I use this time? What kind of persona should you establish? While he was pondering, Luli followed the black-armored young man around and around the entrance corridor, and finally came to a place in front of a cave. Luli looked at the huge and unexpected cave in front of him, and couldn't help but be stunned.
My young master has lived in the ancient land of Thunder Prison since he was a child. He was raised by a thunder tiger, and is used to living in caves.
Seeing Luli frozen in place, the young man in black armor explained with a smile.
That's it. You have personality.
Luli nodded thoughtfully.
Distinguished guests, please come in.
At this time, the two women in palace costumes and colorful wings who were guarding the entrance of the cave bowed ying.
Fellow Taoist, please.
The young man in black armor smiled.
Good.
Luli didn't have any stage fright. He walked into the cave with his hands behind his hands and raised his feet. He walked along the white jade stone steps and crossed a stone bridge and water corridor. His eyes were open and bright. In the huge cave belly, a medium-sized waterfall water curtain poured down, like moonlight and frost. Under the water curtain, there was a large stone chair with a snow-white animal skin covering it. Sitting there was a tall young man with piercing eyes. The young man was shirtless, showing off his knotted muscles. He was only wearing a tiger skin skirt, and had a dark purple spiral horn on his forehead, which was more than a foot long. He looks a bit fierce, like a copycat bandit leader. The cultivation level is the late nascent soul stage. On the left and right sides of the cave, there are tables and chairs, with wine bottles, spiritual fruits, and large pieces of meat piled on them. Behind the table and chair sat a tall, mighty, 7-sided alien. At first glance, It does look like a den of robbers and bandits. As soon as Luli walked in, ferocious and terrifying gazes came over him, causing his scalp to feel numb and his whole body to feel chilled. For a moment, Luli felt like he had entered a monster cave, like a water curtain cave. He is the Tang Sing who was captured. Luli raised his eyebrows. This feels not quite right.
Young master, this is the person who killed Lei Luan.
The young man in black armor bowed his hands to the young man in tiger skin skirt in front of him. His expression was extremely respectful. The young man in the tiger skin skirt looked Luli up and down. His tiger eyes flashed, and he suddenly said,
"What a handsome and elegant man. I have long heard that the men of the Lei Ming clan are all very handsome. When I see you today, it is indeed well deserved. Please take a seat."
The sound was astonishingly powerful, like a tiger roaring in the forest. The words fell. Immediately there was a beauty with colorful butterflies carrying a big stone chair and placing it on the upper left side. Later, another beauty with colorful butterflies brought the long table and placed the spiritual body of Emperor Ling with wine cups and delicacies from the mountains.
"Thank you very much."
Luli cupped his hands casually and walked over in a swaggering manner. Witnessing this scene, a cold and fierce light from the side immediately swept over him.
"Young master, I don't think this boy is a good person."
He is a short, fat man sitting in the seat on the right. He is covered in red gold and has a red cloud mark between his eyebrows. This is a monk in the early stages of becoming a god. The attitude does not seem friendly, and the hostility is very obvious.
"Is this fellow Taoist a powerful monk who can tell fortunes by looking at faces? He can see right away that I'm not a good person? It just so happens that I also know a little bit about how to tell people by looking at their faces. Let me take a look."
Luli turned around and smiled, stared at the short, fat man with red gold for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled.
"I feel like you, fellow Taoist, are like an orphan."
"What?" The short, fat man with red gold glared angrily when he heard this, and then slammed the table. With a bang, the cup and fruit plate flew more than 3 feet high. Next moment, the big man was like a nimble squirrel. He jumped in front of Luli with a fierce look on his face and grabbed Luli's chest with his big palm.
"Boy, do you dare to scold me? I'll teach you a lesson."
Crackling. If you look carefully, you will see a red gold thunder and lightning arc coming out of this guy's big palm. It is as blazing as the bright sun and has the power to annihilate the stars and the moon. Take action. Test? Luli raised his eyebrows, but did not dodge. He raised his hand and struck out with the same palm. Boom! The two palms collided. An extremely hot thunder power, shining with red gold light, ferocious and violent, pouring out like a majestic sea. With such power, even 10-step lotus flowers would die. However, at the moment when Luli was injured by the red gold thunder fire, Luli's eyes turned cold. Stab it! Silver lightning flashed all over his body. The entire body was transformed into silver thunder and lightning in an instant, turning into a person of thunder and light, shining with dazzling thunder. Crackling, crackling. Silver thunder light and red gold thunder fire exploded and collided between the two palms, ejecting shocking lightning arcs, flying around and piercing the space. There were shocking explosions, like thunder rolling from the sky, and they sounded continuously. When the black-armored young man saw this, the jade dragon horns on his forehead lit up, emitting circles of mysterious green light, annihilating all electric light and sound waves, and disappeared invisible. The young man in the tiger skin skirt and the foreigners present all stared with wide eyes in surprise. Because Luli and Chi Jin, a short, fat man, are evenly matched. A nascent soul cultivator, as good as a divine transformation cultivator? On par? This was indeed an eye-opener. At this time, when he saw Luli transformed into a thunder silver man, standing motionless on the spot, his rock-solid body actually blocking his thunder and fire bombardment, the red gold short and fat man's face changed, and his anger became even stronger. "Drink!" he shouted loudly. Between his eyebrows, the mark of a red gold cloud suddenly shone, and the golden light shone like the scorching sun. Under his red gold skin, traces of red thunder arcs appeared, rushing to his right palm. Suddenly, the right palm flashed with lightning and its power increased greatly. This guy's entire mana exploded. However, it is only the power of 30-step lotus flowers. Luli, who transformed into the Silver Thunder Man, had no change in his expression. He pushed hard with his 5 fingers, and a huge force of thunder poured out like a flood from a dam. This is the main body. The mana of the two clones fused together. 45 steps of flowers. Boom. The short, fat man with red gold felt an invincible mana exploding in his palm. And then, like a galaxy in the sky, silver lightning rushed over in a mighty manner. The red gold thunder and fire on his body was directly submerged. Next moment, the power of thunder and lightning surged in, densely packed, wrapping around the whole person and directly attacking the body. The whole body of the short, fat and red gold man went numb instantly. Then, it was like billions of ice needles and fire needles piercing the flesh. Severe pain immediately surged throughout the body. Ah! The short, fat man with red gold screamed immediately. The words just started. The whole person was directly blown up and shot backwards, knocking over the long table and slamming into the mountain wall. Seeing this guy is about to hit the mountain wall. An old man with golden eyebrows, who was sitting next to the short, fat man with red gold took action. I saw a flick of his sleeve, and a big hand of colorful clouds formed out of thin air, grabbing at the red gold man, trying to save him. However, the moment the colorful clouds grasped the red gold man with his big hand, the dense silver thunder arcs on his body suddenly shrank into a ball, turned around. The thunder light flashed, and then changed, and a palm-sized silver thunder cannon condensed into shape. Before everyone could react, a violent bright light immediately flashed and erupted at the muzzle, blinding people's eyes.
Not good! Is this kid a lunatic? You actually fired a cannon in the cave? Ah! My eyes!
The guests in the cave were caught off guard and were stabbed by the strong lightning, making them burst into tears and hurriedly disperse like birds and beasts.
Boom!
Only a trembling sound was heard. Silver lightning burst out from the cannon hole, turning into a pillar of lightning as thick as a pillar, directly piercing the colorful clouds. Then, carrying the power of annihilating mountains and seas, they attacked from the air without mercy. The goal is to save the old man with golden eyebrows. The golden-browed old man didn't expect this change, but he didn't have time to sacrifice the treasure spell, so he could only use the donkey rolling move in embarrassment and duck to the side. The lightning in front of me was about to hit the center of the cave and blow up the entire cave. At this time, the emerald green light swept over and wiped out all the thunder, wind, and flames. Everything returned to calm. Luli, who had returned to human form at this time, was sitting behind the stone chair on the upper left side, holding a brass wine bottle, tasting it slowly, and calmly looking at the embarrassed people in the cave. It's like looking at a bunch of clowns.
Boy, how dare you activate the thunder cannon in this cave?
At this time, the golden-browed old man glared and said angrily. Luli smiled disdainfully.
Man? Shouldn't you just set off cannons in the cave? Could it be that you are not a man?